Chapter 109, Losing Family. But the premise itself is different. When I finally had a chance to talk to him, he told me he never intended to kill anyone. He was just manipulated, commanded by someone with Slytherin blood, and people died because of it. Although he was created to kill, unlike me, he didn't have the urge to kill. He isn't a monster, he's just a basilisk. The only monster is me. I didn't look back at Dahlia again. Even without turning around, I could sense her expression. It wasn't hard to imagine that what I saw wasn't the cheerful expression I liked, but one of deep fear on her face. Because I am the only monster in the world, I will never be able to learn how to control myself. I will never be able to suppress this terrifying urge that I wasn't even aware of for 11 years. That is why, Dahlia, I am here to say goodbye to you. The end had finally come. No matter how much I regretted it, I couldn't go back to the happy times. As long as I can't control myself, I can't be with you girls. I don't want to hurt the Malfoy family or you, but I am who I am. As long as I am a monster, I will hurt you someday, because I am a monster. No matter how much I want to protect you, as long as I am a monster, someday I will also want to kill you. That might be the reason. So you can leave me here and run away. There is nothing wrong with fearing a monster. Even if you run away from me, you must never regret it. I was about to continue, but, Dahlia, you are wrong. That is absolutely wrong. This time, my words were interrupted by Dahlia's scream. I didn't look back, but from her voice, I could tell she was angry. She was angrier than me. Dahlia's perspective, I am furious right now, but honestly, I don't quite understand what he is angry about. But deep inside him, a passion that can only be described as rage is constantly surging. I felt that the target of his anger was Dumbledore, who had pushed Dahlia into a corner until now, or those above him who still doubted Dahlia, and his anger also seemed to be directed at the Dark Lord who created her. And I felt that the person she was most suited for was Dahlia, who taught me the truth, or perhaps me, who had been away from her for so long. Everything was wrong. Dumbledore, the students, and even me and Dahlia. I screamed loudly in anger. You are not a monster. Indeed, your secret is unbelievable. Even if you say that person created you, I'm an idiot who can't immediately understand them. Yes, also, even if you say your soul is not a soul, I don't know what that means. However, I know this one thing. You are not a monster. Therefore, what you are saying is wrong. When I shouted this, Dahlia, who had been standing with her back to me, finally turned around. But the despair in her eyes never faded. Furthermore, Dahlia never tried to look me straight in the eye. It's nothing. You just haven't caught up to the sudden realization. That's understandable. Although you are a pure-blood noble, you are someone unrelated to the darkness. So, let me say it again, I am a monster created by the Dark Lord. I am also a monster created to kill and who enjoys killing. I will take care of you someday. It is Dahlia who doesn't understand. I don't know if that person created you, or if you want to kill people. I don't know. Was I wrong when I said you would hurt me, or hurt me, someday, Draco? I can assure you, you are wrong. You will never hurt or kill me or Draco. You are not a monster. Her other half of secrets must be those that made her not care about vampires. Although I knew Dahlia's secrets were not limited to vampires, honestly, I felt like I couldn't keep up with so many stories. My mind was filled with a series of shocking facts. If there was a problem, such as being mixed with that person's blood, they might be regarded as a monster rather than a vampire. Conversely, if that person created Dahlia simply to kill, then once discovered, he would be considered an outright monster. Most importantly, she undoubtedly found pleasure in killing creatures. The smile on her face when she killed the troll and the pixie was proof. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have had the same smile on her face even if she had killed Ginny Weasley. But what is it? I kept shouting in my heart, driven by rage, and I didn't know why. Even if I couldn't organize the information and my mind was a mess, this is all I could understand. If you ask me if I'm not scared at all, I think I'm a little scared too. But I will never leave Dahlia because of it. Even though Dahlia killed creatures, she never killed a human. Even though Dahlia eventually felt happy when killing creatures, her motivation was always to protect the people she cared about. The troll, unfortunately, was to protect Hermione Granger. The pixie was to protect her younger brother Draco. And Weasley, he was sad because he lost time with his family. She always acted out of the needs of the people she cared about. Whether you like killing or not is irrelevant. I am absolutely not afraid of Dahlia because her actions always stem from her kindness. After all, if the essence of her murderous intent is goodwill, then that intent cannot possibly be directed at me or Draco. Furthermore, although Dahlia enjoyed killing, she also felt guilty about it. It's like killing a person. Killing is fun, but it's a dirty thing. Then she is not a monster. She is just a clever and kind girl, a girl I admire. Dahlia always liked killing, but she also had a stronger sense of guilt. She has never killed a person and never will. Even an idiot like me can understand that. So stop making fun of my favorite parent/friend. The moment I finished shouting this in my heart, I felt that I finally understood the source of my anger. I got it. I just couldn't forgive Dahlia for being mocked. The fire of anger was still surging in my heart, and I quietly thought, I was angry that my dear friend Dahlia was being mocked. I couldn't stand the fact that Dahlia was being viewed as dangerous because she enjoyed killing creatures. The targets were Dumbledore, the students, and most importantly, Dahlia herself, who constantly blamed herself, and myself, who had never loudly denied such a foolish idea. However, even though I discovered the true essence of my anger, it didn't mean my feelings were conveyed to Dahlia. Dahlia looked at me blankly with her black eyes, just as before. No, I am a monster who will eventually hurt all of you. No matter how kind you are, that is a fact that can never be hidden. So there is no need to be so kind to me, really. Dahlia's voice was calm, yet infinitely kind, and she had given up on herself. That was the limit of my patience. I could hear the sound of my already scorched rationality bursting forth. Then kill me now. Before I realized it, my loudest voice interrupted Dahlia's conversation. I was so angry at Dahlia's words that I didn't quite understand what she was saying. I know all your secrets. It was none other than you who told me everything. No matter how stupid I am, I can at least blurt out the secrets you told me. I pointed at the ceiling, which was too high to see, and continued. If I go upstairs, I might only talk about Dahlia. So, hurry up and kill me. If you kill me now, I can blame everything on the basilisk over there. Talk about Potter and the others. You might not get along with them, but since that's the case, why don't you just kill Potter and the others now? Now, hurry. You must be a monster who enjoys killing. Then you can do it. There has never been such a perfect opportunity. If she really is a monster who only enjoys killing, she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. So, come on. Hurry. As I declared this, I threw away the wand in my hand and spread my arms wide, as if accepting the spell Dahlia might cast. I was sure the spell couldn't fly toward me, but at the same time, my heart was boiling, and I even felt that it was fine if it did come. If she killed me, that would be my wish. I might be sad, but I would never hold a grudge. That was only because he had pushed the kind Dahlia into such a corner. But sure enough, no magic flew toward me. What? Do you know what you are saying? I am a monster. If you say that to me, that's why I'm telling you. You are not a monster. No matter how much you insist, I will always deny it. If you still say you are a monster who only wants to kill, then prove it. I'm telling you, I'm serious. If you say you are going to stay here alone, I will definitely tell your secret. I will go around saying that I have vampire blood and that I am mixed with it. That will also cause trouble for Draco. The Malfoy family will be in an uproar for hiding not only vampire blood but also that person's blood. So, if you can do it, then do it. I told you to do it, didn't I? Having said this, Dahlia finally began to slowly raise her wand. She seemed incredibly flustered and disbelieving at what I had said. I could clearly understand her struggle. Dahlia probably knew I was lying when I told her my secret, but the possibility of her being in on it was definitely not zero. Most importantly, if it was announced that her precious family would be harmed, she absolutely could not tolerate it, even if it was just a joke. Dahlia, who considered herself feared by everyone, must have thought I was making such a move because I was scared. I could see her wavering between trusting me and hating herself. This might be why she prepared her wand for the first time. Dahlia slowly tried to point her wand at me, and then, "Please stop joking." "Why? Why would you say that?" As a result, she immediately lowered her wand without pointing it at me. Her crying face, like a lost child, hadn't changed at all, but the color of her eyes changed from despair to confusion. Just as I thought, Dahlia couldn't even point her wand at me. I don't understand why Dahlia is so angry. This reaction is beyond my comprehension. I guessed that after hearing the rest of my secret, Dahlia, who had never encountered darkness, would certainly feel some kind of fear, which was normal. That's what I thought. However, Dahlia's actual reaction was not fear but anger for no reason. I could understand if this was anger directed at Dahlia for deceiving her and unknowingly keeping me, a monster, by her side. But many of the things she said made it seem like that wasn't the case. I don't understand why she is angry, but just because her reaction was unexpected did not change what I needed to do. Although she discovered my secret, at least she wasn't afraid of me. In this situation, all I had to do was teach her fear again. The reason she couldn't fully feel fear, I was afraid, was because after saying so much, she still didn't fully understand the truth. All the suddenly revealed facts were chilling and far removed from daily life. So I am a monster who will eventually hurt all of you. No matter how kind you are, I will not hide this fact. This time, I directly told him the danger of being near me and tried to push him away from me, the monster. But her reaction was, "Then kill me now," which was even more unexpected. "I know all your secrets. It was none other than you who told me everything. No matter how stupid I am, I can at least tell you the secrets you told me." For some reason, Dahlia seemed angrier than before and continued to yell at me. I said that if I didn't kill myself now, I would reveal my secret upstairs. There was no doubt that her story was a lie. If what she said was true, there should be fear in her voice, not anger. However, there was not the slightest trace of fear in her voice. There was only pure, aimless rage. But I whispered to myself in my heart, was she really just angry? Did she truly understand the facts and overcome her fear? Most importantly, could Dahlia's kindness overcome my monstrous nature? The self I feared most continued to persist in my heart. At the same time, my wand arm continued to slowly lift unconsciously. Was I just avoiding reality as usual, and was her anger actually directed at me? I have been hiding the fact that I am a monster. For 11 years, I haven't even properly understood myself. How can I say that I correctly understood Dahlia's emotions? If that's the case, isn't everything she's saying now true? To get back at me for letting a dangerous monster stay by my side, knowing this, he didn't care, all to discredit the Malfoy family. Wasn't she trying to tell me my secret? This cannot be true. Thinking all this, my self-loathing was stronger than ever. I even started to feel a headache every time I raised my cane. What exactly am I thinking? This can't happen, right? Dahlia is a kind child. She has always been by my side, someone I trust as much as the Malfoy family. I trust her just as I trust myself. I am just trying to belittle her with these foolish imaginings. Please stop joking. Why? Why are you saying this? My head was a mess. Everything was wrong and contradictory. Even my reaction to Dahlia's words and actions was extremely contradictory. Why was I still so sure that Dahlia would not betray me? I felt I had to leave Dahlia. Furthermore, the current situation is the same as that time, the time he tried to curse Granger in the library. The situations are not even very similar. Back then, unlike now, I was in a situation where I had to use magic, and most importantly, unlike Dahlia, my partner was Miss Granger, who was human regardless. However, they are fundamentally the same. Even though I had a perfect opportunity to hurt someone, I didn't find it fun at all. Conversely, this time I could not point my wand at Dahlia. Even if I had to abandon Granger, I would not abandon her until the very end. As a monster, I shouldn't be making such a move. I became even more unsure of who I was. This is terrible. Dahlia, why would you say such things to embarrass me? You must stay away from me because I am a monster. But how do you know? Why don't you just leave me alone? If you didn't say that, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. I couldn't understand anything anymore. I couldn't think of anything. I didn't know what to do. My chest hurt so much, and my head ached as if it were splitting open. All of this was because Dahlia played some poor joke on me. As I tried to figure out what to do to relieve the growing pain in my chest and the pain in my head that felt like it was splitting from the confusion, I came up with an answer. No, I just knew what to do. An answer came to me in my chaotic thoughts. Yeah, what exactly was I worrying about? I didn't know what Dahlia was thinking, but there was only one thing I needed to do. If Dahlia still wouldn't leave me after all this, then all I had to do was leave her. And this was definitely something I had to do eventually. I really didn't want to go down this path. If I were going to do it, I considered it only after Dahlia had left. Otherwise, I might end up causing her unnecessary trauma. But if this was my only choice, this time, I readied my cane and pointed the tip at myself. What are you doing? If you cannot leave me, then I will leave myself. If there is pain, simply eliminate the cause of the pain. If I cannot point the wand at Dahlia, then I will point it at myself. Goodbye, Dahlia. Avada Kedavra. Dahlia screamed in surprise at my action, but I didn't care and tried to cast the spell. No, I was stopped by Dahlia, who suddenly rushed at me. Dahlia wrapped her arms around me and screamed. What are you trying to do, Dahlia? You can't do this. Please let go of me. I must kill the monster. I cannot let the monster stay by your side anymore. So, you are not a monster. Doing this makes no sense. You will only make Draco sad. If Dahlia dies too, I will be sad, and I won't be able to forgive you. If anything happens to you, As Dahlia tried to speak, I carefully pulled her away, taking off my glove, using force, addition, subtraction, etc. Then, Dahlia spoke, as if she would jump on me again if I made any suspicious movements. Why? I asked, glaring. How can you say I am not a monster? Why are you trying to show me a redemption that doesn't exist? I felt this anger. The basilisk, which was originally their only hope, had now become an illusion. There was nothing left to save me. Didn't I tell you? My secret, saying such a terrible monster. How can you still say I am not a monster? And I remembered what Dahlia had said earlier. You are wrong. You would never hurt or kill me or Draco. You are not a monster. Somehow, her words seemed to hold some kind of conviction at the time. There shouldn't be any facts to support this. I shouted, my gaze sharp. I wouldn't hurt you and your brother. Why are you saying such nonsense? What exactly do you see in me to say such inappropriate things? Are you there? A scream that even contained my anger. I don't want you disturbing me. I would rather you leave me alone than say I am not a monster. I want you to leave. Even if I pointed my cane at myself again, Dahlia was ready to pounce on me, and for her safety, I could not take any action. This time, I could do nothing but scream in anger. However, Dahlia's reaction to my scream was once again something I could not have predicted. For some reason, a look of shock appeared on Dahlia's face, and then the corners of her mouth drooped. It was no longer the angry or embarrassed expression from before, but one filled with compassion. Then she began to explain her words casually, as if she were teaching common sense that everyone knew. Dahlia, you are indeed a Slytherin. Smart, brave, and willing to move forward by any means necessary. That is why you have reached the wrong conclusion right now. I have never tried to see the other side of myself because I am trapped in my own inner darkness. I think you have dug too deep into my heart because you are too smart, too brave, and too cunning, and because you never escaped your own inner darkness and continued to face it alone. You are wrong. Moreover, you are so kind that I guess you cannot bear the possibility of even slightly insulting your family. But, Dahlia, that is why you are so kind. I overlooked this point. But I am an idiot. That is why I was able to notice Dahlia's perspective. I wanted to know what would happen when Dahlia pointed the cane at me, but ever since I rushed at her, she seemed to have stopped trying to kill herself. I am glad. It seems she is finally willing to listen to me, but I cannot let my guard down. Dahlia's hesitation is not because her mental state has recovered, but because she thinks if she rushes at me again, it will be dangerous for me. Because it won't be. Now is the critical moment. I cannot miss this chance that Dahlia is interested in listening to me, even if only for a moment. I must safely take Dahlia out of here, no matter what means I use. I slowly started talking to Dahlia, who wore a confused expression. Dahlia suppressed her previous anger and put on an expression that at least relieved Dahlia. Dahlia, I am certain you find pleasure in hurting certain things. I don't deny that. You looked amused when you killed the pixie, but I won't. I deny you. I don't deny it. Although you enjoy hurting and killing, you have never killed a person. Moreover, I thought you easily forgot your reason when killing. The only time I was there was when someone you cared about was hurt. You don't always want to kill. You must. I said with a smile. If that weren't the case, I think Dumbledore would have died many times, right? This was a joke I made to break the tension. But of course, she didn't react at all. They probably didn't have that luxury. Seeing that Dahlia showed no reaction, I quickly continued, feeling a little disappointed. Dahlia, you are just thinking too much. You are just overreacting to the side of yourself that you don't know. You are focusing too much on the darkness you don't know, which might be the cause of this situation. I'm just thinking of too many possibilities. You would never hurt me or Draco. The fact that you couldn't even point your wand at me just now proves it. Even other humans couldn't hurt you unless you had a vulnerability. I would never hurt you. As I said before, if you didn't hold back, this school would be full of dead people right now, including the principal. This year, it was all those people who pushed you to the limit. That's the reason. This year. No, not just this year. Even last year, many things I didn't know about might have happened, making Dahlia uncomfortable and unable to bear it. It was mainly related to Dumbledore. However, Dahlia has almost never shown her admiration for murder in front of me. The only time I saw Dahlia attempt to kill someone was that time with Ginny Weasley. Regardless of this year, it would have been good if I had been with Dahlia all last year. You always hold back, even if you want to kill. You didn't feel it. Otherwise, a smart girl like you wouldn't have failed to notice for 11 years. That couldn't happen. And the only time you started enjoying killing was when someone important to you was hurt. Your desire for murder is always caused by your kindness. That's all. Even when you pointed your wand at Weasley in the library, you didn't kill anyone. That's why you have never killed anyone, and you never will. You are a murderer. You want to do it, but at the same time, you know it is a sin. Because you are always so kind. I was just stating facts. I had no intention of saying anything wrong. Even so, my voice grew louder because I was annoyed that Dahlia still wasn't showing much reaction. Are you a monster? Don't talk nonsense. You are a kind girl. No matter how much you deny it, that is a fact you can never change. Killing is fun, even if you think so. If the gap is your kindness, and it is your kindness that suppresses it, then it is only an interest you have in killing. She is just a kind girl. She is not a monster. I finally screamed as loud as I could, so I had to catch my breath slightly. When I was rambling in a voice that didn't sound like a girl's, Dahlia finally opened her mouth, although it sounded completely unconvincing. What do you say you know? When Dahlia finally reacted, her expression was extremely cold. You say I am kind, and you call me kind, which is far from a monster like me. What exactly do you see in me to make such a foolish evaluation? What do you think you understand? Me? To a woman who has only seen me for a year. A woman who has only talked to me for a year. How can you say you understand me better than I understand myself? Is that right? Dahlia's words were not wrong. From her perspective, I had only known her for a year. However, if you say something about yourself with a knowing expression on your face, it might make you angry. This is especially true if you believe you are a monster. But me, I know you. I have only known you for a year. I have known you for a long time. Even before meeting you at the sorting, I knew. Although it was one-sided, it wasn't like we had only known each other for a year. I didn't know if Dahlia would understand even a little if I told her this. Out of shame for my past self, I decided to tell Dahlia something I had been hiding. Dahlia told me her secret. Since that was the case, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't also have to talk about my own foolishness. Besides, if this increased my chances of persuading Dahlia, even slightly, it didn't matter if I felt a little embarrassed. I started speaking softly to Dahlia, who looked suspicious. Dahlia also fell silent, seeming at least willing to listen to what I had to say. When the sorting happened, I acted like I had never seen you, but actually, I had seen you a long time ago. I was a 6-year-old student at a tea party. Sometimes. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I've been hiding this from you for a long time. I was truly a fool back then. I would calmly tell you about killing muggles and muggleborns. Now that I think about it, he only said that to alleviate his loneliness. He was an irredeemably foolish person who didn't have the confidence or courage to do such a thing. Perhaps it was sudden, but I think there are things I can't imagine right now. Dahlia stared at me with an expression of cruelty, surprise, and disgust. Of course, I had always hidden my foolish past self from her. My parents, like all pureblood nobles, were proud of their lineage. I am the same now, but back then, I couldn't believe the love between my father and mother. At that time, I simply couldn't believe it. I didn't believe that the pride of being a pureblood and love for oneself could coexist. I started doubting because of the fact that I was a pureblood. That alone was foolish enough, but to alleviate that loneliness, I made an even more foolish choice. I indulged in tormenting my pureblood status and tried to fill my empty heart by looking down on others. I was truly foolish. I was too foolish, but the one person I didn't want to know was you, which is why I hid it. At this, I changed my previously somber tone and continued as cheerfully as possible. The story of my foolish self is over. Now the story of my precious benefactor will begin. But, at the tea party when I was 6, I was able to confront my foolish self. I was able to reconsider my foolish values. Because I met you. For me. Dahlia made a confused sound, so I continued speaking quickly. Don't give Dahlia enough time to get lost in thought. Yes, although I hadn't spoken to you yet. I watched you from afar and thought, what a beautiful girl you are. I wanted to know if she was a beautiful girl. It wasn't because she was a pureblood member of the Malfoy family or anything, but as an individual, what an outstanding person you were. When I saw you, I felt a sense of displacement. My loneliness was blown away. This was the shock your existence brought me. So I wondered, what kind of person is this beautiful girl? What exactly are those sparkling eyes staring at? I wanted to know, and I couldn't help but want to talk to you. In the end, I couldn't talk to you because the adults were too attached to you, but I still learned something. Yes, you were loved by your family, not because you were a pureblood, but because you are a woman. And just as I suspected, you are a very kind girl. I was only 6 years old then. That happened a long time ago, but the scene is still deeply imprinted in my mind. If I close my eyes, I can still imagine that tea party. You told Mr. Lucius that you were tired of being surrounded by adults and wanted to rest, right? Even though you were the star of that tea party. But your father allowed it. If he only saw you as a pureblood, he wouldn't have treated you that way. At that time, Lucius was genuinely worried about you. He didn't love you because you were a pureblood. He loved you simply for who you were. This is why he is loved by the Malfoy family. Yes, that's right. Technically, I am not a pureblood, but the Malfoy family loves me very much, even though vampire blood flows in my veins. The words were full of love. Dahlia was expressionless, yet she whispered words that could even be called sympathetic. Contrary to her voice, a hint of pain surfaced somewhere. Perhaps she was torn between wanting to be with her family and realizing she had to separate from them. You shouldn't worry about such things. Yes, so, at that time, I still couldn't completely trust my family's love for me, which made me even more interested in you. From you, I could get the answer I had been searching for deep within my heart. I really wanted to talk to you, but after I talked to the adults for a while, you immediately withdrew. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand the idea of talking to you, only for the tea party to end. I just couldn't bear to see it end. So I chased you. You left the venue. Now that you mention it, that was around that time. Clearly, Dahlia also remembered someone chasing her and sneaking out of the venue. I'm sorry, I was walking around the house without permission back then, and Dahlia remembers it. Yes, that's right. I was the one who chased you that year. I was the one who followed you. I found where I was hiding and chased her. Maybe I should have thought about it and talked to you, but I also knew I was doing something wrong, so I ran away. But thanks to you, I was able to recognize you. I continued, as if savoring the scene from back then. You were talking to the house servant then, weren't you? That was wonderful. You treated him like a real family member. House servants are usually treated like pests, and it's common to treat him like that. The Malfoy family is the same. You never treated him that way, and that's how I knew. You are always cold and expressionless, but your heart is never cold, let alone the monster you claim to be. You have a strong heart that will never be affected by your surroundings, and a kindness that will never stop helping others. Because, yes, that scene was the key to understanding her. Even if I hadn't seen that scene, I would have eventually realized her kindness. But precisely because I saw it, I was able to look directly at her true nature from the moment I met her, which was completely contrary to her expression. Since that tea party, I have been drawn to your kindness. You couldn't be so kind to a house servant without having a kind heart. I knew that long ago, not just a year ago, but a long time ago, at that tea party. So, during the time I've been with you over the past year or so, I've never missed the small acts of kindness you show every day. You always silently continue to be considerate of others, not just family, like Draco, but also people who aren't family, especially Granger. Anyway, I knew you were kind a long time ago. I'm sure I've spoken to you about this. It's been like this ever since I entered Hogwarts. But if it were only your kindness, I would never make a mistake. I said this loudly, glaring at Dahlia, wondering what was going on. However, Dahlia remained stubborn. She whispered, her voice still trembling. Dobby is my family. Isn't it natural to be kind to your family? I have never been kind to anyone except my family. You have? A few shouts echoed in the dark and quiet chamber of secrets. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you always blame yourself for things, Dahlia? Have you been kind to anyone besides your family? Think about it, there are many such instances. I'm not just talking about house servant. In the first year, you saved Longbottom during flying practice. Recently, after Ginny Weasley tried to kill him, you carried her to the infirmary. That's not true. And Granger, you've been helping her. Not just when she was dealing with the troll. You've been helping her behind the scenes. When I was with Longbottom, honestly, I didn't know what to do, so I don't remember much. But if I recall correctly, there was a moment when I stood in front of my brother. I just thought it would be bad if she died. The reason I carried Weasley, who was lying there, wasn't because I was kind. It was because you are kind. I could have left her alone, but I only carried her because you said you would carry her. As for Granger, I have never helped her, but due to my actions, she saved herself. In fact, I even tried to harm her. I don't know what she was thinking, but Dahlia looked very depressed when she talked about Granger. What about me? I found an undeniable fact. Besides Granger, you absolutely helped me. I won't let you deny it. Even on the day you left me and Draco, you saved me. You didn't consider yourself. You weren't afraid to apply the potion to yourself. You sacrificed yourself to save me. It was just an impulse at the time, and I don't believe you helped me out of calculated thinking. Impossible. You unconsciously chose to help me. See, you have helped others before. I am not a member of the Malfoy family, yet you helped me. I guess she hadn't expected him to bring up the potion incident. Dahlia opened her mouth in confusion, closed it for a moment, and then tried to force words out. Because I'm not part of the Malfoy family, but you are a whisper that couldn't be put into words, just a monologue. But without a doubt, that was the sound of a crack appearing in the armor of her heart, which she always felt the need to keep others away from. Finally, in that moment, my words spoke the true feelings and genuine desires deep within Dahlia's heart. Dahlia's perspective. What? I can't understand if you don't speak clearly, Dahlia asked, as if the words that slipped from my mouth stung her. But I was in no position to worry about Dahlia's attitude. My thoughts became increasingly confused by the multitude of words. These words seemed to reveal things I had always denied. They didn't hurt me like the Dark Lord's words, but they were confusing enough. I was supposed to be a monster, but I wasn't a member of the Malfoy family, even though he was a filthy existence, contaminating the beautiful Malfoy family. So many intense and warm words. It must be painful for me, who has already given up on being human. But why? Amidst my confused thoughts, I finally spoke the words. Words I shouldn't have said to Dahlia. I had been hiding these words ever since I entered Hogwarts. You're not my family, but I love you. I love you, so. Unconscious words slipped from my mouth. I immediately noticed this and instantly closed my mouth. What did I just say? I was truly so foolish. Strong remorse surged through me, and I bit my lip, wanting to shut up. Please don't let me talk about any more true things or sounds. But it was too late. Words that have been spoken can never be taken back. Dahlia, you finally said it. As soon as I said the unnecessary words, Dahlia's face immediately warmed. She looked happy. Her smile, which I loved so much I wanted to look at it forever, turned into a smile so wide that looking at it always made my heart ache. I knew Dahlia liked me, but I couldn't let her get close. I shouldn't love you. I shouldn't love you. To keep my secret from her. To protect her from knowing my secret. But I said it. The secret, and the feelings that shouldn't exist. I just forget it now. Although I realized there was no point in doing so, I immediately tried to deny what I had just said. I thought that if I spoke those words, it would give Dahlia unnecessary expectations. I shouldn't get too close to anyone, but if I said those words, I might eventually bring her the same pain I felt. But, oh, no, I will never forget it. Dahlia's smile never faded. Dahlia spoke slowly in a calm voice, soothing my confusion. I couldn't help but be drawn to that voice, believing that something was wrong. He tried to push the overflowing thoughts back inside, but even though he kept silent, his mind continued to search for Dahlia's words. Even though it was painful, even though it hurt, even though it had to hurt. Why was I listening to her so intently? I was a little nervous during my confession. I thought you didn't truly care about me, but you finally said it. So I want to say it as many times as I want. It's enough. It's enough, Dahlia. There could be no redemption there. There was no longer any place where I belonged. I couldn't help but feel warmed by Dahlia's words. Even though that warmth hurt me helplessly, my ears could never turn away from it. Was it because somewhere in my heart, I was relieved that she knew all my secrets, and even knowing them, she still tried to be kind to me? I wondered if that was why. As I've always told you, you're not a monster. Now that I know your secret, you don't have to push me away anymore. You are mine. I won't hurt you. You think I'm important, and even if I know your secret, I won't be afraid of you. The reason I kept my secret. Dahlia continued to talk to me about it, as if persuading me, as if she was eliminating my escape routes one by one. So, Dahlia, you don't have to be alone anymore. You don't have to treat yourself as a monster who needs to be alone. After Dahlia finished speaking, she stared at my face. Perhaps he read my emotions from my blank expression as usual. But you still don't believe in yourself? She looked troubled, like a mother watching her young child fail. She asked me softly. Dahlia's concern for me is one of my favorite expressions. I love all of Dahlia's expressions, but this one is one of my favorites. When she snuggled gently beside me, I felt an inexplicable sense of security. However, even if they looked at me with such eyes, is it impossible to believe in myself? Of course, I couldn't believe in myself. I simply couldn't. Her argument was a crazy one, only valid because she was kind. The reason I couldn't really argue with her now was that I was completely confused. I wasn't a true member of the Malfoy family, and it was impossible for me to be without sin or abnormality. Furthermore, you said I wouldn't kill Ginny Weasley, right? But at that time, I really killed people without hesitation. Even if I don't harm important people like you or my family, one day I will definitely kill someone. If that happens, I will no longer be a person. Family, I will no longer be someone who can tell me that they are important to them. This time I will cause trouble for my family. Some of the things she said before, even though I was very confused now, could definitely be seen as wrong. At that time, I acted completely unconsciously. I no longer hated murder as much as before, and I felt that killing was a very natural thing. That was one of all my abnormalities. Why I am a monster and not a person. Why I shouldn't be with the people I care about. However, Dahlia's reaction to my heartfelt rebuttal was extremely blunt. Honestly, besides Draco, I don't care about anyone, including the Weasley family and the Potter family there. But as you said, even if you killed people without hesitation that year, I don't think you will kill someone. Besides, if you really end up killing Weasley, then you shouldn't leave me or Draco. We can even stop you. This was an even more outrageous argument than before. She cast aside all my worries and pains, just because she trusted me. There was nothing in my heart that I could trust. Everything about me was made up of lies and secrets. My body was also a lie. My heart was also a lie, even though I had been lying to Dahlia and hiding the terrible truth about myself. However, for some reason, she knew that everything about me was a lie, and even after learning my dirty truth, she still continued to say that she would always trust me. There was no way I could do that. Why do you believe me so much? Why can you make me believe in myself so much? I couldn't help but cry out to Dahlia, just as I hugged her tightly. I raised my voice, moved by an incomprehensible feeling, like anxiety or anticipation, which was different from the strong guilt I had felt just now. For 11 years, I didn't even realize I was a monster. How can I believe in myself like this? Which part of me can I believe in? No matter what she said, this fact remained. I didn't understand myself until I looked in the mirror, and I still didn't understand myself. I simply couldn't believe such a self. The person who heard my cry, as always, showed a kind smile. Dahlia, I think no one in this world can understand themselves on their own. The past me was also like this. I tried to escape my own darkness on my own, but in the end, not only did I not escape, but I was taken in, and I almost lost my mind. You helped me to the end. I felt that I couldn't illuminate the darkness in my heart on my own. I needed someone who could give me an answer. By perceiving its existence, we can face our own darkness for the first time. You have been looking for answers on your own, not even relying on your family. I think you are a hardworking person. I think you are a brave girl. But this is not enough. No matter how smart you are, some darkness you can never illuminate on your own. You don't understand yourself. Because I have no choice. So a little compromise is fine, right? Forgiving yourself is also fine, right? There's no need to keep blaming yourself for not understanding yourself. Isn't that right? When he gently reached out his hand to me. From now on, I will illuminate the darkness with you. Perhaps Draco, who is waiting for you upstairs, will also do the same. You don't have to face the darkness alone anymore. So just a little bit. Can you believe in yourself? Dahlia continued to wait for me to reach out and take her hand back. But of course, I couldn't reach out. Even if someone suddenly said such things to me, I couldn't believe in myself and say, yes, I understand. Even though I was not a member of the Malfoy family, I unknowingly continued to pollute the Malfoy family, and I could never forgive myself. Is it okay to just say that? No, it's not. I can't do it. Dahlia asked me with a troubled expression, perhaps angry that I didn't reach out for her hand at all, and I uttered words of refusal. There was no way. No matter what Dahlia said, I wouldn't believe in myself. As a result, I could only lower my head. I couldn't erase the only blemish on the Malfoy family, nor could I believe in myself as Dahlia said, so I just kept staring at the ground, doing nothing. I continued to stare at the monster reflected in the water that looked nothing like a member of the Malfoy family, but I was faced with the most shocking and cunning words I had ever encountered. Dahlia stared at me for a while, then said, "Then believe me, because I said something I absolutely couldn't ignore. I understand you can't believe in yourself. I certainly think it's cruel to ask you to immediately believe in something you've been blaming for a long time. But if that's the case, if you don't believe in yourself, believe in me." As I slowly raised my head, Dahlia continued to speak cheerfully. "You couldn't even point your wand at me just now, and you just told me you love me. Thank you. I'm really happy. I'm really happy now. So, now it's my turn to repay you. The favor you gave me, now it's my turn to repay you. If Dahlia is going to say so much, then you don't have to believe me. So please, if you like me, even a little bit, if you trust me enough to see through the lies you told me about your secret, you are a kind girl. When I say you don't like me, please believe me. You don't have to leave me or Draco. Believe me, you can stay with me. These words were cruel kindness, and at the same time, cruel cunning. Similar words, if someone said similar words. How sneaky. This is really sneaky. I had no choice but to believe. Sneaky, sneaky. Why are you saying such things to me? I shrieked in an angry voice. If you say that, I can only believe it, right? I can't deny the fact that you've been with me for so long, right? You're really cunning, aren't you? What kind of child are you? Not believing Dahlia would be tantamount to admitting that she wanted to take revenge on me. If that were the case, I would erase Dahlia. There was no way I could do that. Dahlia had always been with me. Dahlia knew my secret, but still watched over me. Even after knowing the secret, Dahlia continued to say such warm words to me. I couldn't say I didn't believe. I couldn't let Dahlia be insulted by my despicable heart anymore. But even so, I knew I still had to say it out loud, that I didn't believe. But still, just as I couldn't point my wand at her, I couldn't even say any words to refuse her. Deep inside me, I heard something shatter. Something I had suppressed for a long time, something I had suppressed deep in my heart never to be seen, began to overflow. Reason was overcome by incomprehensible emotions. Keeping secrets for myself, and most importantly, keeping secrets for my family. To protect the people we care about, we keep our distance from others. I began to feel more pain than before, even though I had always thought it was my duty until now. I couldn't believe in myself, but when it came to Dahlia, I couldn't help but believe her. But Dahlia shouted at me as if to motivate me. Dahlia, please say it again. I love you. I love your expressionless but rich expressions. I love your intelligence, but clumsiness when facing yourself. I love your kind heart. So tell me too. You will stay with me. I will never be alone. Please tell me that feeling again. Must be denied. Must be kept away. Don't believe. And you shouldn't fall in love with it. Yes, I desperately suppressed the overflowing self, but I like it. I couldn't stop the thoughts that suddenly gushed out. Although I was rational, my words were full of emotion. From my mouth, from my heart, my true feelings overflowed. I had been hiding my feelings for Dahlia since last year. I love you. I always wanted to be friends with you. I love you always being with me, worrying about me. Even if we're not family, I want to be with you. That's why. I finally said it. Please let me stay with you. Please let me be your friend. Don't abandon me. My sin increased by 1. This was the greatest sin ever. Even if you believe Dahlia, it doesn't mean you can believe me. It doesn't change the fact that I am a monster. He didn't fully accept Dahlia's words that he wouldn't hurt the people he cared about. But I still couldn't choose to leave Dahlia. I finally shirked my duty. How foolish I am. Although I was almost unable to hold on now. Because I couldn't make such a choice, I felt so much pain, and even if it might hurt the people I cared about later, I had completely gone down the wrong path. What was even more helpless was that even though I made the wrong choice, I still couldn't fully regret it. Even though I shirked my duty, even though I shirked killing the monster, why did I feel both so much pain and joy at the same time? Yes, of course. We are always friends. We are always friends. Dahlia's eyes were filled with gentle tears. Those tears made my heart ache even more. This pain must be my punishment, because he said something he shouldn't have said to the kind Dahlia. And being with Dahlia, for me who made an extremely irresponsible choice. From now on, I must continue to feel this pain. Although it was regrettable, for some reason, I felt that this pain was also lovely. In the Chamber of Secrets, which should have been dimly lit and shrouded in darkness, only Dahlia's sobs echoed continuously. We had nothing to say to each other. Neither of us knew what to say. Dahlia was busy wiping away her constantly falling tears, and I didn't know what to say to her. The words I ended up saying were, "Dahlia, are you crying?" This was so strange, anyone could tell at a glance. I was still hopelessly foolish. Chapter 110 Potions and the Air. Dahlia, though crying, still smiled and said, "I'm so happy I can't help but cry from joy." I turned back to wipe my eyelids with my robe. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, indicating she might have felt a little embarrassed. "You really are." I gave Dahlia a wry smile, her reaction completely opposite to my previous tension, and I instinctively reached out to stop her. Just like the party at the end of the school year last year. Just like in Potion this year, when she cried because she suspected I was the Nair. At that time, I couldn't even touch her. I couldn't even comfort her because I had to stay away from her. But now, I shouldn't know this is true. However, it's okay to regret. It's okay to feel pain. I'm already so close. Given this, do I still have to endure here? Of course, I need an answer. This doesn't mean I'm no longer a monster. But now, I want to follow this feeling. I'm sorry, Dahlia. Apologizing to Dahlia in my heart, I gently placed my hand on her head, which I had never touched before. Ah, I finally touched you. Dahlia suddenly looked up, staring directly into her eyes. There was a feeling of love for me that hadn't changed in the slightest from before. It wasn't his usual expressionless face, but for some reason, her face was full of smiles. My face reflected this. Dahlia, let's go now. Just as I was thoroughly stroking her head, Dahlia spoke in a whisper. A moment ago, she was desperately wiping away the tears streaming down her face, but now she seemed to have regained her composure. Although I felt a little disappointed, I still nodded and walked away. Indeed, he couldn't stay here forever, even though he had said he would be with Dahlia. I shifted my gaze from Dahlia, trying to take the first step, but I couldn't. I was still very scared. Even if Dahlia urged me to give up, my reality would never change. As always, my heart was filled with immense fear and self-loathing. Moreover, leaving here meant meeting my brother upstairs. I had been avoiding my brother for a long time. Not only did I not know what expression to make when I saw my brother, but I was also afraid that he still didn't know the truth about me. Although Dahlia accepted me, I was not a person who would normally be accepted. I'm afraid to see my brother. If my brother rejects me, although this is my first step, I can't move forward because of fear. As I stood still, the darkness of the Chamber of Secrets tried to enter my mind again. It's okay. Once again illuminated by Dahlia's bright words. When I turned my head, I saw Dahlia looking at me with tears in her eyes. Then, she gently embraced me and whispered another word. Her gentle voice, I liked it. It's okay. Only one word was spoken. Even so, a warm feeling surged in my heart again. Ah, you really are. As I held her hand, Dahlia smiled and walked forward. This time, I was able to take a step forward. It's okay. It's okay. Short words, I didn't even know what they referred to. But for me, are you okay? You can be with someone and your family. I felt like he was saying that. She only said one word, forgiving me and telling me it was okay for me to be around others. I had always hoped someone would say these words to me. Truly, I made some good friends. This kind child has always been by my side. She has always been by my side. This kind child will always be my friend. She must have noticed my expression brighten a little. Dahlia nodded gently and began to walk, tightening her grip on my hand. Then he walked between Potter and Ginny Weasley. My reaction was delayed for a moment, as this was a very natural action. Dahlia spoke in an unnaturally bright voice, while I was stunned by the sudden act of anger in such a moving scene. He was a completely convinced criminal. Let's go. Even Draco is waiting with his head held high. And, we still have to tell the idiots upstairs that Dahlia is innocent this time. So, let's go up, the two of us. Sure enough, Dahlia was kind, but at the same time, she was absolutely a Slytherin. Dahlia, if we leave them here, there will be problems. I couldn't help but call out to Dahlia, who seemed to only regard the two of us as stones of varying sizes, a bitter smile on her face. Dahlia might be angry because Potter suspected I was the Nair. I haven't told you what happened here yet, but from the way Potter looked at me, I already had a general idea of what happened here. Potter came all this way to save me and Weasley. To be honest, I didn't care much about how they saw me, and at the same time, I didn't care what they thought. But I really couldn't leave them behind. From Dahlia's way of speaking, it was clear that most students still considered me the heir despite my abduction. Given this, if I left them here, they would naturally suspect me even more as the culprit. I would no longer be able to prove that I was not the Nair. In the worst case, I would be sent to Azkaban, and I would ruin the House of Malfoy's reputation. No, it's worse than that. If I can't bring them back here safely, not only I, but Dahlia will also be suspected. Dahlia is my friend. She might be considered my accomplice. No matter what happens to me, Dahlia absolutely cannot be harmed. Dahlia is a smart and cunning child. Since I stopped him, he probably understood what I meant. She seemed truly reluctant, nodding her head. She looked truly disappointed. Yeah, I'm really sorry, but I just wanted to let these guys go. But on second thought, it's better to let them go. There won't be any problems. No, even if I'm not that disappointed. I waved my wand, looking at Dahlia, who seemed particularly disappointed about waking Potter, energetic and vibrant. After the wand was waved, the two slowly got up. Potter was the first to speak. When he woke up, he just looked around with a somewhat sleepy expression, but when I and Dahlia entered his field of vision, his eyes widened. It screamed in horror. Harry's perspective. When I regained consciousness, the first thing I saw was Dahlia Malfoy, who had knocked me out, and Dahlia Greengrass, who shouldn't have been here, standing hand in hand. My half-asleep mind suddenly calmed down. That's right, I'm Dahlia Malfoy. I jumped up as soon as I woke up, shouting as I stood up to protect Ginny, who seemed to have woken up at the same time as me. Dahlia Malfoy. What do you mean? Why did you curse me? And why is Dahlia Greengrass here? No, if you're here, Hermione or Ron are strangely not there. What exactly did you do to them? Even if she wasn't the heir, Dahlia Malfoy was still dangerous. She was such a mysterious and dangerous person that Dumbledore was the first to suspect her. Although everything had passed, he suddenly cast a spell on me. What was I doing when I lost consciousness? I don't know what will happen. At this moment, Dahlia Greengrass suddenly appeared. She wasn't on the way here. Although the path so far was straight, this meant she came to chase us. This meant they successfully overtook Hermione and Ron, who should have been behind them. Greengrass, Dahlia Malfoy's belt, was here, while Hermione and Ron were nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that Greengrass had done something to both of them, and I naturally felt wary and angry towards her. However, the response to this wary and loud voice was, after all, Dahlia was the one who knocked Potter out. Anyway, I think that's the point. This was not Dahlia Malfoy's response, but Greengrass's cold voice. Greengrass nodded frequently, with an understanding expression on her face. After a look of satisfaction appeared on her face, she spoke in a mocking tone. Potter, why did Dahlia cast a spell on you? Don't you even know that? It's because you were in the way. I was fighting the basilisk because this was all about you anyway. Weren't you hindering Dahlia? Don't talk nonsense about Dahlia being your heir. In fact, I think you should be grateful to Dahlia. Dahlia was an obstacle to you, and Dahlia was just your obstacle. You made me faint. I think this is much better than having someone messing around nearby. The power was so great that no opposition was allowed. Abusive words poured out one after another. I was stunned, but Greengrass's momentum did not stop. Or what? Do you still think Dahlia is the heir? Although the basilisk has been defeated, and this year's events are over, you don't know who the real heir is. But you're no longer here? I think if you're an idiot, that's possible, but you're a great hero. You can't have that much power. Shawnee, you're just another clown manipulated by the old man. Of course, your 3 friends. Oh, don't worry, I just knocked them out. A little bit. I just made you sleep. Well, I didn't even make one of you sleep, but there's no life-threatening danger. He should still be lying in the tunnel now. This is the same reason Dahlia made you faint, but it seems I will only become Granger is the only one who helped me get here. But you guys, Dahlia, that's enough. Just as I was getting carried away, Dahlia Malfoy's voice rang out. I was grateful that she suddenly helped me, but she certainly didn't raise her voice to help me. Interrupting Greengrass was not just directed at me. I believe he no longer thinks I'm the heir either. Both he and I know the true identity of the heir. Looking at the suspicious Greengrass, she showed her usual indifferent expression and spoke to Ginny, who was hiding behind me, as if she had just remembered. For some reason, that cold voice seemed filled with anger, regret, and sadness. How on earth did he, who clearly said he was just a memory, send someone to open the Chamber of Secrets? I don't know why he was here, but I guessed Greengrass still didn't know what happened here, nor the truth that had been revealed. Dahlia Malfoy stared coldly at her, while she also looked at Ginny, who was glaring at her, with a strange expression on her face. But I understood what she meant. She was blaming Ginny. For some reason, she was blaming the unconscious, manipulated Ginny, while Ginny stared at her with an even colder expression than usual. Ginny, who should have been treated as a victim. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt she was blaming me. Ginny, behind me, burst into tears and screamed, "Oh, it wasn't me." "Ah, you might not know, because you just woke up then. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't mean to." "That's right. Ginny didn't do anything wrong. It was all Tom. You must have heard. So Ginny has no reason to be looked at like that." As Ginny cried, I supported her, glaring at Dahlia Malfoy. Indeed, I thought it was my fault to suspect her as the heir, but there was no reason to blame Ginny, who was pure, innocent, a victim, and an individual. He couldn't say such irresponsible things to Greengrass, who probably knew nothing. Dahlia Malfoy glared at me for a while, then shifted her gaze from me and looked back at the basilisk lying behind her. Although I couldn't see her expression, I could still hear her voice, as if with a hint of sadness. That's good too. So, I'm not guilty for being manipulated? Absolutely correct. Yes, I think that's indeed the case. I was obviously jealous. That's true. If you really don't know, then I believe it's not your fault either. Just like he's just a basilisk, he's not like me. But if that's the case, why? This world is truly unreasonable. I didn't know what she said in the latter half, but it was clear that she didn't believe it at all. Ultimately, I couldn't agree with this person's perspective. I glared at her more sharply, but she said carelessly, "It's meaningless to think about these things now, let's go. If we stay here too long, Dahlia will catch a cold." With that, she quickly began to lead Greengrass away. Their attitude was as if they were no longer useful to us. They didn't even look at us, just walked away hand in hand. But I was not fooled. I was surprised by the sudden question from Greengrass, but I still remembered that they hadn't answered my question yet. Wait, you haven't answered my questions yet. Trying to make excuses for Ginny and changing the subject is pointless. Why did you cast a spell on me? Why this chamber of secrets? Is Dahlia Greengrass here? Who wasn't present just now? Answer me. Dahlia Malfoy. Things couldn't continue like this. If Greengrass's words were true, Hermione and Ron were safe. But the other questions remained unanswered. Depending on her reply, I might have to fight an enemy stronger than the basilisk again. As I prepared my wand and waited for an answer, she sighed and said, "Is that why I cast magic on you? Let me answer your question with a question. By the way, what was your understanding when you cast Disarming Charm on me? The heir was fighting him, and thanks to you, I was caught by him. I am now in a situation where I don't know when the basilisk will appear. What exactly do you want to do?" He answered a question with a question. This was the answer I least wanted. If you put it that way, you are saying nothing at all. Although I knew I shouldn't be fooled, the hostility in my heart suddenly grew stronger. I replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "That was because I believed you were the heir. I thought Tom was my ally at the time, so when he fought you, I had to help him immediately. That's what I thought. I feel sorry about that. I had been suspicious about whether you were the heir, even though you weren't the heir or anything. As for that, I think it was really bad. I'm sorry, but that's a different matter. After everything was over, you cast a spell on me. Why was that?" I desperately scolded my guilt and questioned her again. However, the next words were, My reason is the same as yours. Because you were one step away from the heir, you cast a spell on me, so I thought you were the enemy. Just like me, it seems you were also suspected of being the heir somewhat. Also, you said everything was over, but I had just woken up then. Oh, I don't know if everything was over. Sorry, I also had the same misunderstanding as you, but I forgive you. Right. You misunderstood too. Now we are partners. I had some doubts in my heart. I couldn't believe she was telling the truth. First of all, it was obvious that he was treated randomly. They might not have had any hidden intentions in the first place, but I couldn't pursue it any further. Even if I tried to pursue it, the guilt rising deep inside me would hinder me. No matter how dangerous she was, I felt bad about the terrible things she had done. I knew the feeling of being suspected by everyone around you of being the monster who turned people into stone, even if you had no memory of claiming to be the heir. I felt terrible that the suffering I felt then continued to be unconsciously projected onto her. Only she and I could understand that feeling. So when this question was brought up, I had no choice but to back down. Although he didn't believe it at all, he seemed to understand that I shut my mouth with a dissatisfied look. Greengrass spoke next to Dahlia Malfoy, who turned her gaze away from me again, as if she didn't care. "My reason is the same as yours. Just as you came to rescue Ginny Weasley, I came to rescue Dahlia, who was kidnapped by the heir. Oh, unlike you, I know Dahlia is innocent, pure, a victim, harmed, a person. Also, I want to apologize in advance. Your cheerful companions, I made them unconscious. But like I said, there is no danger to their lives, so don't worry." This time, I was completely speechless. Dahlia Malfoy's story was always questionable, but Greengrass's story made sense. Since Dahlia Malfoy wasn't the heir, I couldn't deny her story. She was Dahlia Malfoy's friend. It wouldn't be strange if she came to save Dahlia Malfoy just as I saved Ginny, assuming they were telling the truth. Well, it seems I have nothing more to say this time. Let's go. If you can go home on your own, you can come a little later. I don't want to be with you anymore, it's fine. From now on, you three, go to sleep. I'll lift the spell for you. As I watched the two of them walk away together, I picked up the diary with a large hole in the middle and the sword, and helped Ginny stand up. They couldn't leave Hermione and Ron in charge. We had to get out of here quickly to ensure the safety of the two of us. Let's go, Ginny. I think it's best to keep an eye on those guys, but they don't seem to be planning anything right now. Besides, they can't stay here forever like they said. I can't go. Especially Ginny, she was just tormented by Tom. We need to get to a warm place quickly. I started following the two of them while managing to keep the drooping Ginny standing. I'm going to be expelled. Oh God, I've longed for life at Hogwarts ever since Bill entered the school. I'm going to be expelled. What will Mum and Dad say? Muggles. As they walked, Ginny continued to whisper sadly. I just kept repeating that it was okay, but then I suddenly wondered what had happened to Fawkes and looked around. I hadn't seen it since I woke up, despite its striking appearance. Just as I was starting to think something had happened to the two of them, something landed on my shoulder. When I hastily looked back, the beautiful Phoenix, Fawkes, was perched on my shoulder. It was still looking at me with gentle eyes. Good, Fawkes. Well, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you. I owe you a lot. I thanked it, relieved that it was safe. Thanks to it, I was able to defeat the basilisk and the heir, Tom. Just as I was about to thank it further, it nodded, seemingly telling me not to worry, and then took off again, flying toward Dahlia Malfoy, who was walking ahead of me. Then, for some reason, it landed on her shoulder and began stroking her head with its fiery red feathers. She seemed surprised by the sudden occurrence, as if helping, as if comforting, as if apologizing. Without warning, it showed friendliness toward Dahlia Malfoy, who was thought to be a dangerous person. Why was Fawkes standing on her shoulder? Furthermore, why did it look so friendly? As I wondered about Fawkes's unexpected behavior, I heard Dahlia Malfoy's suspicious voice. What kind of bird is this? No, it's a phoenix. But why would a phoenix appear in a place like this? I don't think it has anything to do with the Chamber of Secrets. No, now that I think about it, where is this? I feel like I've seen it before. Come to think of it, Fawkes had come to help her while she was unconscious. She probably didn't know about Fawkes. She looked at Fawkes, who at first glance seemed to have nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets, with a face full of surprise. However, after watching for a while, the direction of the cloud seemed suspicious. No way. No, of course, it's not like that. But if it were. She widened her eyes as if she had suddenly thought of something and began questioning Greengrass in a very panicked voice. Dahlia, did you see this bird when you came? Dahlia Malfoy suddenly shouted in confusion, and Greengrass responded confusedly. What's wrong, Dahlia? No, I didn't see it. What about this bird? I see. No, it's fine as long as you didn't see it. But I guess she wasn't completely satisfied with Greengrass's answer. Dahlia Malfoy mumbled something for a while as Greengrass watched worriedly, but when Ginny and I approached, she acted as if she had already mentioned that they were there too. Potter, it seems you know this bird. What exactly is this phoenix? And was it ever in this room? She asked me non-committally. Her face was expressionless, but it was obvious what she was worried about. On the other hand, wow, Fawkes is Dumbledore's phoenix. I don't know when it arrived. Just a little while ago, right? I lied immediately. Why did she suddenly start panicking? I roughly guessed why from the whispers that leaked from her mouth. Maybe she thought Fawkes saw her? After she knocked me unconscious, she did something no one could see. Some things indicated how dangerous she was. If that was the case, Fawkes might have seen everything. Fawkes came here while Dahlia Malfoy was unconscious. You came after I fainted. If the deaf Greengrass didn't notice either, Fawkes might have seen all of Dahlia Malfoy's misdeeds without her noticing. Then there was only one thing I should do. I couldn't imagine what methods he would use, but I was sure Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, would try to get information from Fawkes. I didn't know if he was back at Hogwarts yet, but the professor would definitely return, so I had to bring Fawkes back safely. If Fawkes observed everything as she feared, it might be able to uncover her secrets. Yes, I resolutely lied to Dahlia Malfoy. But you can't lie. Dahlia Malfoy wasn't that cute. Suddenly she looked into my eyes, and the feeling was like how Dumbledore sometimes looked at me. It was as if I was deep inside my heart. I felt like I was feeling. Something entered my mind, looking into my heart, and this feeling was not wrong. As if reading my thoughts, she continued. It seems there's no doubt that the Phoenix belongs to Dumbledore. What a shame. But saying it just arrived is a lie. I don't know when it arrived. I didn't know why she continued to speak with such a firm tone, as if she had read my thoughts. There was a strong conviction in her words that made me feel like she was reading my mind. If this continued, it would be bad. I instinctively tried to raise my wand. What are you mimicking? The attempt ended when Fawkes covered Dahlia Malfoy's vision with a feather. Clearly, Fawkes was distracting Dahlia Malfoy to protect me. The moment her sight was obscured, the feeling that she was looking into my mind vanished. I wondered what that feeling was just now. A strange silence permeated the Chamber of Secrets. Dahlia Malfoy and Fawkes stared into each other's eyes, and Greengrass watched them with a nervous expression. However, Dahlia Malfoy and Fawkes merely looked at each other, ignoring Greengrass's actions. Dahlia Malfoy wore her usual indifferent expression. Fawkes looked at me with the same friendly eyes. They just stared at each other, as if talking, as if discussing something, as if comforting each other, and as if apologizing. How long did it do that? After staring at each other for a moment, the silence finally ended with a whisper from Dahlia Malfoy. "What is Dumbledore's pet doing now? But I guess I have no choice but to believe it." Dahlia Malfoy seemed satisfied. Fawkes was Fawkes, nipping Dahlia Malfoy's annoyed ear, as if trying to reassure her. It looked like they were just staring at each other, but I wondered what they were doing. But we seemed to have escaped punishment. Moreover, Dahlia Malfoy had already seen and used the information Fawkes might possess. For a while, I wondered what would happen, but now I could tell Dumbledore everything that happened here. But I still didn't feel safe. His opponent was different from Draco Malfoy, even Dumbledore was wary of her. "I don't know what you're fussing about, but since you're done, let's hurry up and go." I started walking, my tone seemingly intended to snap Dahlia Malfoy out of her contemplation. Dahlia Malfoy seemed to think she couldn't pursue me anymore, and she started walking with Greengrass, still glaring at me somewhat discontentedly. I followed the two people. I made sure not to look at Dahlia Malfoy, lest she do anything else to me. I gripped my wand with the arm that wasn't supporting Ginny, never letting go. Through the Chamber of Secrets, the footsteps of the four echoed in the long, dark expanse. I could hear their whispers from before, as if they were discussing something, but perhaps because the distance was a bit far, I couldn't make out what they were saying. After a few minutes of traversing the dark tunnel, I arrived at a place where rocks had collapsed. "We need to wake these guys up too." Dahlia Greengrass's voice rang out. I saw Hermione, Ron, and Lockhart lying on the floor. As she said, she had likely knocked him out before he got here. It was hard to imagine Hermione being easily defeated by such a person, so it was easy to imagine she was trying to take advantage of his frantic rock-moving behavior. "Greengrass, did you do this?" I was angry that my good friends who came with me were treated this way, and I glared at him as if to shoot him, but he completely ignored me and said, energetic, full of vitality, after casting a spell on Hermione and Ron. "Finito incantatem, end spell." After all, he cast a spell on Lockhart, who lay there motionless. Ron, Hermione, and the imposter slowly began to move. The first to move was Ron. Dahlia's perspective. I guess he hadn't noticed me and Dahlia standing on the edge yet. Weasley hugged his youngest sister, shouting with joy, "Ginny, that's great. You're alive. This isn't a dream, is it?" Reuniting with a sister thought to have passed away. For everyone, this might have been a truly moving scene. However, as someone who had no idea what had happened to the red-haired family, I was naturally not impressed by this scene. Judging by the expression on Dahlia's face, she didn't seem to be impressed either. "From a short while ago. I wonder if it will end quickly." He looked up at the ceiling, seemingly saying something. As I watched Miss Granger slowly stand up, despite our complete indifference, the conversation seemed to continue. "Harry is also amazing. When the tunnel collapsed, for a while I wondered what would happen, but I guess you must have safely rescued Ginny from the basilisk and Dahlia Malfoy. Come to think of it, what happened to that guy?" Perhaps he was satisfied that his sister was safe, but now he began to worry about other things. Weasley looked at Potter with a strange look and asked. Then, silently turning to the direction Potter pointed, "The Dahlia Malfoy. Why are you here?" And Greengrass, "Yes, I remember. You were dealing with me and Hermione. Why are you here? Didn't Harry defeat you? How did you manage it? These guys are all standing here content. I think we should at least put a rope on them." The reaction was as expected. We thought he would react the same way as Potter, so we gave Potter a look, as if asking him to explain to us, because it would be troublesome. I didn't have the time or mental capacity to play with idiots anymore, but Potter replied, "Dahlia Malfoy is not an heir. Like Ginny, she was merely kidnapped by the heir. So, now, it's fine. Greengrass, it seems you just came to help her. Perhaps, but anyway, let's get out of here. I'll explain after we leave here." It was a very brief explanation. Did he really want to explain? Of course, Weasley's expression didn't look convincing. He just looked a bit confused and turned his face away. But, well, I don't mind a long discussion here, so I was grateful for that too. I looked at Dahlia, who was soaked from entering the Chamber of Secrets, and said something to Weasley. That's it, anyway, let's get out of here quickly. If you want to explain, you can do it later. Potter said I'm not the heir, are you satisfied with that? Dahlia knocked you all out. Well, that was just a mistake, it's not worth making a fuss about now. And, I believe you still have things to do. Dahlia wasn't the only one soaked. In fact, you could even say Dahlia was better off. Can you believe what you're saying? So, I'll ask you to give me a good explanation later. But, please try to imitate it, even if it's a bit strange. Don't think you can safely leave here. Why would Harry do this? I don't know if I'll leave you alone, but I won't show any mercy. He didn't believe Potter's explanation, and I guess he was annoyed by the way I treated him. Whatever role he was playing, he firmly held his broken wand. However, even so, there seemed to be a sense of reason that prevented the seemingly frozen Ginny Weasley from staying here any longer. She helped her still crying sister, glaring at me as she walked. I was about to walk past Dahlia, who was laughing at me, but I suddenly remembered that the two of them hadn't started talking yet, so I turned my attention back to Miss Granger, who had been staring at me. It only dawned on me now. There was Miss Granger, quietly looking at me, tears in her eyes. Mr. Malfoy, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm really glad. That expression wasn't blaming me, or even doubting me, but simply pure joy that I was safe. Just like when Dahlia found me. Why? I looked at Mr. Granger's mysterious expression in confusion. She must hate me. If not, then it's strange. That's all I wanted to do to her. At the time, I even considered killing her, and even pointed my wand at her. Strangely, she still admired me. As I was surprised by such an unexpected reaction, Miss Granger continued calmly, but her words didn't last long. When I heard that you and Ginny were kidnapped, I couldn't stand it. Everyone was talking about you being the kidnapper of Ginny, but I'm so glad. Oh, you're alive. I'm really glad you're safe. Dahlia, let's go now. Dahlia's cold voice interrupted her. Dahlia stepped between me and Granger, calling me softly. The air was so cold, it didn't seem at all like the warm air blowing towards me. Dahlia was clearly trying to keep Miss Granger away from me. On the other hand, You're right. This time, Mr. Granger, my reaction was to look away from him. I just looked straight ahead, ignoring the sobs coming from behind me. I could no longer accept Mr. Granger's gaze. Although I ultimately helped her, at least once I had thought of killing her, and even pointed my wand at her. In fact, I almost killed her for my own purposes. Even if it remained still, I didn't know how to face her. I immediately rid myself of the guilt I felt towards Mr. Granger. Finally, we started walking. Dahlia and I walked in front, accompanied by the Weasley siblings and Miss Granger, who occasionally let out a sob. Then came Potter, who comforted her, and Professor Lockhart, who seemed too clever. I don't know why you're crying. You must be afraid of the dark. Does this mean you don't live here? Good. I'm not the only one afraid of the dark. But that's not the case. The girl walking in front of me, she's really pretty. Do you know her name? He might have hit his head when he fell. He was surprisingly happy inside, but at the same time, his already crazy mind seemed even crazier. But that didn't matter to me. As long as that annoying thing didn't talk to me, it was fine. People behind me were talking about my memories and the backfire of the wand, but I ignored them as much as possible and continued walking, focusing only on Dahlia's presence beside me. In my world, as long as I had my family and Dahlia, I was happy. I averted my gaze from Mr. Granger, gently masking the vague feeling that was growing inside me. Dahlia's perspective. I wasn't as nervous as when I first got here. I was happy to feel the warmth of my best friend in my hand, and the way home felt short. As we walked with the 5 idiots, the exit of a long, dark pipe stretching upwards appeared before us. Dahlia, you might not know, because you were unconscious, but we entered the Chamber of Secrets from here. How do we get out? I completely ignored the people behind me and asked Dahlia, who was carrying a mysterious bird on her shoulder. Granger aside, these people weren't the type to come up with a way to climb this tunnel. There was no need to do unnecessary, unpleasant work. In contrast, I believed Dahlia would surely do something. My best friend was greater than anyone. This was the correct decision. This is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I thought it might be underground, but if this tunnel is the entrance, then it makes sense. But, well, if it's just me and Dahlia, if we have to figure out a way to get all these people to the top, like summoning brooms or something. No, that's not enough to get all these people out at once. In that case, the means we can take. I don't know how the basilisk got in and out of here. Ah, the basilisk, he must have ridden the basilisk to leave here. But we don't have a basilisk. If only we did. Dahlia rested her chin in her hand, muttering to herself for a while, but suddenly she seemed to think of something, looking at the bird on her shoulder with distaste and saying, "Speaking of the phoenix, no matter how heavy the load, it can fly. Is that why he sent you here?" "No, that's it. It's no use thinking about these things now. Can you, even if we all hold on to you, can you fly?" The bird, which Dahlia called the phoenix, chirped as if telling her to leave it to her. It took off from Dahlia's shoulder, flapping its wings. Then, she looked at Dahlia with bright, bead-like eyes, waving her long golden tail feathers. What kind of bird was this? This bird suddenly appeared from who knows where, attaching itself to Dahlia in a strangely friendly way, as if comforting. Somehow, it seemed to be making up for his past actions. I didn't know what this bird was, or what it wanted to do. Not only was it a species I had never seen before, but it appeared so suddenly that I knew nothing about it. However, Dahlia seemed to know this bird better than I did, and she acted strangely as soon as it arrived. Now, I just stared at her, with a confused and annoyed expression on my face. What exactly happened between her and this bird? Earlier, when we were going through the tunnel, when I asked him about it, he didn't answer, saying he couldn't see anymore. I'll ask for details later. Dahlia looked as anxious as she did in potion, though only for a moment. The presence of this unknown bird was definitely a serious problem for Dahlia. In that case, as a friend, I had to listen to her concerns. Dahlia wouldn't talk to me before, but she accepts me as a friend now, so I'm sure they'll respond. I believe she'll let me suffer with her. So when I leave here, I'll definitely listen. I can't ask her now because there are 4 idiots, but once she leaves here, she'll definitely help Dahlia. Thinking of this, I became even more determined to leave here. Dahlia squinted at me and spoke to the idiots behind her. "Yes, that's right, this phoenix says it will take you to the top. Dahlia and I will grab this leg, so you guys grab the other leg. Anyway, it's the same leg as mine, you don't like me grabbing it, do you?" Then Dahlia began to grab the phoenix's left leg. Potter and Weasley looked at Dahlia, seeming to want to say something, but reluctantly grabbed her right leg, as if they understood that the only way to get up was to grab the bird. Weasley held his little sister in his arms, while Potter held this incompetent person, looking unhappy. As Dahlia said, he probably didn't want to grab the same part as Dahlia. More obvious than fire, he suspected it might fall off during flight. Of course, I also chose the same role as Dahlia. Only one person was left, and Granger brazenly approached us, wanting to grab the same body part. "Granger, you're over there, of course. Did you forget what I said before? I don't think you're qualified to take this spot." I've never forgiven Granger. Even if I don't doubt Dahlia, even if she helped bring Dahlia back, I will never forgive her for hurting Dahlia. I'll never forget the tears Dahlia made me shed during the potion episode. But even so, why does my heart ache? When I saw Granger's expression turn sad because of my words, I wondered why my chest felt so guilty. "I haven't forgiven you yet, even though she bothered me." "Why on earth?" No one answered, and I didn't have time to give an answer. When Granger sadly grabbed the phoenix's tail instead of its other leg, her whole body felt unusually light. The next moment, as if the wind was cut, the phoenix and the 7 people holding him suddenly jumped up. As Dahlia said, it seems the phoenix indeed has strong flying abilities. And on the way. Wow! It's like magic. Just as I was enjoying the flight with Dahlia and watching the magic professor say foolish things, I quickly landed in the 3rd floor toilet, which was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. When I heard the sound of the sink covering the pipe sliding back into place, I asked Dahlia about her future plans. "Well, we can just come back here. What should we do? Should we go find Draco first?" "No, if I return without clearing my name, it will cause unnecessary chaos. I think it's better to explain the situation to the appropriate professor first, and then return to the common room." Saying that, Dahlia pointed to the bathroom door, and as soon as it opened, the phoenix began to fly as if leading the way. And, "Please go first, if I go before you, you might get the wrong impression." I advised the idiot behind me to go first. In fact, if Dahlia went before her, it could be interpreted as her having kidnapped not only Ginny Weasley but also other Gryffindor students and professors. Potter and Weasley looked like they could follow us, but when Granger started walking without suspicion, they began to walk in front of us. Following the phoenix, the 7 people arrived at Professor McGonagall's room. Dahlia and I did not yet know that due to what happened in this room, Dahlia would lose something she cherished. The world is cruel and infinitely unequal. Crime and punishment are always unreasonable and never fair. I will be able to see the scene vividly unfold before my eyes. A person's character, whether good or bad, depends on their position, knowledge, and environment. Now that I think about it, the Phoenix was a form of what if that happened to me. Position, environment, knowledge were all full of holes. If those things were taken away, and he only looked at Dahlia with tolerant and kind eyes, that person might have had a what if, a future that could have been but would never come. Yes, that's what I thought long after the situation was out of control. Dumbledore, I have a lot to say to you, and you shouldn't be here, but I just want to ask one thing now. Where is Dahlia, my daughter? I glared back at the enraged Dumbledore, my words carrying even more anger. As a father whose daughter was kidnapped, this was a very normal question. As Dahlia's father, what else could I ask for? However, the horses, deer, etc., did not seem to think so. It was really stupid, but I guess he thought my first words were an excuse for Dahlia's crime. The people in front of me, except for the old man, were all shocked for a moment, and then, Lucius Malfoy, you! I started to get angry. If it weren't for the deputy principal stopping them, Arthur Weasley and the others would surely have rushed at us. Apparently, he didn't like that I didn't acknowledge Dahlia's crime. Of course, I completely ignored them and continued to glare at only one person. I didn't care about the reactions of these idiots. I didn't have the luxury of life, sacrifice, and talent. In the commotion, I just glared at Dumbledore and repeated myself. Don't shut up, answer me. What do you mean by writing in your letter that Dahlia disappeared? But I didn't get any reply. The old man didn't care about the surrounding noise, he just stared at me silently, not trying to answer my question. He still seemed to be waiting for me to impatiently pull out a rag, as if I myself were trying to confirm Dahlia's crime. He's a truly disgusting old man. Are you trying to shake me at a time like this? Just being with this skinny old man, time was slipping away. Dahlia might be in danger. Dumbledore's refusal to answer any of my questions was the only time I could control myself. Don't shut up. Why don't you answer something, Dumbledore? I shouted, reaching for my cane, hoping to get an answer this time. I had just started to think that if he didn't answer, I would even cast the Cruciator's curse on this old man. Lucius, I mean exactly what you said. At the same time Ginny Weasley was kidnapped, Dahlia disappeared in the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore finally spoke. However, it was just a vague expression that didn't contain any information I wanted to know. I don't know where Dahlia is, why she was kidnapped, or if she is safe now. I knew from the beginning that this old man clearly harbored suspicions about Dahlia. I wasted precious time. What is that? Don't be silly. Even at this point, the old man still hadn't, even after Dahlia was kidnapped, they still wanted to corner her. Dumbledore continued speaking, ignoring my trembling anger. You ask me where Dahlia is? I'm afraid I have no answer to that question. I'm shocked. However, they just go around saying the greatest wizard of the century, don't they? I think there's no answer to that. Are you kidding me? Dumbledore wanted to say something else, but I ignored him and shouted. I felt my insides boiling. This old man caused Dahlia so much trouble, but in the end, he was useless. Until now, he still suspected Dahlia, who had nothing to do with the heir. This man cannot be the greatest wizard of the century. If you're just an old man, I have no benefit here. Realizing that coming here was a complete waste of time, I decided to take immediate action to avoid wasting any more time. If you're useless to me, then I have no reason to be here. I'm going to call you specifically and waste your precious time. If staying here is useless, I'll go. Let go of you. I'm going to save Dahlia. Come on, Dobby. Yes, yes, master. I really wanted to yell at this old bastard, including why he came back here without permission, but I don't have time now. I quickly took Dobby and tried to leave the deputy principal's office. Even after knowing the true identity of the heir, the location of the Chamber of Secrets was still unknown. I don't know what I can do, but it's much better than staying here. But just as I turned to leave the room, Dumbledore's voice called out to me again. This sentence, as if ignoring my anger, was indeed harsh and unpleasant, but at the same time, it was incredibly heart-wrenching. Yes, Lucius, as you said, I am pathetic, without answers. No matter how great I am, I have no clue about this matter. So, potato. I ignored this nonsense and tried to leave the room, but the old man continued. Don't you know why Dahlia disappeared in the Chamber of Secrets? Aren't you the one who knows best? What did Dahlia do? And how did this year's Chamber of Secrets incident happen? Only you know how to save Dahlia? What do you mean? Somehow, these words made me turn back. Until now, the old man's words had not resonated with me. The old man kept saying things that made him suspect Dahlia. These things could not resonate with me because I knew the truth of the incident, but for some reason, these words echoed in my heart. Dumbledore said casually, "I can save Dahlia." This was meaningless nonsense that would never touch my heart. What did old age mean after all? I can stop Dahlia from committing crimes. This was probably based on the same foolish perspective as before. On the surface, he still maintained the position of not suspecting Dahlia, but he clearly felt he had some doubts about Dahlia. But for a moment, I felt Dumbledore's rambling. If you know everything that happened this year, you should know what happened to Dahlia. It felt like someone was telling me. For some reason, the old man's nonsense echoed in my ears like a dryad deep within me. This casual comment made my heart tremble. It was undoubtedly from the suppressed guilt, evil, and emotions within him. All the activities this year began to protect Dahlia from Dumbledore. My beloved daughter continued to be threatened by Dumbledore, growing more exhausted day by day. As a father, I had a responsibility to take all necessary measures to save Dahlia. So I did. To protect his beloved daughter, he even went so far as to throw in the things the Dark Lord entrusted to him. Everything was to expel Dumbledore. There was nothing wrong with my goal. Even now that Dahlia was kidnapped, he still firmly believed that what he had done was not wrong. But the reality was that the incident I triggered did not protect Dahlia. Instead, it plunged Dahlia further into trouble. Even if my purpose was not wrong, the method I chose might have been completely wrong. As the incident progressed, people suspected that Dahlia, who should have been protected, was the heir, instead of Ginny Weasley, who was originally supposed to be the heir. Dahlia was suspected, cornered, not only kidnapped to the Chamber of Secrets but also treated as the heir. Even if she achieved the goal of expelling Dumbledore, Dahlia's predicament could never be reversed. In fact, Dahlia was forced to live a more solitary life than when Dumbledore was alive. Could such a foolish thing really happen? Dahlia shouldn't be treated this way. With every development of the situation, I grew more and more angry at Dumbledore, who caused such a foolish situation, and at Dumbledore's followers in the school. But at the same time, this time, I couldn't look Dumbledore in the eyes. I lowered my head slightly and then looked away. Somewhere deep inside, I wondered if I was the one who truly caused this situation. There was no doubt that Dumbledore was the one who cornered Dahlia, but I also thought so. If the Chamber of Secrets hadn't been so easy to open, although I did it to protect Dahlia, I ultimately relied on a magical tool whose outcome I couldn't predict. So, in the end, did I really open the Chamber of Secrets to protect her? I wasn't just protecting Dahlia. Wasn't I prioritizing my own interests and feelings? The one who truly cornered Dahlia was not Dumbledore. Ever since I learned that Dahlia was accused and kidnapped, this thought has been on my mind. At first, the guilt was so small she didn't even notice, but each time Dahlia was pushed against the wall, the guilt grew larger. With Dumbledore's words, this thought surfaced in his mind in another form. If I tell the truth now, at least I can prove Dahlia's innocence. I am the one who knows best what happened to Dahlia. Chapter 111 Malfoy loses his family. I knew it was just an illusion, but I couldn't ignore it anyway. So you could call it a moment. But I thought long enough that Dumbledore realized I knew something. But when I felt guilty, I don't know what you are trying to say. I couldn't possibly know. I only know that Dahlia could not possibly be the heir. If I could figure out why Dahlia, a pureblood, was kidnapped by that heir, there wouldn't be any trouble. What I was going to do was still the same. I muttered, averting my gaze from Dumbledore, whose gaze sharpened. The die had been cast. There was no turning back now. Once started, all I could do was move forward. This was also for Dahlia. Moreover, if I told the truth now, things wouldn't get better. This would ultimately please Arthur Weasley. What I needed to do now was something else. So, suppressing a slight hesitation in my heart, I started walking toward the door, avoiding Dumbledore's observing gaze. But my steps didn't last long this time either. Excuse me. Suddenly, the door opened, and 7 people rushed into the room. Everyone in the room fell silent, looking at the humans who flew in. And the most attention was on Dahlia's perspective. The room was silent the moment we stood at the entrance. The tension flowed. In the room were Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley, the original occupants of this room, Professor McGonagall, an old man who had been kicked out but for some reason remained in the room as if it were his own, and my beloved family. Everyone looked at us with their own expressions. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were relieved to know their youngest daughter was alive, but they were also hostile toward me. Professor McGonagall looked shocked, as if she had just seen something incredible. Dumbledore's facial expression was completely unreadable, but to me, their expressions were of no interest. I ignored their expressions and emotions and just looked at my beloved family. Due to racial differences, the faces of the two families weren't even very similar, but their expressions were exactly the same at this moment. Father. On the face of Dobby, my other family member, they all showed expressions of shock, then relief. They were filled with the comforting emotion that I was safe. As expected, my family was waiting for me. As I stood there, filled with joy, but also regret and sadness, Father whispered, trying to speak to me. This was the first name of my family, the name I cherished the most. But, Dahlia, Ginny, Mrs. Weasley's body and scream cut the distance between Father and me. Always, these disgusting redheads. Mrs. Weasley, who was sitting in front of the fireplace, jumped up and ran to her youngest daughter, looking at me, annoyed because her father was ruined. Mr. Weasley followed close behind, and the two jumped into their arms and hugged the girl. After hugging her for a while, she started hugging the Gryffindor trio standing in front of Dahlia and me. Potter was staring at his father and Dobby, an inexplicably wary expression on his face. Ouch! It let out a groan similar to a crushed frog, but Mrs. Weasley clearly didn't hear it and just hugged him tightly. Ginny, that's wonderful. That's so wonderful. The three of you saved this child's life. But what about it? How did you get Ginny from the Nair? And how are you the Nair here? At best, my daughter. After hugging Potter and the others, the joy must have subsided somewhat. This time, her anger seemed to outweigh her joy, and she cast a hostile gaze at Dahlia and me. As she spoke, it was not difficult to imagine that she finally concluded that I was the heir and Dahlia was my accomplice. No, that's not true. Mr. Malfoy is not the heir. Mr. Greengrass isn't either. As I watched Granger frantically call out to Mrs. Weasley, I thought to myself, sure enough, bringing Potter and the others back was my only choice. I thought about hiding and destroying the evidence with the Phoenix, but if Dahlia was suspected, I wouldn't have an excuse, and there was a chance that Miss Granger wouldn't be able to be harmed again. Also, I had no choice but to trust that bird. As soon as I entered the room, I glared at the bird that flew onto Dumbledore's shoulder, and I realized that Mrs. Weasley completely ignored my attitude. Ta-ta-ya woo the ta-ta. Apparently, Mr. Granger's words were not heard. I thought her conclusion itself was not enough. Mrs. Weasley's gaze toward me gradually sharpened. Clearly, if someone said something unnecessary, the room would turn into a scene of terror. In such a tense atmosphere. Potter, can you explain? We all want to know what you did. Professor McGonagall muttered. Perhaps it was to change the atmosphere, but if anything, it was more about the truth of what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, including why we were standing here unrestrained. I guess she couldn't help but want to know. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley felt the same way. She didn't release her gaze on Dahlia and me but let go of Potter and the others from her embrace. Potter broke free from the hug, walked to the desk, placed the sorting hat, a jewel-encrusted sword, and a diary with a large hole in the middle together, and began to speak. His experiences, and the truth of what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. This was an adventure story full of courage, spirit, hope, and bravery. He heard a missing voice on Halloween, and later realized it was Parseltongue. After Halloween, Mr. Granger heard the sound of Parseltongue coming from inside the walls and heard about the gamekeeper being exiled 50 years ago, finally discovering the monster's true identity. To save the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, he ran out of the common room, and in doing so, Mr. Granger also revealed that the basilisk was moving in the pipes, and the Weasley family was also moving in the pipes. He discovered the toilet where the Chamber of Secrets was located, which was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Of course, I wasn't as desperate or eager as he was, just the reality that our accomplishments were full of risk and adventure. Oh, really? Potter had been talking for about 15 minutes, and Professor McGonagall gave him a break. Everyone in the room, except for me, my father, who had moved to my side before I realized it, and Dahlia, who was yawning and looking very bored, was engrossed in Potter's adventure story. I was listening. As I looked at Father, their conversation continued, and he gently stroked my head with his hand, as if he regarded me as something fragile. That's how you found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know how many rules you broke during that time, Potter, but how on earth did you survive until now? Well, Potter's voice sounded a little hoarse from the talking, but he didn't care and continued. He tried to enter the Chamber of Secrets with Weasley, Mr. Granger, and Professor Lockhart to rescue her. Along the way, the road collapsed, and Potter was the only one who had to move forward. And we always thought that Dahlia Malfoy there was the heir, the real, guilty one. I decided to enter the Chamber of Secrets and rescue Ginny from her hands. But I was wrong. She is not the heir. This is what I learned in the Chamber of Secrets. from the mouth of the real heir himself. He finally realized that his suspicion of me was completely unfounded. Of course, I had to bring them back just to make them say that. Everyone who was listening quietly to his story showed shock on their faces. The old man who had been staring at me was no exception. Those blue eyes were so clear they might not reflect anything. Dobby, perhaps unaware of my situation at school, looked at me with a surprise different from everyone else. Only Father and Dahlia nodded as if this was a matter of course, but their reactions were completely different from theirs. However, they didn't seem to be immediately convinced. Those who had long suspected me began to demand a more detailed explanation. So, who exactly is the heir of the book /thing? If it's not Miss Malfoy, who exactly is the heir? I thought he must have been too surprised that even his fragile pretense of not suspecting me was blown away. Facing Professor McGonagall's direct question, Potter's previously fluent words were interrupted for the first time. He secretly glanced at Ginny Weasley, seeming confused. He must have been worried. What if she told the truth and no one could prove she was manipulated by the Dark Lord? I wondered what would happen if everyone didn't believe she was a pure victim. He didn't open his mouth, trying to find gentle words to say. So, I decided to lend Potter a helping hand. Of course, this was not really to help Potter or Ginny Weasley. This was to end this farce as soon as possible. I didn't care what happened to the youngest Weasley daughter. Whether she was proven innocent or expelled on suspicion didn't matter to me. In contrast, it was more important to get Dahlia back to the warm common room as soon as possible. However, it wasn't me who made Potter speak, but the old man who had never uttered a word before. Before I could speak, he urged him to continue in his usual voice. Harry, it's okay. It contained no suspicion or warning directed at me. You're worried about Ginny, aren't you? But it's okay. Regardless of the truth, everyone here, not just me, knows she didn't do anything wrong. I'm sure the staff knows this. Even if she was involved in the incident, she is still in the position of a victim, no matter the circumstances, so there is nothing to worry about. Harry's perspective. This is a great person after all. A feeling of relief surged in my heart. This person would accurately judge the truth. He would never suspect Ginny. From the beginning, he knew who was the best, who was the worst, and who was the worst. So I opened my mouth again. No more hesitation. Dumbledore had promised to ensure Ginny's safety. It was Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort was the true identity of the heir this year, no, even 50 years ago. The last time he opened it was when he was a student, and this time he cast a spell on Ginny and manipulated her. So, I opened the Chamber of Secrets and attacked the students with the basilisk. What do you mean? That person? Why are we suddenly talking about that person? Oh, was Ginny controlled by magic? But Ginny is like this. Ginny was never like this. Is this true? Mrs. Weasley asked desperately, despite being frightened by the name Lord Voldemort. Of course, this was also true. Naturally, the suspected Dahlia Malfoy was not the heir, and more importantly, she was told that her own daughter was the real heir even though she was manipulated. For Mrs. Weasley, it would have been much simpler and clearer if she had been attacked by Dahlia Malfoy. But this was just unfounded worry, because this is not Ginny's fault. She was manipulated by this diary. I quickly pointed to the diary and said, trying not to worry Mrs. Weasley any further, Ginny is not bad. This diary is the culprit of everything. She has nothing to blame. Blaming Ginny is absolutely wrong. And Dahlia, about Malfoy, I thought, secretly glancing at Dahlia Malfoy, who was standing expressionless as usual, and then glancing at Dobby, who was standing behind her and could barely see me. She is a person worthy of suspicion. It is she who should be punished, not Ginny. Suppressing the anger in my heart, I explained one by one. Tom wrote this diary when he was 16. His memories were implanted in this diary. He wanted the person who possessed it to open the Chamber of Secrets again. So Ginny was manipulated. I was just bullied. But, Ginny, why did she have that person's diary? Why did my Ginny have that person's diary? Mrs. Weasley still seemed confused by my explanation. I wrote in that diary for a long time. The whole semester. Every time I wrote, you replied kindly. Ginny shouted, hiccuping. I remember my father always saying you shouldn't trust anything that has a mind of its own because it must be influenced by the dark arts. But he was always so kind. I couldn't stop myself from continuing to write this. Also, this book was the first one in the pile my mother prepared for me. Why is this happening? Hearing Ginny's painful sobs, Mrs. Weasley looked even more confused. Uncle Weasley had a similar expression. The dark tool that couldn't be mixed in. They had been told it was in Ginny's hands from the start, so their confusion was understandable. But now it was all over. I realized who caused this series of events and who led it, helped it, continued it, did it, and so on. To ease their anxiety and to unleash my suppressed anger, I turned my furious gaze towards the 4 people standing at the edge of the room and opened my mouth. Uncle, Aunt, why does Ginny have Tom's diary? The person who knows the most about it might be right here in this room. Right, Mr. Malfoy, and also, my feeling of guilt toward Dahlia Malfoy no longer existed in my heart. Dahlia Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy's face showed some shock, as if he hadn't expected to be addressed. Dahlia Malfoy, still expressionless, shouted loudly as if to attack me. Why are my and Dahlia's names being brought up here? It's impossible for Dahlia and me to know how that stupid little girl got the diary. No, you should know, because you were the one who gave Ginny the diary. This had a huge impact on Mr. Lucius. His face turned pale, and his hands anxiously opened and closed. I continued to criticize Mr. Lucius, who started glancing at Dahlia Malfoy, whose expression remained unchanged. Ginny said the diary was in the pile of books Mrs. Weasley had prepared at the beginning, but the Weasley family couldn't possibly own something like that. Ginny couldn't have had a chance to get this diary. It didn't slip in while she was buying books. Then, she met you at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. You slipped the diary into the cauldron Ginny was holding. Tada! I shouted at Mr. Lucius. It was like venting my anger. To stop Ginny from blaming herself, I raised my voice and scolded the person who truly deserved to be punished. But, I don't know what you're talking about. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you met me at Flourish and Blott's, I don't understand why you think I'm the culprit. First of all, I really don't understand. I don't know if the diary was lost in the bookstore, and there were many people besides me in the store. That's too many excuses, Potter. Oh, that's... Although my expression looked panicked, my words didn't reach Mr. Lucius. Instead, my offensive was quickly coming to an end. Well, let me tell you why I am certain that Mr. Lucius and Dahlia Malfoy are responsible for this. When I stared at Dobby, who was walking behind Dahlia Malfoy, I couldn't say anything more. Just as I was speechless, Mr. Lucius began to speak casually. You see, this is just a child's tantrum after all, Potter. Even if the diary doesn't belong to the Weasley family, I don't think it's unreasonable to claim that I did it. Nothing, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, this is truly an unpleasant story. Or is this school teaching students to push the blame onto innocent people? Just like Dahlia was suspected of being an heir. Dumbledore, it seems you should resign as principal. It appears you can't even educate your students properly. Don't insult Dumbledore. The principal is not someone you can insult. I was certain this guy was the culprit, and I had solid evidence. However, this guy not only wanted to escape punishment but also wanted to insult Dumbledore. Just like Draco Malfoy in the Slytherin common room. They were truly disgusting. We can never forgive people like this. Blood rushed to my head, and I decided to switch my target to the other sinner, instead of Lucius, who was slowly moving away from me. Dahlia Malfoy, the other suspect. Even if she wasn't the heir, she was still a criminal not unrelated to the incident. Also, Lucius Malfoy, you are not the only one who committed a crime. Dahlia Malfoy, you are certainly not the heir, but that doesn't mean you are unrelated to this incident, right? No one answered. As usual, her expression didn't change. She looked at me blankly. Although I was accusing her, she was expressionless, as if she had no interest in me. If there was a reaction, it wasn't from her, but from the people around her. Greengrass's expression turned to disdain, and Mr. Lucius's expression also changed. Meanwhile, Dobby was the only one whose eyes widened. This isn't true. Miss Dahlia. I tried to whisper something, but he immediately started twisting his ears, as if punishing himself. When I didn't get the expected reaction, Professor McGonagall became angry. Potter, what do you mean? I continued to answer Professor McGonagall's question, ignoring Hermione, who was desperately pulling at my hem. When I entered the Chamber of Secrets, she was talking about something with Tom. I couldn't understand what she was saying because it was incoherent, but I am certain she was talking about something with Tom. Even after I defeated the basilisk with the sword, she still knocked me out. Dahlia Malfoy, you said at the time that you cast the spell because I disarmed it. But what exactly were you doing? At the time, I didn't. I chased you because I suspected you were the heir, and I felt bad about it, but now it's different. This incident was led by your father, and since that's the case, it's impossible for you to be unrelated. You also did many strange things. And Greengrass, you too. You even knocked out Hermione and Ron to come to the Chamber of Secrets. They came to save Ginny. What was their purpose? Answer. Dahlia Malfoy. Dahlia Greengrass. This time, the truth could not be avoided. The things she did were unknown even to me, who entered the Chamber of Secrets. Without a doubt, she was a suspicious person. As proof, the gaze that had softened because Dahlia Malfoy was not the heir now became severe again. However, just like with Lucius Malfoy, my desperate condemnation had no effect. Before Greengrass, who looked embarrassed, could speak, Dahlia Malfoy, who had been looking up at Mr. Lucius, spoke. Although she was expressionless, her voice did not shy away. Instead, it carried a provocative tone. I temporarily forgot my anger toward Mr. Lucius, and then I heard a strong sound of mockery. As I said in the Chamber of Secrets, "Have you forgotten even that? Because you cast a spell on me, I mistakenly thought you were my enemy." Dahlia also came with the same motive, as your friend. She thought I was kidnapped by the heir and came to save me. There is no reason to blame her. I denied her good intentions. Something like this shouldn't have happened at all. Also, you said I was talking about something with the heir, but what do you mean by that? It's none of your business. It would be strange to believe the nonsense of someone like you. Finally, what were you doing while you were asleep? And why should I tell you these things? Even if I said something, would you believe me? Whatever I did in the Chamber of Secrets, I can't prove it to you. Please don't question your father's crimes. Although she spoke plainly, I was always upset. Dahlia Malfoy glared at Dumbledore, then looked at Greengrass, who was nodding frequently, and continued. You are truly stupid, Potter. It's hilarious that you're making a fuss without any evidence. Or do you have something to prove? I am certain there is no such thing. Although I wanted to refute Dahlia Malfoy's provocative remarks, I could only lower my head in frustration. There was evidence. Besides what Fawkes saw, there was even more concrete evidence. The moment I saw Dobby standing next to Mr. Lucius, I understood everything. Dobby appeared before me and said this. This is an act of betraying the master, not just your husband. This is an act of betrayal against the ladies and gentlemen who treated Dobby with care. This was undoubtedly concrete evidence that Dobby's master and mistress were involved in the incident. If Dobby was the Malfoy house elf, then not only Lucius Malfoy but Dahlia Malfoy might also have been involved in the incident somehow. Even if she wasn't the heir, she, who was leading this matter from behind the scenes, was the more unforgivable person. But even though I knew this, I couldn't evaluate Dobby this way. If I told you Dobby came to me, I believe it would be easier to prove the crimes committed by Dahlia Malfoy and others here. With Dobby and me testifying, I am certain we could corner Dahlia Malfoy. I failed with the Polyjuice potion, but now I could expose all her secrets to the light of day. But I couldn't do that, because if Dobby confirmed the crimes of Dahlia Malfoy and the others, he would not be able to live a safe life. Dobby might be killed. Dahlia Malfoy destroys evidence. She is the type of person who would try to kill anyone with a smile on her face. Even Dobby knew she would gladly kill him. In that case, Dobby's statement could not be used to prove Dahlia Malfoy committed a crime. I caused Dobby a lot of trouble, but it was all because of me. It was impossible for him to do anything that would cost Dobby. I cannot mention Dobby because he is my house servant. This will not happen. In the end, I couldn't say anything. I could only clench my fists tightly until blood seeped out. As for Fawkes, only Dumbledore might be able to do something, but actually, it was even possible that he was powerless. As a result, I could only stare blankly, even though I was frustrated inside. The person who called me was, Dahlia. You are right, no one can prove this. It was Dumbledore after all. Dumbledore smiled at me and opened his mouth. With that voice that gently embraced me and always guided me, Dahlia's perspective, an unpleasant farce was unfolding before my eyes. It was blatant, foolish, and despicable, a farce that I couldn't bear to watch. Now that Tom has disappeared from the diary, who put it into Ginny Weasley's hands? Who helped Tom commit the crime? I cannot prove that. No, Lucius, I trust Harry. That is why I am giving you some advice. This matter was a very cruel and cunning plan. If Harry and his friends hadn't found the diary after Ginny, that might have happened. Without finding the diary, how could you prove that Ginny wasn't the real heir? What would happen if that were the case? Accused of being guilty, this is what I am doing. This is a cruel, unimaginably despicable plan. Dumbledore continued to catch Mr. Lucius, Dahlia, and me in the corner of his eye. Contrary to his words, which were only aimed at Mr. Lucius, Dumbledore was always warning us. Lucius, I won't pursue this any further this time, but you must stop distributing Lord Voldemort's school supplies. If you commit any more crimes, I will definitely come for you first, the Arthur Weasley you despise. What kind of scene was this? As I watched this hopeless, absurd farce, my thoughts grew colder. Naturally, the grip on Dahlia's hand tightened. Of course, Mr. Lucius's current expression didn't look innocent at all. No matter how I looked at it, Dumbledore just stood there blankly, looking pale while staring at Dahlia, as if nothing was wrong. If Mr. Lucius really provided the guidance to open the Chamber of Secrets, it meant that Mr. Lucius was the one who drove Dahlia to despair. Having said that, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Dahlia, and even if Mr. Lucius knew, I couldn't forgive him. But more importantly, seeing this sight, I felt helpless. He ignored everything he had done to Dahlia. I was angry. Although he suspected Dahlia without evidence, this time, even without evidence, Potter not only believed Mr. Lucius but also Dahlia, who was accusing him as a suspect. It was impossible to have such a foolish story. This was unfair. What exactly was Dahlia? Although Dumbledore did not mention it, he seemed to superficially accept Potter's view of Dahlia. Professor McGonagall and the Weasleys believed Dumbledore's perspective. Just like Mr. and Mrs. Lucius and Dahlia, two animals were staring at me. Mr. Lucius might have put Dahlia in a desperate situation, and it was Ginny Weasley. I couldn't help but feel that everything in this room looked dirty. However, even if you argue, it won't be heard anyway, and if you say something unnecessary, you might push Dahlia further into a corner. In this space where I had to keep quiet and listen to these idiots, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable even breathing. I could have left without saying anything, but I remained in this room because I couldn't leave the most distressed Dahlia here. Dumbledore looked at me, who had restrained my anger and couldn't speak, and shifting his gaze from a pale Mr. Lucius, he said, "It seems the whole incident has been resolved, and the timing is excellent, as we've also received news that the Mandrake potion is complete. Now, there's more to this mystery that we need to unravel. We need to celebrate something big here. I must tell the kitchen to prepare a feast. But first," the old man said playfully, turning to face Potter and his happy companions. "Except for Miss Granger, I told you too that if you violated school rules again, you would be expelled. I must retract that statement. You've done exceptionally well. All three of you have earned the Hogwarts Lifetime Achievement Award. We will award each of them 200 points to Gryffindor." Joyful smiles appeared on the trio's faces. In contrast to the fact that Granger was the only one who wasn't happy, she stared at Dumbledore with an expression that looked like she was about to cry, but perhaps he didn't notice her, as the old man turned to another person in the room and began to mention it. "Well, although the story has progressed this far, there are still some who are unwilling to reveal their roles. Gilderoy, what's wrong with you? You're not like yourself. Why are you so angry? Are you going to be this quiet?" In response, Weasley hastily said, "Professor Lockhart, the memory charm he tried to cast on us backfired. It seems he doesn't even remember himself now. I thought it was very quiet here, but apparently, this was the reason. Normally, I would just go out with Dahlia and not really understand the atmosphere, but I wondered why she was so quiet." If Weasley's words were true, this was the biggest and only good news these idiots had ever said. "Well, I have no intention of condoning this incompetence." After listening to Weasley's explanation, the old man deliberately shook his head. "Oh, right. Gilderoy was about to be pierced by his own sword, but I can't just let him go. Oh, right. I forgot what I said. Ginny, it's all your fault. You've relied on this old man for too long. When you're in trouble, go see Madame Pomfrey and have a cup of hot cocoa. The same goes for Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall, do you mind if I take Gilderoy with me?" He was talking to Professor McGonagall, who knew nothing about it. The atmosphere seemed to suggest that everything was resolved, everything was over, and it was the end of the world. Among those ordered to leave, our names were never mentioned. It seems Mr. Lucius still had no intention of releasing Dahlia and me. I guess he still wanted to hear from us, Dahlia. Especially regarding Dahlia, there was absolutely no evidence to support a crime. Of course, there was no evidence that he did it, but do you also think there's no evidence that he didn't? This might be why he was considering finding evidence of Dahlia's involvement no matter what. I could easily understand the old man's shallow thoughts, but, former principal, it's hard for me to understand why you don't want us to go home, even though you said there's no evidence that we shouldn't be pursued further. Dahlia's clothes are also wet, aren't they? There's no reason to keep us here, is there? Or is it just that person speaking loudly? I'm sorry, is there conclusive evidence that we can stay? So much so that it's okay if Dahlia catches a cold. Dahlia was better at one or two things. Most likely, he didn't want to share the same air with Dumbledore, but also because he was genuinely worried about me. Hearing Dahlia's angry voice, the air in the room completely solidified. The fool seemed to find her words shameless, and their already sharp gazes became even sharper. However, only Dumbledore believed that since there was no evidence, he couldn't continue to be bound here. Well, Miss Greengrass is also at fault. You can go back now. But Dahlia, I must correct something. In fact, today, besides your father, a board member also asked me, well, if Arthur Weasley doesn't return, Arthur Weasley's daughter will die. He threatened to curse his family, so I agreed to suspend him, but he said he would be in trouble if I didn't let him return as principal. What a pity. Unfortunately, I will once again serve as principal, I replied, still looking at him with a wary gaze. Dahlia clicked her tongue expressionlessly, and watching the old man's recovery, her eyes met with the phoenix behind Dumbledore, and then she quickly walked towards the door, as if to say she didn't feel comfortable staying there any longer. He started pulling me towards him. Since I had no object irons, I left the room with Dahlia and Mr. Lucius, who followed behind us. But, please wait. It seems we still couldn't escape this uncomfortable space. Granger, who had been pulling Potter's sleeve with a face full of tears, stopped us and began to speak as if she was forcing the words out. Professor Dumbledore, why didn't you give Mr. Greengrass a special achievement award and points? A sudden remark out of nowhere. I had a premonition that this would be a very unpleasant story. Granger continued in a voice full of despair. Just like Ginny, Miss Malfoy was also kidnapped by the heir. We believed her and tried our best to help her, which is no different from our actions. So why did we get awards and points, and she got nothing? Professor, do you still suspect Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass? I wasn't the only one looking at Granger suspiciously. At this moment, everyone looked at Granger with suspicious eyes. Even without words, the premise of the conversation was that Dahlia was part of the criminal group. Hearing Granger's words, completely disregarding the current situation, everyone held their breath in silence. Dumbledore was no exception. He widened his eyes when he heard words he never expected from someone he never expected. Granger might have wanted to force the conversation to assume Dahlia wasn't the culprit, but Dumbledore didn't notice or ignored her intention, acting as if Granger was the real culprit. His reaction was as if he had done such a thing. Miss Granger, if I remember correctly, Miss Greengrass should have cast a stunning spell on you and entered the Chamber of Secrets. The heir didn't know if it left all of you in the dark, not knowing where the basilisk and basilisk were hidden. Do you think you can be forgiven? Granger spoke some very grand words, as if out of sympathy. Dumbledore's voice trembled slightly. The scene before me made me feel extremely disgusted. I couldn't stand this farce any longer. Professor Dumbledore, no, can you stop talking nonsense? I'm going to throw up. Before Granger could respond to Dumbledore's words, I finally couldn't help but speak. I guess he thought I would cry with joy. Hearing this sudden foul language and insult, Dumbledore's followers, except for Miss Granger, all widened their eyes and then their faces flushed. Of course, I wouldn't back down in the face of such gazes. Under their cold stares, I began to vent the anger accumulated in my heart. Why should I get Granger's forgiveness? Indeed, what I did might have hindered Granger and their efforts to save Ginny Weasley. And you, as I said, I left Granger and them there after considering the possibility of an heir and a basilisk. But what do you mean by this? Yeah, what's the point? Why should I care about those who hurt Dahlia, Potter and the Weasley brothers and sisters, and the Granger? I don't care what happens to him. But why me? I continued speaking, ignoring the momentary guilt, remorse, and shame in my burning anger. Why should I, Dahlia's best friend, consider you people, even if you are not the heir, and even after being kidnapped in the end, still suspect you are the heir, and still push Dahlia to the brink? Really? I don't regret what I did at all. If you want to say my actions were bad, feel free to say so. But I will never regret anything. If I were in the same situation, I would do the same thing over and over again. No matter what means I use, no matter what the cost, I will continue to stand by Dahlia's side. I didn't go to the Chamber of Secrets for rewards and points. Moreover, I don't need points from those who suspect Dahlia. Don't make fun of Dahlia and me. I'm also a bit like a Slytherin. I usually don't choose any method. If it's about winning the dormitory, even if the grades are bad, is happy to enjoy it. But this guy's perspective is different. The points, rewards, and words you get from the old man. These words all came from the mouth that insulted Dahlia. I absolutely don't want such things. I looked up, seemingly venting the anger in my heart, but sure enough, after saying this, it seemed no one still understood my words. Dumbledore was the only one with a strange expression, and everyone else, except for Granger, seemed angry. I had nothing more to say. I couldn't let Dahlia be trapped here any longer. I was glad they didn't say anything, so this time I completely ignored them and pulled Dahlia's hand. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I've delayed you too much. Let's leave this place quickly. Mr. Lucius, let's go together. If we stay in this place any longer, we'll all rot. People. Also, I'm sure Draco is also worried. At the mention of Draco's name, Dahlia's hand stiffened for a moment, but when I gently squeezed her hand again, she seemed to relax and started walking forward. Ah, it's finally over. This year's events lasted a very long time. As I opened the door to the room, I sighed softly. Mr. Lucius and the house servant who seemed to be far behind us, and the Weasley family and the incompetent professor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Granger mumbled with tears streaming down her face as she walked, but I ignored it all and focused only on the warmth of Dahlia's hand in mine. The guilt I felt for some reason seemed to diminish with Dahlia's warmth. From the looks on those idiots' faces, I'm afraid their suspicion of Dahlia will not change after all. The situation around Dahlia might actually not have changed at all. But one thing did change. Dahlia and I. We finally became friends. This wasn't just my one-sided information, but friends we both knew and genuinely wanted to be with. So there's no need to be afraid. Don't be afraid. This time, I could truly get close to Dahlia. I could be with Dahlia, who desperately protected what was important to her and hid the scars she suffered in the process. Dahlia was no longer alone. Perhaps I couldn't eliminate your worries. Perhaps I couldn't hurt you on Dahlia's behalf. But we can suffer together. We can get hurt together. Even if we get hurt, we can keep moving forward. So I'm no longer afraid. Dahlia was finally not alone. Just as I was thinking this, it suddenly happened. Undeniably, this was just a punishment for Dahlia. A punishment for the father's crime of trying to protect his daughter by sacrificing others. A punishment for Mr. Lucius, whose purpose was to expel his daughter's enemies before he realized it. The world and humans have always been cruel and unreasonable. The daughter herself was punished by the father who tried to protect her. I felt this was truly unreasonable. But perhaps that is the essence of punishment. After all, if punishment isn't outrageous, it loses all meaning and significance. Harry's perspective. Dahlia Malfoy and the others left through the other side of the door. Since no evidence was provided, no punishment was given, despite Ginny's great distress. Can this really end? Should I really give up? Dumbledore and I remained in the room, thinking desperately. And Professor Dumbledore. I quickly opened my mouth. That diary. Can I give it back to Mr. Lucius? I think he could see how desperate I was. Dumbledore looked into my eyes and said softly, "Of course, Harry, but don't rush. The meeting has matters, and I still have a few things I want to discuss with you." After all, Dumbledore is a great man. Although this was a suggestion without any context, he probably knew what I was going to do. With gratitude and respect for Dumbledore in my heart, I grabbed the diary from the table and ran out of the room. I didn't know if this plan would actually work, but it was absolutely worth it. Even if it failed, it wouldn't hurt anyone. If all went well, they might not only catch Dahlia Malfoy but also rescue Dobby from the dangerous House of Malfoy. It was unknown. As they disappeared around the corner, I rushed to the back, took off a sock, and placed it inside my diary. And Mr. Lucius Malfoy. I stopped the person I wanted. Running breathlessly, I shoved the sock-wrapped diary at Mr. Lucius, who looked back at me with an unpleasant glare. I forgot something. When I handed him the diary, I guessed he understood what I was trying to say. Mr. Lucius said disgustedly, "What are you talking about, Potter? This is just a prank. It's not mine, and there's no evidence. I told you that, didn't I?" He looked at me angrily and instinctively pushed away the remnant of the diary. Unaware that my plan had succeeded, I desperately held back my laughter. I thought the probability of things going smoothly was 50 hours 50 minutes, but the result was surprisingly good. Missing important things was already too much. That's what I thought. I was confident in my victory. Now Dobby. I wondered for a moment what would happen, but now we finally had Dahlia Malfoy. Not only Mr. Lucius, Greengrass, and even Dahlia Malfoy had not yet realized my true intentions. It seemed he only thought I had brought the diary to provoke him. Mr. Lucius continued speaking while looking at the girls who were watching him indifferently. "If you get too carried away, you'll end up like your parents, Potter. They really were meddling, hopeless idiots." His tone was light, but definitely threatening. Mr. Lucius glared at me coldly, as if to say he truly had nothing to do with this. "Dahlia, I'm going to the hospital wing. And Miss Greengrass, I can't care about these idiots anymore." Having said that, he started to walk away, accompanied by Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass. But, Dobby's sudden loud exclamation made me stop. After Dobby found the sock in the diary, he let out a silent scream. When he turned around, he saw me, unable to suppress a smile, and Dobby, staring at the sock stuffed in his diary. At first, I thought the scream came from Dobby's joy, cheering for release from the House of Malfoy. I am free now. I don't need to stay in a house like the Malfoy family anymore. That's why even Dobby was happy. That was the reason he cheered. That was what he thought. But the situation was different. Dobby's scream did not come from joy. No, no. This is some kind of mistake. Dobby never received any sock. Miss Dobby never received any sock. It came from shock, sadness, and fear. Watching Dobby throw the sock aside as if he had just seen the most terrifying thing in the world, Mr. Lucius finally seemed to understand the meaning of me giving him the diary. Mr. Lucius rolled his eyes and tried to yell at me, surprised by Dobby's unexpected reaction. Boy, what do you mean? Hey, you are a servant of the House of Malfoy. Potter, what is the meaning of this? I was interrupted by Dahlia Malfoy's chilling voice. The voice was as cold and cruel as the one I had heard in the Forbidden Forest. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look at Dahlia Malfoy. Even though everyone was watching me, Dahlia Malfoy's eyes still only stared at me, bloodshot and red, just like in the Forbidden Forest. It was shining. Dobby is my family. What do you mean by trying to sever his connection? What understanding do you have in your heart when you try to take away my precious family member? Answer me. I demand an answer. Potter. Just as I thought she was screaming, she had already drawn her wand. The speed was so fast that hardly anyone reacted. I was completely unable to react to Dahlia Malfoy's brutality, and when I came to my senses, she was about to release her spell. She was about to let go. This was not the lukewarm spell in the Chamber of Secrets that made me faint, but the kind of spell from the Forbidden Forest that absolutely should not be cast on a human. To hurt me, wanting to kill me, but Dahlia, no. Dahlia Malfoy's crime was stopped by Greengrass. Greengrass pulled back the hand she had been holding with her other hand, easily stopping Dahlia Malfoy. Greengrass repeated slowly, looking into Dahlia Malfoy's blood-red eyes. Calm down, Dahlia. It's okay, it's okay. Your house elf said he didn't accept the sock, so it's fine. He has no intention of leaving you. Your family. I don't want to leave you. Right, Dobby? Greengrass desperately tried not to provoke Dahlia Malfoy, but she froze, throwing the sock aside. She then questioned Dobby. In response, Dobby hurriedly shouted, "Of course, miss, and your friends miss, Dobby will never betray or sell out, miss." Dobby's scream was undoubtedly a refusal to be released from Dahlia Malfoy's side. Although I gave him the sock, he didn't take it. I couldn't help but scream aloud. What were the worst words in this situation? I thought I would never say these words before Dobby was released from the House of Malfoy. Why, Dobby, you should be free now. You said that if I gave you some clothes, you could be free from the bondage of the House of Malfoy. So you didn't want to be with people, so to help me, you came to me during the summer holiday and the Quidditch match to warn me about the Chamber of Secrets. Didn't you promise? I thought I had done it. I was so surprised by this unexpected turn of events that I ended up saying things I should have kept secret in front of people I shouldn't have. When I realized my mistake, Dobby had completely frozen, motionless. The corridor was filled with strange silence. Meanwhile, the first person to speak up was, "Explain what you mean, Dobby." Mr. Lucius acted angrier than before. My mistake put Dobby in danger. Dobby's perspective. The master's angry voice echoed in the corridor. The cold voice was colder than any sound directed at her so far, and this was definitely the true bloodlust Dobby had never seen before. My master had told me many times that he would kill me, but so far, his words had only been words. I was very scared, and my body was trembling. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to look at my master's face. However, even in such fear, Dobby felt deep down that it was only natural for his master to be angry, because Dobby's actions were absolutely a betrayal of Miss. Was this a warning to Potter? What is this fellow talking about? No, how did Potter know your name? This should be the first time I've met you. Impossible. Dobby, answer me. The truth you know. The master's words, commands, and orders directed at the house servant. On the other hand, Dobby, I didn't want to obey. If Dobby told the truth, he might not be able to be with Miss anymore. However, contrary to what was in my heart, impossible, 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 moving words began to come out of Dobby's mouth. This was proof that Dobby was still a house servant of the House of Malfoy, and at the same time, it was the reason why Dobby was no longer Mrs. House servant. It started spinning out of Dobby's mouth against Dobby's will. This truth would further infuriate my master. Dobby was trying to tell Harry Potter that Hogwarts was dangerous this year. Harry Potter couldn't go to Hogwarts this year. I wanted to tell Harry Potter about this. I didn't want to tell you anything. Dobby just wanted Harry Potter, who saved other mansions, to be safe. That's what he thought. As long as Harry Potter was saved, Dobby planned to return to normal life. I knew Dobby's actions would interfere with Master's plan to help Miss. By appearing before Harry Potter, Dobby might reveal his Master's plan. In that case, even Miss might be in danger. Even though Dobby acted while understanding these things, he was shameless as ever, and after everything was over, he planned to serve Miss again without shame. So Dobby would be punished. Punishment more painful than harming myself. Enough. He certainly no longer had the energy to listen to Dobby speak. The Master immediately interrupted Dobby. Dobby only spoke for a moment. However, this time was enough for the Master to understand everything. Then, after sighing several times, perhaps to calm his anger, the Master finally began to speak, seemingly venting the rage in his heart. His voice, unlike the previous angry one, was cold like an iron mask, and he seemed to be desperately restraining himself. All right, I understand. Why did Potter suddenly say such things? Why did he suddenly say the diary was mine? It was you. What? Because I knew you beforehand, this child. You betrayed me, your master Dahlia, who cared for you meticulously. You betrayed Dahlia, and you betrayed me. No, that's not true. I would never say that, Dobby. No matter how hard you try to deny it, reality won't change. It makes no difference. Everything you said was correct. Yet, Dobby shamelessly clung to his master. If this continued, Dobby would no longer be able to be with Miss. But still, what difference does it make? Because of your unnecessary actions, Dahlia and of course, I knew nothing about the diary, but regardless, you interfered. So you tried to find Dahlia's path to happiness, knowing full well, yet you obstructed me. It was too late. Once Dobby's actions were exposed, he had only one future. The Master loudly rebuked Dobby, and then he suddenly went quiet, like a snapped string. Dobby, you said you didn't receive the sock, right? But you were wrong. That sock, I will give it to you. I used to admire him so much, but now he said the words I least wanted to hear. Dobby was no longer a house elf of the House of Malfoy. Chapter 112, The Day of Return. Don't make me say it again, Dobby. I told you I'd give you clothes. You're free now. We don't need a house elf like you in our family. I never want to see you again. If I face you again, would I let a traitor like you get close to Dahlia again? The Master spat at Harry Potter while hiding the young lady who was looking at him in confusion, as Dobby still tried to cling to him. Potter, I'm pleased. Everything went according to your plan. I trust you're very happy, but success is meaningless. No matter how many children like you scream, your friends, even if there's a house elf screaming, if the diary's involvement of my Dahlia in this incident is nonsense, it cannot be proven. With the testimony of a house elf, you cannot harm my Malfoy family. Learn the rules and spend this world with that foolish house elf. Come, Dahlia. Having said that, the Master only snatched the diary, trying to push Dobby away. But, oh, Father, please. This time, the young lady held him tightly. The young lady was a smart woman. I believe you understand everything your master did, and everything the chaotic Dobby did. Even Dobby's actions could bring danger to himself. However, the young lady was still willing to forgive Dobby. The young lady, who hated her family being insulted the most, forgave Dobby. This was nothing more than a gesture from the young lady, who, even after all this, still recognized Dobby as her family. Looking at Dobby, who was on the verge of breaking down from unprecedented guilt, the Master's tone was as if he was admonishing the young lady. Dahlia, it's no good. It's no longer trustworthy. You gave it everything, and it betrayed you. No matter what you say, it's not trustworthy. I can't leave you alone. This is for you too. As a father, I have a duty to do this. Moreover, this is more of my pity. Even if it was intentional, I was going to kill you, but I let you live. For your sake. So Dahlia, come on. I always thought such a filthy creature should be by your side. You were the one who did wrong. Now everything is finally back to normal. Dobby, the only reason I'm not killing you now is for Dahlia. Thank Dahlia. What? If you return to the Malfoy family, I will definitely kill you. The young lady and the Master's eyes met. A young lady, her eyes filled with desperate pleading. The Master stubbornly maintained an indifferent expression, accepting the girl's gaze. And the first to break was the young lady. A girl, her head bowed helplessly. The young lady's friend spoke up beside her. But, Mr. Lucius, Dahlia, Dobby, your friend might understand the young lady's expression. She tried to protest, while looking at the girl worriedly. However, the Master's opinion would naturally not change. Miss Greengrass, this is my business, the House of Malfoy's business. And you became Dahlia's friend, didn't you? Then you should know. That house elf betrayed Dahlia. So, do you know what's left? I cannot keep Dobby, an untrustworthy house elf, by Dahlia's side anymore. Did I say anything wrong? Pseudonym? Yes, your husband was right. It's just that Dobby couldn't give up, and what was even rarer was that the young lady still accepted Dobby, who had betrayed her. She was an unusually kind person. It was about the young lady. It's not hard to imagine that he gave up, most likely because he remembered Dobby. I want you to come back. I don't want to be separated from my family, Dobby. While thinking this, the young lady must have noticed. Even if Dobby returned, there would no longer be a safe space for him. There was no guarantee that the master would not be severely harmed by Dobby. Yes, she worried about Dobby, and the young lady gave up, according to the evidence. But, Dahlia, that's enough. There's no other way. Dahlia? He restrained his friend, who was about to argue, with his hand, and calmly refocused his attention on me. His expression should have been his usual poker face, but to Dobby, he looked like he was enduring pain. The girl's expression might have only appeared as a normal poker face to those around her, but the girl's expression definitely carried a hint of despair. I didn't mean to make you like this. Dobby just wanted to be with his young lady. I don't care if it hurts. Young lady, I don't care if I lose the rest of what was given to me. In the worst case, I don't care if I'm killed. Dobby didn't care what happened, he just wanted to be with this young lady. Driven by this thought, Dobby made a final plea. But, oh, my young lady, please, Dobby, I have never betrayed you. My master is you. Please treat Dobby well. To the young lady who called me family, Dobby. Goodbye, Dobby. Please stay healthy. As expected, the young lady, with her kindness, sadly pushed Dobby away. Dobby's punishment was also the young lady's punishment. Dobby and the young lady simultaneously lost a precious family member. The girl, as if being dragged, naturally let out meaningless, worthless cries. Young lady, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to make you sad. Dobby didn't mean to make you look like that. Dobby Dobby never intended to insult the House of Malfoy or the young lady in this way. Dobby begs you, please don't abandon Dobby. It wouldn't reach. The girl's retreating figure, carried by the master, grew further and further away. Neither the master nor the young lady would ever look back, because of the young lady's kindness. Despite this, Dobby's mouth continued to move. Finally, he disappeared, fleeing to a place beyond here, without noticing Harry Potter standing beside Dobby, nor knowing where he was, and finally stopped. On this day, Dobby gained his freedom, and at the same time, lost his precious family. Dumbledore's perspective. As I stared at the door Harry had just left, I fell into thought. After going to release the house elf, Harry seemed to be worried about something, but when I told him the reason Harry was in Gryffindor, his expression brightened somewhat and changed. I don't know what Harry was worried about, but at least for now, Harry no longer had any doubts about himself. He knew which dormitory he belonged to, and he re-believed that he was worthy of that dormitory. It doesn't matter how much you look like Tom. No matter how much the Sorting Hat told him he was qualified for Slytherin, he could choose Gryffindor himself. I believe I was able to choose what I valued most, what I should be closest to move forward, and my courage. He'll be fine. All sorts of difficulties await him in the future, but I believe he can overcome them. He also has important friends. Most importantly, I am a Gryffindor student. I stared at the sword Harry had taken from the Sorting Hat and placed on the table, and whispered. Harry and his friends overcame immense difficulties this year and last. He faced difficulties that ordinary boys and girls could never face, and in the end, was able to resolve the problems harmoniously and perfectly. Truly, they are all such excellent children. I am unworthy of them. With a hint of guilt, I generously praised her. According to the prophecy, Harry became the hero who could fight Lord Voldemort. For this, I was determined to guide him and help him, but in fact, there wasn't much I could do. In fact, he seemed completely helpless. Speaking of what I did, isn't Dahlia the heir? Until now, I still doubted whether Dahlia was the heir. Dahlia Malfoy had the same temperament as Tom. Among the students currently at this school, Dahlia was the only one with the family background and ability to be the heir. I regarded her as the heir, and while monitoring her, I desperately wanted to keep her, control her, so she wouldn't dirty her hands again. That's all I could do. But this didn't really make sense. That's because she wasn't the heir. My suspicions were completely unfounded. Even if I went to guide Harry, I was nothing more than a helpless, ignorant old man. As for Dahlia, I ultimately didn't know how she got involved in this incident. No, I didn't even know if he was really involved. She was definitely the most suspicious person. Besides his abilities and family background, suspicious behaviors like going out at night were everywhere. I had no choice but to suspect her. However, the results were different. In the end, I knew nothing about Dahlia. But still, no matter how helpless I was, I couldn't give up moving forward. Tom would definitely return one day. Even if he was weak now, he would definitely be resurrected with greater power and spread more darkness in the world than before. To prepare for that day, I needed to nip any anxieties in the bud as much as possible. That's why the Phoenix is. Fawkes, you must have seen what Dahlia was doing after Tom and Harry's battle. I don't know the details, but can you tell me something about what happened? First, I decided to take action to better understand Dahlia. Harry said. Fawkes would know what she was doing. If she could give him information, she would definitely be able to expose her crimes. Harry was certainly right. If we found out what Dahlia had done, we would know how important she was in this year's events, and even more, how dangerous she was, and perhaps you could understand. The Phoenix looked forward to the future battle, and tried to peer into Fawkes's mind. The pensive couldn't be used on Fawkes, because Fawkes was a Phoenix. However, if you examine your own mind, you can grasp the scene to a certain extent. Thinking this, I tried to look into Fawkes's eyes. Fawkes, what's wrong? I couldn't look at it. Fawkes looked away, as if refusing to show the scene. I'm sorry to make you see this. Is that what you mean? This had never happened before. When I asked Fawkes, he felt confused inside, and he nodded in affirmation without making eye contact with me. She doesn't look like she's under an obedience spell. Why? Why can't she show me? You know, don't you? There are too many mysteries about her. If we knew from what she did, we could deduce what role she would play in future battles. Since you know, Fawkes, why do you still refuse me? Fawkes was a very intelligent creature. I didn't know why he acted so selfishly, but I was sure he understood what I wanted to say. I also thought, why, Fawkes? Fawkes never made eye contact with me. It didn't make eye contact with the Phoenix, but flew away as if rejecting the Phoenix, and even started sleeping on its perch. It was a long time later that I understood why Fawkes refused me. Only then did I finally understand. I wasn't worthy. He had always been suspicious of Dahlia, and never tried to get close to her. My eyes were clouded by regret and caution towards Tom, and my position in the Order of the Phoenix. Although she was in the position of a teacher, she was always focused on fighting Tom, and didn't really pay attention to each student's feelings. Although I was a teacher, I didn't fully understand that I was a teacher. Fawkes saw through this. He saw my eyes were clouded, and realized that even if I told him the truth about Dahlia, he wouldn't do anything for me. I had always been suspicious of Dahlia, and had always misunderstood that Dahlia was a problematic person. That's why Dahlia became a prophecy, a word, a truth, an existence, a being. At the end of July, when the chosen child is born, the Dark Lord will finally complete me. Be careful, enemy of the Dark Lord. Also be careful, Dark Lord. That child will be responsible for destruction. That child can never choose a side. From now on, this will bring destruction to both of us. Although the Phoenix thought Tom was foolish to act according to the prophecy, the Phoenix was nothing more than the same kind of fool. If only I could have seen her the way I saw Harry and everyone else. If he had tried to understand her poker face. If I had realized her unfathomable troubles and kindness, it would surely have brought her danger. In a life full of regrets, when I realized my last, greatest regret, everything was already beyond my power. Like Tom, the one who made her a monster in the true sense of the word was none other than myself. By the time I realized the cruel truth, it was already too late. Of all the Hogwarts feasts I had attended, this was one of the most special. Although it was the middle of the night, everyone was wearing pajamas, standing around rows of food and drinks, drinking and singing. The Slytherin seats were relatively quiet, but everyone else wore brilliant smiles. Everything made me happy. I temporarily forgot the guilt I had felt ever since hearing Dobby scream. Everyone came up to me, Ron, and Hermione to congratulate us on our adventure, as we were the only ones looking glum at such a fun party. The suspicions against me were gone. Justin and Ernie stood up from the Hufflepuff seats and apologized repeatedly for doubting me. Hagrid, who had been released midway, appeared at the feast. Because we had earned an unprecedented 600 points, overwhelming the other houses, including the points for winning the Quidditch Cup, it was a foregone conclusion that Gryffindor would win the Inter-House Championship Cup for the second consecutive year. To show the school's congratulations, final exams were cancelled, and Dahlia Malfoy, who was expected to win the top award again this year, also ended Slytherin's chance of a comeback. Lockhart, who had lost his memory, left Hogwarts to receive treatment. Most importantly, Dumbledore did not reveal that Ginny was manipulated by the diary. Everyone was told that the Chamber of Secrets terror which Hermione had uncovered was defeated by us. Dumbledore saved Ginny from further suffering. In exchange, it was currently unclear who that heir was and what role Dahlia Malfoy played in the incident, but at least Ginny, I thought, would not feel worse. Regarding the case of Dahlia Malfoy, they did not seem to think she might not be the heir, but rather that she was a dangerous person who managed to escape Dumbledore's grasp even after doing all that. Everyone would never stop being wary of her. He probably found this embarrassing, though he was not in the hall right now, but he would undoubtedly continue to be monitored starting tomorrow. I was really happy. Everything should have been fine. There should have been nothing to worry about, but, amidst the successive greetings, I suddenly remembered Dobby at that time. His cry was filled not with joy, but with fear and sorrow. At that time, I really should have done the right thing. It supported the crimes of the real culprits, Lucius Malfoy and Dahlia Malfoy, and it freed Dobby from the House of Malfoy. My intention must have been right. I had no doubt Dobby would be delighted, but what was the result? Mistress, please don't abandon Dobby. Dobby's sorrow echoed over and over in my mind. If you let down your guard, the guilt you shouldn't have felt would begin to erode your heart. Even though I wasn't wrong, why did I feel so strongly that my actions were wrong? Thinking this, I spoke with the next student who greeted me. No, I was sure I hadn't been mistaken. In fact, even Dumbledore praised what I had done. So there was no need for me to feel guilty. At least for now, I would enjoy this feast properly. This was a feast hosted by Dumbledore. Everyone laughed in unison, as if venting their repressed feelings. Since the basilisk was gone and Dahlia Malfoy was also absent, everyone was noisy and boisterous, as if it were a completely different day than yesterday. I couldn't stop such a fun party. I thought about it again, and the deep-seated guilt was pushed down once more. Dahlia's perspective. Well, you've already taken out quite a bit. This is all you need. Do you think Draco can go now too? It's all right. Instead of that, let's hurry back to the dormitory. Dahlia is waiting for us. Having said that, we embraced large amounts of food and turned our backs on the hall where the feast was about to begin. Behind us, an unprecedented grand feast was taking place. Despite being woken up in the middle of the night, almost everyone at Hogwarts, everyone except me, Draco, and Dahlia, had gathered, delighted that this year's case had been resolved. They are truly blessed people, but this year's incident was not yet resolved. Nothing had been completed. When the biggest problem still existed, we couldn't say the case was solved, because it hasn't been proven yet that Dahlia is not the heir. That old bastard didn't even mention Ginny Weasley. It wasn't that I couldn't predict it. In fact, it was easy to imagine. Ginny Weasley was doing something, or rather, those old bastards were trying to make her feel safe, even though Dahlia was suffering. I knew it was there, and since he hadn't explicitly stated that Dahlia was the culprit, I figured he wouldn't express his suspicion of Dahlia now either. As for Dahlia, since he couldn't prove she was unrelated to the matter, he probably still wanted to keep her restrained. Nevertheless, the students other than Draco and me were satisfied. The incident was completely resolved. The incident ended in failure when Dahlia, the heir, kidnapped Ginny Weasley, and Potter and his friends defeated the basilisk. Since there was no evidence, Dumbledore couldn't capture Dahlia, but he was able to defeat Dahlia's basilisk itself. This incident ended in Dahlia's failure. I truly thought they were a group of fortunate people. I even wanted to rest for a bit, like an idiot. Why, when you think about it calmly, is it so easy to accept logic full of errors? I truly felt sorry for the students here. We were different from them. I never doubted Dahlia. She was so kind. I didn't misunderstand Dahlia. But we came here to get food for Dahlia, who was waiting in the common room. Thinking of the secretive expressions of all the Slytherins I saw then, a feeling of unease suddenly escaped my lips. But what is it, Dahlia? But I thought so too. Truly, I wondered how I was different from them. At the lively feast table, the Slytherin students regretted Dahlia's failure to become the heir, which was undoubtedly the same as the old me. I had never met Dahlia. I had just used being pureblood as an excuse. I was foolish and helpless. Draco, I hate them. They hurt Dahlia, yet they still forgot the crime they committed against her. Well, they didn't even notice. They just laughed like that. I hate her from the bottom of my heart. Even if they weren't mocking Dahlia, everyone in Slytherin was the same. I didn't even like breathing the same air as her. But if I hadn't met Dahlia, I might not have felt this way. Was that it? I don't know. If I had been a helpless idiot before, I might have laughed so innocently without thinking of Dahlia, and indulged in food I would never get to eat at home. I might have continued to hurt Dahlia unconsciously and without guilt. At first, the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Gryffindor, but in the end, I chose Slytherin, in order to be friends with Dahlia, because I knew of Dahlia's existence. Then if I hadn't met Dahlia, would I have joined Gryffindor? Would I have continued to disparage Dahlia along with those people? No, that's not the case. Even if I hadn't met Dahlia initially, I wouldn't have gone into Gryffindor. I would just be a pureblood who hadn't met Dahlia. I would have chosen Slytherin instead of Gryffindor, not because I wanted to be friends with Dahlia, but because of the stupid stereotype that if you are pureblood, you must join it. However, that didn't change the outcome. Ultimately, I wouldn't have doubted that Dahlia was the heir either. Whether we were happy or sad about the heir's failure, there was no difference in viewing Dahlia as the heir. Likewise, I would only be a sinner who hurt Dahlia. Although I was outside the feast now, essentially, I was no different from them. I shook my head and turned to Draco, hearing intermittent cheers coming from the hall. I'm sorry, Draco. Forget what we just said. It was meaningless. Now, let's go home. Regardless of the feast's purpose, the food is good. If you can take this back, Dahlia can also relax and eat something delicious, for the first time in a while. I started walking, as if to change my mind, and Draco silently followed behind, probably wanting to hurry to Dahlia. But when I started walking, Dahlia, honestly, I don't quite understand what's bothering you, but I can tell you this. In the Chamber of Secrets, you told Dahlia, you are not a monster. That's right, Dahlia claimed she was born a monster, yet she still wouldn't hurt anyone. He started speaking without warning, as if stating a simple fact. I had briefly told Draco about the Chamber of Secrets, what Dahlia was worried about, what she intended to do, and how to bring Dahlia back. But what did that have to do with now? I wondered why Draco suddenly started repeating some of the things I had said there. It's the same for you. No matter who you are, you wouldn't hurt Dahlia. You are not the you who never met Dahlia, but the you who met Dahlia. Therefore, those other yous are not you. Just as Dahlia is not a monster. As soon as I finished speaking, he quickly rushed past me, surprising me. This might be Draco's comfort now. No, definitely. I understood. I missed Dahlia. His interactions with Potter were usually like a child's, but as soon as Dahlia was slightly involved, he became an adult. The slight anxiety I had felt just now vanished like a lie. To prevent the food in my hands from falling, I thanked him while following behind Draco, whose face was slightly red from embarrassment and who never looked back at me. Draco, thank you. In the end, I still received no reply. I thought, smiling behind Draco. Draco was right. Although Dahlia was created to be a monster, she was definitely not a monster. That was because Dahlia had a kind heart, and what shaped her heart was undoubtedly the environment of the House of Malfoy. Even if she hadn't been raised by the House of Malfoy, Dahlia might not have been a monster at all. But there was no point in discussing that. What was important now was that Dahlia was a member of the House of Malfoy, not a monster who would kill. But that's why, what is a monster? A slight noise mixed into my thoughts again, and Draco's words restored calm to my mind. Dahlia said a monster was a creature created to kill people and take pleasure in killing. In fact, according to that definition, Dahlia could be called a monster. But Dahlia hadn't killed anyone, nor did she enjoy killing. So she wasn't a monster. On the contrary, to me, it was a monster. Hey, what's going on this time? Are you still worried about something? No, that's not it. Let's go. Hearing Draco's voice, I really shifted my attention this time and started walking toward the common room where Dahlia was waiting. Behind me, cheers erupted, sounding like the roar and noise of some kind of monster. Dahlia's perspective. Dobby, an empty Slytherin common room. I stood alone in the greenlit room. My brother was here when I first returned, but before he could speak, Dahlia said, well, I think there's a lot to talk about, but first we need to prepare. It's not fair that the idiots are having fun while we have nothing. Hey, Draco, let's go. So she forcefully took my younger brother out. Perhaps this was Dahlia's own consideration. Dahlia, as sensitive as ever, read my expression and bought me some time so I could prepare to talk to Onyi-sama. Indeed, even if I spoke to Onyi-sama like this, I wouldn't be able to give the correct response. Of course, I was afraid to talk to my brother for the first time in a while, but I was also preoccupied with the family member I had suddenly lost. I lost my family member. Wait, what irresponsible thing are you thinking? Dobby, he didn't get lost. Don't avert your eyes from your sin. I let Dobby go myself. This wasn't anyone else's choice, it was my choice. Dobby was no longer part of my family. Even if Dobby had stayed at home, he wouldn't have been able to live as peacefully as before. That's why I thought it was no longer possible to bind Dobby to the House of Malfoy as a house elf. This is not an excuse. Regardless of the reason, there was no doubt that I made Dobby leave my family. I remembered Dobby's face when I abandoned him, and my thoughts couldn't move forward. I'm sorry, Dobby. I was just about to talk to my brother. Even though Dahlia tirelessly made time for me, my thoughts weren't coming together the way I wanted. Even though I knew I had to face my brother, I couldn't stop thinking about Dobby. But reality is always cruel. Reality wouldn't wait for me. I'm home, and I brought lots of food. My time for worrying alone was over. It was finally time for me to face my older brother. As soon as Dahlia entered the room, she saw my sad expression. I guess she realized I wasn't ready, but perhaps feeling that she couldn't make my brother wait any longer, she tried to speak in a cheerful tone and took action. Sorry for being a little late, I'll go prepare everything now. She couldn't just leave me alone with my brother, but at the same time, she probably felt it would be strange for her to join the conversation. I started placing the food on the table while conspicuously averting my gaze. Without a doubt, she was ready to intervene immediately if things took a strange turn. My brother seemed to sense Dahlia's concern as well. He watched Dahlia, who was moving quickly and haphazardly setting down the items in her hands, while I couldn't say anything and just kept my head down. Dahlia, you're finally back. Yes, he started speaking in a gentle yet strict tone. His voice sounded like he had been anticipating this, but also slightly annoyed at having had to wait. I've been waiting for a long time. It was really hard when you weren't here. I'm sorry, Onyi-sama. Although it didn't sound like he was rejecting me, as I had feared, his tone was slightly questioning, and I flinched while trying to respond. But I suppose this was just as painful for you, wasn't it? Onyi-sama's voice suddenly changed. This time, my words were interrupted by words full of kindness. There was no voice rejecting me as I had feared, there was only a voice gently embracing the me who had run away. If I'm not mistaken, I heard everything from Dahlia. What was bothering you, why you kept avoiding me and Dahlia, and also, about Dobby. Really? I guess you heard everything. I was grateful to Dahlia for saving me the trouble, but at the same time, I had a selfish feeling that I should have kept the secret. To be honest, I was terrified. Even though I had come back like this, there was still a chance I could hurt my siblings. I was not only a monster physically, but a monster in thought. I realized I was a monster created by the Dark Lord, and I had been hiding it from my brother for a long time. So I couldn't trust my own ears. I didn't know how my brother would react when he finally learned my secret. I would never be afraid of Dahlia like that. She was highly likely to forgive my existence. But at the same time, it was highly possible this situation wouldn't happen. My fear regarding Dahlia returned. Maybe I was just trying to interpret it in a way that suited me, and in reality, they were afraid of me. Although she desperately wanted to abandon Dobby, she couldn't say anything because she was afraid that this time, she would be abandoned by the House of Malfoy. Even so, my brother was still my beloved older brother. Onyi-sama couldn't possibly lack Dahlia's kindness. My brother looked at me for a moment while I just kept my head down and said nothing, and then suddenly, Dahlia, my wounds won't heal quickly. Suddenly, we started talking about this. The abrupt start of the conversation confused me for a moment. But it's not that I dislike garlic. Sunlight doesn't burn my skin. You'll notice it right away. Onyi-sama's words were undoubtedly a rerun of that day. The day I ran away from Onyi-sama, he told me exactly what he had said to me back then. Every word was exactly the same as before, which undoubtedly showed that Onyi-sama had been thinking about that incident for a long time. Silver cannot harm you. You are not stronger than a troll. You cannot drink blood. You cannot talk to snakes. And Onyi-sama mumbled the same question I had asked last that day. I've never done it, but I don't think there's any pleasure in killing. Contrary to his gentle tone, there was an undeniable truth. The clear fact was that I was not a member of the House of Malfoy. I don't know why Onyi-sama answered only now, but my heart felt like it was breaking. As expected, I wasn't allowed. Hearing my brother's gentle voice was ultimately an auditory hallucination based on desire. Even if Dahlia forgave him, he couldn't forgive the fact that I had deceived him for 12 years. Just as I was about to give up, my brother said, "However, that doesn't matter." I told him, telling him a simple truth that even a child would know. No matter how different your nature is from mine, it doesn't change the fact that you are a Malfoy. You are my precious little sister. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens, I will stand by you. What was woven together were the words I had been searching for, the words of my family, who swore to stay by my side. I still couldn't lift my head. I couldn't immediately muster the courage to look up into Onyi-sama's eyes, filled with self-loathing over something I had hidden for 12 years without realizing. What supported me was, "Dahlia, it's all right." After all, these were the words of my parents and friends. Dahlia, who had been quietly watching us from the side, started speaking to me, as if to push me forward. "It's all right. It's all right, Dahlia. Draco has been waiting for you to come home and stay by his side. It's impossible for Draco to be afraid of you. It's all right. Draco will always be your older brother, no matter what truth he discovers about you, and you trusted me even though I was a stranger to you. Then, I believe you can do it, because Draco is your brother. So, just a little bit is enough, please forgive yourself." "That's unfair. Truly, Dahlia, my best friend is a Slytherin." If someone said something like that to me, no matter how afraid I was, I could only look up. I couldn't say I didn't believe my brother. It wasn't that I had forgiven myself. It wasn't that I was no longer afraid. But for me, denying my brother was more terrifying. I started looking up. Slowly, but definitely on the way up. When I looked up, "Dahlia, you're finally looking at me." Just as Dahlia said, what I feared didn't exist, only the kind gaze of the brother I deeply loved. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear toward me. This was just my self-pity. Irresponsibly, I momentarily forgot about Dobby and burst into tears. "Dahlia, I may not have truly understood how much pain you were in. I was so afraid of hurting you that I couldn't even say the words you truly needed. But one thing remains the same. Dahlia, no matter how miserable, weak, or painful you are, I stand by you. Whatever secrets you have, whatever strange traits, you are a Malfoy. Your family is on your side, your irreplaceable family." I was so afraid of myself that I overlooked something so close to me. I didn't even try to see how simple it was. The House of Malfoy was greater than my filthiness, that was a simple fact. Although his expression remained the same, for some reason, a cold sensation continued to stream down my cheeks as he kept staring into my eyes. "Furthermore, if you insist that he is not your family because he is not human, what do you intend to do about Dobby? He is a house elf. He is not human. But you call him family, don't you? How can you say you are not part of this family just because you are not human? Come to think of it, your brother is also a Slytherin." As if to catch up with him, he started uttering even more insidious words. But I was wrong. I shouldn't have said I wasn't part of this family just because I wasn't human. But Dobby, these were words I didn't want to say right now. Self-loathing suddenly returned to my calmed heart. I saw Dahlia's hand out of the corner of my eye. I lowered my forehead. For the past few seconds, I had almost forgotten Dobby. I was so focused on myself that I tried to forget my precious family member, even though I had abandoned Dobby. My sudden change in expression made him think I had said something careless. My brother said in a panic, "No, it's all right. I heard all of that. To be honest, I don't particularly like him, but if you say so, he might be a member of our House of Malfoy. But that's the reason it's all right. Family ties aren't the same. Just because he is no longer a house elf doesn't mean he's dead. Even if it's impossible now, I believe we can meet again someday." Onyi-sama's words might have just been comfort, a gentle light to ease my sorrow, but it wasn't until much later that I realized it was true. There isn't just one type of family. People call the bonds that cannot be broken, even if one tries, family. Unaware, I just shed tears, comforted by Onyi-sama and Dahlia. The fear that my brother might hate me no longer existed, but Dobby still continued to cast a shadow over my heart. A common room with only 3 people. Inside the common room, dim green light illuminated the table set with food. The only sounds that could be heard were my sobs, mixed with relief and guilt, and the voices of Onyi-sama and Dahlia desperately comforting me. Just like that, the long events of this year finally ended for me. Dahlia's perspective. The joyful feast of the 3 of us ended, and time flew by in the blink of an eye. Although those irritating stares still existed, they were no longer such a bother to me, or even to Dahlia herself, who received them. Because, Dahlia, what is it? I just called your name. I had an irreplaceable best friend by my side. I spent a peaceful time in the Slytherin common room, talking with Dahlia like a newlywed couple. Before, people would immediately steer clear of the conversation, but now they respond with smiles on their faces. Ever since the day I returned from the Chamber of Secrets, Dahlia started working with me more than before. It was like trying to return to what we had done previously. Although Dahlia is smart and brave, she is fundamentally lonely. The thing she had been hiding because she thought she wasn't human must have spun out of control because I discovered everything about her. They were emotionally and physically close. Sometimes, they would just snuggle up tightly, like being spoiled, coming from Dahlia. When the two of us were alone in the common room, she would sometimes lean close to me like a kitten, without any expression on her face. "What's wrong?" Even if I asked. "Nothing," she would say, then turn and walk away, but sometimes she never tried to leave. Honestly, I thought I was going to get a nosebleed at that moment. These truly were happy days. Days I couldn't stop looking forward to. The girl I had always admired was now right beside me, my best friend. Moreover, without the previous sense of distance, the usually aloof Dahlia even indulged me. Everything was fulfilling, and I couldn't help but be happy every day. Reading together, studying together, sometimes sleeping in the same bed, choosing electives for next year. It seemed like a lie that we had been through such hardship recently. If I wasn't being conceited, Dahlia seemed to think so too. On the surface, she was as expressionless as ever, but as far as I could tell, the duration of her smile seemed longer than usual. However, this didn't mean there were no worries. Even on Dahlia's bright, expressionless face, there was always a shadow, albeit faint. First, let's talk about Mr. Lucius. Shortly after returning from the Chamber of Secrets, extremely unpleasant news arrived. Mr. Lucius was forced to resign as a governor. Dahlia naturally couldn't put on a good face, because even after such an incident, her love for Mr. Lucius had not changed. But the fact that he was forced to resign as a governor proved that she couldn't fully pursue Mr. Lucius. If there had been complete evidence proving what Mr. Lucius might have done, he wouldn't have been able to resign from the governorship. Even if we ignore the fact that he hurt Dahlia, almost certainly, he would have been sent to Azkaban even if he hadn't done anything wrong. The lack of this meant that Mr. Lucius could not be charged with a crime. And that Phoenix. Later, I heard from Dahlia that Fawkes was actually Dumbledore's pet, though I had guessed as much from the fact that he chased the old man without hesitation. Dahlia was afraid the Phoenix would discover the truth. But that was fine. Our ability to live so peacefully meant that the Phoenix kept silent about Dahlia. Dahlia seemed to have used magic called open mind to converse with the Phoenix, and at that time, accompanied by feelings of gratitude and sympathy, a resolve not to reveal anything about Dahlia welled up in his heart. But the other one was Dumbledore's pet. To be honest, Dahlia was afraid of what might happen. But with the increased surveillance, and the fact that she didn't explicitly want to get rid of Dahlia, there was no doubt that the old man didn't get any information about Dahlia. I don't like pets like Dumbledore's, but after hearing about Dahlia, I made the right decision. That's probably what it means. It's too obvious, I don't want to praise it. And what Dahlia worried about most was the house elf, Dobby. No matter how much time passed, her guilt never faded. Dahlia still worried that she was the one who abandoned Dobby. Even though Draco comforted him, he didn't try to persuade Dobby at all. For Dahlia, who valued family, Dobby was probably not someone she could easily accept. No matter how happy his expression was, he wouldn't try to forget this, as if forgetting was a sin. This situation continued until the last feast of the second year. At the end of the second academic year, the end-of-year feast. On this day, Draco's words would be proven correct. In the grand hall adorned with red banners. As everyone knows, a major event happened this year, but everyone got through the year safely. And as everyone knows, we won this year's House Cup, and the winners are Gryffindor, who successfully solved the case. They really did a great job. The feast began with the old man's unusually joyful declaration. As last year, the Slytherins sat oddly in their seats, while the other three houses looked at me with annoying stares. This was truly a mouth-watering party, until the most luxurious dishes of the year and the dishes placed only in front of Dahlia were presented. As it was the last feast of the year, the tables were laden with more lavish dishes than usual. Even the Slytherins, who had regrettably lost to the North, could not resist the temptation of the food before them. Only in front of Dahlia was a row of extremely simple meals. What's going on? The food in front of Dahlia clearly stood out from its surroundings. One could say, Spartan. Of course, when I say frugal, it doesn't mean the meal was poor, just compared to those around me, but it clearly looked more like a home-cooked meal than anything else around it. If you look closely, you'll see the edges were even browned. Something clearly amiss. Dahlia was staring at it intently. Dahlia, are you okay? Dahlia, usually expressionless, continued to stare blankly at the food, becoming somewhat worried, and called out to him. However, Dahlia did not answer my question, but continued to stare blankly at her meal. Then, suddenly, as if making up her mind, she kissed me. This taste, the taste of 2019's first, second, third. Yes, this is the path you chose. Even though I gave up on you, thank you, Dobby, thank you. I suddenly burst into tears. Although he was expressionless, tears streamed continuously from his eyes. Dahlia's words and tears. When I saw it, I also understood what this dish was for and who made it. Dobby had made a choice. How to continue serving Dahlia without becoming a mansion servant. A way to be with Dahlia. Family ties are not just one thing. I understand. This might have been an impulse for Draco, but he wasn't wrong. He might no longer be a house elf of the Malfoy family, but he hadn't left Dahlia. He hadn't stopped being a member of Dahlia's family. Good for you. That's really great, Dahlia. With this thought, I ignored the astonished people around me who saw Dahlia's tears, and continued to gently pat Dahlia's head and put my arm around her shoulder. Unlike last year, Dahlia never tried to shake off my hand. For the idiots around me, the events ended at that feast, but for me, this year's events ended when Dahlia regained what she thought she had lost. Dahlia's perspective. A year in which many things happened has ended. Although it was a difficult, painful year, we lost little and gained more than anything. This year, for the first time, I gained what I call my best friend. After what felt like a long year, but actually wasn't that long, we are now entering the final hours of Hogwarts' second year. Once, Dahlia, who was supposed to go to the restroom on the train, was late, and I was worried, so I went to look for her, and for some reason, found myself in a compartment with the Gryffindor trio and Ginny Weasley. Overall, however, it was very peaceful. After a safe journey, we said goodbye on the platform at King's Cross Station. Dahlia, I'll write you many letters this summer too. Yes, please do. I'll write you a letter too, every day. Yeah, I'll write every day too. It felt like I was speaking from the opposite perspective of last year, but I don't think Dahlia was particularly concerned about that either. My regrets have completely vanished, and I now feel true happiness. Until last year, attending Hogwarts was to some extent a painful experience, but from next year on, things will be different. I have my beloved best friend, and besides my brother, I have another family member. See you after the summer holidays. I'll write you every day. I'll write too, and if we have a chance, let's meet face to face. We also started walking. Last year, she was the only one who kept waving until we disappeared from sight. But this year was different. My brother looked at me with a smile, and I kept looking back and waving at him. That's good, Ria. Yes. As Dahlia disappeared from sight, my brother gently called me. I responded with unusual vigor. It's really good. My guilt towards Dahlia and its root, my hatred for myself, still exist clearly, but this joy is also real. Just a little more would be good. I want to follow this feeling for a while longer. Maybe it will end one day. One day he might hurt Dahlia, but Dahlia told me, I am not a monster. I will never hurt Dahlia or my family. Believe me when I say this. There is almost no certainty, but now I want to believe it. I was born a monster, so I cannot stop being a monster. No matter how much I desire a peaceful life, this may be a dream that can never be realized. Just like the basilisk, which is not even a monster, lived like a monster and was killed like a monster. But now I am not as lonely as the basilisk. My family and close friends say it's okay to be with me. Please. I hope this happiness can last as long as possible. With such regret and joy in my heart, I took my brother's hand and walked towards my beloved family. Even if Potter and his friends defeated the heir and cancelled the final exams to celebrate, it would never be a reason for students not to study. Not only senior students preparing for O.W.L and N.E.W.T exams, but also second-year students who have just started school life are no exception. Student life will continue. To have a good future, we must not only study every day, but also think, worry, and make choices for next year. This is an important choice that will determine what kind of work you will do in the future. This is our task, even more important than the final exams. It's time to decide next year's elective subjects. Divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, study of ancient runes, and Muggle studies, a total of 5. How should I put it? It seems there aren't many. Not many, but also many. Well, considering they are directly related to the future, it seems better to keep all of them, but in reality, you can only get 2 or 3. Divination, arithmancy, Muggle studies. There are 3 in total. Take several classes at the same time. If you want to take 3 classes, you can take 3 classes, plus 1 more class, care of magical creatures and ancient runes. In the Slytherin common room, Dahlia stared at the subject list, groaning. Dahlia seemed to be considering choosing 3 classes, but most students who didn't like studying much might find it difficult to choose between 2 classes. My brother, sitting next to me, also glared at the list, seemingly worried. I don't know, because only we were in the common room, but I can imagine other students were also worried about this. However, right in the middle of this, which subject will Dahlia choose? I specialize in arithmancy and ancient runes. I quickly chose my subjects and leisurely drank tea. First of all, this task was too easy for me, because, that's great, Dahlia. You've already chosen? Although I can't really decide. How did you decide? It's a process of elimination. First, I only had 2 subjects to choose from. Even if you let me choose, if there are only 2 subjects to choose from, you have no choice. First, Muggle studies. As a member of the House of Malfoy, who upholds pure blood philosophy, I don't know what people would say if I chose this subject. Actually, I'm not a pureblood or anything, but Muggle studies itself is something I'm interested in, and there's a lot I want to learn. However, I must avoid situations where the House of Malfoy would be ridiculed. And care of magical creatures. Since we are dealing with magical creatures, it is unlikely that all classes will be held indoors. Of course, there will be outdoor classes, which may be the main focus. If that's the case, I have no reason to choose it. Even if Dahlia found out I was half vampire, it doesn't mean other humans can also find out. One could say Dahlia is an exception. Excluding these 2, only 3 options remained: divination, arithmancy, and ancient runes. If divination and arithmancy were available at the same time, I would have to choose between the 2 and ancient runes. But divination, to be honest, is impossible. I'm not trying to make fun of fortune-telling or prophesize, but they tend to rely too much on good judgment. If you don't have that feeling, it's not worth studying at all, and even if you do, I wouldn't be interested in the first place. A long time ago, my brother and I used to have fun with tea leaf reading, but the future I saw with my own eyes was inevitable destruction, fatal disaster. I remember I didn't find it fun at all, because it was too dark. I don't know if that future was true or false, but it's not for me to just show results without any reason or process. In this regard, arithmancy is better because you can understand the reasons behind it. One could say it's quite interesting. The element of probability hints at the uncertainty of the future, which makes it more satisfying. Even if the future is already determined, there's no benefit. I can't even imagine a bright future, so a little uncertainty gives me hope. As a result, I chose arithmancy and ancient runes. Chapter 113, Memories of a Boy. I was interested in everything except divination, but I considered this a good outcome. The process of elimination left me with 2 subjects I was genuinely interested in. Even if I had been given a full choice, I would have ultimately selected these 2. However, Dahlia and her brother didn't seem to like the way I chose them. Dahlia. She began looking at me with a very sad expression. My few short sentences must have made her understand my situation. Dahlia even had tears in her eyes. From the start, she pitied me for having no choice and seemed to regret continuing to worry about me in my presence. I was speechless. I realized she was misled into thinking I was disappointed about only being able to choose 2. I needed to clear up the misunderstanding quickly. Seeing the change in their expressions, I quickly spoke. No, please don't look like that. It's true that due to family and health reasons, I could only choose 2 from the beginning, but I don't regret it or feel sad. In fact, I'm glad I don't have to worry about the decision. I wasn't particularly interested in anything except divination, but ancient runes interested me from the start, and if I had to choose between the other subjects, I would definitely choose one. I thought you would choose arithmancy. That subject seems somewhat suited to your gender. I tried to comfort her, but she still seemed to be thinking. Dahlia's expression became even more troubled, and her brother. I will also choose ancient runes and arithmancy. Saying this, he tried to check the same boxes on the list as me. As I said, I had no regrets about my choices, so I certainly couldn't tolerate a choice based on such misguided sympathy. If my brother went astray because of a misunderstanding, I wouldn't be able to face mother and father. Before brother could truly make his selection, I raised my voice. That won't do, brother. I already told you. I have no regrets. I even think this is a good thing. There's no need for you to feel strange sympathy for me, brother. Rest assured about this, and choose the subjects you need for your future. Hearing my words, a worried expression flashed across brother's face for a moment, but he eventually seemed to accept it. I looked at Dahlia, who was still thinking, and she muttered something, returning to her troubled expression over the many choices. However, Dahlia, even if you say these are mandatory subjects for the future, they are the hardest ones. Just as Dahlia said, when I think about it, I feel that all of these are necessary. I am just like Dahlia. So, I don't plan to choose only Muggle studies and divination, but that still leaves 3, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, and ancient runes. Even if you ask me to eliminate one. I agree. Brother seemed unable to choose 3 subjects. I put down the tea in my hand and looked at brother's list as I spoke. First, are you certain that your brother's dream is to follow your father's footsteps and become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic? Yes. I am the eldest son of the House of Malfoy, so this is only natural. I expected my brother to say this, proud of being a member of the House of Malfoy. I thought all 3 choices were fine for him, but since I only chose 2, I couldn't speak for others. I pointed at the list and smiled at my chest-puffed-out brother. In that case, ancient runes and care of magical creatures would be better. Although arithmancy is more academic than divination, it is definitely within the realm of divination. Since you can only choose 2, it would be better to choose different ones. Yes, all right, I'll choose those 2. Brother's choice was finalized earlier than I expected. On second thought, my brother's situation was similar to mine. Although they were certainly different as people, their status as members of the House of Malfoy hadn't changed much. On the contrary, as the heir of the House of Malfoy, my brother couldn't afford to make the wrong choice. Brother also had to choose through a process of elimination. Well, regardless of the process, the decision was made without a doubt. I now turned to Dahlia. Which subject will Dahlia choose? But there was no response. She continued to stare at the list with a worried expression. Trying to talk to her again. Daff. Hey, Dahlia, you're interested in everything except divination, setting aside physical and family constraints, right? I was interrupted by Dahlia's question. I replied, confused by the sudden words. Yes, I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested. There was no need to hide anything, so I told the truth. Regardless of what subjects you were interested in, you only had 2 paths to choose from. Dahlia thought about my words and then suddenly looked up. I've decided. I will choose care of magical creatures and Muggle studies. She began saying something unimaginable for a Slytherin like her. You're studying Muggle studies in addition to care of magical creatures? You know that this house, Slytherin House, is for the pureblood, so why would you choose such a course? Probably no one in Slytherin chooses Muggle studies. I'm sure they didn't even consider it an option to begin with. So, choosing Muggle studies in Slytherin requires great courage. If you aren't good at it, you might even get tripped up in the dormitory. It was impossible for Dahlia not to know this. She must have her own reasons for Muggle studies. If Dahlia were bullied, I would solve the problem even if it meant killing the perpetrator, but that didn't mean I could immediately accept this situation. Just as I was wondering, Dahlia spoke with a bright expression completely unlike before. The reason is simple, because I'm interested in subjects other than divination, and it's a shame I can't take the same classes as Dahlia. But now Dahlia and I will teach each other all the subjects except divination. You can do it. Even if it affects your future, it doesn't matter if you learn all of them. And just because no one in Slytherin chooses Muggle studies doesn't mean I dislike it immediately. You win. Well, if you see it, it's not important, but it's easy to say things like, I'm studying Muggle studies to reiterate how foolish Muggles are. Don't think you'll be fooled. They'll just think you're a little strange. It's too late now, so it doesn't matter. They are the type of people who would fool you by saying Dahlia is the heir, so they can be easily fooled again. So, Dahlia, can we teach each other together? This was a very attractive proposal. Of course, if this were the case, Dahlia and I would be able to study all the subjects, and we would have more time together in our free time. Class times were separate, but first and foremost, we couldn't talk or interact together during class. In this situation, choosing different subjects and reviewing them while teaching each other would be a more meaningful way to spend time. But, Dahlia, I'm happy with your proposal, and it is a very attractive one. But are you truly satisfied with this? Did you choose these 2 because you were genuinely drawn to them, because they were more interesting than the others? Furthermore, no matter how you explain it, choosing Muggle studies in Slytherin is extremely dangerous. I trust that as a clever woman, you know this, but did you truly understand this before making your choice? I couldn't accept Dahlia's suggestion. I knew Dahlia hadn't chosen this subject out of pity or debt to me. However, I was certain that my subjects had some influence on her choice. If that was the case, as her best friend, I didn't want to restrict her actions. She should act for herself. I didn't want to hold her back. I wanted to be equal with her. I spoke with this thought in mind, but Dahlia answered without hesitation. I understand what you're trying to say, Dahlia. Well, I'd be lying if I said your choices didn't influence me, but that's not the whole story. You chose arithmancy and runes, so I didn't choose care of magical creatures or muggle studies because of elimination, and law. I like studying, but I especially like learning things I didn't know before. Arithmancy and runes interest me greatly, but, compared to the other two, they lack novelty for me. That being said, the two subjects I chose are completely different from anything I've studied so far. You know, when it comes to muggle studies, it's so good, I don't even know what I'm going to learn. So thanks to Dahlia choosing arithmancy and runes, I could easily choose between the two. You could have chosen runes, but that would reduce the time. I don't think that teacher's teaching ability is better than Dahlia's. I thought Dahlia would teach me. You don't have to choose between the two, and there will be no regrets. Dahlia continued with her simple words. And, also, I don't think you need to worry too much about the Slytherins. After all, they are not all pureblood, and I am from the Greengrass family. Although my status is lower than the House of Malfoy, I don't think they are all pureblood. So, no one will openly complain. I don't think anyone has the courage to harm that heir's best friend. Dahlia finished with a mischievous smile. She truly was sly. She was my favorite best friend. I wasn't sure about the last excuse, but Dahlia had a point. If Dahlia were bullied, I suppose I would threaten them using my status as the heir. Anyway, if I was suspected of being an heir, it wouldn't be a problem to use that status for this kind of thing. Satisfied and happy with Dahlia's choice, I leaned gently toward her, smiling. Beyond just the addition of new classes, I couldn't help but think that next year would be an even brighter and happier one. With that, everyone had made their choices for next year, and the three-person fun tea party began today. Draco's perspective. Dahlia smiled carefree, while Dahlia, who at first glance seemed expressionless as usual, wore an unusually brilliant smile. Although it was just casual conversation, both of them looked genuinely happy, a trivial, ordinary scene in daily life. But this was the sight Dahlia had always wanted but had given up on. This was the friend Dahlia had always wanted. Watching the heartwarming scene before me, I vaguely recalled some past events. It was when we were 6 years old. This happened the day before the traditional tea party of the pureblood nobility was about to take place. I excitedly asked Dahlia, who was reading in the library as usual, while looking forward to the friend I would meet tomorrow. Hey, Dahlia, at tomorrow's tea party, you'll get to meet the friend Father chose for you, right? It seems so. However, the response wasn't great. It was a casual reply. Her gaze never left her book. I didn't notice Dahlia's state and continued speaking. I wonder what kind of person he is. What do you think, Dahlia? I was so excited. It was my first time meeting someone my age other than Dahlia. Although I knew nothing about the world, I naively believed it was full of dreams and hope. But Dahlia knew. From the day she knew she wasn't human, Dahlia knew the world wasn't only composed of beautiful things. There was hope and dreams, but also plans and objectives. This was why Dahlia gave up. No, she had no choice but to give up. Other people's plans were too dangerous for Dahlia if she wanted to protect beautiful things. Dahlia looked up from her book and muttered, her expressionless face filled with sadness that was hard to conceal. Since your father chose him, he is likely the child of a pureblood noble. He must also be very disciplined. So brother, I think my friend will be able to serve you. No, it's not just for me. I'll introduce him to you too. No, I don't need friends. The closer you get, the more likely my secret will be exposed. After saying that, Dahlia returned her gaze to her book. She seemed to think the conversation was over, which was unimaginable since she always agreed to listen to my stories until the very end. Hearing Dahlia's reply, I was speechless for a moment. Unbeknownst to me, at that time I no longer had the wisdom to deny Dahlia's words. Although I knew Dahlia was family no matter what, I also understood that Dahlia's secret shouldn't be exposed to those around her. So I couldn't immediately deny Dahlia's words. Instead, I was troubled by the following question. Don't say such sad things. I believe one day you will find a friend who won't mind knowing your secret. What kind of person do you think Dahlia would like to be friends with? This was just a change of subject. I painfully fled from Dahlia's trouble. So, big brother. All right. What kind of person do you hope Dahlia becomes? There was no turning back. I knew then that this was just an evasion, but once started, I couldn't turn back. I didn't know if she noticed my negative thoughts, but Dahlia started talking again. It seemed there was no way. It was like looking at something you could never have with a look of resignation on your face. I want a child who can read with me. I want a child who can share all kinds of knowledge and improve together. They don't have to be smart. I just want a child full of curiosity and... Dahlia finally said as she closed the book. I want a girl who can look at me correctly even if she knows me. I don't think there is such a girl in this world." After saying that, Dahlia took the book and left the library. Only I was left, unable to do anything but stand there blankly, Dahlia's sad expression lingering in my mind. It was something that happened a long time ago. I might be the only one who remembers what happened then. Dahlia probably doesn't remember. Even I had forgotten for a long time. But now I do remember that time. The friend Dahlia always wanted was right in front of her. I think, just as I said, even if one day you discover my secret, you will find a friend who will tell you it's okay. That's truly good, Dahlia. I whispered words in my mouth that even the two people in front of me couldn't hear. Dahlia overcame many challenges this year. Professor Dumbledore's tacit suspicion, the students' gazes directed by him, and the encounter with the basilisk created just like him. After overcoming all of this, Dahlia finally found a friend who would never betray her. In fact, there were more than one candidate who could be Dahlia's friend, but since she was a member of the House of Malfoy, it was best that she be pureblood. I quietly drank my tea while watching the sight of happiness Dahlia finally achieved. As they rode the train home, Ron, Harry, and Ginny, who had been rescued by them this year, were chatting in a friendly atmosphere. However, as I sat in the same compartment with them, I couldn't help but feel a gloomy atmosphere. I knew I was making the atmosphere worse, but I couldn't help but feel depressed. Harry and the others probably didn't know what to say to me either. Although his tone was cheerful when he spoke, I could still feel him looking at me with the same worried eyes from earlier. Nevertheless, I didn't have the energy to respond to them. Mr. Lockhart will be imprisoned in Azkaban after receiving treatment. Under the joint signature of Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass, we have decided to investigate additional charges. Even after reading the good news that arrived this morning, my mood never improved. The hand holding the Daily Prophet drooped weakly. I repeated the same question over and over again, alone in my dark thoughts. What exactly did I do this year? With the basilisk and the heir defeated by Harry, the year's events themselves were truly over. Ginny, who had been controlled by the Dark Lord, recovered her bright smile, and the Chamber of Secrets, hidden for 1,000 years, was uncovered. Everyone was genuinely happy, and all the problems that happened this year were resolved. But it didn't solve any problems for me. After all, the suspicion regarding Mr. Malfoy had not been eliminated. If I hadn't been so arrogant, I would have uncovered the truth of the Chamber of Secrets horror much earlier and revealed the location of the Chamber of Secrets. I think I was able to make some contribution to solving the cases related to the Chamber of Secrets. But that was it. Although I was able to help solve the case, I was completely powerless against the wrongful suspicion targeting Mr. Malfoy. In fact, you could say it made things worse. Everything he did this year, starting with making the Polyjuice potion, was in vain. So after the incident, I desperately tried to dispel any misunderstandings about Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy was not the heir. Mr. Malfoy was just a victim. But no one heard me. The truth in the Chamber of Secrets, my words lacked credibility because I couldn't tell them about Ginny. For everyone, the explanation that Mr. Malfoy was the heir was probably simpler and easier to understand than my vague words. At least if I couldn't dispel the misunderstanding about Mr. Malfoy, I thought I should at least tell Mr. Malfoy, who might still be suffering, that I believed him. Not everyone suspected Mr. Malfoy. I tried to tell him that someone knew he was innocent. But even so, I was not allowed. Not only did Draco understand that Mr. Malfoy was attacked by the stone lizard because of me, but even Mr. Greengrass, who had been with his girlfriend for a long time, never let me near Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Greengrass's gaze toward me was especially sharp. He had received little goodwill from Slytherin from the start, but the look he got from her was different. Previously, even among Slytherin, the gazes of Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass had never been so hostile. Mr. Malfoy had no expression on his face, so I couldn't be sure, but I thought the way they looked at him was quite positive. I would never be looked at with those eyes again. I thought his gaze just now even carried murderous intent. As I took one action after another, I was left with only one desperate truth. I had hurt Mr. Malfoy, and the rift was deeper than ever. This is why I asked myself this question. What exactly did I do this year? No matter how many times I thought about it, I couldn't find the answer. On the contrary, the more I thought, the darker my thoughts became. I tried to bridge the gap between Mr. Malfoy and me, even if only slightly. To be a little more equal to him, I asked Professor McGonagall to take all the elective subjects, but if I couldn't get close to him, it was meaningless to him. Nothing. My intellectual curiosity for the electives was also drowned out by my current melancholy. Just like when he discovered he had hurt Mr. Malfoy, his thoughts never progressed forward again. Unlike then, now that the matter was resolved, I had no chance left to make amends. As I tried to repeat the same question again. "Ah, you're here, Ginny Weasley. I was looking for you." Suddenly, they were interrupted by a voice outside the compartment. The person calling me was Dahlia Greengrass, who was looking at me with killing intent. She stood there looking at Ginny, who was near the door, without looking at me again. "Greengrass, why are you here? Are you looking for Ginny? You are shameless. What exactly are you going to say to Ginny, who is wearing Dahlia Malfoy's belt?" It was an unexpected visit. Naturally, Ron and Harry started getting more annoyed than they expected. The two quickly stood up and moved to positions that shielded Ginny. However, she ignored them, maintaining an indifferent expression, only her eyes filled with a dim light, and continued speaking. "No, I have something to ask you. That's why I came here to ask you. Dahlia seems to think this is no longer important, but I can't accept that. Dahlia was the only one who suffered, and you. I find it strange no matter how I think about it that there's nothing inside." Mr. Greengrass muttered a few words, then looked back into the eyes of Ginny, who was sitting behind Harry and Ron. "How does it feel to have someone suspected as the heir?" "Yes," she asked in a flat voice. "Blaming our sins." It was as if we were exposing Ginny's sin, which everyone was unconsciously ignoring. "You already realized you were the heir, right? Although you were manipulated by the diary, you were the one who attacked the students, yet you didn't step forward. Dahlia was suspected instead of you, even though he knew. Knowing he was the culprit, it must have been easy. Although he was the culprit, Dahlia was suspected instead. No, not just Dahlia. Potter was also suspected. There was. I. Ginny's expression became increasingly distraught. Ginny opened her mouth, trying to gasp, but nothing came out, so Mr. Greengrass continued. "Do you deny that Dahlia's suffering is meaningless just because she is a Slytherin student? Do you deny that Dahlia should be blamed instead of Gryffindor? But what about Potter? I wonder if Potter is a Gryffindor student, right? If he had told the teachers that this happened because of his diary, wouldn't Potter have been suspected? Besides, no one died this time." "I didn't die, but what if you had come forward? People might have died because of your silence, but what do you think about that?" I just. Ginny couldn't answer. Not just Ginny, but the three people in the room, including me. Only Ron. "Greengrass, what are you talking about? Ginny was hurt because of you. You are trying to do something to Ginny by saying things you don't understand." Although he shouted loudly, this was never Mr. Greengrass's answer. He was just shouting, but he didn't fundamentally deny her words. Mr. Greengrass looked coldly at everyone except me, but after sighing, "I'm not saying it's completely evil to force others to blame you because you are lovely. I'm not saying you should sacrifice yourself. I am Slytherin. I won't deny that you will go to any lengths. But even though the person in front of you was hurt, you still feel like a pure victim. I think it's wrong to insist that she is someone else. Dahlia has a lot of guilt she shouldn't bear, but I cannot forgive you for committing a greater sin than her and taking no responsibility. I know this is just a rant, but I can't help but blame you." No one could raise their voice because her tone was icy. Then she tried to open her mouth again, but, "Dahlia, I thought it was getting late, so I came looking for you, but why are you here?" The words did not continue, because a voice came from behind her, a voice as beautiful as a bell but with a hint of coolness. Mr. Greengrass quickly turned around. There stood Dahlia Malfoy, the person I had always admired and the person I had hurt. The Dahlia. No, nothing. I just wanted to ask you something. I have nothing else to do. Come on, let's go." As if trying to hide Mr. Malfoy, I dragged the expressionless and suspiciously atmospheric Mr. Malfoy somewhere. She didn't look at me even at the end. A stormy moment suddenly occurred in the bright compartment. All that remained was a dark atmosphere, completely opposite to the one before my arrival. Ginny was pale, and Harry and Ron were flushed. My expression was probably the same as Ginny's. I repeated it again, my face completely drained of blood. Ultimately, what did I do this year? And this time, I finally got the answer. Mr. Greengrass's attitude finally forced me to admit it. I did nothing this year, because everyone was deeply convinced Ginny would be hurt. Professor Dumbledore decided it so. In the end, I did nothing to help Mr. Malfoy. Only this desperate answer remained in the quiet compartment. Lucius's perspective. "Father, good night." If my voice sounded somewhat accusatory, maybe I was overthinking it. I don't think so. After finishing his report, Draco left the study without waiting for my reply. Normally, I would scold Draco for his unusual behavior, but I couldn't even scold him. I could only stare blankly at the study door. As I continued to stare into space, the report I had heard from Draco earlier flashed through my mind. Father, I have something to talk to you about. The story that began with that sentence was all about Dahlia. Dahlia was suspected because of Professor Dumbledore. Dahlia's body was revealed to the daughter of the Greengrass family. Dahlia even fled from Draco out of self-loathing. Dahlia was kidnapped by the heir. Moreover, she felt she was a monster unworthy of the House of Malfoy and had even considered suicide at one point. I already knew things I didn't know until Draco told me. This year, some sad events happened to Dahlia. My mind is still in turmoil because I received so much information all at once. But even with such a confused mind, one thing was clear. Despite all my actions, I ultimately failed to save Dahlia. He was eventually forced to resign from the board and lost the means to protect Dahlia. Damn it. This is all that old demon's fault. Because that old demon did something unnecessary, Dahlia got hurt. It would have been better if she had secretly left Hogwarts. This is terrible. The first name he shouted in the empty study was Dumbledore, who was his biggest target this time. If he hadn't forced Dahlia into a desperate situation in the first place, I wouldn't have planned this. Next came Dobby, who betrayed Dahlia, and the Weasley family, who suffered no sacrifice. I complained about everything that had obstructed my plans this year, and then, this diary. I wish I didn't have this diary. I had a diary like this, Dahlia. This time, I started spending all my money on the precious items the Dark Lord had given me, items I used to open the Chamber of Secrets. You useless thing. Why did you kidnap Dahlia of the House of Malfoy into the Chamber of Secrets? That child belongs to the House of Malfoy. She should be qualified to be a Slytherin. She inherited the bloodline of the Dark Lord. This is you. What else do you think is missing from this? He violently threw the diary onto the floor and stomped on it repeatedly. He kicked it, stepped on it, and even cast spells at it. He continued to make many mistakes, uttering every insult he could think of. Then I continuously poured out my heart, and what was left at the end was, because I used this diary, I pushed Dahlia into a corner. There was no resentment toward others, only an intense feeling of self-reproach. Only after completely venting could I fully confess my guilt. I muttered, my voice starting to grow faint, mixed with sobs. I'm sorry, Dahlia. Of course, no one answered. Draco wasn't here, and Dahlia wasn't here either. Even if she were, Dahlia wouldn't react at all. Dahlia, who returned for the first time after a year, despite being severely injured, ultimately said nothing. She must have known that this year's events happened because of me. Father, I made a friend. That's what Dahlia said. She smiled quietly, without any expression on her face, but she never showed me her pain or blamed me. Dahlia didn't like to endure much, so I made her endure even more. It would have been easier if she had blamed me for this, if she had said that she was hurt because of me, if she had said that she suffered because of me, but in the end, no one punished me. Dahlia, the only person who could punish me, ultimately chose to be punished herself rather than punish me. I'm sorry, Dahlia. What do you mean? Only my sobs remained in the quiet study. All that remained was the fact that I had hurt Dahlia and the fact that I had no way to make amends. POV. A figure wearing a black hood passed by the cell. Every time it passed, I could hear it rattling as it tried to suck the happiness and prosperity out of me. But this time, it didn't seem to succeed either. As I watched the Dementor walk away, cold air dripping from my face, I thought to myself, you fool. You can't take anything from me anymore. The happiness I once felt had turned into a regretful memory because of that incident. All I had left was my hatred for you and my innocence. Although many years had passed and various emotions had been worn away, this hatred would never disappear. He is still alive. Even now, somewhere, he is still living his life in the form of a rat suitable for him. I killed James and Lily, and now I am sleeping. Normally, I would want to escape this place as quickly as possible, but even if I turned into a dog, I couldn't slip out of this cell, and I don't have the remaining energy to do so. It would be different if I knew where he was, but I can't do that. He is hiding somewhere now. An old friend who ran away and avoided Lord Voldemort. Some of them might know the truth and hate Lord Voldemort, believing he destroyed him. I am talking about him, cunning and eternally cowardly, who will never live in human form. Finding such a person from here is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is safe to say it is impossible, but even though I know it's impossible, I just can't give up. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to remember my dead friends. So I think about this problem over and over again. Amidst exhausted emotions and reason, I just keep repeating myself to maintain the last shred of self-awareness. This hopelessly happy memory is filled with hatred and remorse. There were more things to do until a series of disturbances began with a certain prisoner's escape. The world revolves around the rule of survival of the fittest, survival of the strongest. When I started making memories, I already understood the truth. This was because the orphanages, hospitals, and institutions where I lived were all governed by these extremely simple and clear rules. Although it was a place where the sun couldn't shine, the ventilation was poor, likely due to the lack of windows. In this situation, we were all forced to wear the same grey outer garments, and we orphans were not even allowed to have any differences. Every day, a woman who called herself the manager would say, "Everyone get along and don't fight. All children are equal, no matter the circumstances." Although these things were only said verbally, reality did not change. I believe that woman didn't believe what she was saying either. It was just easier for her to manage and control things if we were all equal. Yes, even if we wore the same clothes, and even if we were all told to get along and be equal, reality itself would not change. Everyone is equal? No one is equal. There are always things that are better or worse. In fact, there was a clear hierarchy among the orphans. Those who knew their biological parents, those whose parents were rich, those who were scheduled to be adopted by relatives, and those who were strong and could control others. Among all the rankings, this factor was especially important. Those who had greater power and the ability to control others were the most special existences in this orphanage. Those who were not special were simply devoured by others. They looked alive, but were actually dead. I was not born with a good constitution, and physically, I would have been at the bottom faster than anyone, but among the orphans, I was absolutely at the top, because I had a special power. Before I realized this, my life was miserable. Food was stolen every day by big, bulky people, which drew the attention of the caretakers. If you were deprived of food, your physical strength would weaken further, and you would be deprived of food the next day. Not only my food, but even the few belongings I had were snatched away. I was not only weak, but I didn't know my parents, they weren't rich, and I wasn't scheduled for adoption, so I was the person with the lowest status at the time. All I knew about my parents was that my mother died shortly after giving birth to me, and my father might still be alive and have a name like Tom Riddle. That was the extent of the knowledge. It was the same as knowing nothing. It was truly miserable. The real pain is being miserable without realizing how miserable you are. In the end, his existence was merely waiting to be devoured. That was me at the time. But one day, "Hey, give me what's on your plate. You're small, you don't need that much." Even though it's just Tom, it's too brazen for him to eat more. Every Christmas, fruits that weren't usually available appeared on the dining table. However, even on such a special day, people would repeat words that sounded like a daily greeting. I didn't think this was unreasonable. This was the rule of this world, and the most obvious truth. But at that time, I was really looking forward to this fruit. A fruit that could only be eaten once a year. If it were taken away here, I didn't know when I would be able to eat it again. Moreover, I was extremely hungry at the moment. I hadn't eaten 4 days, and I thought he wouldn't even give me a drop of soup. I didn't think about what would happen next, only that if I didn't break the rules, I would die. So, with a feeling of desperation, "Don't touch my plate." That's what I shouted. After screaming, I felt intense remorse. Even if I hadn't done anything wrong, I figured I would be beaten later. Not only would I be deprived of food without any resistance, but this time I would continue to be beaten to death, and I might breathe my last without being able to do anything to anyone. But the punch never came. As I expected, the person who raised his fist at me didn't hit me at all, he just fainted. At first, I didn't think this was my strength. It was just a coincidence. I thought he had just fainted when I screamed. However, before he realized it, this understanding turned into suspicion and finally turned into certainty. Since that Christmas incident, strange things began to happen frequently. The guy who wanted to snatch my belongings suddenly developed chickenpox on his hand, and the guy who wanted to hit me suddenly started convulsing. Mysterious phenomena that shouldn't have happened kept occurring in my favor. I was convinced. I had a special power. I was a special person. By the time I realized this, I was already able to control this special power. If you consciously gave a command, others would easily follow. Now, not only people, but even animals could be moved at will. I could even hurt myself if necessary. Before I knew it, I was no longer the one being eaten, but the one who ate. I was not the one deprived of the fruit, but the one who took it. I had died, but on that Christmas day, I came alive for the first time. In the world of survival of the fittest, there are only 2 types of existence. There are those who eat, and there are those who are eaten. The only way to avoid being eaten is to eat the other party. If you don't become an eater, you will die. The manager said. There are kind people in this world who provide things for free. So please be kind to others and keep hope. No matter what you said, that was a lie. In fact, I never received anything for free. Things are not given, they must be taken. If I didn't take it, I would never eat that fruit. So I did the right thing. I just followed the rules I had experienced myself. I didn't know how else to get the fruit. However, for some reason, I never felt satisfied. Since I was able to avoid being eaten, I no longer felt hungry. I was able to obtain many things that could be called treasures. However, I always had a feeling of thirst. The way the other orphans and caretakers looked at me was no longer with pity and contempt as before, but with fear and vigilance. I knew. The change in their eyes proved that I was special. It proved that I was the one who took it. But for some reason, looking at those eyes, I always felt thirsty. To quench that thirst, I constantly stole. But for some reason, the thirst only grew stronger. To survive, to be acknowledged by someone, I just kept stealing. One day, something happened. Pleased to meet you, Tom. I am Professor Dumbledore. That person appeared at the orphanage. That day, a strange man in a deep purple velvet suit with elaborate tailoring suddenly came to my room. The man, introduced by the manager as a guest, suddenly walked into the room, sat down in a nearby chair, looked at me with a stunned expression, and said, "As I said before, I teach at a school called Hogwarts. I came this time to ask you to enroll in my school." A man with a crazy look suddenly appeared, and the word school. I screamed, expressing my anger. Don't be fooled. What is a school? This is probably an asylum anyway. And Professor, HMPH, what is a professor? He must actually be some kind of doctor? I'm definitely not going. I'm not crazy. I knew that recently the caretakers didn't understand my special nature and frequently wanted to send me to an asylum. That's why I thought this guy was good at it too. But I am not from an asylum. His words calmed my anger. You're not crazy. Besides, Hogwarts isn't a school for lunatics. It's a school of magic. I was stunned. What did this guy just say? Magic? That's right. Seeing that reaction, it seems you already have a clue. As he said, many thoughts were swirling in my mind. This special power of mine. It was a power that could only be described as magic. Not that I believed him, but if his magic and my special were the same thing. Yes, I can do special things that others can't. Law, for example, what do you mean? He asked me many questions, and I answered excitedly. I looked down and saw my fists trembling with anticipation. Many things. You can move objects, animals, and people without touching them, or make them obey you. If you wish, you can hurt me. I am a special person. I don't know if it's special, but you certainly look like a wizard. I looked up happily at the words above. The world finally recognized that I was special. Like an orphan adopted by loved ones, the special me might finally be able to escape this narrow world and move towards a new one. I believed this thirst could be satisfied in the outside world. Not only am I special in such a place, but I am also special in the outside world, and I can become a great being. I looked up at him, my heart full of anticipation but also a hint of despair, because the eyes of this person I had never seen before spoke of a world I had never heard of, seen, or grown accustomed to. His gaze, like that of the caretakers and other orphans, carried a familiar warning tone, and the me reflected in his eyes, in every way, resembled the person I saw in the Chamber of Secrets. This was his original landscape. Just as my soul smiled on my face, those were his childhood memories. This was a record of him that no one would remember, not even the monster he had become, nor me, who had woken from a dream. A one-way re-experience that could only be achieved unconsciously. It made me a little sad, because I was him in the dream. I realized, he just didn't know love, how to love, and how to be loved. He had never been given love, never even had the chance to feel it, and was never allowed to imagine that his parents might have loved him. He had never been given true love, not even false love. You cannot give others what you do not know, let alone give it. Although he was more talented than anyone, he was no exception. The only person who could save him did not understand love and could not give it to him. Although he knew the power of love, he did not understand love itself. Never knowing love, and never being given love, he killed a schoolgirl and was reborn in her place as a monster. A monster named Lord Voldemort. He killed a person, and he himself died. He only knew what monster meant, but after becoming a monster, he died forever. In the end, he could only survive by becoming a monster. I slowly woke up, feeling incredibly sad about this desperate reality. When I woke up, I didn't remember the dream. It didn't exist, because this was just my inner self, not my memory. When I woke up in the morning, it seemed to be completely bright outside. Even with the curtains drawn, you could tell it wasn't morning, but afternoon. Apparently, I had overslept. Usually, I wake up on my own, but sometimes I oversleep like this. When this happens, Dobby usually comes to wake me up, but he's no longer home. He's no longer the house elf of the Malfoy family, but that doesn't mean it's sad. Because he is no longer a servant of the Malfoy family, he is also no longer a member of my family. If you want to see him, just go to Hogwarts. Just like my best friend, Dahlia. Then there's no need for me to be sad. It's just that the family structure has changed a bit. Furthermore, Dahlia, are you awake? Even if Dobby doesn't come to wake me up, my dear mother will. Yes, I just woke up. I'm sorry, mother. I caused you trouble. It's all right, Dahlia. School is still tiring, so I don't mind her oversleeping at home. Mother walked towards me with a gentle smile. Oh, Dahlia, are you crying? He suddenly looked at my face and said. Hearing Mother's words, I put my hand on my cheek, and sure enough, tears streamed down my face. Dahlia, did you have another terrible dream? Perhaps so, but it's all right. I think I was dreaming, but now I don't remember it. Mother gently patted my back, and I responded while wiping away my tears. Once wiped away, the tears stopped flowing. Not because I was strong, I truly didn't know why I was crying. Anyway, I probably just had a strange dream. If I had to say, for some reason, not remembering the content of the dream made me feel very sad. Mother looked at my blank expression with concern, but when she realized I was telling the truth, really? But don't push yourself too hard. You've accumulated too much. After saying that, she patted my head and stood up. As I was somewhat reluctant, she continued in a cheerful voice. Come on, let's go have breakfast. Your father and Draco are waiting for us. Also, I have to make your clothes today. It's going to be busy. As your mother said, I have a lot to do today. Today I'm going to Diagon Alley to buy my real birthday dress. Since she wears different clothes every year, she has to be measured again this year. While Mother was watching me, I got ready and hurried to the dining room, where Father and my brother were already waiting for me. So as not to keep everyone waiting, I wanted to share the happiness of daily life with my family for as long as possible. For some reason, deep down, I felt this was my only morning for him. Until the very end, I couldn't remember who he was. Harry's POV. Nothing good happened to me during the summer holidays. This was something I had learned from the painful experiences of my short 13 years of life. Life hadn't gotten much better since I returned to the Dursley family, though I wasn't locked up like last year. As usual, the study materials were the first to be locked away and put aside, and Hedwig made a fuss because she was locked up, which made things even worse for the old folks. The only good thing that happened was on my birthday. Before I entered Hogwarts, even my own birthday wasn't something I looked forward to, but ever since I entered Hogwarts, my friends always sent me gifts. Hagrid was. This guy will come in handy next semester. I can't say why yet. The rest will have to wait until we meet. Besides the letter with these words, there was also a monster book that kept trying to bite me. Hermione still seemed unwell. She received a letter saying she planned to spend the last week of her holiday in London and received a very good gift, a broom polishing kit. Ron seemed to have won a lot of gold in the lottery. He had a newspaper clipping from the Daily Prophet from a week ago, showing him with scabbers on his shoulder, and a suspicious-looking tool called a hidden preventer that he apparently bought while traveling. Except for Hermione's, all the gifts were extremely suspicious, and Hagrid seemed even more dangerous, but I was happy because I knew they all came from the heart, and looking at them side by side made me feel a little sad. It was like a warm feeling. This was the first time in my life I had such a happy birthday. When you have such happy days, the summer holidays aren't so bad. As long as someone celebrates my birthday, I can endure the tough summer holidays ahead. That's what I thought. However, the summer holidays were full of hardships. Even the only happy memory was easily erased. Because your parents are bankrupt, worthless, gluttonous bastards. Different. Aunt Marge came to visit the Dursley family. Aunt Marge was Uncle Dursley's sister, and she was exactly like her brother in both appearance and personality. Every time she saw me, she would be the first to scold me, and in extreme cases, she would mock my parents. When I found out my most hated aunt was coming, I was shocked, but starting this year, I needed her signature to go to Hogsmeade, a wizarding village near Hogwarts that I could visit on weekends, so I tried my best not to upset her. I was determined to be a good girl so I wouldn't have to worry, but the result was, no, that's not it. Your parents were drunk and died in a car accident. They were pathetic parents. You're a bastard too. That's how it was. If you try to retaliate against such harsh abuse, you will be abused many times more. In my anger, I forgot about the Hogsmeade permission, so I glared fiercely at Aunt Marge, forgetting my manners. Now, I wanted this dripping piece of flesh to shut up. My parents risked their lives to protect me from Lord Voldemort, and they could no longer tolerate being insulted. So I just stared. Let your anger take you. I hope this piece of flesh would shut up now. And you are both rude and ungrateful. My wish came true. Auntie suddenly fell silent, as if unable to speak. Was it because her anger was so great that she couldn't even speak? As everyone pondered and stared at her, the old woman began to swell. It wasn't anger, but the woman's body itself. Her big, red face swelled severely, her small eyes bulged, and her mouth stretched left and right, unable to speak at all. The buttons on her clothes began to pop off, and when she finally started to look like a balloon, she finally began to float. Merge! Uncle and Aunt Petunia rushed at him, but it was too late. Before Aunt Marge could say anything, she floated to the ceiling and began bouncing between herself and the ceiling. The dining room was simply a scene from hell. I took this opportunity to run out of the room, retrieved my study materials from the storage room, and then ran out of the house with a box full of tools I was taking to Hogwarts. Get back here. Make Marge normal again. A shout came from behind, but I naturally ignored it. This was a deserved reward. It would be great if it just stayed like an air balloon. I jumped onto the dark street and walked aimlessly. After all, nothing cool happened during the summer holidays. The warm feeling from my birthday was no longer in my heart. I continued forward, looking only ahead, fueled solely by melancholy. No destination, no direction. No matter how far I walked, without my parents, I was at a dead end, with no exit. Even though I knew this, I kept walking. Anywhere would be much better than here. This happened a few minutes before I met that dog. A huge, pitch-black dog stared at me in the darkness with bright eyes. For me, this was a signal that events were beginning. Just like last year, this incident began without my knowledge. And, even on the night bus, I happened to raise my upper arm and shout that phrase. Even when I read an article the conductor was reading about an escaped prisoner killing many muggles, I noticed nothing. The incident had already begun. Chapter 114, Best Friend Dating. I hadn't noticed. Raise your hands this time. Something unpleasant had happened. News about the red-haired family was published in the morning paper, but there was little to do after breakfast, so I went to a tailor shop in Diagon Alley, and they immediately began taking measurements. Thank you for ordering clothes every year. Miss is very beautiful, and I look forward to it too. As it happens every year, enthusiastic staff took measurements in various places. This was a routine that also pleased my family, but I never got used to it. For someone who has absolutely no interest in fashion, the time spent being measured was nothing short of torture. Simply because she was a girl, it took a long time. And when it was finally over, Miss is turning 13 this year, so her figure hasn't changed much. However, her beauty is more exquisite than last year. Her design should also be more mature. Let's make something close to that. The result was not significantly different from last year. Considering how much time was spent, this was a truly disappointing outcome. I felt bad for making my mother wait so long, but just as the shop assistant said, girls grow fast and stop growing fast, so there's no helping it. You won't regret it. Let's make the design more intricate. Yes, mother, I was already 13. It wasn't surprising that the main growth period was coming to an end. Furthermore, this didn't mean growth had stopped entirely. Growth was still continuing, albeit incrementally. It had merely slowed down. Considering this, I began thinking about the design with my mother, but then I remembered that things had already begun to change. Powerful strength and regeneration, drinking human blood, sensitivity to sunlight, silver, and garlic. Vampires possessed traits that humans did not. I had forgotten one crucial characteristic. This was the one thing the Dark Lord valued most when creating me, this monster, but I hadn't realized it at the time. I hadn't even spent that same amount of time with the person I cared about. Regardless of what happened this year, my physical anomaly, my abnormal, vampiric nature, continued to progress slowly and steadily. Dahlia's birthday had passed a few days ago. This day last year should have been nothing special, just a day for buying school supplies for Hogwarts. However, brother, not this year. Today might be a special day for Dahlia. Although the agreed time had not yet arrived, Dahlia was already waiting in front of the fireplace. His expressionless face clearly showed he was tired of waiting. I was sure he was genuinely looking forward to going to Diagon Alley. I hadn't noticed at all that my mother, who had come to see me off, was smiling at me, her eyes holding a trace of uneasiness. I smiled wryly at my sister's behavior and apologized. Sorry, Dahlia. I'm late. No, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I guess she thought I was scolding her. Dahlia apologized in a panic. However, she quickly returned to her previous restless appearance. She had been equally excited when father came to watch the Quidditch match last year, but the light in her eyes was completely different now. This kind of attitude was unimaginable for the usual Dahlia. However, such a change made me incredibly happy. The reason Dahlia was acting this way was because she was meeting Dahlia in Diagon Alley. It seemed like we had exchanged letters almost every day during the summer holiday, but today was the first time I actually saw her. Furthermore, it wasn't just during the summer, this was the first time Dahlia had met anyone anywhere. When she was with the friends she had finally made, she acted like a normal boy and girl, something Dahlia had never done before. Of course, due to Dahlia's physical condition, it was impossible for her to completely forget everything and play. This time, I also decided to leave at the last minute to minimize the time spent outside. But even if you know, can't you just wait? Big brother, there is still time, but let's leave now. We've already taken precautions against the sun, so it's fine if we go early. Finally, she started pulling on my sleeve. Hey, Dahlia. You are sensitive to the sun, so please wait a little longer. Dahlia seemed happy about her rare selfishness, but she didn't seem willing to compromise with the schedule. Although she was smiling, Mother immediately tried to scold her. Seeing Mother's reaction, no, I'm leaving now. Even if I say there's still time, it's only a little bit. Besides, I believe she is already waiting, and I believe she is looking forward to this even more than Dahlia. I told her I would leave early. This was about Dahlia. It wasn't hard to imagine that she wouldn't be able to wait until the agreed time anyway, so she must have arrived early. In this situation, there was no need to wait for the scheduled time. Besides, I felt bad for the eagerly waiting Dahlia, making her wait any longer. I wanted to indulge the truly subtle selfishness that Dahlia had finally acquired. Even if Dahlia didn't come, as long as I did my best, it would be fine. Even if I could make it, no, I had to be able to make it. Although Mother scolded me, she probably thought the same thing. Mother seemed a little worried, but I guess she realized that Dahlia and I had made up our minds. Yes, it's fine. Lucius and I can't go this time, so please say hello to Mr. Greengrass. Next time, I hope you come to my house. If you are Dahlia's friend, you are always welcome. After sighing, she whispered as if giving up. Actually, I really wanted to see her mother, or more accurately, Dahlia, but this time, it wouldn't happen. Since father was forced to resign as dean, he lost his greatest means of interfering with Hogwarts. As a result, Dahlia might not be protected in an emergency. To compensate for this, father was currently working hard to further strengthen his influence over the Ministry of Magic. I thought he was also busy today, as he had a meeting somewhere this morning, and mother had to go to father afterward to assist him. Given that, I thought it would be best to choose a day when father and mother weren't busy, but Dahlia also seemed very busy, and today was the only day she was free. She was also a member of the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28. Since she had not actively participated in tea parties or other pureblood community events so far, she was not only taking Muggle studies this year. In case Slytherin found out, she needed to prove to those around her that she was a pureblood to some extent. She must have some plan. But when I thought back, perhaps this was ultimately a good thing. Dahlia was grieving the loss of both her parents, but when she thought of Dahlia, her parents, especially her father, were doing much better. Dahlia knew who was responsible for last year's incident. I was certain that even if I met her father, his expression wouldn't be pleasant. This was the first time in her life she was meeting her best friend. Dahlia's happiness should not be affected in the slightest. Before Dahlia recalled her sadness, I replied to mother, who seemed reluctant to leave, and urged Dahlia into the fireplace. All right, I'll let you know. Now, Dahlia, let's go. Yes, brother. Mother, I'm leaving. As soon as Dahlia heard my words, she immediately shot up the chimney like an arrow. Following my sister, I also flew to Diagon Alley. I smiled, hoping Dahlia's happiness would last forever. And so, an ordinary yet irreplaceable, joyful day began. Dahlia's perspective. Diagon Alley during the summer holiday. In the cafe next to the Leaky Cauldron, I gazed out at the sunny street for hours, seeing Hogwarts students everywhere. Since the summer holiday was nearing its end, they were likely here to purchase the school supplies they needed for the year. I was one of the students who came to buy school supplies, but honestly, I wasn't concerned about them. The main purpose of today was something else entirely. Why was it so sunny today? This way, your child wouldn't be able to enjoy it fully. I stared at the sun, which I had hated since 2 years ago, waiting for the happy moment that was supposed to arrive. A relaxed and pleasant time was about to begin. And then, the moment had finally arrived. The figure of my best friend appeared before me, holding a parasol. Unlike before the summer holiday, her silver appearance was as beautiful as ever. She seemed to embody all the beauty in the world, speaking to me with an expression of innocence, caution, prudence, and emotion that she had never shown me before last year. Long time no see. Did I keep you waiting long? No, I wasn't waiting at all. I just arrived myself. This wasn't a lie. In fact, for me, it felt like just a moment ago. The time I spent waiting for her was happiness itself. Although it seemed long, it passed in the blink of an eye. It was as if an hour had never existed. But still, don't push yourself too hard. If you fall down halfway, Dahlia will worry. Draco followed Dahlia toward me. He smiled at Dahlia, but his gaze held a hint of reproach as he looked at me. Perhaps he was worried that I would collapse and ruin Dahlia's fun. I gave a wry smile and replied to the worried brother, "I'm fine. I waited in the shade and drank plenty of water, so I'm all right." I quickly grabbed Dahlia's hand and declared. Dahlia never let go of my hand. Instead of arguing, "Let's go. Time is limited. Shopping isn't the only thing we have to do today." Yes, now, in my hand, I felt the warmth I had always longed for. A face-to-face meeting with a pureblood noble whom I had always ignored. Every day I continued to hear boring flattery and nonsense lacking substance or conviction. In order to catch up with Granger, she had to study every day outside of class. In this situation, the only thing she looked forward to was Dahlia's letters. Because of her letters, I was able to do my best. However, while correspondence was nice, nothing was better than actually meeting and interacting like this. The exhaustion caused by having to maintain an amiable smile toward those previously worthless people seemed to be slowly healing. I hoped such happy times could continue forever. The three of us probably walked with the same thought in our hearts. Obviously, Draco-eyed Dahlia was also a little expressionless now, meaning she was more relaxed than usual. So we started walking, and the first place we arrived at was a high-end Quidditch equipment store, which was not only unrelated to school supplies but was only of interest to Draco. The moment we passed the store, Draco's steps slowed to a crawl. Draco, no. As a Slytherin seeker, I can't ignore a broom like that. It was fine because Dahlia seemed happy to see Draco, but usually, she would grab him by the neck and drag him away. He probably knew this too. I could tell he was trying to keep moving forward and attempting to look away, but reality was different. His gaze moved away, then returned, and his feet weren't moving forward at all. Right in front of his line of sight, on a newly constructed display shelf. Firebolt, the fastest broom in history, rewriting the history of brooms. As the advertisement stated, there was a broom that was visibly on a different level than all the others. A clean, streamlined design. The shape of the tail was incredibly neat, unlike other brooms, likely because every single twig had been carefully selected and polished. A broom that seemed designed purely for speed. For anyone who loved Quidditch, this was likely something they desperately wanted to own. More importantly, Draco was a seeker. With this, perhaps he could defeat Potter. Thinking of this, his gaze inevitably settled upon it. But, listen, Draco, I know you want this broom, but you have a nice broom called the Nimbus 2001, so give up. Your father bought it for you last year, so you must take good care of it. Besides, even if you owned this broom, it would be a huge waste of time. The Nimbus 2001 was already expensive, but this one costs more than 20 times that price. No student would own such a broom. I wanted to give him a chance to observe it more closely. Time was limited, and this spot wasn't shaded. No matter how happy Dahlia looked, this wasn't a place where she could stay for too long. He must have sensed the uncontrollable accusation in my voice. Draco looked at me and Dahlia with surprise, then reluctantly moved his gaze away from the newest broom, wearing an expression of regret and helplessness. That's right. Even if you keep looking here, you won't get the broom. Too bad, Dahlia. Now, let's go buy some school supplies. The voice sounded as brave as possible. However, contrary to what I said, even after I and Dahlia started walking, Draco still looked back at the Quidditch equipment store, unwilling to leave anything behind. 6 months after its purchase, we saw the Firebolt again in the first game after Christmas. Harry's perspective. It felt strange. Until a few days ago, I was living a repressed life, but now that has completely changed. A lifestyle where I could wake up whenever I wanted, eat whatever I wanted, and sleep whenever I wanted. The change happened overnight. He arrived at the Leaky Cauldron aboard the night bus, which he had summoned by accident, and was declared innocent by the Minister for Magic, who was there for some reason. As time passed, he worried he would be arrested for inflating Aunt Marge, but his worries proved to be completely unfounded, and he was even guaranteed comfortable accommodation at the Leaky Cauldron. Honestly, I didn't understand what this meant. I still haven't realized how the situation turned 180 degrees overnight. Of course, just because I didn't feel it didn't mean I wasn't satisfied. I didn't want to go back to such a terrible environment, not just this year. Compared to living with the Dursley family, his current life was heaven. After eating breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, we headed to Diagon Alley, admiring the mysterious vendors and wizards in the alley. Perhaps because a mass murderer named Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban, the Minister for Magic personally instructed him to return home early at night, but this was only a minor issue. Every day felt sparkling. What I particularly liked was, this is the fastest broom in the world, the Firebolt, commissioned by the Irish international team. He was looking at the latest model broom displayed at a high-end Quidditch equipment store. I listened intently to the shop owner's speech. To get it, you might have to spend most of the gold coins your parents left you. I already had a great broom called the Nimbus 2000, so buying this broom made no sense. Although I knew this, I still went to the store almost every day to see the Firebolt. Today was no exception. Time flew like an arrow, and one day, the last week of the holiday finally arrived. A large number of Hogwarts students began arriving at Diagon Alley, including Gryffindor classmates Seamus and Neville. I hadn't seen my two best friends yet, but just seeing someone I knew from Gryffindor made me happy. But Hogwarts students weren't just good students like them. There were many people I disliked. As I was on my way to see the Firebolt, which had become a part of my daily life, I ran into the most unpleasant group of students. No, as a Slytherin seeker, I cannot ignore a broom like this. From the other side, I could hear a voice that always tried to provoke me. I reflexively hid behind something, and when I quietly looked in the direction the voice came from, they were there. One of them was the owner of the voice, Draco Malfoy, my least favorite Slytherin, who always said things that annoyed me. Listen, Draco, I know you want this broom, but you have a good broom called the Nimbus 2001, so give up. The other was Dahlia Greengrass. She was a repulsive character just because she was a Slytherin, but her inexplicable accusations toward Ginny on the train ride home made her seem like a true Slytherin. And the last one. She was the most dangerous Slytherin I knew, feared and watched carefully by everyone at Hogwarts, including Headmaster Dumbledore. This was Dahlia Malfoy, Draco's twin sister. Holding the parasol she always carried in the sun, she had her back to me and was staring at Draco. Although I couldn't see her expression from here, it was easy to imagine her cold, expressionless face, despite her eternal beauty. Today was not the day. I couldn't believe I ran into such disgusting people. I had planned to look at the Firebolt in a good mood, but if those people were there, I wouldn't be able to fully enjoy it. According to the people around me, I would also hear another unpleasant remark. I sighed and started walking in the opposite direction. Luckily, it was also lunchtime. If they had lunch, they might go home soon. There was no need to ruin the mood of an already enjoyable summer holiday. I felt sorry for the Firebolt, but I had been staring at it until today, feeling like a hole was forming in it. It wouldn't be a big deal to endure today. I could still see it tomorrow. My heart sank, and I casually walked to the side, thinking that having lunch at the Leaky Cauldron would be boring. I wanted to go to a different store than usual to change my mood slightly, but, Harry, there was no need to do so. Something happened that made me feel much better without having to look for a new restaurant. A very cheerful voice suddenly spoke. When I turned around, my two best friends were there. We finally meet. Harry, come over here too. On the terrace of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Ron was waving his hand, the freckles on his cheeks more noticeable. And Hermione, sitting next to him, looked a little thinner than before the summer holiday, but she was smiling and waving at him. Ron, Hermione. The bad feeling from before vanished, and I walked into the shop with quick steps, as if I were skipping. It's great to see you too. Did you both have a good summer holiday? Ron smiled in response to my words. Ron Moshi. As I wrote in my letter, I went to Egypt with the gold coins from the lottery. It was truly amazing. Bill works at Gringotts Bank in Egypt, and he took me to see the tombs. There were so many things there. Muggles who turned into mutants. Thanks to you, a somewhat sleepy Ginny recovered a lot of energy. Look, Ron continued, pulling a long, thin box from the bag in his hand. Dad also bought me a new wand. 33 centimeters long, willow, unicorn tail. This is the first time I've gotten a brand new wand that wasn't someone else's hand-me-down. He started rubbing his wand, a fascinated expression on his face. I shrugged at him and then called out to my other best friend. How about you, Hermione? I didn't do anything special, I just stayed home and studied. Unlike Ron, her reply was extremely brief. It seemed the topic of the summer holiday was a landmine. She was tearful, and even though the holiday was over, her energy had not recovered. I knew why she was so worried. It was that person who pushed her to this point. A woman who betrayed her trust yet continued to bind her with that trust. Ron and I were fully aware that the person causing Hermione such great pain was Dahlia Malfoy, whom we had seen earlier. But even knowing this, Ron and I could do nothing. Hermione would never listen to us talk about Dahlia Malfoy, so all we could do was patiently stay by Hermione's side and try to distract her. Ron noticed the change in atmosphere and quickly changed the subject to prevent Hermione's thoughts from going in the wrong direction again. I understand. Well, you're diligent. And not only that, Harry, did you really inflate your aunt? Although it felt forced, I quickly joined Ron's topic. Oh, yeah, but I didn't mean to. They were making fun of my parents, so I got a little angry, and then I realized I had already blown up my aunt. Honestly, I thought I was going to be arrested, but in the end, Fudge cleared my name. Minors aren't supposed to use magic during the holidays, but does your father know why he overlooked it? That's obvious, because it's you. Everyone in the magic world knows that. Ron shrugged and continued. You are the hero who defeated that person. If we expel you from school or arrest you, Fudge's support will decrease. Well, if you're still worried, you should ask Dad. Are you staying at the Leaky Cauldron? Actually, Hermione and I are too. The Weasley family is staying at the Leaky Cauldron for a week starting today. It really is like the Galleon Lottery. Now we can buy school supplies together. I can't wait. After all, I can still get new textbooks this year. Thanks to Ron, the gloomy atmosphere completely dissipated. Black-eyed Hermione resumed smiling. Good. It was a pity that even though I was able to see my friend, her expression had been so gloomy. Ron and I continued our conversation, just looking at each other and nodding slightly. Our will was one. Try our best to cheer Hermione up. Make her forget Dahlia Malfoy. With this in mind, we continued chatting as much as possible, but a few minutes later, Hermione and Ron got into a big argument. The problem was caused by a pet Hermione bought for Scabbers at the magical menagerie, which had been feeling unwell lately. Just like that, we had a lot of fun. Difficult times feel incredibly long, while happy times pass in a flash. My time at Hogwarts until last year, especially Defense Against the Dark Arts, definitely belonged to the former. Perhaps this year's class would be the same. This year's textbook was no longer a novel or short story like last year's, but rather an irreplaceable foundational textbook, just like the first-year materials. If I only taught according to this textbook, I wouldn't learn anything new. Given Mr. Lockhart's outrageous performance, the old man must have chosen a safe and calm person to be his teacher. That guy had no consciousness of choosing a serious teacher at all. I was beginning to think that not smelling of garlic was the bare minimum. Thinking about this year's class made me feel truly depressed. The most depressing part was that even though I knew I shouldn't have high expectations for this class, a part of me still held high expectations. I was certain I would be betrayed this year too, and in the end, I would only be bored. But even if the time you looked forward to most ended up being the most boring, going to Hogwarts itself was not frustrating. Until last year, I was depressed about being separated from my parents, but this year was different. In fact, I was looking forward to everything except Defense Against the Dark Arts. Because Dahlia became my friend. Because Dahlia told me she was with me. As long as Dahlia and her brother were by my side, I believed I could have fun no matter where I was. As proof of how much fun I had today, it passed in the blink of an eye. Even though it was just a day of buying school supplies, I ran into a bit of trouble at the bookstore, but it was almost a perfect day. Just being with Dahlia and her brother made my day more pleasant than any other. The daily life long 4 deep inside. Universality. I thought I would never be granted this universality as someone who had nothing but abnormality and normalcy. Having obtained something I had never had before, I felt it was my duty to enjoy this happiness until the very end, and I wanted Dahlia and my brother to enjoy it as much as possible. So I yawn. Even when the moment of parting arrived, I must not be sad. Never cry. I must feel happy until the very last moment. Even so, it's already like this. I couldn't help but feel sad about the end of this time. The sun was finally beginning to set. As the curfew my mother set for me for safety reasons approached, my expression unconsciously began to twist. Her facial muscles usually didn't move at all, but at times like this, her movements were noticeable even to me. More importantly, she also possessed a sweet voice she usually wouldn't use. As for the brother's reaction, even the slightest change could be read. Of course. Please don't make such a sad expression. My brothers noticed. Dahlia lowered her head, and I couldn't see her expression, but my older brother continued to smile wryly at my appearance. I know you were looking forward to this, but I can't keep you here any longer. The sun is setting, and the umbrella might not protect you from it anymore. Besides, there's a lot of noise in the world right now. What your brother said was completely correct and an extremely obvious fact. The agreed-upon time wasn't just set for me, it's also a problem with my body, but Dahlia also thinks it's best not to stay out too late right now. The world today is full of danger, because a mass murderer has escaped from Azkaban. Moreover, even though it's been over a week since he escaped, I still haven't been able to track his whereabouts. At a time like this, keeping Dahlia and her brother in Diagon Alley for a long time is inexcusable. So I shouldn't even feel sad anymore. Don't move your facial expression. I can't cause trouble for my brothers anymore because of my selfishness. Even if I feel a little uneasy, because this will be the last time I can live this kind of daily life. I feel anxious. The happier you are when you first meet your best friend, the more you think about it when you say goodbye. If Dahlia, her brother, and Dobby were all here, life at Hogwarts would be fun. I know. It's just, how much longer will this last? I don't know when it will end. It's an illusory time. I am alone. This irreplaceable daily life might end tomorrow. I am not human, and living my daily life like this is like walking a tightrope. The moment you are exposed to sunlight or silver in public, your daily life ends. Even if my reason yields to the deep-seated desire for murder. Thinking all this, I shook my head, clearing away the distracting thoughts. What a stupid thing. I forced myself to scold my fragile heart. Feelings are meaningless and worthless. Maybe they will disappear one day, but this happy time still exists truly. This is a fleeting moment that might disappear forever the next second, so I must enjoy it to the fullest until the end. I quickly tried to say something negative, so as not to cause trouble for my brothers anymore, and so I wouldn't feel anxious again. But, I'm sorry, brother, Dahlia, I'm fine. Dahlia, I'm so happy. Just as the words fell, they were interrupted by a low, bright voice that didn't fit the atmosphere. When I looked up, Dahlia was also looking up, a brilliant smile on her face. Dahlia had the same eyes as in the Chamber of Secrets. She seemed able to see through my deepest fears. She didn't have eyes that could invade the heart like Dumbledore, but she had those kind eyes that approached me from the bottom of her heart. I was sad because, due to someone like Sirius Black, I have to go home. Even though this was my first summer making friends, I regret not being able to see them constantly. But, Dahlia, I'm so happy. I'm not the only one who felt lonely and sad about not seeing you. You feel the same way I do, that I can spend time shopping. You're too forgiving of me. Now that I know, I did feel lonely, but I am happy now. Dahlia continued smiling, gently holding my hand. It's okay. As long as you feel this way, it's fine. This time isn't over yet. You can live normally like this forever. As long as we both want to, we can spend this time together. It will never disappear. Even if people around you start avoiding you, I will continue to protect your daily life. So rest assured, even when I return to Hogwarts, I won't leave you. I won't. I still have 1 week, but after that, there will be Draco, then there will be Dobby, and then there will be me. The time with my family and relatives will definitely end. It's over. So Dahlia, you can relax. She truly is. She is always able to see through my deepest worries and stay by my side. The anxiety that had been suppressed deep within me vanished, and as I watched, I could see my expression starting to clear. Even if this was only temporary relief, knowing that someone treated me like a human being still brought me immense relief. Just like in the Chamber of Secrets, reality hadn't changed at all, and there were no guarantees for the future. But somehow, when I heard Dahlia's words, I believed them naively. Even if I couldn't believe that I wasn't a monster, I could at least believe in Dahlia's kindness. That is why. Yes, that's right. That's right. Let's be at Hogwarts together. Yes, see you in a week. Before then, I'll write you a letter, Dahlia. I could finally smile and say goodbye. As I hugged my brother, I started walking in a different direction from Dahlia. I looked back, waved, and thought the same thing over and over, just like the scene when we said goodbye at King's Cross Station this year. Please wait a little longer. I hope these happy days can last a little longer. May I be able to realize Dahlia's words forever. Considering this, I continued waving to Dahlia until she disappeared from sight. Harry's perspective. It was an interesting week. Mrs. Weasley wanted to take care of her like a real mother. An old man who wanted to hear Muggle stories. Fred and George teased Percy because Percy often wanted to brag about being the boss. Ginny seemed more excited than usual, probably because I saved her life. There were also Hermione and Ron, who went shopping with me. However, the atmosphere between the two was always tense because the cat she bought was chasing Scabbers. It was truly a very interesting week. It was interesting when I was alone at the Leaky Cauldron, but it was more fun with everyone. We all chatted happily, and then we headed to Diagon Alley to look at tools we didn't even know how to use and the best broomsticks ever. Being with everyone made ordinary moments shine. So even though the week was over and I had to leave Diagon Alley, my happy time would never end. Hogwarts was my home, and the place where my real family, my dearest friends, were. Now, hurry up and get on the train. If you miss the train, you won't be able to fly to Hogwarts, and it takes a while to find an empty compartment. Now, hurry, get in. The week passed in the blink of an eye, and we found ourselves at platform 9 3/4. The platform was crowded with witches and wizards sending off their children and putting them on the train heading to the best school of magic in the world, Hogwarts. The Weasley family was no exception. Even though the train was 20 minutes from departure, Uncle Weasley urged the children onto the train. Mrs. Weasley kissed all the children, Hermione, and me. It was only when it was my turn. Harry, please don't be reckless this year. Never be reckless, and don't act alone, okay? For some reason, her eyes were wet, and she whispered softly, I knew my life wasn't peaceful. I wasn't as outrageous as Fred and George, but that didn't mean I was a model student. Even in my first year, and even when filming the Chamber of Secrets last year, I broke many school rules. There were even life-threatening situations. No wonder the aunt who treated me like her own son would worry, but the tone of her voice now was a little strange. Why this year? Why shouldn't I be alone? Most importantly, why only me? Did she give advice to the others? Even though I wasn't the only one who was reckless and got into danger, why only me and not Hermione or Ron? With some doubts in my heart, I sent off the lady who was going to hand out sandwiches to the children. To me, who was thinking this? Harry. This time I heard my uncle's voice. The voice was unusually serious and full of caution. I have something I want to talk to you about. Can you come over for a moment? After speaking, the old man led me out and hid behind a pillar, his tone carrying a hint of wariness. Harry, do you know about Sirius Black's escape? Yes, of course. The patrons at the Leaky Cauldron are always talking about it. Although confused by the sudden topic, I nodded in response. Sirius Black. He was the first murderer in history to successfully escape the Magic World's Azkaban prison. To the people of the Magic World, Lord Voldemort's right-hand man seemed quite terrifying, and even when walking in Diagon Alley, I heard people talking about him. How did he escape Azkaban? Where was he hiding now? And who would be the next person he killed? Such stories were being discussed everywhere, and sometimes I listened to them to pass the time. But honestly, to me, his story was just something happening on the other side of the television. As someone who grew up in the Muggle world, I couldn't grasp the true fear of him. It was just like they didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of Lord Voldemort, calling him you-know-who. However, I wondered why my uncle was talking to me about Sirius Black now. Just as I was wondering, the old man continued repeating himself, looking a little lost. But, yes, that's Sirius Black. So, based on what I'm about to tell you, please don't be afraid. That might be impossible, but please calm down and listen to me. If possible, I wish you would do this. I didn't want you to know. Molly and Fudge opposed it, but I have to say, I think it's safer for you to know than not to know. You seem to have a habit of wandering around. Arthur, what are you doing? The train is about to leave. He must have thought he didn't have time to get lost in my aunt's voice. As if he had made up his mind, he lowered his voice and began rapidly organizing his words. This sentence was enough to show that Hogwarts would definitely not be peaceful this year. Harry, don't be surprised. He said that before he escaped, he kept saying things in his sleep, like, he is at Hogwarts. He kept repeating the same thing over and over. He has escaped Azkaban 4 weeks, and no one has found any trace of Black. It might be hard for us to find him. We truly don't know how he escaped. I don't know how he is hiding. But one thing I do know is that his target is none other than you. Just as I froze, the old man continued. Black is crazy. He was you-know-who's right-hand man, and I'm sure he believes that if he kills you, you-know-whose power will be restored. They will desperately try to catch you. Even Hogwarts is not a safe place for you this year. I heard that Azkaban's guards are guarding the area around the school, but he managed to sneak past them. I escaped. I'm sure I'll be able to sneak into Hogwarts this year. So, Harry, please promise me that you won't wander outside the castle." After the old man finished speaking, he looked at me with a serious expression. My expression was equally serious as I faced the old man, but truthfully, his story was so sudden that after hearing it, I didn't feel the impact of what he was saying. Although Lord Voldemort had nearly killed him many times, if he was suddenly told that he was being targeted by a murderer other than Lord Voldemort, he couldn't accept it immediately. Furthermore, "Harry, I'm sure you're scared." "No, I'm not scared." No matter how logical the explanation was, I firmly believed that Hogwarts was the safest place on Earth, the place where Dumbledore was. Even having escaped Azkaban, Dumbledore was the best wizard of the century. Even Lord Voldemort feared him, and it was impossible for Sirius Black not to fear him. Even when told to be afraid, I wouldn't feel that scared. My uncle looked at me with an expression of disbelief. I tried to raise my voice to reassure my uncle, but I'm not saying this out of bravado. After all, Hogwarts. "Arthur." This time, my voice was cut off. When I turned toward the sound, I saw an old lady glaring at me, and behind her, the train was starting to let out steam. Clearly, time was up. "Uncle, I'm going now." I ran quickly toward the train and slipped through the closing doors. Behind me, "Promise me, Harry, you will never wander outside the castle alone." I heard my uncle's loud voice. "I know, I won't wander outside the castle alone." Besides Hagrid's hut, I rarely ventured out of the castle alone. I had entered the Forbidden Forest in my first year, but that was as a punishment, not by choice. Moreover, unless you are in a very desperate situation, like going out in the middle of the night, it simply doesn't exist. Starting this year, there's an activity where he's going to Hogsmeade, but the old man said that whether there's a signature or not, there's no hope. Everyone might not want me to leave the castle, and they might even monitor me to ensure I don't. My reaction was somewhat annoyed, but more importantly, it was out of a desire to repay the man who had always looked after me. However, Uncle Weasley's story wasn't over. As the train started, the old man seemed to be rushing towards it. "That's not all. Harry, please, whatever you find, don't try to find Black." He continued to utter more nonsense. The train started, emitting thick smoke. Everyone leaned out of the windows, waving until their parents were out of sight. The only one not waving was me. I just stood by the door, not understanding what he meant, just staring at Uncle Weasley. Harry and Ron kept complaining about getting on the train 20 minutes early, but for me, it felt quite slow. Since all the students rode this express, the carriages quickly filled up. Of course, there weren't many completely full rooms. Most compartments could accommodate a few people, which was usually where I was allowed to go. But this time, I couldn't do that. This time, we needed to find a compartment we could occupy by ourselves. Because, "Ron, Hermione, I just want to talk to you about something." After the train started and Harry and his wife, who had come to see him off, disappeared from view, Harry began to speak such words. I didn't know what they were talking about, but from Harry's serious expression, I could tell it was a serious conversation. This might be related to Mr. Weasley summoning him before he left. Ron and I nodded twice in response to Harry, and the three of us frantically began searching for an empty compartment, dragging our trunks, but we still couldn't find one. Every carriage was packed with people, and others were chatting inside. As we approached the last carriage and began to think we should give up, we finally found an empty room. Well, to be precise, it wasn't completely empty. I was asleep in the window seat, but there was only one passenger in the carriage. Besides the witch selling food, I had never seen any adult passengers on the Hogwarts Express. But he wasn't a student, he was an adult. He wore a tattered robe, patched all over. Perhaps due to illness, dark circles were clearly visible around his eyes, and although still young, he already had white hair. The bag on the luggage rack was worn, and the only name tag, which read Professor R.J. Lupin, was peeling off, as if hastily attached. This kind of thing was about to happen. At first, I was suspicious of the adult I saw for the first time on the express and thought it best to avoid this room, but then I realized I had no choice. Despite being the last carriage, students in other compartments seemed to be discussing their summer holidays and having a good time. If you want to know Harry's secret, this is the place to go. Although it's a bit regrettable, it seems this is the only place. Harry and Ron seemed to agree. When I turned around to say this, they both nodded obediently. We quietly moved our seats away from the window and closed the sliding door to avoid making any noise. "Who do you think this person is?" Then, after putting my things on the shelf and finally calming down a bit, Ron asked me in a whisper. I immediately pointed to the professor's bag in response. It's Professor Lupin. He has a name tag on his bag. I'm sure he's the defense against the dark arts teacher. Only one course is open. I don't know if such a person can do it. It seems that if I get hit by one spell, I'm done. I couldn't refute Ron's words. As Ron said, although he was flattered, he didn't seem good at dueling. Despite this, based purely on appearance, last year's BAE she seemed stronger. Well, there's no need to talk about the new teacher. Anyway, we'll know once classes start. Oh, and not just that, Harry, what do you want to talk to us about? Since we started school, we've never had a serious defense against the dark arts class. Perhaps feeling that this situation might continue this year, Ron was a bit depressed and quickly turned to Harry to change his mood. I completely agreed with Ron's perspective. Yes, Harry, he's fast asleep, so we can keep our secrets here. I quickly decided to delve into his story. Harry seemed to feel there was no need to talk about his new teacher anymore. He nodded seriously and then began to speak. The warning I received from Mr. Weasley, before Sirius Black escaped, he kept repeating in his sleep, is at Hogwarts. He tried to regain authority over that person by killing Harry, and, but, you'll be caught again, right? Because Muggles are mobilized to hunt Black. But, that's why. No, Hermione. We don't even know how Black escaped Azkaban. On the contrary, he seems to have been under Azkaban's strictest supervision. Only the Minister for Magic could see him. He is the first person in history to successfully escape and even infiltrate Hogwarts. He might enter Hogwarts. Contrary to what he said, Harry seemed to think about Sirius Black in a somewhat optimistic way, but I felt uneasy. Even when she sought help from Ron to alleviate her anxiety, the answer she got was only merciless. The feeling of unease grew stronger. Azkaban. This place is guarded by creatures called Dementors, said to be the largest prison in the magic world, and it is said that there have never been any escapees. Because no one had escaped, everyone was able to live peacefully and securely, but Sirius Black escaped from the most difficult prison to escape from in the world. This meant that there was no place in this world where she could be safe from him. Of course, Hogwarts was no exception. No matter how magically protected it was, unless we found out how Sirius Black escaped, Hogwarts could very well be infiltrated. Furthermore, Professor Dumbledore was also the reason Hogwarts was called the safest place in the world. The greatest wizard of this century. He defeated Gellert Grindelwald, the only one feared even by that, the worst dark wizard in history. Because of him, not only Harry, but all wizards said Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. If it was him, then it was wrong. Trust him, he would do something. I completely trusted him, but I learned last year. Even Dumbledore makes mistakes. Because of his mistakes, a student might suffer forever. I no longer believed Hogwarts was safe just because Dumbledore was there. This year, though just beginning, was filled with anxiety. About classes, time, space, things, about pets, and about him/her. Even after the summer holiday ended, my problems didn't disappear. On the contrary, my worries kept increasing, and I felt like I was sinking deeper and deeper. This didn't happen in my first and second years. Every time I rode this express, I was excited about my new life and the new knowledge I would gain. The beginning of a new year was always filled with dreams and hope. I wonder what that would be like. Why am I feeling so gloomy now? I couldn't find any hope for my school life, let alone this year. My thoughts began to turn in a dark direction again. However, I didn't fall into the same desolate state as I had on the train home. Above my head, I heard a new teacher arrived in this compartment. Why are Punch, Potty and Weasel sneaking around also here? Suddenly, a voice spoke to me in a cheerful tone. I quickly looked up and saw Draco Malfoy's pale, pointed face with an expression of contempt. Crabbe and Goyle followed him, and, standing there was Dahlia Greengrass, who said nothing but looked at me with the same eyes as Draco, while Dahlia Malfoy was as expressionless as ever. Dahlia's perspective. The summer holiday was over, and I saw Dahlia for the first time in a week. Dahlia, it's already been a week. Yes, Dahlia, please be kind to me this year too. Now, let's quickly find an empty compartment. Although my schedule was packed since the shopping trip to Diagon Alley, all the fatigue seemed to disappear at once. Just looking at Dahlia's expressionless face made me happy from the bottom of my heart. It was gratifying that Dahlia seemed to be someone who felt happy when she was with her best friend. From the moment she saw me, her expression became even happier than when we met in Diagon Alley. More importantly, even if he happily entered the compartment, he didn't seem to want to leave me. Physically, although Crabbe and Goyle were also in the room, we sat in the seats farthest from the window, so we were very close. Summer was still in full swing. Honestly, if you asked me if it was hot, I'd say yes. And Crabbe and Goyle's shocked stares had been piercing me since just now. Although they were Dahlia's childhood friends, she couldn't fully tolerate them due to family relations. But I didn't want to leave Dahlia. I adopted a posture that blocked the sunlight coming in from the window and silently continued to feel Dahlia's body temperature on my shoulder. No matter how hot the weather, no matter how unpleasant the stares, this was happiness for me. He must have relaxed after seeing me. Dahlia had been silently resting her head on my shoulder, and before I knew it, she had started breathing quietly. I continued to silently caress Dahlia's beautiful silver hair, enjoying this happy moment to the fullest. Nevertheless, Dahlia, I just heard someone say that a new defense against the dark arts teacher has arrived in the last carriage. Do you want to go see what he looks like? Our happy time ended when Draco's loud voice suddenly echoed in the room. Dahlia, with her eyes closed, began to slowly sit up, probably woken by Draco's voice. Draco flinched under my sharp gaze. "Let's go," he replied in a small, clear voice. Dahlia had said that defense against the dark arts was her favorite subject since she started school. At the same time, he said his most hated class was defense against the dark arts. In the first year, I couldn't attend class because of the garlic smell, and in the second year, I had no class at all. Therefore, it's easy to imagine that people both anticipated what would happen this year and worried it will happen this year no matter what. Hearing that a new teacher had arrived, he must have been eager to know what kind of successor he would be as soon as possible. I knew Draco knew this too, which is why he was so excited when he returned to the compartment, but I still couldn't hide my displeasure at him waking Dahlia. Because this express never stops midway, the professor will also never disappear midway. Since that's the case, it would have been better to wait until Dahlia woke up. I understand. Then let's go. Dahlia, what do you want to do? Draco must have noticed my gaze too. Death. Since Dahlia said she wanted to go, I couldn't say to sleep more. He looked a bit uncomfortable, but this time he asked me to confirm my intentions. Of course, my place was right next to Dahlia. When Dahlia left, I had no choice but to go. Chapter 115, The Secret History of Vampires. I'm going too. It's going to be a big crowd, but I want to know who Dumbledore chose as soon as possible. Meeting the new defense against the dark arts teacher before the opening ceremony wasn't a bad idea. Last year and the year before, I knew Dahlia was suffering, but I couldn't do anything since the appointments. Although I knew they smelled like garlic, were low-minded, and were the ones causing Dahlia's pain, this year was different. He hadn't taken office yet this year. If he was merely incompetent, it could be solved by self-study, but if there was a possibility he could harm Dahlia, we had to eliminate him. Since he hadn't taken office yet, there might still be time. Even if we couldn't eliminate it, we could at least take precautions. I will protect Dahlia this year. With this resolve, I averted my gaze from Draco and stood up with Dahlia. Then, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, Dahlia went to the last carriage where the new teacher was. It wasn't just the new teacher who arrived. I heard a new teacher came to this compartment. Why are Punch, Potty and Weasel sneaking around here too? For some reason, besides an adult who seemed to be the new teacher, my hated trio was also in the compartment. Dahlia's enemies weren't just the professor. We stopped looking for the new teacher. Everyone's faces, except Dahlia's, immediately became displeased. Draco's tone was his usual arrogant one, but there was an undisguised hint of contempt on his face. He had already told Draco most of what happened last year, except for the fact that he was in a deserted place. Draco and I would never forget what they did to Dahlia last year. I couldn't possibly forget it. These guys pushed Dahlia to the brink. I suspected Dahlia was that heir, but now I know she isn't that heir. Malfoy, what do you want? Potter and Weasley watched Draco and me warily, then looked at Dahlia behind us. They had caused Dahlia so much pain for so long, but in the end, they showed no remorse. Well, that's a lot of greetings, Potter. I'm very worried about that sneaky fellow over there. Draco continued, not even trying to hide his displeasure. Weasley, I heard your father made some money this summer. Is he doing well? Didn't your mother die of shock? Shut up, Malfoy. Although he had only come to evaluate the new teacher, the air in the room suddenly became unusually cold. Dahlia was the only one staring blankly at the new teacher, Granger, and for some reason, an orange cat in a cage on the luggage rack, but Crabbe and Goyle, and I myself, were ready to join the fight if anything happened. Until last year, as long as Dahlia wasn't harmed, I was just a bystander, but honestly, even I couldn't stand these guys. On the other hand, the idiots also started to get angry at Draco's taunts. "Hey, Ron, stop." Weasley and Potter stood up, breaking free from Granger's grasp, who was the only one remaining calm. Just a gentle touch. It seemed that a fight would break out immediately if anyone moved even slightly. However, things would once again take an unexpected turn. Suddenly, the train began to slow down. Instead, without any warning, all the lights went out at once, and the surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. Unbeknownst to me, the previously clear sky had turned into a downpour, and I couldn't see anything in the unlit carriage. In the darkness, the new teacher, who had been sleeping soundly, gently opened his eyes. Dahlia's perspective. When I first met the new defense against the dark arts teacher, my impression was, it seems this year won't be good either. That was it. He was wearing patched robes, had dark circles around his eyes, and quite a few grey hairs. The bag also looked worn, and the only new name tag was starting to peel. I didn't want to judge a book by its cover. However, considering the professors Dumbledore had chosen so far, he might look shabby, but he's a promising genius professor. Instead of considering this possibility, a tramp casually brought in by an old man who was desperate because he couldn't find a match until the end. This possibility was more convincing. Better, because it didn't smell of garlic. I guessed this year wouldn't be good either. Sure enough, there wouldn't be any drama like last year, so let's study hard with Dahlia. Just as I was thinking this, I looked blankly at Miss Granger, who was staring at me, and the cute and adorable cat, which seemed to be her pet. Suddenly, without warning, a train appeared. It stopped, and the lights inside went out all at once. What? Is there a malfunction? In the sudden darkness, Weasley's frank voice rang out. Everyone seemed to be in a panic, forgetting to turn on the lights in the darkness, and I could feel them moving blindly around the room. Ron, that's my leg now. Dahlia, are you okay? Where are you? Wait, Crabbe or Goyle? You're so big, you can't move now. Dahlia, are you okay? Is it suddenly cold? Even though the weather was so clear just now, something is moving over there. It looks like someone came in. Although it had only just gotten dark, in a matter of seconds, a chaotic space had formed. For some reason, I just couldn't think of using magic. While everyone was doing as they pleased, I quietly pulled out my wand and turned on the light. Lumos, light. However, more than one light was on. 2 lights illuminated the carriage. One was the light I emitted near the carriage entrance. The other was from the window seat. Everyone, quiet. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, all turning to face the hoarse voice. There stood a professor whose gaze was so sharp that I couldn't imagine it from his sleepy appearance. Don't move, I'll go ask the driver what's going on. Please don't move around. It's dangerous for those of you at the door, so please wait here for a moment, okay? Can Crabbe and Goyle not enter this compartment? Crabbe and Goyle are the 2 inside. There's no other way. You should go to the next compartment. Although his face looked tired and pale, his eyes were still alert and sharp, and the professor gave orders again in the same hoarse voice as before. After telling us Slytherins to enter the cubicle and watching Crabbe and Goyle go to occupy the next cubicle, the professor began to walk towards the corridor. Yes, I was about to leave. He had never actually gone out. This was because Dahlia, I, and my brother reluctantly entered the carriage. Something dark, black, and shadowy blocked the entrance. The dark figure wore a hood that completely obscured its face. A wide cloak swayed and fluttered, and from beneath the cloak extended a pair of hands like those of a corpse rotting in water. A figure, as if all the impurities of this world had been gathered into its body. There was only one such creature in this world. Dementor. The Dementor slowly turned its head towards me, as if responding to my unconscious whisper, but it was only for a moment. As soon as I slightly turned my head, he turned his head away and began to slowly inhale, making a rattling sound. Dementors are said to feed on human happiness, bringing despair and depression to those nearby. Everything he was doing now was likely an attempt to devour that happiness. Although it was still midsummer, the already cold room became even colder. The vibrant colors on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced by expressions of despair. Onyi-sama and Dahlia were no exception. Potter must have been in so much pain that he slid off his seat, as if he had fainted. But amidst all this, I was living a very peaceful life. Although I felt the coldness of the air, I felt nothing else. I didn't feel the happiness I heard being sucked away from me. Even when facing a Dementor, I was still able to stand my ground. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine, and a shadow-like creature looked around us. I felt cold not only physically but also from the depths of my heart. It felt as if something warm in my heart was being sucked away. Perhaps everyone around me was the same, except for Dahlia, who was pale and holding him, and even Potter, who had fainted on the floor. But I wasn't in a position to mock it now. Sometimes, I would feel a tremor of despair, hopelessness, and emotion, but I heard a voice from somewhere. That voice was, "Please don't bother me now." Undoubtedly, it was Dahlia, who was standing beside me, desperately supporting me and Dahlia. No, it wasn't exactly Dahlia's voice. Dahlia, right next to me now. "Brother, Dahlia, hold on tight. Dementor, what do you want to do? Sirius Black isn't here. Get out of here quickly, otherwise," he shouted, glaring at the dark figure, his expressionless face twisted to the extreme. There was no sign that he was saying what I was hearing now. Just as I wondered where the voice came from, the voice that seemed to belong to Dahlia continued. "And this time, is this possible? You are my sister. I can't leave you alone." "Oh, I see. Me too." I began to hear not only Dahlia's voice but also my own and Dahlia's voices. Of course, we weren't saying this now. Dahlia was trying to help Dahlia, and I couldn't even say a word, just holding her shoulder. So where did this voice come from? The answer would become clear after you heard the following words. "No, brother, Dahlia. Please leave me alone for a while. This is also for your brother's good." What does that mean? Ah, really, is that so? The voices we were making shouldn't be heard now. After hearing so much, I finally thought, your brother doesn't need to know. I realized where this voice was coming from. This conversation was heard from within me. This is what we were doing at the time. Our last conversation was shortly before Dahlia disappeared last year. I will never forget this conversation. Even after everything was resolved and Dahlia returned to us, I couldn't forget the helplessness and despair I felt then. Even though Dahlia was in pain right before my eyes, I was powerless and could only watch. A sense of despair that Dahlia might never return. The feelings from that time still remained in my heart. "Please don't come any closer to me. It's troublesome." This was undoubtedly one of the most painful memories of my life. I don't know why I'm hearing this now, but I never thought deeply about it. However, my consciousness gradually faded, as if the despair remained after something was absorbed. At that moment, as the young lady said, "No one is hiding Sirius Black under their cloak. Go away. Expecto Patronus, come on." The new teacher took a silver object from his wand and whispered in the dark shadow. A dark shadow left the carriage, as if driven away by the silver object. The room became warm and bright again. Even after the dark shadow disappeared, everyone was pale, and Potter was still lying on the floor. Amidst all this, only Dahlia remained as expressionless as ever, as if unaffected. Harry's perspective. I thought I heard a voice. Only Harry, please only Harry. Get out of here, you foolish woman. Now, step back. The voice of someone desperately pleading, and the voice of someone mercilessly interrupting. I didn't know where the voice came from, or who made it. But when I heard this voice, I desperately wanted to help the owner of the voice. For some reason, I found myself missing the owner of that voice. I desperately wanted to reach out to that voice. However, as if surrounded by a thick fog, I couldn't even see the direction my hand was pointing. I didn't know if I was reaching out to those around me, or to myself. My impatience only grew stronger. During this time, the woman's voice grew louder and more filled with despair. And, "Please, no matter what happens to me, Avada Kedavra." My time was running out. The voice that had echoed for a long time suddenly stopped short. At the same time, "Harry, stay strong." I woke up and saw it. Hearing Hermione's voice, I opened my eyes wide. I looked around and only saw a brightly lit carriage, and the fog I had been staring at was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where did he go? And whose scream was that just now? The situation was incomprehensible. Whose voice was that? And why was I, who was just in the fog, now sleeping on the floor? I asked Hermione, who looked at me with a confused expression. But before Hermione could answer my question, "You're awake. Now, eat this, it will make you feel better." The new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin, spoke to me. The professor continued, breaking a large piece of chocolate and distributing it to everyone, including me. "That's what the girl with the hair said, but that was a Dementor, a creature called a Dementor, and they are the guards of Azkaban. Just being near one makes me feel a bit cold. This chocolate is the most effective, so, eat it. You'll feel better soon. I'll talk to the driver." With that, the professor walked past me, casting a suspicious glance at Dahlia Malfoy's expressionless face, and then went into the corridor, which was as bright as the room. I left. The rest of us began to talk, looking at Draco and Greengrass, who were being forcibly fed chocolate by Dahlia Malfoy. So, what ultimately happened? That Dementor looked at us, and suddenly you collapsed. Then Professor Lupin took out something silver and drove it away. Hermione replied, looking not only at me but also at Dahlia Malfoy and the others. Ron, guided by her, had a truly tired expression on his face. I have a strange feeling. I feel like I can't enjoy anything anymore. Ron spoke in a weak voice, despite Draco and the others being right in front of him. This was probably why he was so scared. I thought everyone else was the same, all with blue faces, except for Dahlia Malfoy. But did anyone else fall out of their seats besides me? Apparently, I was the only one who fainted. Although everyone was trembling, they were all conscious, and even Dahlia Malfoy seemed calm. I was very embarrassed. While everyone else was fine, I was the only one who fainted, especially in front of Draco Malfoy and the others. Sure enough, when I asked this, Draco's usually pale face became even paler, and he replied with a mocking expression. HMPH. That must be your kind, Potter. You are truly pathetic. Was that Dementor scary enough to knock you out? Ah, you're still there. Lose it, Malfoy. So are your sister and Greengrass. Hearing Draco's words, Ron stood up as if he had just remembered his existence. You're making fun of Harry, but weren't you the one who almost wet himself? Don't you feel pathetic with your sister backing you up now? Shut up, Weasley. The change was instantaneous. Although he was not feeling well, the atmosphere in the room became tense again. Just like before the train stopped, it was clear from the intensity that if left unchecked, the atmosphere would escalate into another fist fight. I also intended to join. I didn't care if Dahlia Malfoy was looking at me with unsettling eyes. I don't know whose voice that was, but I was worried I wouldn't hear the voice I heard before again. It was as if he had lost something very important. He felt an indescribable sense of loss, and he couldn't bear Draco's mockery. But, oh dear, everyone is standing up and talking. What exactly is going on? By intervening before another fight broke out, another tragedy in the compartment was avoided. When I turned to the gentle voice, I saw Professor Lupin, who had apparently just returned, standing at the doorway. Since you can fight, it should be fine now. Although it will still take some time to get to Hogwarts, you should all return to your respective compartments. Especially you two aren't in this compartment, are you? Please return to your compartment with Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle from the next room. The tension dissipated. A cunning look flashed in Dahlia Malfoy's eyes, and Draco was not foolish enough to provoke a professor. Draco looked at Professor Lupin's clothes with appreciation, then said sarcastically, "Yes, it's time to change. We have other clothes to wear, Professor." I finished speaking and walked out. He was indeed a twisted and disgusting fellow. Even though the professor saved us, Draco probably still intended to make fun of the professor's somewhat worn-out clothes. But his sister, Dahlia Malfoy, reacted differently. I thought he was going to follow Draco out of the house, but he looked back at me for a moment while helping the pale Greengrass up. "I see you can use the Patronus charm." This is what I whispered. When he looked back, the expression on his face was as blank as usual. From his expression, he seemed to have no interest in his professor, just like Draco. But for some reason, her eyes did not seem to have the same contempt as Draco's. In fact, it even seemed positive. Dahlia Malfoy stared blankly at Professor Lupin for a few seconds, then said, "I'm looking forward to Defense Against the Dark Arts class." This time they returned to their own compartment. Those unpleasant people finally disappeared from the room, leaving Professor Lupin and us together, his face finally beginning to regain color. At the same time, one by one, "She seems to know the Patronus charm. To know this spell at that age, she must be a very talented child." But even so, the only sound that could be heard was Professor Lupin's confused whisper. Dahlia's perspective, Dementor's sudden training. Although there was an incident of someone breaking into the train still arrived safely at Hogwarts afterward. Your brother Dahlia, Crabbe, and Goyle's faces had completely returned to normal, and nothing happened after we arrived, and the scenery we passed through was no different from last year. Boarding a carriage pulled by transparent creatures, we drove through the gates of Hogwarts, a magnificent wrought iron gate flanked by statues of boars. A vast forest stretched to the left and right, a magnificent and profound school gate, befitting one of the best magic schools in the world. In this ordinary yet mysterious scene, which was no different from last year, there were some extremely unusual creatures. Hoods completely covering their faces, tattered cloaks swaying and fluttering, cold air flowing around you. There were Dementors on both sides of the gate. Sirius Black's target was Harry Potter, so Dementors were deployed around Hogwarts as a security measure. I heard this from my father before leaving. However, just because I heard about it, whether I could accept the existence of Dementors was another matter. As I passed by, I noticed that my brother and Dahlia's faces were becoming increasingly grim. I learned the only spell that can fight Dementors, so I had no choice but to watch over my brothers. Until now, I hadn't practiced because I prioritized my own interests, but now that there are Dementors around Hogwarts, I need to learn it as soon as possible. That filthy creature is not trustworthy. He is currently Azkaban's guard, but those guys are not the type to meekly obey humans. The proof is that, even though he had no idea we were hiding Sirius Black, he still used the excuse of an investigation to drain my older brother and Dahlia of their joy, happiness, and emotions. Although their symptoms were not as severe as Potter's, who must have witnessed his parents' murder firsthand, if Professor Lupin had reacted a little slower, both of them would have lost consciousness. If that had happened, my sanity would surely have been destroyed, and I might have used dark arts, even though I knew it was meaningless. To be honest, at that moment I almost drew my wand. I was able to control myself because Dahlia pulled me back when I was about to lose consciousness. However, although I was able to suppress my impulse with reason, this does not mean that my resentment towards them disappeared. Once I obtain the Patronus charm, I will definitely make you repay me. Until now, I hadn't found Dementors to be very interesting creatures, but since this incident, I've started to hate them, because they tried to harm my brothers for no reason. More importantly, as I was thinking gloomily, the carriage continued to move forward without hindrance. Since I was working with an old man known for hating Dementors, they didn't seem to attack me this time. I had no intention of agreeing with Dumbledore's ideas, but I could now honestly agree with his hatred for those guys. The carriage moved smoothly, without any disturbance, and soon stopped at the stone steps leading to the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. I quickly ran outside, asking my brothers questions while extending my hand to prevent them from falling. "All right, we're here. Big brother Dahlia, can you stand up?" Although it was only a few seconds away from the Dementors, it still had no effect on him. It seemed that Onusama and Dahlia were not in good shape. Although not as bad as on the train, his face was a bit pale. Crabbe and Goyle were also pale, but I thought it was okay to ignore them. If you put snacks in their mouths, they will automatically become more energetic. If you feel a little dizzy at this time, please don't hesitate to take me to the infirmary. When I extended my hand, this is what I thought, but my resolve was ultimately unfounded. "Oh, it's fine. Dahlia, how about you?" "I'm fine too. Dahlia, thank you for your concern." Although their faces were pale, both of them stood up without difficulty and got off the carriage with steady steps. I was satisfied with their actions and abandoned my plan to take them to the infirmary. Since that was the case, I decided it would be better to forcibly take them to the infirmary, which would make the two of them expend unnecessary physical energy. The two fish also walked steadily. As long as they had snacks, they would be fine, no need to worry. We got off the carriage and climbed the stone steps crowded with students, arriving at the brightly lit foyer. Passing through the hall and through a large door, I found myself in a great hall with candles floating in the air. Golden tableware was already set on the tables, anxiously awaiting the students to take their seats. Of course, the plates were still empty. We can sort before eating, but I have to listen to what that old man says. I shrugged in response to Dahlia's regretful whisper. Like Dahlia, I wanted to eat before hearing the old man and go to bed before he started talking. Listening to the old man's voice consumed more of my energy than being with the Dementors. We sat as far away from the old man as possible so we wouldn't hear their voices. We sat in the seats furthest from the faculty table and closest to the entrance of the Great Hall. At least here, I wouldn't see the old man leave my sight. Crabbe and Goyle were casually arranged in the seats on the professor's side, forming a wall. But, of course, this place was not a safe haven. Even if Dahlia, my brother, and Dobby were there, even without the old man, this school would not be my safe haven. No matter how happy you are with Dahlia, you must always be vigilant. Because, Dahlia Malfoy. To my students, I am still just a cautionary tale. The newly arrived students, upon seeing me, let out a scream and ran forward, as if trying to escape. The area around us was still empty, like a large hole. Because we were sitting in such a corner, and because I was sitting there were very few students sitting around us. Even my Slytherin classmates greeted me very politely, but after greeting me, they quickly moved to the front row seats. I didn't want others to sit around me. In fact, if students I didn't know were sitting around me, that would be a problem. But if that were the case, then I hope you wouldn't cast those annoying glances at me. Although they didn't get close to me, they kept looking at me with wary eyes. Even if someone looked at you without warning. "Draco, long time no see, how have you been?" And Dahlia. I saw Dahlia a few times during the summer, how have you been too? Only this person approached me. When I turned toward the sound, I saw Pansy Parkinson, who had a pug-like face, and the sturdy Millicent Bulstrode. Then, the thin and quiet Theodore and the seemingly relaxed Zabinai walked toward him. Except for Zabinai, he, his brother, and Onyi-sama all came from the same sacred 28. Because of this, he probably thought he didn't need to be wary of me, the heir. That didn't change the fact that they considered me their heir. Moreover, even if they weren't wary of me, I had to be wary of them because they were members of the sacred 28. We must not let down our guard this year, so as not to end his time with Dahlia. Despite my pessimistic mood, Parkinson began to take up space around us. Parkinson was the first to stand next to my brother and continued speaking loudly without waiting for our reply. Moreover, and, Draco, did you hear? It seems Potter fainted because he was afraid of the Dementor. He's truly pathetic. Something like that shouldn't be enough to make him faint. Draco certainly wouldn't faint too, would he? The story seemed to make me feel even more depressed. My already gloomy mood became even more sullen. I really hate Dementors. Because I tried to harm my brother. Because he tried to take away Dahlia's happiness. Most importantly, he was thinking about me. Since the beginning of this year, I felt like giving up. Due to the unpleasant conversation, I instinctively grabbed Dahlia's hand. That's natural. People say he's a hero, but Potter is just that kind of person. Of course, I didn't faint, and Dahlia wasn't flustered in the slightest. Unlike him, Dahlia has a strong heart. That's not true, brother. Your brother probably doesn't know. The Dementor's influence is not determined by the strength of the mind. They consume the happiness of others. All that is left are the worst experiences and memories. Therefore, the Dementor's effect depends on how terrible the person's experiences are. From that perspective, it's safe to say that Potter has definitely been through the worst experiences. No wonder he was so affected that he fainted. Others may not have gone through experiences as terrifying as his, but it cannot be said that they were completely unaffected. Everyone has had some bad experiences, so it's impossible for someone to be completely unaffected and untouched like me. So why didn't it affect me? Other than feeling cold, I felt nothing. My happiness was not sucked away, and I did not succumb to despair. I was not affected like everyone else. This is how it was decided. This is your soul. No, that's not accurate. Why are things like your soul and your body separate? That's because your soul is not a soul at all. This could not happen unless I were not human. Dementors are blind. Instead, they can sense human minds and souls, letting them know where their prey is. As for me, I think I barely felt a heart. That's why he turned his head towards me for a moment and then reacted. But I couldn't feel a soul. Finally, that's right. That's what I thought. Hey, Draco, starting tomorrow, let's use this to make fun of Potter. I'm sure he felt great after defeating the basilisk, so tell me what you're doing. I have to give it to you. Ah, I see. Since my brother was facing Parkinson, he didn't notice the subtle changes in my expression. Of course, others couldn't read my expression. The only person who noticed my change was Dahlia, who held my hand. No matter how many friends I made, or how many family members worked in the castle, the new year started in a very depressed mood, just like last year. I really hate Dementors. Because I tried to harm my brother for no reason. Because he tried to take away Dahlia's happiness. Most importantly, he thought I was human. If I were not human, would he see, discover, or try to do something? Dahlia's perspective. After the gathering ended, we returned to the dormitory and decided to sleep early because classes started tomorrow. At this moment, the sounds of 3 people sleeping echoed in the dormitory. And what happened on the train? He must have been tired. Even Dahlia, who was not affected by the Dementor, fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Amidst all this, only I kept my eyes open, gently gazing at Dahlia's sleeping face on the bed next to mine. It's not that I wasn't tired. It's not that he wasn't affected by the Dementor. It's just, goodbye, Dahlia. I couldn't sleep because I recalled the sound I heard on the train. The voice I heard then was definitely Dahlia's voice from the Chamber of Secrets. That time, Dahlia was pushed to the brink, even contemplating suicide. It is said that when a person's joyful emotions are sucked away by a Dementor, it evokes memories of the most terrifying times in their life. I can certainly say that was my worst memory. Dahlia was driven to the brink because of her, and she even started to think she was a monster that needed to die. I was saved by Dahlia. However, I could only watch helplessly as she was backed into a corner. That was a bad memory. That was a terrifying memory, but forgetting is not allowed. If the feelings at that time were the worst for you, then you absolutely cannot repeat the same mistake. You won't make a mistake this year. Dahlia finally told me we are friends. I must work hard to maintain this happiness. Furthermore, congratulations on the new term. Before everyone is dazzled by these delicacies, I have some announcements. First, as is well known, since the investigation of the Hogwarts Express, our school is receiving Dementors from Azkaban this year. They are at the school entrance. Never approach them. Excuses and pleas do not work on those beings. If he has an excuse, he will not hesitate to hurt everyone mercilessly. It is unlikely that this year will go smoothly. Other older issues include the appointment of Professor Lupin, who is considered good at defense against the dark arts, and the seemingly less competent groundskeeper being assigned to the care of magical creatures profession. I already told him I would become a teacher at the school, but that is a minor matter. Dahlia is unaffected by the Dementor. From this perspective, even if Dahlia approaches a Dementor, it will not cause her any harm. However, it will have a huge negative impact on her mind, spirit, condition, and state. That is because she was not affected by the Dementor, because she realized once again that she is not human. Draco doesn't seem to have noticed yet, but when Dahlia was told she could be approached by a Dementor, her expression was clearly contorted with sadness. I don't know what logic Dahlia used to accept this before, but I know she doesn't think that way now. By the time I thought the food Dobby cooked was placed in front of Dahlia, she had returned to her happy, expressionless face, but I could never ignore the look on her face at that moment. Dahlia, I will definitely protect you this year, no matter who the opponent is. Looking at Dahlia's sleeping face, I made up my mind again. A mass murderer, reportedly targeting Harry Potter, has escaped from prison. Dementors are deployed. The fearful looks directed at Dahlia will continue. There are too many problems, and I don't think this year will be a peaceful one. But I will definitely talk about Dahlia, because I am Dahlia's only friend. After a while, the breathing sounds echoing in the dormitory turned into the sounds of 4 people. The first day of 3rd year at Hogwarts. When we entered the Great Hall for breakfast, the first thing that greeted Ron, Hermione, and me was the burst of laughter from the Slytherin table. When I looked up, I saw a group of people centered around Draco Malfoy, taking turns pretending to faint and getting excited. Everyone, except Dahlia Malfoy and Greengrass, who was sitting at the far end of the circle, was making silly gestures and laughing. Without even thinking, it was clearly an act meant to mock me. They would not only mock me for fainting yesterday but would also mock me from now on. Harry, don't pretend you don't know. Dealing with someone like that is a waste of time. Dealing with them is also a waste of time. Yes, I know. I nodded after listening to Hermione behind me and walked toward the Gryffindor table. Contrary to her tone, I was curious about how Hermione looked at Dahlia Malfoy and Greengrass, feeling relieved. That's what I thought. You don't have to deal with unpleasant people, nor do you have to feel bad from the first day at Hogwarts. However, Draco and the others didn't seem to think so. Even if I didn't participate, they wouldn't leave me alone. It seemed I had no choice but to feel uncomfortable anyway. As I walked toward my seat. Ah, Potter, are you awake? I bet you couldn't sleep last night because of the terrible Dementor. They found me. Pansy Parkinson screamed as she turned to face me. Look, Potter, the Dementor is coming. As always, he pretended to faint, mocking him. Amidst the vulgar laughter, I mustered all my patience and sat down at the Gryffindor table. Neville was sitting next to him. He glared at me when I wrote down the common room password, but when I sat next to him, he looked up and spoke to me in his usual calm voice. Good morning, Harry. What's wrong? You look awful. Did something happen? The Slytherin guys. Ron, who was probably as angry as I was, replied as he quickly sat down in his seat. Those bastards. They are mocking Harry like this, but when the Dementor arrived, Draco was doing pretty well, right? With Dahlia Malfoy's support, he was almost the same as before. I was about to faint. Dahlia Malfoy was the only one who looked fine in front of the Dementor, her face not even changing because she's so thick-skinned. Mr. Malfoy is not shameless. Hearing Ron's words, Neville seemed to understand our situation. Neville smiled wryly at Hermione's retort, then looked at me with sympathy and continued. Oh, yes, but I think Harry fainting couldn't be helped. I was scared too. They entered my compartment as well. Then it got so cold. I'm glad the silver yes. That thing drove them away, but if the Dementor had stayed in the compartment, I probably would have fainted too. I'm much more cowardly than you, so this isn't something Harry should worry about. There's no such thing. I knew Neville was trying to comfort me. He has a little trouble remembering things and is always a bit scared, but he is actually very kind and full of Gryffindor courage. Even when he was a first-year student, he tried to stop us from going to protect the Philosopher's Stone because he cared about us. I knew his words were not malicious but well-intentioned. But even if you know that, Still, you didn't faint in the end, did you? I couldn't take his words seriously right now. I didn't have the courage to do so. Even though Draco wasn't mocking me, I was just embarrassed because I was the only one who fainted. I couldn't stand people making me feel like the weakest person in school. Especially this year, with a killer named Sirius Black targeting me, I might be overly protected. If people think I'm weak, the scrutiny on me will be even more intense. The trip to Hogsmeade was already hopeless because of the circumstances, but this incident made everything even more hopeless. Thinking about the future, my heart was filled with anxiety, leaving no room for peace. Moreover, just as I was feeling depressed, laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. When I turned my head, I saw Malfoy pretending to faint out of fear. My patience was almost at its limit. Ron, who was usually the one to stop me, must have noticed the change in my demeanor. Just now, she was glaring at the Slytherin table with me, but she spoke in a cheerful tone, frantically trying to change the subject. Well, like Hermione said, ignore them. Besides, Draco's good mood will end soon. The first Quidditch match will be Gryffindor versus Slytherin. All you have to do is deal with Malfoy. That's great. I have no protection. Sister Sky, catch the snitch right in front of the person trembling in the sky. Quidditch is my only specialty, the story of the happiest time at Hogwarts. So Ron's words didn't really work. It wasn't true that a bright topic instantly lifted my spirits. Last year was the first time I played Quidditch with Draco Malfoy. In the end, we Gryffindor won. It could even be said that we defeated Slytherin, who owned the Nimbus 2001, and won the Quidditch Cup. It was because of that victory that we were able to overwhelmingly defeat the Slytherin team in the House Cup competition last year. However, the content of the match was far from an overwhelming victory. In fact, you could even say they barely managed to win. Not only the points, but even the match against the Seeker was a close call. Draco Malfoy only used his words to mock me, but his eyes never relaxed their vigilance and continued to stare at me. That unyielding guy is definitely a major opponent. I was better at maneuvering the broom, but he excelled at maximizing its speed and performance, utilizing a playing style that fully exploited the broom's capabilities. This was a cunning and despicable Slytherin tactic, but absolutely effective. If Dobby hadn't used the bludger on me, I might never have escaped that predicament. Considering this, unlike last year, there will be no interference in this year's game, so I can't be sure we will win. My broom is still the Nimbus 2000, and his is the Nimbus 2001. Moreover, there is no doubt that Draco Malfoy will make good use of the lessons learned last year. Just because he talked about Quidditch didn't make me feel any better. That's right. I'll do my best. Ron noticed that my tone hadn't changed, and he stared at his breakfast as if he missed me. A strange atmosphere was gathering around us. In this atmosphere, we brought up a completely different topic. Oh, the new subject start classes today, right? Sitting next to Ron was Hermione. Her voice, which sounded somewhat happy but also carried an indescribable sense of fatigue and anxiety, cut through the delicate atmosphere. To ignore the laughter coming from behind me, I jumped into the topic Hermione suggested. Talking about Slytherin again would only bore me. I looked at this year's timetable, which had just been handed to me, and forced myself to speak in a cheerful tone. That's right. The classes I have today are divination and care of magical creatures. Care of magical creatures in particular is being taught by Hagrid this year, so I am sure it will be great. By the way, which classes did Hermione finally choose? Ron chose the same classes as me, but I don't know about yours. This was a simple question. We finally realized we didn't know what classes Hermione was taking, even when I asked last year. I'm consulting Professor McGonagall. She didn't answer anything. We had just solved the Chamber of Secrets incident and hadn't thought about studying at all, but I wondered how we didn't know the classes our best friend chose. That's why I asked the question. I'm also taking the same classes as you. Hermione's answer was very brief, and at the same time, vague as before. This answer felt a bit strange. Why couldn't they just tell me the subject she chose? When Ron looked over Hermione's shoulder at the timetable, he must have felt the same way. And, hey, Hermione, your schedule is messed up. You have multiple subjects at the same time every day. You have the same classes as me, but during the divination slot, it includes arithmancy and Muggle studies. How on earth are you taking 3 classes at once? He made an anxious sound. I leaned over to check Hermione's timetable and completely understood what Ron was saying. Hogwarts has 7 required subjects: Transfiguration, Herbology, History of Magic, Charms, Defense against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, and Potion, plus Divination and Muggle Studies. There are 5 elective subjects: Arithmancy, care of magical creatures, and ancient runes. After advancing to third year, we have to choose 7 required classes and several electives. All of these were written on Hermione's timetable. A total of 12 subjects were allocated, and some subjects even overlapped in time. On some very bad days, she even took 3 subjects at the same time. No matter how talented Hermione was, this was a physically impossible timetable to complete. It was impossible to have 2 Hermiones at once. Hermione, I really need to discuss this issue with Professor McGonagall. Yes, I would. I asked the professor if I wanted to study as much as possible, and she was happy to help me. This is the result. However, my timetable might be a little busy. It doesn't matter, because everything has already been decided after consulting with the professor. I asked with wide eyes, but the answer I received was as dry as ever. Ron and I shrugged at each other, confused by this narrow answer. But if things proceeded according to this timetable, I thought Hermione would die from overwork. I was very worried about this and decided to ask Hermione again, as she was clearly emitting an aura of refusal. Just then, "Oh, Harry, Ron, Hermione, are you feeling better?" A booming voice echoed through the Great Hall. When I turned my head, I saw Hagrid, who seemed to have just entered the Great Hall, waving at me. He walked to the professor's dais, stopped in front of us, and started talking, looking very excited. "Hagrid, good morning. By the way, yesterday." "That's right. I believe you all know now that I will be teaching care of magical creatures starting this year." I can't believe it. Professor Dumbledore is truly a great man. He clearly knew what I wanted to do. Yes, congratulations, Hagrid. Seeing Hagrid's excitement and the news I learned yesterday, I temporarily forgot about Hermione's timetable and the fact that Draco Malfoy was making fun of her, and returned my congratulations. I was very happy when the news came that my friend was my new teacher. Hagrid likes monsters, so if I said I wasn't worried at all, I'd be lying. Well, if he's happy, that's good news for us too. Thank you, Harry. I knew you'd say that. That's right. You are my first batch of students. The class is after lunch. It's going to be an unforgettable first lesson. I've prepared some great things for you. Please look forward to it. After all, it's interesting. Well, now that I'm a professor, I have a lot of things I want to show you. I don't want to say too much. For example, Hagrid's excitement continued. We were all so happy as he spoke with a smile on his face. Even if it was about monsters that clearly attacked humans, this was a much more interesting topic than talking about Slytherin. Hagrid wholeheartedly expressed his joy as a professor, and we planned to spend time with him whenever possible. We nodded at Hagrid's words, occasionally agreeing with his perspective while eating breakfast, sharing in his joy. This happened hours before my death was predicted, in the divination classroom in the North Tower, where I told Professor Trelawney that I had seen the Grim, a dog I felt I had seen before. Hermione's perspective. I had just finished divination, and was the first one waiting in the Muggle Studies class. Although I was there, I felt extremely unhappy. The reason, of course, was the divination class I had just taken. Professor Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, told us the first thing she said to us. "You all chose divination. First, what I want to deny is that unlike other subjects, textbooks are not helpful. Unless you have the sight, you will learn nothing. There was no reason to believe that some subjects had no foundation or certainty and that textbooks were useless. More importantly, after giving everyone an unreliable and ominous prediction, the professor spoke to Harry in a particularly loud voice. Well, it seems you have encountered a terrible enemy. I sense an ominous aura. Oh, and well, the shape of these tea leaves. It's the Grim. This is a warning of death." She predicted a fact that everyone knew and said things that caused unnecessary anxiety to him, who was already in danger. There is a limit to insensitivity. Harry was more depressed than he should have been, and he looked pale even now. I thought this was a very boring subject. Even though I had only taken it once, I was already thinking that maybe I should skip this subject. Pretending to read omens of death from a pile of tea leaves was a complete waste of time. As I prepared for Muggle Studies class, I continued to curse the previous class in my grumpy head. The overlapping time slots, that was something from a long time ago for me again. Even so, my anger never subsided. Interrupting my thoughts was, suddenly, a girl's voice entered my ears. It was the voice of the Slytherin student who was always by Mr. Malfoy's side, and whom he admired. When I heard a voice that shouldn't be in the classroom, I turned around and saw the child I expected standing there, the blonde, blue-eyed female student. That was Dahlia Greengrass. Her eyes were originally considered cute rather than beautiful, but recently she had been looking at me with sharp, murderous eyes. Why was she here, a Slytherin? The sudden situation was first surprising, not embarrassing. Normally, when she glared at me, I would remember the helpless mistake I made last year, but now, I was just confused by the sudden situation. In fact, the presence of an entirely pureblood Slytherin here made it unbelievable to me, but for her, the same seemed true. This is strange. I thought it said the classroom was here. Miss Granger couldn't possibly be here. Did I get it wrong? After muttering a few words, she quickly closed the door and walked out. Obviously, she found it easier to believe that I had entered the wrong classroom than to believe that I, a Muggle-born, would take Muggle studies. Ron also told me that as a Muggle-born, I probably understood Muggles better than her. Before entering Hogwarts, I lived a Muggle life. Nevertheless, I chose this subject because I wanted to know how wizards viewed Muggles, but it seemed to be a way of thinking that wizards couldn't understand. Indeed, if you think about it, it's not hard to imagine that those who have to choose between electives will no longer be able to understand it. After all, it was like throwing away one of our precious class slots. It was normal to think that there were more subjects to choose from. The method I used this year was usually not an option. She probably came to the same conclusion and thought this wasn't the Muggle Studies class, but that didn't change the fact that it was the classroom. After a while, the door opened again, and Greengrass walked into the classroom again, her eyes full of curiosity. Her voice was as confused as her gaze. "How is Granger here? This is the Muggle Studies class. You might have gone to the wrong classroom." "That's what I said," I replied with some trepidation. "No, it's fine. I'm also taking Muggle Studies. This class is very suitable for me." A raised voice came out. Just now I was only surprised, but when I spoke to her, I still felt guilty. Except for her and Mr. Malfoy, I could treat all other Slytherins like ordinary Slytherins. Sometimes it really made me angry, but usually I could treat them like jerks and make the conversation go smoothly. But Mr. Malfoy and Greengrass were different. I couldn't treat them like other Slytherins. They were different from other Slytherins. I was with them. However, I loved them. Greengrass stared at me suspiciously for a few seconds, listening to my inner struggle, but then she started to walk away, making an indifferent sound. Chapter 116, New Class. That's right. You are doing something unusual. As a Muggle-born, I thought you wouldn't know much about Muggles, but okay, good luck. After saying that, she walked past me and sat down in a seat farther away. This was an awkward space. However, this was an opportunity. I hadn't expected Miss Greengrass to accept the topic, but now we could talk alone. I made a big mistake last year, but I didn't want to continue having a cold relationship with them. That's why I knew I needed to talk to her now, at least, but due to the obvious atmosphere of rejection, I couldn't bring myself to speak to her again. Even if I could finally speak, "Miss Greengrass, why did you choose this subject, even though you are a Slytherin?" I asked a very sudden question, which, if you thought about it carefully, was very rude. I was too anxious and asked the question in a strange way. It sounded as if I was mocking her, a Slytherin. Just because many Slytherin students do not choose Muggle studies, there is no rule prohibiting a Slytherin from choosing it. As expected, Miss Greengrass looked back at me and frowned. "What? Is there something wrong with me choosing Muggle studies? I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just worried that you, a Slytherin, choosing Muggle studies would attract attention from students in other houses." I quickly corrected myself, but the atmosphere became even gloomier than before. Miss Greengrass glared at me with murderous intent, and I shrank entirely. But Miss Greengrass seemed to calm down because of my timid attitude, immediately returned to her indifferent appearance, and continued speaking. "You don't need to worry. The reason I chose Muggle studies is to understand how foolish Muggles are. Is that so? Slytherin already knows this. I won't be criticized by them. It's easy to fool them. They are the kind of people who can fool even Dumbledore. Anyway, I chose this subject simply because I was interested in Muggle studies. Dahlia was also interested, but that's because she is a member of the House of Malfoy. I chose this so we can teach each other." Miss Greengrass's words made me feel a bit awkward. For a moment, I was almost certain she was mocking Muggles. Until last year, she was one of the few Slytherin students who saw me as Hermione Granger and not a Muggle-born. I know she is not pureblood, but somehow, I still thought she was a member of the Slytherin family. The Slytherin-like responses of most people I knew made me think this might be the case. I was disgusted by my own foolishness. But what I felt now was more than just shame. When I heard Miss Greengrass's answer, I felt both awkward and pleased. Because in her story, So Mr. Malfoy also seems interested in Muggle studies. Just as I thought, there were words interspersed that indicated Mr. Malfoy was a curious child. Mr. Malfoy is my idol and my goal. This won't change no matter what. I couldn't help but be glad that he hadn't been influenced by pureblood ideology and was still eager to learn many things. I lowered my eyes, feeling both awkwardness and joy in my heart. The voice that spoke to me was, "Granger, have you forgotten?" This was the coldest thing of the day. Rejected, I looked up, meeting those eyes that even contained murderous intent. This time, she didn't immediately regain her composure. Miss Greengrass continued coldly, and I froze under her icy gaze. "I told you last year, don't go near Dahlia again. Are you trouble, or what? Do you want to hurt Dahlia again? After everything you did to Dahlia, have you hurt her enough?" I didn't mean that. Although I was confused by the sudden words, I immediately objected. Last year, I did something that made it impossible for me not to be hated. No matter how I explained it, I couldn't change the fact that I had hurt Mr. Malfoy. But I absolutely had to deny that I was trying to hurt Mr. Malfoy. "But I remember what you told me. It's true that I did some things that weren't funny, even if you say that to me. But I never intended to hurt Mr. Malfoy. On the contrary, I did some things that wouldn't be funny, even if you say that to me. It's funny. I wanted to help you. It all backfired, but I only wanted to be friends with Mr. Malfoy and you." "Nonsense." My words were interrupted halfway through. Miss Greengrass shouted, looking even sharper. "Why would you want to be friends with me after doing something like that? You don't know how Dahlia feels at all. You know nothing about Dahlia. You naively approached Dahlia, and you don't know how much she suffered." "Fine. Stop getting close to Dahlia." After shouting, she sat down silently in her seat and began to prepare quietly. Her rough movements seemed to be dictated by her emotions. She threw most of her quill and other things onto the desk. Furthermore, her emotions seemed to be running high, and she even sobbed intermittently. I couldn't call out again. I didn't know what to say to her. She was so angry and was even crying for Mr. Malfoy. I'm sorry. So I remained silent, only watching her with concern. If I had realized that her tears were not due to anger but guilt over what she had just said, I might have spoken differently. But at that moment, I couldn't perceive her feelings and could only remain silent. As time passed, people began to gather in the classroom, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. At this point, even Miss Greengrass stopped crying, and everyone looked at her with suspicious and hostile eyes because there was a Slytherin in the classroom. This had been the case since Professor Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies teacher, arrived. The professor didn't say anything, but clearly, he was wary of Slytherin being here. Sometimes he would look at Miss Greengrass as if he wanted to say something. In the end, I couldn't say anything to Miss Greengrass about the matter. This was the distance between Miss Greengrass and her friend, Mr. Malfoy. The same classroom. This was a distance of less than a few seconds' walk. Despite this, the girls and I stood very far apart. At that time, there was a huge gulf between us, between Slytherin and Gryffindor, the injured and the one who caused the injury, the ignorant and the knowing. Dahlia's perspective ***. Feeling Granger watching me from behind, I let my emotions take over, placing my things on the desk as if I were throwing them away. I couldn't control my emotions. I even started crying without realizing it. This was my first class. After understanding the content, I still had to teach Dahlia and myself all sorts of things, but honestly, I wasn't in the mood for class. I felt like I was truly a repulsive person. Not Granger, but me, for saying such cruel things to her. I felt my head spinning from helpless anger and guilt. Last year, I deceived myself with the warmth I felt from Dahlia being by my side, but when I was alone, I couldn't deceive myself anymore. Of course, I still felt like I hadn't completely forgiven Granger. Even if she didn't mean any harm, considering how Dahlia was treated last year, it wasn't easy to forgive her. But that wasn't the only reason for my anger just now. When I heard Granger mention Dahlia's name, I felt a strange sense of nausea inside, and as that feeling swept over me, I lashed out violently. I shouted at Granger just now, not for Dahlia, but for myself. Although I said I did it for Dahlia, I felt an unbearable rage at being controlled by emotions I didn't understand. Moreover, I selfishly threw it all onto Granger. I let my emotions take over and yelled at Granger, "I'm sorry." Of course, the whispered apology didn't reach Granger behind me. Originally, because of these feelings, I couldn't even apologize to her. I learned the name of this emotion when we had Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class for the first time this year. Since it was the first class, I came to arithmancy class right after breakfast, but it seemed I had arrived too early. I was the only one in the classroom. I sighed in the empty classroom and muttered to myself, I wish I could spend a little more time with Dahlia. I don't know what Dahlia and the others were talking about, but since their first order of business in the morning was class, they shouldn't have been chatting for that long. It's pointless to say this now, but I should have waited a bit longer for Dahlia and Onyusama. Although I felt some regret, I accepted the fact that I couldn't go back now and started preparing. But the regret didn't last long. As I prepared, I forgot my regret and started enjoying myself more and more. The reason, of course, was that the elective class about to start was arithmancy, which was the first arithmancy class I would take since coming to Hogwarts. Part of the reason I came here so early was that I was truly looking forward to my first class. I had already learned a lot even before entering Hogwarts. I mainly studied dark arts, but I also learned quite a bit of other things. This was the highest level you could graduate from Hogwarts with. However, there were some things I hadn't learned. In fact, except for care of magical creatures, I had hardly taken any elective classes. I had never studied Muggle studies because most of my knowledge was primarily based on books owned by the House of Malfoy. In my family, which revered pureblood, it was impossible to have a book about Muggle studies. Furthermore, there weren't many books on other elective subjects. In particular, arithmancy, no matter how many theories it had, was still a form of uncertain fortune-telling. This uncertainty was a good thing, but my father was a realist, and there weren't many books of this type. Ancient runes, which was not closely related to magic, was also not often placed on the shelves for the same reason. So this elective class was indeed my first arithmancy class. It was impossible for me not to look forward to it. I eagerly prepared for class and waited for the professor to arrive. After a few minutes, the door finally opened, and someone came in, but the professor was not the first to appear. The first person to appear in the classroom where only I was waiting was Mr. Malfoy. Even though it was only the first class of the morning, Miss Granger somehow already looked exhausted. Seeing me, her face brightened slightly, but her expression revealed unconcealed exhaustion. Curious about her neutral expression, I called out to Miss Granger, who was frozen at the entrance. Miss Granger, you chose arithmancy too. Also, if I remember correctly, this should still be the first hour. You look exhausted, but did something happen? I couldn't help but ask the question, which wouldn't have been possible under normal circumstances, but my action was certainly a mistake. I regretted it the moment the words left my mouth. I said something unnecessary to Miss Granger again, but even if I regretted it, it didn't mean I couldn't say anything more. Granger replied, her face brightening further. Thank you for worrying about me, but it's okay. It's still the first day. If I'm this tired, I won't be able to get through the rest of the day. A lot happened today, but I still have class, so that's that. After saying this, Miss Granger looked at the seat next to me for a moment, but then, how shameless. Whispering something under her breath, she sat down a little farther away. I don't know why, but I felt my heart involuntarily tighten at her action, but then I realized it was the correct thing to do, so I turned back and quietly waited for the professor to arrive. However, even though she sat far away from me, she clearly didn't intend to end the conversation. Miss Granger called out again. Mr. Malfoy, besides this one, what other subjects did you choose? I looked back one last time, determined to make this the final exchange. I could have ignored it, but I felt that would make me feel bad. So I decided to end the conversation by giving a safe answer. Although it was safe, ancient runes. Because of the sun, I can't take care of magical creatures, so those two subjects are arithmancy and ancient runes. Taking this class means you chose it. Ancient runes and care of magical creatures. Well, whatever. I'm not interested in what you choose. As usual, I said something cold to her so she wouldn't miss him. I guess from the last sentence he realized he didn't want to talk to me anymore, even though Miss Granger whispered, yes, I have those too as well. He stopped trying to speak to me. Feeling Mr. Granger's gaze, I repeated my usual thought. This is fine. It has to be this way. Even if I did reply, I could only reply in a way that would anger her. Except for Dahlia, I couldn't get close to anyone. No matter how I explained it, I tried to attack her last year. Even though I ultimately failed, the fact that I tried to harm her will never disappear. First of all, I hadn't even apologized to her for my actions back then. I was curious why she looked so tired. The first thing I should do is apologize to her, but I couldn't even apologize to her. Since I couldn't talk to her about the current situation, even if I apologized, it would only be for my own satisfaction. It would only make her bear more responsibility. It would only bring her unnecessary expectations. So this is fine. I desperately deceived myself, not looking back, just staring straight ahead and waiting for the class to start. Finally, I never looked back again until I had a large group of students, and finally, my arithmancy teacher, Professor Septima Vector. However, no matter how I tried to ignore it, even when the new class I had longed for began, this sense of loneliness never disappeared. Dahlia's perspective. Something exhausting happened this morning, and honestly, I didn't know if I could understand half the class in this state of mind, but I found Muggle Studies class itself interesting. As long as you maintain a good mindset, you can gain extensive knowledge, understanding how Muggles who don't use magic live and how they think. A world I didn't know at all. It was so interesting to learn about a world that even Dahlia didn't know about. The class would be better if the teacher and students weren't looking at me like that. All eyes in the classroom were focused on me, not just before class, but even during a lecture. Of course, this wasn't a positive thing. It was a vigilant gaze, full of hostility. It might be unusual for a pureblood Slytherin to choose Muggle studies, but if they want to promote harmony between Muggles and wizards, why are they so blatantly wary of a pureblood noble? I think one reason is that people think I am the friend of Dahlia, the heir. I can't forgive him for acknowledging Dahlia as his heir, but it's too late. This suggests that Dahlia and I have a good relationship, so I suppose it's fine. I forced myself to suppress the first memory of the morning, and after happily finishing lunch with Dahlia, I headed to the grounds for the Care of Magical Creatures class. My steps were light now, a stark contrast to my mental state this morning. Sure enough, as long as I was with Dahlia, my fatigue and worries vanished without a trace. Unlike last year, Dahlia sat next to me as a friend, and Dahlia seemed happy when the new class ended. I noticed he looked a bit worried right after class, but when I asked him why, he said, "No, it's fine. I was just thinking about the contents of arithmancy, so it's nothing. After all, it's my first class. Instead, let's go have lunch early. I have class soon this afternoon, so I want to spend as much time with you as possible. Is that bad?" After saying such happy words, his expression became blank, and he looked genuinely happy, so I figured it must be fine. Truly, aside from what happened in Muggle Studies, this was the best day so far. Just thinking about Dahlia and my future life together brightened my mood. Even if the future wasn't bright, I thought it would be fine as long as I could be with her. I'm doing well right now. However, even if I was in a good mood, it didn't mean the people around me were in the best mood. In fact, you could say it was the worst. The reason, of course, was, it's so depressing to have that savage as a professor. Why does he have to be allied with Gryffindor? That was during the upcoming class. More precisely, it was because of the new teacher who was about to start class. Pansy's heartbreaking scream echoed across the grounds. Everyone was anxious. I didn't know if I could handle this professor, who seemed like a foolish old believer of Moribund. Indeed, Rebus Hagrid was the gamekeeper, and he probably knew more about magical creatures than anyone else in this school. However, despite his vast knowledge, I still didn't trust his ability to teach a good class. There was nothing reassuring about the textbook we had to use this year. How could I read a textbook I couldn't even open myself with satisfaction? There is a difference between knowing magical creatures and studying them seriously. I could only assume Dumbledore had made a random choice, as usual. I didn't know yet if this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was an exception or not, but he was special. The fact that he was taking class with the Gryffindor students, who were close friends with dogs and monkeys, only added to his anxiety. Speaking of which, I was anxious too. I felt good after lunch with Dahlia, but I was just as anxious as the other Slytherin students about the next class. His worries proved true. An incredibly huge body. Besides his long hair, he had a thick, wiry beard covering the lower half of his face. He was already standing on a lush green lawn, the sky disgustingly blue. The man standing proudly in front of the hut was Rebus Hagrid, the gamekeeper, who would be teaching care of magical creatures starting this year. As soon as we arrived, the gamekeeper was surrounded by the Gryffindor students who had arrived first, anxiously shouting, "Come on, hurry up. I'm going to show you something good today. It's my first class, after all. You'll be amazed. Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode ahead of us, leading us to a ranch-like area near the forest, and then announced, "Everyone look at me. All right, the first thing you need to do is open your textbooks. Everyone has one, right? This is a monster book. Now, open it." Yes, I couldn't help but feel anxious about the future. Right from the start of class, I was suddenly assigned an impossible task. Not only the Slytherin students, but even the Gryffindor students, who were close to the gamekeeper, frowned timidly. When I took out the textbook, they were all wrapped in rope and couldn't be opened at all. If it wasn't tied up with rope, it would try to bite anyone, so this was natural. No one could open their textbook and just stood there blankly, except for one person, Draco. Draco, the only Slytherin whose face was gloomy because of something outside of this class, quietly opened his textbook, which didn't have any rope, while everyone else was silent. Even without a strap, he was very quiet when lecturing the textbook. Just as the people around were surprised by this incredible sight, the gamekeeper also seemed extremely surprised. However, what? Is Malfoy the only one who can open that book? Harry and Hermione too? What? You can stroke me. Exactly why? Only Malfoy. It seems the reason for your surprise is different from ours. He picked up Granger's textbook, untied the rope binding it, and stroked the spine with his huge thumb. Then, the textbook trembled, and its previous ferocity became docile, as if it were a lie. Watching everyone follow suit and stroke the spine, Moribund regained his composure and continued speaking. All right, now you can open your textbooks. Yeah. Well, I'm going to bring the magical creatures, so just wait here and look at your textbooks. I walked toward the forest. The remaining students chatted while looking at the textbooks they had opened for the first time. The Potter family nearby was discussing how to succeed in this uncertain course, while the Slytherin students were discussing how to lose the course, debating failure, are you, or. Watching them, I decided to talk to Draco, who was still silent with a gloomy expression on his face. I thought there would be trouble if the dark atmosphere was allowed to continue spreading. Listen, Draco, I know how you feel, but you need to pull yourself together. I managed to fool you during lunch, but if you keep being so depressed, Dahlia will find out. Hearing my voice, Draco slowly turned his head toward me. His expression was as gloomy as ever. Ah, that's right. I can't be depressed forever. Otherwise, I'll become a burden to Dahlia again. That's right, I'll become a burden who ignores Dahlia's feelings. His tone was as gloomy as if the sky here were nothing but dark clouds. It seemed the lecture this morning had been too effective. Besides the other idiots, I told Draco not to belittle the Dementor in front of Dahlia, so I immediately took him to the storage room next to the Great Hall and scolded him. At first, he didn't seem to understand why he was being scolded, but when Dahlia told him what he might be thinking, his face turned pale, and finally, he became depressed and barely spoke. The only time he felt good was during lunch. That was just a forced smile. When Dahlia disappeared, his face became gloomy again. As Draco's tone became darker and darker, I responded with a wry smile. Cheer up. It's true that things started when you so casually made fun of Potter about the Dementor, but I don't think Dahlia would care if you didn't act carelessly. But Dahlia, I just want you to understand me. Dahlia doesn't care what others do. So, as long as you're careful starting now, everything will be fine. Dahlia was doing well by lunchtime, right? My anger toward Draco wasn't to the point of hating him. If he looked depressed, Dahlia would worry, but if he felt unwell, I would also feel uneasy. I wanted him to stay healthy, that's what I thought, and I said comforting words. As usual, I only received a pessimistic answer. There was no strength in his voice. This seemed to be a very serious matter. I decided to change my strategy here. In this situation, no amount of comfort would help. The Lienara. I guess he could make her recover with just a few words, but since I wasn't even her sister, I didn't think I could do it. Let's wait for time to solve it. So I decided to at least shift his attention to other things. Let's change the subject from what we discussed this morning to what caught my attention earlier. Now that I think about it, you opened this textbook well, and it didn't go crazy even without ropes wrapped around it. When I bought it in Diagon Alley, it was still full of energy and biting you. Right. How did you figure out how to open it? Although it was just changing the subject, it was also a question I was very curious about. Moribund was opening the textbook by stroking the spine, but Draco didn't seem to do that. It was as if his textbook was opening automatically. If it was such a quiet book, we wouldn't have had any trouble buying it. I asked Draco, recalling when I bought this thing. A clerk burst into tears upon seeing the interconnected books. Draco and I were almost bitten by the textbook that the clerk desperately pulled out, and Dahlia staring at the textbook with blood-red eyes. At that moment, Dahlia's pleasant day seemed about to be ruined. This was the biggest flaw in an otherwise sunny day. I immediately left the bookstore, but it would have been dangerous if I had stayed trapped there. Draco must have remembered that time because of my words. When answering my question, Draco's expression completely changed, shifting from gloomy to one of having bitten a sour worm. At least it wasn't so dark anymore, looking like it was about to disappear. Clearly, he was able to shift his attention to other things. But, you're right. He was fine when I bought him. He almost bit me many times at home, but after Dahlia gave him this book, he calmed down a bit. Yes, this is me after all. Draco? This only lasted a moment. Regardless of what happened, he now seemed trapped in dark thoughts. Draco continued, a sad expression returning to his face. Dahlia said something to me before she brought this thing. Textbooks don't need to be alive, right? Indeed, I was grateful the textbooks became quieter, but when I got them back, the books were dead. I'm not the same. I've been shaking ever since. As he spoke, if you looked closely, you could see the monster book slightly trembling, as if it were afraid of something. It seemed to be afraid of something. I don't have any particular worries, and I haven't noticed any change in Dahlia's behavior. In fact, before you told me, I never thought about this issue. But this book is shaking. When I look at it, I start to remember. This reminds me of last year's defense against the dark arts, when the incompetent released the pixie. Although I cursed my own helplessness, I still don't dislike Dahlia. I am someone she can rely on. I know I'm overthinking it, but I can't stop thinking about it. I haven't grown since last year, including the Dementor incident. This time, I couldn't say anything to Draco. I couldn't answer his unexpectedly deep worry. I guessed it was because of what happened that morning that made me worry, but I couldn't easily confirm or deny it. But my lack of response spoke more about my feelings than any reply could. A strange silence fell between Draco and me. Although we were in class, our minds were completely elsewhere. This might not be right. If he had focused on the class, maybe this situation could have been avoided, or maybe he could have pulled things together. If I had paid attention in class and listened to Moribund. Draco's immaturity led to yet another mistake. Harry's perspective. This was surprising. When I heard this was a joint Gryffindor and Slytherin class, I thought Draco would make fun of me again this morning. In the morning, the professor suddenly announced a death prophecy, and in the afternoon, Hagrid had to watch Draco faint during Hagrid's first class. This was going to be a very difficult day. That's what I thought, but in fact, Draco never made fun of me. What kind of creature would Hagrid bring? When we were talking about how happy we would be about it, Draco and Greengrass were close to us, no matter how dangerous or risky it was, but they were focused on me. He didn't even look at me. As usual, the Slytherin students other than Draco were having fun, pretending to faint now and then, but Draco himself never showed any sign of participation. There was also the fact that he was the only one who had opened his textbook, but Draco didn't look like his usual self now. Wasn't it too early to think he hadn't made fun of me yet? This was Draco we were talking about. I was sure he was just looking for the best moment to ridicule me. Just as I was thinking this, half of my attention shifted behind me. Lavender Brown's sharp scream rang out. When I looked in the direction she was pointing, startled, I saw some strange animals there. The body, hind legs, and tail were those of a horse. However, its front legs, wings, and head were shaped like a giant eagle. Hagrid, with a brilliant smile on his face, brought with him creatures never seen or heard of in the Muggle world. I brought them. They are hippogriffs. Pretty, aren't they? They were certainly beautiful. But at the same time, they were animals that were clearly dangerous at first glance. Their beaks were sharp, and the claws on their front legs were about 15 centimeters long. I didn't even have to consider what would happen if I were torn apart. I forgot my original plan to succeed in the first class, and at the same time, I forgot about the Malfoy family behind me, only staring blankly at the hippogriffs. Meanwhile, Hagrid's story continued. But they are not just beautiful. These fellows are both beautiful and dangerous. They are proud, and they are smart enough to understand some human language. So don't insult them. Look, that'll be the last thing you see. Of course, courtesy is important. When you approach one of these fellows, you must bow first. Then wait for him to bow. If he bows, that's the signal that you can touch him. If he doesn't bow, well, you leave immediately. Hagrid's vivid explanation made everyone nod immediately, except for Draco, who wasn't paying attention in class. He didn't nod, looking like he wasn't in the mood, but I didn't notice because I was looking straight ahead. All right, who wants to go first? Does anyone want to try first? After hearing Hagrid's explanation, everyone was completely stunned. Ron, Hermione, and I were just as scared as everyone else. Such ferocious creatures, I couldn't possibly approach them, but still. Oh, that's great. Harry, I kept raising my hands. It wasn't scary. The moment I approached, I could only imagine being torn to shreds. but I was still Hagrid's friend. I wanted to make sure his first class was a success. I wanted to. Determination and pure courage. Then, Hagrid looked at me happily, and I raised my hands with desperate regret, and he brought out a hippogriff. Then I'll give this one to Harry. His name is Buckbeak. He's the smartest among them, but he's also the proudest. Well, I think Harry will do great. Buckbeak was a hippogriff with grey feathers. He glared at me sharply with his orange eyes. It was as if he were judging me. First, look into the hippogriff's eyes. Don't blink. They won't trust someone whose eyes are shaky. Also, bow politely. Go on, Harry. I bowed as politely as possible, but I was tense inside. Buckbeak stared at me for a moment, and then, you did it, Harry. Buckbeak recognized you. All right, you can touch him now. That's Harry for you. He made a gesture that could only be considered a bow. It folded its front legs and lowered its head to me. By all appearances, that was a bow. Clearly, I had managed to pass. I suppressed the urge to retreat, approached Buckbeak, and reached out my hand. When I stroked its beak, it closed its eyes happily. This must also be a success. Seeing Buckbeak's gesture, I continued to stroke its beak with relief, as if the previous fear had been a lie. Once you succeed, the good feeling outweighs the fear. Everyone seemed relieved by my success. Everyone approached their respective hippogriffs, even though they were all scared. I was happy to see this. Hagrid's first class was a great success. I left Buckbeak and spoke to Hagrid with a smile. That was great, Hagrid. My first class was a huge success. No, it's all thanks to Harry. That's Harry for you. I was wondering what would happen if Draco was the only one who opened his textbook, but thanks to you, it looks like everything will be all right. Thank you, Harry. As we listened to our conversation, various scenes unfolded everywhere. Hermione was having a bowing contest with a chestnut hippogriff, and Neville ran away in a panic when his hippogriff did not return the bow. However, even in this situation, hey, Draco, you try too, even if you're sitting right next to me. Only Draco and Greengrass looked gloomy and weren't participating in the class at all. Hagrid, who disliked Slytherin, probably felt it necessary to say something as a professor. He shouted at them and tried to force them to participate in the class. Then, he acted as if he had just noticed the class was happening. HMPH. What's the point of class at a time like this? After muttering this, he walked slowly toward Buckbeak. Greengrass followed Draco and called out to him, but for some reason, he didn't seem scared. Draco, you can't approach him so forcefully. Professor Hagrid told you before, didn't he? Obviously, you have to bow first. I thought he was approaching with a strange fearlessness, but it turned out he hadn't been listening in class. I worried that he was acting as if he knew nothing and thought nothing, just trying to prove or clarify something within himself. Just because Buckbeak had taken a liking to me didn't mean he was no longer a dangerous creature. I wondered if he could get away with approaching him without listening to Hagrid. I had a bad feeling. Right after this, my premonition came true. Although he successfully managed a bow, barely receiving Buckbeak's approval, he blurted out impossible words. Potter can do it. There's no way I can't. It would be strange if I couldn't. I must be able to do it. If I can't even do something like this, you'll actually elevate me to that extent. You wouldn't go stroke someone who isn't dangerous or something, would you? He finished the sentence with contempt, but also exhaustion, on his face. You big, ugly fellow? Perhaps these words weren't meant to insult him. What came out of his mouth was just his own expression. Even if he insulted Buckbeak, he might have been insulting me rather than Buckbeak. But I certainly didn't have time to think about those things. Because, hey, idiot, Draco, what are you saying? Run away quickly. Buckbeak felt insulted and attacked Malfoy. It happened in an instant. For a moment, I thought I saw the flash of steel-colored talons, but Draco was already lying on the ground, clutching his arm. Although Hagrid swiftly fastened a collar onto Buckbeak, Malfoy's robes were stained with blood. Greengrass nearby tried to help him up, but Draco continued to crouch helplessly on the ground. I'm dying. I'm dying. Dahlia. He won't die. It's just a cut. Madame Pomfrey will heal him right away. Right, we have to take this fellow to the infirmary. Hey, you lot, don't move around. Hagrid picked up Draco and ran toward the castle, Draco repeating his sister's name under his breath. The pale Greengrass followed behind, leaving the students in the paddock in an uproar. I looked at the three of us, Ron, Hermione, and myself, all stunned by the sudden turn of events, everyone making a fuss and saying whatever came to mind. That professor should be fired immediately. It's all Malfoy's fault. He didn't listen to Hagrid. There were two opinions. Slytherin thought Hagrid was to blame, while Gryffindor thought Malfoy was to blame. However, while everyone was shouting various things, no one seemed to know what would happen to the class in the future. Even amidst all this, one thing was certain. Hagrid's class was not a huge success, but a huge failure. This desperate fact was shared by everyone, even if they didn't voice it. Is Draco all right? He's such a savage. Why did he bring such dangerous creatures? Because of this, Draco. It was a mistake to let someone like that be a professor in the first place. It was the same last year, but Dumbledore doesn't seem to have good judgment about people. If this continues, the defense against the dark arts teacher will become just like he looks. I think so. After sending Draco to the infirmary, I immediately brought him back to the common room, but the Slytherin students who had finished care of magical creatures were still crowding the corridor. Everyone was constantly insulting the groundskeeper, which was probably why progress was slow. They continued talking, not even noticing that I had joined them. But Draco's arm was almost ripped off. He should be fired immediately for doing this. I hope he gets fired. I don't know how Mr. Lucius Malfoy will remain silent. This time, Dumbledore is finished. It's more likely that Mr. Malfoy will turn the groundskeeper into stone before Mr. Lucius does. Someone from the dormitory uttered a murmur, and the corridor immediately fell silent. Everyone was quiet, as if their previous enthusiasm had been a lie, and their faces were pale. I guess everyone remembers it. Last year's defense against the dark arts class showcased Dahlia's murderous actions. Dahlia, bathed in blood, showed a heartfelt happy smile. When he told Dahlia what had happened in class earlier, he might have been worried that she would find an excuse to kill. Furthermore, even if they were close to Draco, they might have thought that they too could be affected by not being able to protect him. I was also very worried. Of course, like everyone else, I didn't think Dahlia would immediately kill the gamekeeper over this, much less that we would be attacked. But I thought at least I could eliminate Hogwarts' hippogriff. For whatever reason, I thought that since Draco was injured, Dahlia would not be able to remain calm. You might succumb to what she calls impulse. That's why I decided to return to the common room immediately after sending Draco off. To tell Dahlia some exciting information. Don't let Dahlia kill the hippogriff. Don't let her blame herself later for her actions. Draco probably knew this too. Draco was thrown into the infirmary. Dahlia. It's me. Don't do this, Dahlia. If you do this. He kept repeating such words, as if it were a provocation. Despite Draco's panic, he was still thinking of Dahlia. Of course, even without Draco's words, I would have done the same thing. But Draco's words undoubtedly made him more determined. For Draco's sake, it was my responsibility to stop Dahlia. With this determination, I continued towards the dormitory with the other Slytherins. And the time finally came. After passing through the dormitory door, Dahlia, welcome back. How was care of magical creatures? Dahlia seemed to be the first to finish class. She sat comfortably on the sofa, calling me while preparing tea for 3 people, probably me and Draco. Dahlia never dreamed that Draco would be injured in care of magical creatures, and her tone was unusually calm. I was a little worried that Moriband was a professor, but I thought he would be willing to show me some rare creatures. What was the first magical creature? Dahlia was as expressionless as ever, and her mood didn't seem particularly bad now. However, his calm tone might incite fear. As Dahlia spoke, the surrounding Slytherins' faces turned even paler, and Dahlia was not so dull as to not notice this. Dahlia continued, wondering about the Slytherins' unusual reaction. Everyone, what's wrong? You all look so pale. Were you in class? Now that I think about it, I don't seem to see my brother. When Dahlia mentioned Draco, the air in the common room seemed to turn cold. The already pale faces of the Slytherins became even paler, and Dahlia's gaze sharpened due to their reaction. From their reactions, Draco must have realized something was wrong. Dahlia shifted her gaze from them and quietly asked me, Dahlia, where is your brother? You can answer this question, right? Dahlia's voice, though calm, simultaneously contained a clear ferocity. I raised my voice provocatively, being careful not to provoke Dahlia. You know, Dahlia, please calm down and listen to me. Draco, he was injured in class earlier. But the reaction was dramatic. Your brother is injured? Are you okay? The fact that you haven't returned means you're in the infirmary. In that case, I'll go to your brother immediately. Hearing my words, Dahlia stood up abruptly. My momentum caused me to hit the table, knocking over the tea I had prepared. I quickly continued to look at Dahlia's excited appearance. Calm down. Draco's injury isn't that serious. He just took some precautions and went to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will heal him right away. Yes, it's just a scratch. So, what a big scratch. My voice was suddenly drowned out by a high-pitched voice. I should have remained silent out of fear, but Pansy suddenly interrupted me, wanting to know what I was thinking. Pansy, unaware of my annoyance, continued to shriek hysterically. That savage. Yes, it's all his fault that Draco got hurt. He suddenly introduced a dangerous creature called a hippogriff in the first class, but he didn't handle it well, and even the cutest creature approached Draco. Because of this, Draco was torn apart by that hippogriff. Draco's arm was almost broken. I'm sure that savage intended to kill Draco from the beginning. When Pansy's screaming stopped, the Slytherin's complexion had changed from blue to dark brown, and at the same time, Dahlia's eyes turned blood red. In the quiet common room, Dahlia looked calmly out the window, in stark contrast to the drooling atmosphere. The Slytherin common room was underground, and the lake bed extended outside the window, so it was impossible to determine the exact time. However, you could still tell if the sun was setting. After Dahlia looked out quietly, the sun is about to set, so I can go out now. He was talking to himself. It was obvious what he was going out to do. The corners of his mouth had already begun to turn up. Realizing that my worries had come true, I quickly denied Pansy's words. Dahlia. No, Pansy is just in a bad mood, and Draco's injury really isn't that serious. The gamekeeper didn't mean to hurt Draco either. It was just an accident. But, there's no doubt your brother is injured, right? Oh, right. Why is Dahlia protecting that savage? Even you are protecting him. Pansy, shut up. Perhaps out of anger at the gamekeeper, or perhaps out of a mistaken sense of responsibility for Draco, he continued to punish Dahlia while telling Pansy, who was trying to mock her, to shut up. Hey, Dahlia, let's calm down. Draco was just lightly scratched by a hippogriff. It might look a bit exaggerated, but Madame Pomfrey will take care of it quickly. Let's calm down first, and then we'll go find Draco. We can go to the hippogriff later, right? So, let's go to the infirmary first. Dahlia's and my eyes met briefly. Dahlia's eyes were as red as ever, and just looking at her made me uneasy. Her gaze was filled with a murderous intent not usually felt, but I never looked away. If Dahlia gave in even a little, she might kill living creatures as she pleased. Due to her kindness, she might kill the hippogriff that hurt Draco according to her impulse. I had to stop her from doing something she would surely regret later. This was my determination as Dahlia's friend. I swore in the Chamber of Secrets that I would definitely stop her from losing her mind. Perhaps it was my thought, or perhaps it was what I said to Draco. I should see him first. As we looked at each other, Dahlia's eyes gradually returned to their original pale gold. With the return of the color, Dahlia's rationality also seemed to return. When the color was fully restored, Dahlia suddenly said, I understand, you can go out anytime. I'll go to your brother first. Do you want Dahlia to come with me? I whispered. Her voice, no longer the overflowing murderous intent from before. At least he was confident that he didn't plan to go out and kill the hippogriff in the short term. Unlike last year, I was able to suppress Dahlia's anger. I wasn't wrong. If I told him to prioritize Draco over revenge, then no matter how irrational Dahlia was, she wouldn't react. I extended my hand to Dahlia in response, feeling relieved that the plan had succeeded. Of course. Now, since we're talking about Madame Pomfrey, I believe her injury is already healed, but given her temper, it wouldn't be funny if she made me stay in the infirmary all day. Let's do this. Let's rescue Draco before he's imprisoned. Yes, Dahlia, thank you. Dahlia and I walked towards the infirmary together. She looked frustrated, but still held my hand tightly. This happened a few minutes before I saw the dial on the infirmary door that read no visitors. In the end, Dahlia did not see Draco that day. Harry's POV. The day after Hagrid's first class ended in disaster. After History of Magic, the lunch table was unusually quiet. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was extremely cold. Everyone sat hunched over their tables, occasionally glancing at the Slytherin seats. Of course, everyone looked at Dahlia. Draco will be back soon. You talked about this yesterday, right? So, Dahlia Malfoy stared intently at the entrance of the hall, not eating, and not responding to Greengrass's frantic attempts to talk to her. Yesterday's events must have spread throughout Hogwarts overnight. Everyone was worried that Dahlia Malfoy, who had hurt her brother, would start taking violent action at any moment, whether or not it was because of her brother. In the silent hall, I occasionally glanced at Dahlia Malfoy and Hagrid's empty seats, when Ron whispered to me, Dahlia Malfoy seems angry about what happened yesterday. Draco's injury wasn't a big deal either, and that injury was caused by Hagrid. Wasn't it Draco's own fault for not listening to him? Yeah, but looking at him, Draco doesn't seem to have returned from the infirmary yet. If that's the case, Mr. Malfoy is also helplessly worried, I replied, listening to Hermione's answer, which sounded like she was defending Dahlia Malfoy. I don't care about Malfoy. The problem is Hagrid. He hasn't been here since yesterday. I can't believe he was fired. Hagrid's first class was a complete failure. No, it was destined to fail, due to Draco's foolish behavior. If he had listened to Hagrid correctly, Hagrid's class would have been a huge success. I wouldn't worry about the person who ruined my friend's first class. Like Hermione, I had no intention of considering the feelings of his sister, Dahlia Malfoy. Hagrid, who was probably hiding in his hut now, was far more important to me than those people. Hearing my reply, Hermione, who had been looking at Dahlia Malfoy with some concern, also showed a strange expression. Although Hermione had an inexplicable admiration for Dahlia Malfoy, she was also worried about Hagrid. I don't think he'll be fired. I don't think Dumbledore would do such a thing. But Lucius Malfoy won't stay silent. Although he's no longer a director, he still has some influence. I don't know what tricks he'll use. A dark atmosphere enveloped our seats. I was very worried. Hagrid was happy to be a professor, but one day, that joy disappeared, leaving only the worry that he might be fired tomorrow. As Hermione said, even if Dumbledore defended her, she would never know what Lucius would say. No matter how you looked at it, the future was not bright, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for Hagrid. I ate in the dark atmosphere, hoping Hagrid would come. But what came next was, Dahlia, I'm back. Just like Draco Malfoy, the one who messed up the class. Halfway through lunch, Draco finally appeared in the Great Hall. Although he skipped class that morning, he waved his injured right hand and walked towards the Slytherin seats, looking energetic. When I turned my head, I saw Dahlia Malfoy running towards her brother, her moodiness completely gone, expressionless. Dahlia Malfoy shouted, attracting everyone's attention in the Great Hall. Chapter 117, Imitating Monsters. Onyi-sama, are you hurt? Is your arm okay? I told you not to visit me yesterday. Are you okay? To be honest, I wanted to see you even if I had to break down the door, but I know nothing about healing. This is something I don't quite understand, Onyi-sama, really. Don't worry, it's fine, Dahlia. Madame Pomfrey didn't let me see her because of her usual worrying nature. She just blurted out some things that were already resolved yesterday. So you don't have to worry about anything or get angry, Dahlia. As his sister stroked him all over, Draco responded with a pleasant expression. Indeed, his injuries were not that serious. Even though Hagrid had caused a lot of trouble, the chill around Dahlia Malfoy was dissipating, and I felt an indescribable discomfort. I didn't want to see such an unpleasant person again. Let's go. I know he's nervous, but there's no need to worry about him. We'll meet again in defense against the dark arts. Anyway, let's go to Hagrid's hut. We still have a chance. There's not much time left. All we can do is go to Hagrid's hut and see if he's still alive. With that, we quickly finished our meal and immediately left the Great Hall. By the time we left, the chill in the Great Hall had already dissipated. Lupin's perspective. This is the girl Dahlia Malfoy that Dumbledore mentioned. While enjoying a meal seriously for the first time in a long while, I occasionally glanced at the female student sitting at the Slytherin table. The student with the pure white face had withdrawn the chill that had just been dripping from her, and was now quietly eating next to the boy who seemed to be her brother. Her expression was still the same as before, but I could feel that she was calm now. She was completely different from a few minutes ago. Now she seemed to have none of the warning signs Dumbledore had mentioned. I remembered my conversation with Dumbledore yesterday. After the first day's feast, I immediately reported to Dumbledore what had happened on the train. It was a disaster, Remus. I didn't expect him to encounter Dementors before he even took office. However, as a student, I can say I was lucky. If you hadn't been there, more students would have been tormented by the Dementors. I'm glad I asked you, after all. He spoke many kind words to me, a great benefactor who welcomed someone like me into the school. Even though I had refused the teaching position due to my self-distrust, he was a great man who still believed in me. Even though I had graduated from here, I was still happy to receive his praise. When I was with Dumbledore, even though I was an adult, I still felt like a young man. But, no, I did what I deserved. In fact, if you had reacted sooner, Harry wouldn't have been hurt. Indeed, I couldn't take his words seriously. Harry had experienced more terrible things than anyone. Her parents were murdered before her eyes, and the culprit, the man, continued to try to harm her. It was impossible for him not to be affected by the Dementors. Even though I knew this, I didn't react until he collapsed. I couldn't honestly praise myself. No, you did what you did. If you weren't there, Harry's soul would have been sucked away. Harry would have been their true enjoyment. Although Dumbledore was there to celebrate his inauguration, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office became gloomy. I was anxious. People were already worried that Sirius would target Harry, and besides that, he also had to be careful of his own Dementors. Although the school strictly forbade them from entering the campus, they were not creatures that inherently obeyed orders. It wouldn't be surprising if the same thing happened again. I couldn't help but worry whether a self-centered humanoid like me could protect him. I now tried to shake off this anxiety and talk about something other than Harry. Now that I think about it, there were several other students besides Harry, but there was one girl whose expression didn't change at all. He's a genius boy who can guess the Patronus charm at a glance, but why didn't his expression change? I was interested, but honestly, I thought it was just small talk. A talented but strange child. I changed the subject so superficially. Remus, wasn't that female student the one with silver hair? Dumbledore seemed more interested than he let on. I paused slightly and replied, his blue eyes growing sharper, his demeanor not letting go of any piece of information. Yes, it was indeed a girl with pure white hair. But is there something wrong with that girl? Actually, no. Dumbledore began to speak. He spoke of last year's incident. The Chamber of Secrets was opened by the diary of the man brought by Lucius Malfoy. The incident was temporarily resolved after Harry defeated the basilisk in the room. And that girl, Dahlia Malfoy, might be involved in this incident. That's right. I don't know how they were involved. However, it's true that her behavior was inexplicable at the time of the incident. That girl was doing something. That's what I thought. She might have been working with Lucius Malfoy and the man. This was about Dumbledore. I guessed he wouldn't suspect her just because she was a member of the Malfoy family. If he said he suspected her, it was absolutely true. That's why. Remus, I'm sorry, but I hope you can do something besides teaching defense against the dark arts and mentoring Harry. Please watch over Dahlia carefully. I hope you can protect her from falling into darkness. Anyway, she has too many secrets. No matter what kind of person you are, it's impossible not to be affected by Dementors. Even so, she remains unaffected. She might still be hiding secrets. Considering what happened last year, I don't think everything is good. So, may I ask you something? Understood. I was able to nod easily. I wanted to be useful to Dumbledore, who had extended a helping hand to me. Dumbledore's words could not be wrong. With that in mind, I took care of her without reservation from the very first day. To understand her situation, not to let her fall into darkness as Dumbledore said, to ensure she wouldn't cause the same incident as last year. But even though it was only the first day, I began to feel a little uncomfortable with what I was doing. Brother, does your arm hurt? If it hurts, I'll feed you. No, it's okay, Dahlia. It doesn't hurt, I can eat by myself. What do you think of the scene at the Slytherin table now? Dahlia Malfoy was trying to take care of her brother, who was injured in Hagrid's class, with excessive concern. To say it was commonplace felt a little too close, but it was an extremely ordinary scene between siblings. I didn't feel any of the darkness Dumbledore had mentioned. In front of them, all they saw were two normal siblings who cared for each other. Dahlia's perspective. Onyu-sama, are you sure it doesn't hurt? Dahlia, I've told you many times, but your injury is already healed. It wasn't a serious injury to begin with, and I've already told Father about yesterday's class, so you don't have to worry, it's nothing. As we waited for the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, I was chatting with my brother sitting next to me. The other students continued to chat and wait for him, but he still hadn't arrived when the time came. I completely ignored Miss Granger, who occasionally looked at me thoughtfully, and focused on thinking about the upcoming class. I had been looking forward to it. I had originally been looking forward to the arithmancy class, but I couldn't help but look forward to this one even more. Although something unpleasant did happen last night, my brother returned safely, so my impulse temporarily subsided, and what remained was the anticipation for today's class. Finally, yes, I can seriously study defense against the dark arts. I was sure this class would be serious. The spell Professor Lupin used on the train. The Patronus spell is a very advanced spell. Even adults who have graduated from Hogwarts find it difficult to use. Since he can use this spell, it's impossible for him not to be an excellent teacher. At least, those incompetent people last year couldn't master it. Of course, just because you are an excellent wizard doesn't mean you are an excellent teacher. Oki Ueto knows more about magical creatures than anyone, but he brought harm to his younger brother, which is a good proof of that. But even knowing this, I couldn't help but have high expectations. Unlike last year, at least the premise was that the teacher was excellent. Another big advantage was that it didn't smell like garlic. Moreover, this was also the dark arts defense method that interested me the most. If you didn't expect anything, then you were doing it wrong. Even if the first class was a joint class with Gryffindor, my expectations wouldn't decrease in the slightest. What I had desperately suppressed so far became uncontrollable under one of the teacher's spells. The days of suppressing my inner emotions for so long seemed like a lie. As I nestled beside my brother, waiting for the teacher, I was filled with anticipation. Hello everyone. Professor Lupin arrived, looking a bit healthier than when we first met him. Finally, my long-awaited class began. Professor Lupin continued, greeting us cheerfully. Today's class doesn't require textbooks. This is a practical exercise. Take your wands and follow me. The Gryffindors, hearing that it was a practical exercise, put away their textbooks with happy expressions. But the Slytherins, practical exercise? I hope he's not going to release pixies like last year. He looked as if he had swallowed a bitter bug. Everyone seemed to agree with Onusama's murmur, and some students even peeked at me with pale eyes. It seemed the word practical brought back unpleasant memories for everyone. Dahlia and I both knew that Professor Lupin was not incompetent, not even unable to control pixies, but to everyone who only saw Professor Lupin's shabby clothes, he might have looked like Lockhart. All right, then let's go. Professor Lupin didn't pay attention to the Slytherin students and left the classroom after the students were ready. Then, leading the crowd, he stopped in front of the staff room door. Come in. The teacher opened the door and invited everyone in. The tables and chairs must have been moved to the edges beforehand. The inside of the staff room was empty, with only a large Western-style chest of drawers in the middle. A Western-style chest of drawers that was clearly out of place with the scenery. If you looked closely, you would find that it was placed there as if it were a matter of course. Wow! He trembled slightly. A nearby Gryffindor student jumped up in surprise. There's nothing to be afraid of. Professor Lupin calmly called out to the students who were worried about the chest of drawers shaking on its own. This is just a boggart, a mimicking monster. They like dark, confined spaces, and this one crawled into this chest of drawers yesterday afternoon. You're very lucky. By the way, does anyone know what a boggart is? This was truly a great start. It seemed unlikely that pixies would suddenly be released and the person who released them would be unable to cope. Just as I was marveling, Miss Granger raised her hand vigorously to answer. They are monsters that replicate shapes. They change their appearance into what we find most terrifying. No one knows what they originally look like, but the moment they appear before people, they change their appearance, and it will change and attack you. Excellent. Even I can't explain it so clearly. Professor Lupin praised Granger before continuing. She's right. I can add that our current situation is much better than this guy because he has the ability to transform into what we fear most. Harry, what do you mean? Do you know what that means? I thought to myself on the train that the teacher must have known about Potter beforehand. Although he was famous, little was known about his appearance except for the scar on his forehead. Since she could recognize him so easily, it was clear that this teacher had some connection to Potter. Potter replied somewhat confusedly, and the teacher smiled meekly. With so many of us, I don't know what to disguise myself as. That's right. The most effective way to fight a boggart is with multiple people, which is why it doesn't know what to transform into. But in reality, multiple people aren't always possible. The spell you can use in this situation is ridiculous. You are too ridiculous. Mental strength is important, but laughter is the key to defeating this creature. When chanting this spell, think of something you find funny. That's right. If you do this, you will be able to defeat this creature. At this stage, my expectations were highest. Just looking at the procedure so far, it was clear that the level was different from the courses before last year. Although the content was somewhat basic, it successfully sparked the students' interest and motivation. Even the Slytherin students, who had been frowning at the professor's scruffy appearance, now seemed to be listening intently. Even though the class had only been going on for a few minutes, I was already captivated. My prediction was not wrong after all. With this, I could study defense against the dark arts without worry. This course was a huge success, and I believed that from now on, it would be one of the most enjoyable courses at Hogwarts. Yes, I started thinking naively, until a few seconds later. Amidst all the anticipation, I overlooked it. What did the phrase practical training mean? Thinking about it, it was obvious that the student was currently facing a boggart. I also vaguely sensed this, but at that moment, I didn't truly understand what it meant to be the opponent. If you know how to deal with boggarts, you can easily defeat them. I had only learned about this creature from textbooks, so I thought about these things without emotion. The thing I feared most was not something that could be easily ignored, because what I feared most was what I feared most, and at the same time, what I longed for most. Neville's perspective. Just as I started thinking this was a very interesting class, it happened. Then how about you be an example for everyone first? Professor Lupin suddenly appointed me. I jumped up in surprise, but the professor only smiled kindly and did not try to reassign another student. As if invited by the gentle smile, I walked forward, but my legs trembled more violently than the chest of drawers in front of me. As I trembled, the Gryffindor students looked at me with concern, while the Slytherin students laughed at me. However, I wasn't in a position to worry about such gazes. I was afraid of the boggart, and at the same time, afraid that I would fail again. Because of that failure, I couldn't help but hate that this time might also be a painful experience. So far, many things in class had left a strong impression on me. Of course, she didn't stand out like Hermione. Everything stood out in a bad way. Professor Snape's potion class was particularly notable. I had failed countless times in potion class. I made a mistake no one else would make, and Professor Snape called me an idiot. I was afraid of the professor's sarcasm, so I panicked more and made mistakes. Then the professor scolded me again. It was the worst kind of vicious cycle. I knew it was my fault. Everyone in Gryffindor said Professor Snape was wrong, but I knew I was the one at fault. It was also for grandmother's good. You should be stronger, just like your father and mother. People often said that. I knew I was naturally stubborn, but even though I knew it was my fault, I couldn't help but hate being scolded. Whenever Professor Snape scolded him, he felt a deep darkness inside. It hurt when I remembered that I was inferior to those around me, so I worried that if I failed again, the professor would be disappointed, and this class would go terribly. However, despite my feelings, the professor's lesson continued. The professor asked in a slow tone, as if speaking gently, "Could you tell me your name?" He is Neville Longbottom. The professor's face brightened upon hearing my name, and he said, "I see. You are Neville. All right, Neville, let's talk about this one thing. What is the thing you fear most?" This suddenly became a very difficult question to answer. There were too many things that were scary to me. Moreover, two things were particularly terrifying, and both were difficult to mention right now. One of them was Professor Snape. Honestly, the professor started mocking me the moment he saw me. He truly was the embodiment of my fear. And one more thing. I secretly glanced toward where the Slytherin students were huddled together. Dahlia Malfoy, whom I feared just as much as Professor Snape, was standing there, her face as expressionless as ever. She seemed oblivious to me, only staring at the trembling chest of drawers. I was afraid of her. No, to be precise, I felt uneasy just looking at her. I had never spoken to her. You could even say that her older brother, Draco Malfoy, spoke to her more times than I did. He was the one who often harassed me, but if you asked me which one was scarier, I would definitely say Dahlia Malfoy was scarier. Every time I saw her, she wore the same expressionless face, looking around with cold eyes. I didn't know what she was thinking. I was extremely uneasy and afraid. I thought she was beautiful. If you asked who the prettiest girl in school was, all the students would probably say her name. But at the same time, every time she looked at me with those emotionless eyes, I worried that something terrible would happen to me. Even though he had been saved by his girlfriend in first year, this feeling of unease hadn't changed. In fact, you could even say she had become more incomprehensible because her behavior was not typical of a Slytherin. Moreover, the fact that I wasn't the only one afraid of her was also one of the factors strengthening my anxiety toward her. Dumbledore suspected Dahlia Malfoy was the heir. When almost all Hogwarts students learned this fact, they were deeply convinced. So I thought. Something terrible was hidden beneath her expressionless face. I wasn't the only one who thought so. Even Dumbledore thought so. In that case, I feared her too. That sort of thing, an unknown girl. The heir feared by everyone, and revealed to be the heir. However, he was a dark wizard who eventually escaped capture even from Dumbledore. Although she was the same age as me, I was still very afraid of her. But I couldn't say that now. She was right behind me now, and if I said something like that here, something terrible would happen. So after thinking about it, Professor Snape, he said the name of a person who wasn't here and likely wouldn't be harmed much. He might receive scathing comments again in the next class, but that was much better than being turned to stone by Dahlia Malfoy. In fact, the level of fear for Professor Snape was slightly higher than that for Dahlia Malfoy. At least Dahlia Malfoy didn't say any sarcastic remarks in class. While the Gryffindor students laughed at my answer, Professor Lupin replied with a serious expression. Professor Snape, indeed, he might be a little scary for someone from Gryffindor like you. By the way, Neville, you live with your grandmother, right? Now imagine this. Professor Snape is your grandmother's professor. You see her dressed up beautifully. You always see her dressed up beautifully, so it should be easy for you to imagine, right? Although his expression was serious, what the professor said was outrageous. Even the Slytherin students were amused by the remark, but Professor Lupin looked serious. Everyone think about what you fear most and how to turn it into something funny. When it's my turn after Neville, I'll have everyone do the same. Sure enough, he spoke in a gentle yet serious tone. The professor had everyone step back, then stood next to me and said, Neville, there's nothing to worry about. Imagine that when Professor Snape comes out, he will be dressed up as your grandmother. Then let's go. Ridiculous. When the professor waved his wand, the chest of drawers opened, and Professor Snape, wearing deep black robes, stepped out. My worries were just that. Although she feared Dahlia Malfoy, she was actually more afraid of the professor who scolded her in class. That was me at the moment. The reason he stopped Harry and his friends from roaming around at night in the first year was just a small thought that he didn't want to lose any more points for the house. Even if Dumbledore praised me too much, I was ultimately just a person who only knew that much trouble. At least, compared to the trouble of Dahlia Malfoy, whom I feared so much, my troubles were nothing at all. I could escape my own worries, but I could never escape hers. Dahlia's perspective. Ridiculous. All right. Well done, Neville. I knew you could do it. The room filled with laughter, and in everyone's sight, Professor Snape stood there bewildered, wearing a lace dress. Although Longbottom looked worried, he successfully confounded the boggart. Professor Lupin smiled and called out to Longbottom, who seemed very surprised by his own success. You're next, step forward. The next nominated Gryffindor girl stepped forward with a determined expression. Professor Snape, who had been looking at me in a dress, now became a damned mummy. It became weak and tried to touch her with its dry hands. Before that, ridiculous. Bandages wrapped around its legs and coiled around its head. Laughter filled the room again. Everyone was captivated. I suppose it couldn't be helped that this class was so interesting. He looked at the student opposite the boggart, wearing a nervous expression, wondering if it was his turn. However, as the lesson progressed, I started realizing something extremely obvious, and I began to feel my heart grow colder. Until just now, I was the most excited. It was my turn. This meant I now had to face the thing I feared most. The thing I feared most was, even though my thoughts were growing colder, the humorous scenes continued. A giant rattlesnake, a gigantic spider, and a green banshee appeared, ordinary scary things that ordinary boys and girls feared, and then disappeared. And, all right, Dahlia, come up. I thought I had clearly skipped Potter's turn, as he approached the boggart. You are next. Finally, it was my turn. As soon as the professor's voice rang out, all eyes in the classroom focused on me. I think everyone was curious about what I was afraid of. I felt the professor's gaze become sharper. But I couldn't afford to worry about these things, much less the professor calling my name, because standing in front of me, as expected, because I myself was standing there, I saw myself fiddling with a jet black cane while wearing a terrifying smile. I looked in the mirror and saw myself standing there. That is. What do you mean? Why are you afraid of yourself? But, the boggart is better. If he had a face like that, I'd definitely be scared. Ignoring the incomprehensible noises around me, I continued to examine myself. I was terrified. I wasn't afraid of the mirror. I couldn't help but be afraid that this figure represented my various emotions and future. This me was the future of succumbing to impulse. I was a monster who had forgotten the pride of being a member of the Malfoy family, who was intoxicated by the smell of blood, and who was cut off from the happiness of daily life, taking pleasure in murder. I would never have the love of the Malfoy family. Yet I couldn't help but be afraid of the fact that I somehow admired this me. I had no way to make this person look ridiculous, because while this figure was the thing I feared most, it was also the thing I admired most. Unable to deal with my fear like the other students, I remained exposed to curious gazes. The professors probably didn't know how to handle the sudden situation. If it had been a transformation like the other students, I would have dealt with it immediately, but I didn't understand why I was so afraid in the first place. The only ones who moved were, Dahlia. You don't have to be afraid of this. Yes, Draco and I are together. Then this kind of thing won't happen to Dahlia. The ones who understood the meaning of this move were on Usama and Dahlia. Dahlia whispered softly in my ear, standing up to protect me from the boggart, while my brother started pulling me back. I also caused unnecessary worry for Dahlia and my brother. Ashamed that I couldn't deal with someone like the boggart, I whispered an apology, but, I'm sorry, I was immediately interrupted by Dahlia's words. Then Dahlia smiled at me and said, "It's okay, Dahlia has nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, even though it's a boggart, seeing Dahlia's appearance ruined makes me feel bad. I'll handle it." I faced the boggart in front of me and froze. All the students watched the scene with wide, astonished eyes. Dahlia herself must have been surprised, as her voice disappeared the moment she saw it. I was no longer standing in front of the wardrobe. Instead, it was Hermione Granger. I wondered when it began. When did my feelings for Dahlia become so twisted? When I jumped in front of Dahlia, I thought the boggart would revert to its original form. He had no pride, no faith, and was a pure-blood believer based on someone in their 80s. I thought that me, who had never seen Dahlia, was what I feared most. But what actually appeared wasn't the old me, but Hermione Granger, who was supposed to be my classmate. Why did the boggart look like her? What about Granger did I fear? I was just confused by the unexpected appearance. I really didn't understand why they thought I feared Granger or anything. However, my doubts would soon be answered, because as I stood there in surprise, the boggart in Granger's form began to whisper to me, "Mr. Greengrass, don't get close to Dahlia." I felt my body stiffen. She continued to repeat what I had said to Granger yesterday, as if she were mocking me. What did you say? Dahlia's friend is me. For a long time, Dahlia has been attracted to me, not you. You should know that too. Such a day might come. Dahlia wants to be friends with me, not you. Dahlia became friends with you because you persistently followed her. Otherwise, you and Dahlia would never be friends. So now, stop listening to this person. What this guy is saying is pure nonsense. First of all, this guy is a boggart, not the real Granger or anything. I don't need to take him seriously. Yet, I couldn't move at all. Even though I knew it was a joke, I couldn't help but look away. Despite the students around me, Dahlia and Granger, listening to the boggart's conversation behind me, I couldn't show any reaction. Because I felt helpless and afraid of what the boggart was saying. I felt powerless against these words, which were nothing more than nonsense. And for me, who couldn't even utter a word of denial, you are no longer needed. For Dahlia, you are no longer the only one, nor the first. Granger spoke with decisive words. I couldn't even hold my wand anymore. I dropped it and collapsed to the ground. Perhaps the boggart was pleased that it had instilled a certain fear in me, and Granger's sarcastic expression became even more repulsive. And it tried to get closer to give me more fear. Come on. He was interrupted by Professor Lupin, who was standing beside the chest of drawers. Just like Dahlia, he had trouble dealing with the boggart, but he must have decided it was no longer time to stand by. By intervening between me and the boggart, the professor transformed the boggart into something else. Bang! A silver-white, spherical object. As everyone, including me, watched the floating sphere in surprise, the professor annoyedly recited a spell. Ridiculous. Then he turned the sphere into a balloon, pushed it into the drawer cabinet, and then yelled, Yo, everyone did very well. You and Dahlia did great. At your age, facing this guy takes a lot of courage. That's right, we are facing a boggart. I'm giving each child 5 points. As a professor, I guess he wanted to make Dahlia's and my case seem unimportant. But to be honest, the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit strange. The excitement from the class had disappeared, and everyone was staring at Dahlia and me with somewhat skeptical expressions. The professor must have noticed this too, as he annoyedly cleared his throat and spoke again. That's all for today. I'll say it again, everyone did very well. Your homework is to write a report about boggarts and submit it. That's all. Dismissed. Simultaneously with the professor's words, everyone left the classroom at the same time. Everyone spoke freely, often discussing how brave they were when they defeated boggarts, and what they would turn into if they confronted a boggart. But the most common topic was, after all, why is Dahlia Malfoy afraid of me? That expressionless one is scary, and the one with the boggart smiling face is even scarier. Is it normal to be afraid of yourself? Does that mean that next time I'm attacked by that guy, I should prepare a mirror? I don't really understand Dahlia Malfoy, nor do I really understand Dahlia Greengrass. I'm surprised he's even afraid of Hermione. The topic was about me and Dahlia. Since we were still close, we didn't speak loudly, but what we heard could still be conveyed. Everyone looked confused and talked amongst themselves. But sure enough, no one seemed to understand the exact meaning of Dahlia's and my boggart. It was impossible for them to. If you could understand it. Dahlia, I'm sorry. I'm your friend, but only Dahlia herself, whose expressionless face was somewhat distorted, and Draco, who was desperately trying to stop her, were present. Well, to be precise, it might just be Draco. Even Dahlia couldn't accurately understand my troubles, because Dahlia is too kind, because you are not someone with a dirty heart like me. Dahlia approached me, who was still unable to stand, and continued with moist beautiful eyes. I couldn't pay attention to your troubles, even though you saved me so much. On the contrary, even though you suffered in front of me, I didn't care about the Bogart. I can't. Even you wouldn't kill Dahlia. Don't worry about anything, no matter what state I'm in, I won't treat you as a friend. I can't think that way. No matter what you think, I will never cut off your ties, so you don't have to be afraid. I guess Dahlia only understood half of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't interact with me so naively. Usually, those who try to monopolize you would only feel fear. Dahlia understood from the Bogart's words that I was afraid of being abandoned by Dahlia. Of course, I was also afraid of losing Dahlia. There was nothing wrong with that. This statement was half correct, just like I only knew she was a vampire until Dahlia explained it to me, but her understanding only went halfway. What I truly feared was losing Dahlia, and at the same time, Dahlia would have new friends. I don't want to experience this feeling. When did my feelings for Dahlia become so twisted? I knew very early on that I was jealous of Granger. Dahlia and she were probably attracted to each other from the moment they met. They must have quickly noticed each other's strong curiosity and talent. Indeed, I thought they could become good friends. Until she created the polyjuice potion, he even felt happy for her, even though he was jealous of her. But now it's different. When she helped slander Dahlia, I felt very angry with her. As time passed, Dahlia and I became friends, and when the anger subsided, I unconsciously no longer had any friendly feelings for her. I had intense jealousy towards her, and that was just an intense desire to dominate, control, and greed for Dahlia. I had never realized the name of this feeling until the Bogart showed it to me, but now that I've noticed it, I understand. I just became friends with Mr. Malfoy and you. Before Muggle Studies class, Granger's scream was interrupted by me. At that moment, I felt an unbearable fear, worried that Granger might still become Dahlia's friend. I let this ugly feeling drive me mad, making me feel irresponsible and even guilty. What an ugly human being. This was no different from how I used to be. He wasn't pureblood, but he treated Dahlia as an object of worship. The only reason to exclude someone was whether they were pureblood or because they were close friends. I felt bad for being my best friend. But even though I knew, Dahlia, I'm fine. I'm just a little surprised. When Dahlia said that, I felt relieved. I'm just as you said, I'm afraid of losing you. I've tried hard to be your friend. Even though we're used to it, I'm afraid that I won't be your friend anymore and you'll abandon me. That's why, Dahlia, I will always be your friend. Yes, of course. I hid my ugly emotions, constantly uttering words as if to deceive Dahlia. In the empty classroom, Dahlia clung to me. When I gently held her shoulders, Dahlia gently backed away and gave me a faint smile. A small smile, visible only to Draco and me, appeared on her expressionless face, but for Dahlia, it was a big smile. I thought to myself, seeing her smile, I felt an unbearable guilt. What a good person my friend is, and yet I have such an ugly heart. Because at this very moment, I felt possessive of Dahlia. I couldn't help but want to own Dahlia. I wanted her time to belong only to me. I only wanted to monopolize Dahlia for myself, regardless of her will and dignity. As proof, I felt sorry before. When the Bogart transformed into Granger, Dahlia did not cast the Avada Kedavra on the Bogart. When I was frightened by the Bogart, I turned my head and saw Dahlia, angered by my crisis, her eyes tinged reddish. Dahlia was angry that I was being demeaned, just as she was angry when Draco was injured. But she never cast a curse on the Bogart or Granger. Draco must have thought she was about to release Avada Kedavra, and he desperately tried to stop it, but even if she raised her wand, she would never cast the spell. Because the Bogart looked very much like Granger. No matter what Granger said, Dahlia was still attracted to Granger. I felt helpless about this fact and found it disgusting. Even though we were still looking at each other, Dahlia and I continued to embrace each other, trying not to let go. Draco looked confused, Professor Lupin looked confused, and Hermione Granger, the only Gryffindor in the room, had a very sad expression on her face. I watched it quietly. Hermione's perspective. Snape in that hat. It's a masterpiece. Did you see me confront the Banshee? You saw me confront the mummy, right? The common room was packed with third-year students who had finished dinner. As time passed, everyone became excited again, frantically discussing their defense against the dark arts legends. Even those who hadn't directly confronted one bravely shouted what they had turned into and how they had defeated them, as if they had really done it. And after they finished shouting, they all said the same thing. In other words, anyway, Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass couldn't handle the Boggart. Last year they caused such terror in the school, I myself was afraid of the Boggart. Besides, you mean, it was me and Hermione who were afraid? Anyway, none of this makes any sense. Well, someone said to bring a mirror to avoid Dahlia Malfoy, but I understand that if you do that, you won't turn into stone. What did the Boggart disguised as Hermione say? My friend said something, but the content was too fragmented to identify. The topic was Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass. When I left the classroom, I did so, but I couldn't say it out loud because the problematic students were there at the time. After dinner, they recounted their heroic deeds, and they must have been anxious. Since girls would absolutely not come in here, everyone was loudly exchanging unpleasant sounds. All of this was too off-topic and not even worth discussing. It was as if another fool, just like them, was sitting next to me. As I read a book on arithmancy with an agitated mood, an excited Ron shouted at me, "Defense against the dark arts is very popular this year. It's the best class ever, isn't it?" Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass couldn't deal with the Boggart. Did you see my Boggart? That big spider. I made its legs disappear, and it rolled away. However, I heard something pop in my mind. Before I realized it, I stood up and started shouting, almost screaming, "Ron, the reason they can't deal with the Boggart is simply that what they fear is much more complex than your little thing. In fact, many people, including myself, fear what Mr. Malfoy fears, and no one can understand it. A Boggart might be an easy creature to deal with, even you can handle it, but there must be a big reason why your brilliant girlfriend can't handle them. As for Greengrass, she is at least easier to understand than Mr. Malfoy, but it's not that simple. She isn't afraid of me, what she might do to me. I'm just afraid of your actions." After I spoke loudly, the common room fell silent. Ron looked up at me with a stunned expression, seemingly having not anticipated such a dramatic reaction. Harry, sitting next to Ron, looked at me gloomily, also surprised. I angrily ran up the stairs in the cold air and slammed the bedroom door shut. Then I jumped onto the bed, buried my face in the pillow, and silently cried. Why can't everyone? I can't help them understand. As I told Ron, I knew nothing about Mr. Malfoy's Boggart. In my eyes, Miss Malfoy's Boggart looked just like herself. Unlike usual, her eyes were blood red, like they were in the library, and the upturn of her mouth was something I had never seen. Because she was already so beautiful, the Boggart's appearance was even more terrifying than anything I had ever seen. But even so, the Boggart's form was still Mr. Malfoy's form. A Boggart couldn't transform like that unless she was afraid of herself. Even I understood this much. But I didn't know why she was so afraid of herself. I didn't know what she was afraid of within that form, or what she was looking at outside of that form. And then there was Greengrass. I could understand her meaning, albeit vaguely, from the appearance of the Boggart I described, or more accurately, the Boggart's transformation. I somewhat understood what she was afraid of. She was afraid that I would take Mr. Malfoy away from her. Mr. Malfoy saved me many times. If I wasn't being conceited, it might be because Mr. Malfoy had a slight interest in me. Assuming his rejection was a lie, he was at least interested enough in me to help me. But this was exactly what Greengrass feared. It seemed they didn't have any real friends besides each other. Even in the dorm, Mr. Malfoy was intimidating, and because Greengrass was the only one who understood Mr. Malfoy, she couldn't make any other friends. In a sense, besides their brother Draco, their world was complete with just the two of them. It was already complete. This might be the reason she was afraid. I, an outsider, had unintentionally gotten close to Mr. Malfoy. I wanted to understand Mr. Malfoy, but she wanted to understand him too and take him away from me. This must be an extremely twisted emotion. I don't even know if this can still be called friendship. It's a possessiveness bordering on delusion. In fact, she thought so too, which is why she remained depressed even after the Boggart disappeared. She lied to Mr. Malfoy. Although she understood Mr. Malfoy's feelings, she still chose to possess him. But did I have the right to deny it? Why did they have to live in a world with only the two of them? This was absolutely our fault. We drove them into a corner, trapped them, and forced them into a situation where only the two of them could complete the task and protect their sanity. Last year, when we kept suspecting them of being the heir, and this year, when we kept the truth hidden, we continued to squeeze them into their narrow world. For someone like me, I couldn't laugh at Greengrass's thoughts. I couldn't do that. I couldn't help but yell at Ron, but I don't know anything either, and I can't do anything. Even last year, I eventually. Tears naturally spilled from my eyes, soaking the pillow where my face was buried. There was no one else in the bedroom, so my roommate Lavender and the others were probably still talking downstairs about his own heroic deeds and irrelevant arguments against Mr. Malfoy and Greengrass. I cried alone in the empty bedroom. What comforted me was, meow, Crookshanks, who had become my pet this year. He jumped onto my bed and rubbed his orange tail, as if comforting me. I lifted my head and stared into his yellow eyes. Thank you, Crookshanks. You really are smart. Are you comforting me? Meow. This girl would stand by me. That comforted me. Although he was a cat, there was a sense of intelligence about him. Perhaps because of his color, when I looked into his eyes, I felt calm, which reminded me of Mr. Malfoy's eyes. My mood calmed down somewhat, and I continued to pat Crookshanks's head. Hey, Crookshanks. What should I do? I just want to be friends with Mr. Malfoy and Greengrass. Yet I wonder why such a simple thing is so difficult. Meow. Of course, there was no answer. Crookshanks just chirped and looked back at me with eyes full of wisdom. That truly was an interesting memory. Much effort must have been expended. This way, I will be able to get closer to the truth about Dahlia. Dumbledore raised his head from the pensive, a stone basin containing a silvery substance that could be considered neither liquid nor gas, and whispered solemnly. The transformed form of the boggart, with a cruel smile on its face, stroked its wand as if searching for prey. The information learned during the first class will bring him closer to the inner life of the student Dumbledore is wary of. This was the first thing he said after I gave Dumbledore the memory. Generally speaking, I should have been happy to be able to help Dumbledore. After all, although he had ordered her to monitor herself, she had come to the headmaster's office voluntarily. She certainly wasn't forced. However, facing Dumbledore's whisper, my expression was, yes. I felt things were very complicated. At the very least, this might not be the expression of someone who truly believed in what they were doing. Now, I wasn't sure if what I was doing was truly right. If you thought about it logically, you wouldn't find anything wrong with your actions. Dumbledore was always right. He always guided us with his wisdom. I merely did what Dumbledore wanted. I conveyed to Dumbledore the information I gained on the memorable first day of my observation assignment. There was nothing wrong. The action couldn't be wrong, without a doubt. But why did I feel that my actions were so wrong? I thought about it, then silently shook my head and thought again. No, it was bad to deceive myself. In fact, I knew the reason myself. I just didn't want to admit it. Remus, you don't look very happy. Are you worried about something? Dumbledore, what exactly does her boggart represent? Even though I've come this far, I still don't understand. Do you know what she's afraid of? In fact, he was no longer able to understand where he should get the answer from. If he admitted this, then he seemed to have developed doubts about Dumbledore. I just couldn't admit my doubts immediately. To be honest, I had never met anyone as unbalanced as her. Severus was also quite a mysterious person, but she was even more mysterious than him. Arguably nonsensical. She was an existence full of contradictions. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, I had met many different types of wizards. There were light magic users, and conversely, there were dark magic users. The light wizards of the Order, led by James, were full of a sense of justice, bravely fighting the constantly expanding darkness. Dark wizards, on the other hand, like the Death Eaters, were all bloodthirsty, constantly cursing the world with pitch-black eyes. Of course, not everyone fit into these two categories. There were many people who belonged neither to the Order of the Phoenix nor the Death Eaters. It goes without saying that not everyone can be divided into good and bad people. But I had never met anyone like Dahlia Malfoy who could perfectly harmonize these two extremes. The figure radiating coldness, reminiscent of that person, and the boggart's figure also changed in front of her. This seemed to be the typical appearance of a dark wizard. She was the best candidate to help the heir turn students into stone behind the scenes. If this was her usual self, I would not hesitate to continue carrying out Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore said that although she was a student, she was clearly someone to be wary of. I would never doubt that, but in reality, the boggart's form was just the boggart's form, which meant that Dahlia was afraid of that form. Moreover, when she learned that her brother was safe, she returned to normal. Judging by her appearance in the quiet hall, she seemed to be a gentler, more family-oriented person than you might expect. Dumbledore's characterization was completely contrary to the previous information. From the way she snuggled up to her friend, who was captivated by Miss Granger's appearance, we could see that she had the capacity to be kind to others. She was just a girl enjoying a fresh yet somewhat bittersweet youth. This is why I didn't understand. Which of these girls represented the real Dahlia Malfoy? What exactly was she afraid of? Was this figure from her past, future, or present? I knew nothing about her. No matter how you thought about it, there was no answer. If anyone could give me the answer, it would be no one but this person. To end my confused thoughts, I consulted the greatest wizard of the century standing before me, just as everyone in the Order of the Phoenix had done in the past, to get an answer, to convince myself, to continue believing in Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore's answer this time was, "You don't understand this. This was not what I wanted. I only know that what she fears is this appearance. What exactly does this mean? I don't know right now. However, I only know this much. After all, something exists." Dumbledore continued in a serious tone. It was like worrying, thinking, and regretting something. For a moment, I felt like I saw his two blood-red eyes staring at the pensive. "Listen, Remus. Fear means she knows something exists. A lack of understanding leads to fear, but you cannot fear something you don't know exists. Even if it's just an illusion, people see it, hear it, experience it, and feel it. Only in this way do people know it exists and begin to fear it. Of course, there are exceptions. Even if you haven't experienced it, you can only imagine it. There are also people who start to fear it, and a student I taught a long time ago might have been such a person. Although he was someone who understood death less than anyone, he feared it more than anyone. Dahlia was also like this. Fear of death, she was afraid because she couldn't understand. Although she feared Jigger's existence, she must realize this. I don't know what kind of experience Dahlia went through, but I believe, without a doubt, that she has experienced that terrible sight in some way. I can only answer this much now. I don't have enough information to answer your question yet. Too bad. After speaking, Dumbledore fell silent, his expression unusually serious. I couldn't help but see him as an old man in distress, rather than the greatest wizard of the century I had always believed in. Chapter 118, Lupin's Wolf Medicine. In the bedroom, everyone was asleep. The sounds of everyone sleeping echoed through the room, and the breathing that usually came from the bed next to me was now right beside me. As I turned my eyes, I saw Dahlia, her beautiful blonde hair flowing, sleeping peacefully next to me. After Defense Against the Dark Arts, the first thing Dahlia said after dinner was, "Dahlia, please, let me sleep in the same bed with you tonight. Can I?" These were her words. She asked in a clingy tone, her cute eyes slightly moist. My answer, of course, was, "Of course." It was nothing more than an affirmation. Now that I think about it, while I was good to Dahlia, Dahlia was never good to me. I responded to her words with a pleasant feeling. Then, Dahlia, changing her worried expression, happily hugged me. That's how it was now. We fell asleep embracing each other, even though Pansy Parkinson and the others looked at us suspiciously. Then, I woke up in the middle of the night, trying not to wake Dahlia, gently stroking her soft blonde hair, and muttering to myself, "Dahlia, even though I'm a monster, I'm the first friend I've ever made. Even though I'm like this, she still accepted me, and she's my best friend." As I gazed at her sleeping face and felt the warmth of her skin close to mine, my feelings for her naturally emerged. Forever, no matter what happens, even if you abandon me, I like you, this girl. No amount of denial could change the reality that I was a monster. No matter how I explained it, I was something in human form with a monster's soul. But even after understanding me like this, Dahlia and my brother still loved me. As a person, she made me dream that I could be normal in everyday life. She told me that even if I was a monster, I could still be by her side. It was impossible for me to hate my best friend like that. Even if I turned into a monster, and Dahlia abandoned me and hated me, I would never hate her. Even if Dahlia, you're just an idiot. No matter what you feel for me, I won't hate you. Even if your feelings make me feel that you are possessive, controlling, or greedy. She didn't want me to make new friends. I always wanted to be her only friend, and I hoped that the only people around me, besides my brother, would be myself. For Dahlia, you're no longer the only one, nor the best. I hid it at the time, but if I listened to what the Boggart said when it turned into Miss Granger, I would have easily noticed it. Dahlia didn't seem to notice, because she regarded me as an absolute, but unlike what she imagined, even my heart was dirty. I easily noticed her feelings because I had the same feelings. I want the person I love to love me too. I want the person I love to look at me for as long as possible. I want you to focus on yourself, not others. I want to monopolize that person's gaze and thoughts. Indeed, he was arrogant, and fundamentally, he probably felt that he wasn't thinking about the other person. Dahlia must have thought the same thing, which is why she hid her feelings from me. But even though I considered these feelings selfish, I didn't think they were dirty. No matter how dirty my feelings were, I would never hate Dahlia, but possessiveness was my smallest problem. I also had a desire to monopolize Dahlia and Onyisama. Furthermore, and your worries are unnecessary. You are the only person in this world who knows I'm a monster and accepts me. No matter how hard I try, I won't make any friends besides you. First of all, whether Dahlia was possessive or not, it was impossible for me to have any friends besides her. There were almost no humans in this world who would accept a monster. Dahlia's worries about something impossible could be said to be an insurmountable struggle. I stroked Dahlia's head again and again, repeating my words of love. And this sentence. So you're not dirty. What a beautiful girl you are. What a beautiful and kind girl you are. You should have more confidence in yourself. You have more confidence than me. Dahlia, where are you? Where are you? Don't go anywhere. Don't leave me alone. Hurry, don't be alone. Stay with me forever. Dahlia's sleep talk interrupted her. She must have realized that my warmth had disappeared from her arms before she woke up from her dream. Dahlia's sleeping face looked a little pained, and she began to reach out her arms as if pleading with me. I was happy, but also a little sad, because I did as she asked and threw myself into her arms. Holding me in her arms again, Dahlia's sleeping face returned to its peaceful state. I stared at her sleeping face and whispered. It was as if I was talking to Dahlia or myself, as if to comfort you, and as if to confess, I'm not going anywhere, I'm right here. You're not dirty, you're beautiful, I can never leave you. Because if something is truly dirty, as I rubbed Dahlia's forehead with mine, I whispered to myself, because if there's really something dirty, it's not you, but me, the person you care so much about. I'm dirty. What I'm saying to Dahlia now can only be said because she's currently asleep. After that class, I immediately hid it. Dahlia's feelings were really important. Of course, this was also because Mr. Granger and Professor Lupin were behind us. Dahlia had no intention of discussing things she found embarrassing in front of strangers. Dahlia's feelings for me should not be judged by others with such trivial logic. However, the main reason he hid his feelings from Dahlia was not for her, but for himself. I was the truly selfish one. I hesitated not only to discuss Dahlia's feelings in front of Mr. Granger, but also to discuss my own feelings. Words affirming Dahlia's possessiveness. I hesitated to discuss her feelings and my reaction in front of Miss Granger in public. No, not just in front of Miss Granger. For some reason, I just couldn't bring myself to say that I was giving up on being dominated by Dahlia and forming relationships with others. No matter what I wanted to say, for some reason, the words brown, colored, curly, coiled, and fluffy always came to mind. I know this is foolish. This is nothing more than an act of betraying his best friend, Dahlia. Even though I know Dahlia's heart is hurt, I still act indecisively. This is truly a terrible monster. This disqualifies me from being a friend. And no matter how much I liked her, I had lost the right to form a friendship with her forever since last year. I just realized everything slowly. I repeated my confession in my heart and spoke to myself again. I'm sorry, Dahlia. It was my weakness that hurt you, but rest assured, I will definitely cut it off. My behavior and demeanor will surely put you at ease. That's it. Why, good night, Dahlia. No reply. Dahlia's sleeping face was back in front of her, looking as peaceful as ever, yet as if she were crying. The bedroom was where everyone slept. Although the actors had changed there, the same scene as the previous 2 nights was playing out. Dahlia and we were very similar. She was still a child, confused about her first human relationship. I can't say I have fond memories of the first class, but the second and subsequent defense against the dark arts classes lived up to my expectations. The teacher brought new magical creatures to each class and let the students deal with them themselves. Thus, defense against the dark arts became one of the most exciting and enjoyable classes for most students, and even the Slytherins who used to ridicule him now looked forward to his class. Your brother was no exception. Look at that robe. Doesn't she wear it like my house elf? Although he was joking, he seemed to enjoy the class to some extent. The reason he kept speaking ill of the teacher was probably because he still hadn't forgiven himself for what happened in the first class. Even if they spoke ill of the teacher, they rarely spoke ill of the class itself. Indeed, although Dementus and the Patronus charm did have some problems, at least compared to last year, it was much better. His most interesting subject finally became a serious one, and apart from the whole Mr. Granger thing, these two new subjects had a good start. The only problem was that Miss Granger never spoke to me in class. All I had to do was leave the classroom immediately after class. Furthermore, I was looking forward to more than just these two new subjects. Studying with Dahlia and her brother after class. This was also one of the most enriching times of my school life. I would teach you arithmancy, runes, and care of magical creatures, while you would learn Muggle studies from Dahlia. Originally, I had planned to have him teach me care of magical creatures, but from the first class, the Ranger only dealt with people who eat letters, so for some reason I decided to teach him, and it had already become so. But that didn't mean it wasn't as interesting anymore. In short, being with Dahlia and her brother was important, and what she did there didn't matter. Even while enjoying the most ordinary daily life, time passed slowly. As October approached, the air grew colder, and everyone's clothes thickened inversely with the temperature. Students other than the Quidditch team had already begun to spend most of their time in the warm common room. There was such a day. When Dahlia and I returned to the common room after dinner, the room was noisier than usual. A large number of students had gathered around the bulletin board, and it seemed that a newly posted notice was the cause. What happened? What's that? At least it probably has nothing to do with Quidditch. Your brothers are busy practicing this time of year, but the match itself seems to be some time away. I shook off Dahlia's doubts and approached the bulletin board where the students were gathered. Mr. Malfoy, please take a look. What I saw at the end of my usual solo journey was, now that I think about it, there are such activities. Is this the news of your first trip to Hogsmeade? And it seems today is Halloween. From the third year onwards, students were allowed to visit Hogsmeade, a village near Hogwarts. Hogsmeade, this village, reachable on foot from Hogwarts, had one of its greatest features. The reason was that this village was the only village in England composed entirely of wizards. As a result, all the products lined up in the village were prepared for the wizarding community, and each shop sold its own unique and strange items. Personally, I was looking forward to the beautiful cityscape like a painting, but for many students, the fun might lie in the goods. Although he made way for me out of fear, he seemed unable to suppress the excitement rising in his heart. Although the sound was small, I could still hear them telling each other where they wanted to go. Dahlia seemed equally excited about going to Hogsmeade. Dahlia, you did it. Let's go to Hogsmeade Village together. He spoke to me with a very happy smile. To be honest, as long as I could see the city scenery, I didn't care about anything else. In fact, as long as I could walk with Dahlia and my brother, I would be very satisfied with Hogwarts. This was my sincere expectation for going to Hogsmeade. But strangely, when Dahlia said this to me with that expression, I somehow started to look forward to it too. A shallow smile appeared on my face, as if I was drawn to Dahlia. Yes, of course. I'll tell Onyi-sama when he gets back from practice. The common room, warmed by the fireplace, seemed to grow even warmer with happiness. The trip to Hogsmeade, which I had originally not cared about, now became something I looked forward to. As I chatted and laughed with Dahlia, I remembered Hogsmeade Village, which was scheduled for the end of October, but today was Halloween. In the end, Dahlia and I didn't go to Hogsmeade Village. The weather that day was so clear it almost felt like it was burning my skin. Harry's perspective. Halloween morning. The weather today was perfect for going out. Everyone was smiling and happily talking about their future plans. Everyone must be looking forward to going to Hogsmeade today. However, I was the only one unmoved by this joyful atmosphere. Waking up with everyone, eating breakfast together. I tried my best to act normal, but inside, I felt my stomach churning. In the end, I wasn't allowed to go to Hogsmeade. I knew the professors would not let me go out because they said Sirius Black was after me. I still hadn't gotten permission from Uncle Vernon, and the professors thought it was a good idea to keep me in the castle. I knew this even without anyone telling me. Hogsmeade, however, was a village entirely composed of wizards. There was the Three Broomsticks, which sold various sweets, a joke shop, and honeydukes. I really wanted to visit all the places I had heard about from everyone. Therefore, even though I knew the chances were slim, I asked Professor McGonagall if she would agree. But the answer, of course, was, no, Potter. You cannot go to Hogsmeade without a permission slip. Only a parent or guardian can sign. I'm sorry, but please give up. This was just a boring affair. The only remaining option was the invisibility cloak, but since Dumbledore said it wouldn't work against Dementus, the cloak couldn't be used either. Everything was fine. My heart broke when I saw everyone's smiling faces. The brighter the world around me seemed, the darker my own heart appeared. However, he tried his best to pretend he was fine, thinking he couldn't ruin everyone else's enjoyment, but Ron and Hermione's eyes couldn't be fooled. Both of them looked deeply apologetic and started saying comforting things to me. "It's all right, Harry. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'll also buy you lots of souvenirs. Oh, yes, Honeydukes has lots of sweets, so don't be discouraged." The two had recently been quarreling over Crookshanks and Scabbers, but they probably decided now wasn't the time for arguments. I could tell they had temporarily put the Crookshanks dispute aside and were trying to cheer me up. They truly were good friends. My best friends were very worried about me. If that was the case, all I had to do was help them enjoy themselves even a little bit. I didn't want to cause them any more trouble. Thinking this, I mustered all my rationality and responded, trying to keep my expression calm. I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to fake a facial expression. "Thank you, but don't worry about me. I'll be fine. See you at the party." Then, I saw them off to the entrance hall, their hair still slicked back, and I walked down the corridor alone, trying to hide my suppressed thoughts. It was truly miserable. I didn't want to hear such cheerful sounds, and now that I was alone, I felt even worse. I felt like I was the only person left in Hogwarts Castle. Actually, there were still some younger students left in the castle, but the only people I knew were Colin and Ginny. Almost everyone in my year must have gone to Hogsmeade for the first time. Even if there were. "Dahlia, I understand how you feel, but I really don't need to go to Hogsmeade now. You don't have to worry about me. I've said it many times. I don't want to go to Hogsmeade, I just want to be with you. As for sweets, Draco, I'm sure he'll buy them for me. Come on, let's go to the common room. There would only be my enemies there." When I looked in the direction of the sound, I saw Dahlia Malfoy and Greengrass had just appeared around the corner. I immediately hid behind a pillar. I didn't know why they were still in the castle, but I figured if they found out I was still here, they would definitely make fun of me. Fortunately, the two didn't seem to notice my presence and walked past me while chatting. Then, when I could no longer hear her voice, I stopped hiding and sighed softly. I had been extremely tired since this morning. Why did I have to feel so much pain and act so sneakily just because I wasn't allowed to go to Hogsmeade? It was truly unreasonable. I sighed again and walked slowly down the corridor, seemingly without a destination. I vaguely headed toward the common room, but I felt I would get even more depressed if I stopped moving, so I kept walking. I really didn't want to go to the common room. What should I do now? There was still a lot of time before the Halloween party. I still had homework to do, but I didn't want to study right now. How could I kill time and this desperate emptiness? I thought about these things as I walked, but this unfounded worry would soon end. As I walked along the corridor, I heard a voice coming from one of the rooms. "Harry, what are you doing here? Aren't Ron and Hermione with you?" A calm adult voice. The owner of the voice was Professor Remus Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, whose class was the most popular among students. The professor spoke to me, peering out from behind his classroom door, his eyes as gentle as his voice. "Would you like to come in for a moment? I'm not very good at it, but I'll make you some tea. You're in luck. The Grindylow for the next class just arrived. You'll be the first to see it." Dahlia's perspective. "Dahlia, what's wrong? Look behind you. Did something happen?" "No, nothing. Let's go." I started walking with Dahlia, glancing back down the corridor where someone might have been hiding. The corridor was empty. The only sounds echoing in the windowless corridor were Dahlia's and my footsteps. It was as if we were the only two people left in the castle. Now that I think about it, it was like this last year too. I felt like I saw this every day, walking and searching for the basilisk. The corridor I walked through searching for the monster, something similar to me, was very quiet and dark, enough to make me feel secure. It was a scene of desperate solitude. This was a very sad scene for me last year, yet it was also incredibly familiar. But now it was different. This scene, which had become commonplace last year, still looked welcoming now. Unlike last year, I was no longer alone, because I had a good friend by my side. Although I apologized to Dahlia verbally, I was secretly happy inside. Dahlia stayed in the castle because she couldn't go out. The weather today was bright and cloudless. To protect my secret, today was a good day to stay indoors. Of course, if I took sun protection measures like when I went to Diagon Alley, the chance of my secret being exposed would be extremely low. But this time I was going to Hogsmeade, not Diagon Alley. Unlike Diagon Alley, this village was not that large. The streets were narrower than the alleys, and the customers were mostly bewildered children. The level of danger was very different from going to Diagon Alley. I can't take you to Hogsmeade in this weather. If my mother were here, she would definitely object. So please wait in the castle. I'll buy some sweets as souvenirs and come back. Therefore, despite my brother's strong objections, it was decided that I would stay home, spending time with my brother and Dahlia. I couldn't help but feel sad that this had suddenly happened. However, when my brother headed to Hogsmeade, he wasn't finished talking. Well, I'm going now, but I'll be back soon. Dahlia, I was trying to find Dahlia. Why are you staying behind? If you go, I'll stay. Of course, I feel relaxed being with Dahlia. Thank you for the sweets, Draco. Even without words, they seemed to understand each other's actions. Dahlia and my brother nodded to each other in farewell. As a result, before I could say anything, my brother went shopping in Hogsmeade, and Dahlia stayed in the castle with me. I was very happy. I couldn't help but be very pleased with his attitude, as if being with me was more fun than going to Hogsmeade. When I was a first-year student, Dahlia and my brother stayed in the castle because they were worried I couldn't go out, but I couldn't accept that back then. But now, I could truly be happy. I was able to become Dahlia's friend. Even though she was a monster, Dahlia kindly accepted her. Hiding my inner happiness, I asked Dahlia, who was walking beside me. This happened before I went down to the dungeon and past the potion classroom. We could go back to the common room, but what should we do after we get back? Yeah, I'm almost done with my homework. How about we go home and have some tea, and then we can think about what to do next? Dahlia and I continued walking down the corridor, naturally holding each other's hands. I loved the warmth in your palm. If I had this, even this ordinary corridor felt more like a tourist destination than Hogsmeade Village. I was happy. People might call moments like this happiness. Precisely because it was such a moving moment, I found it inexplicably lovely. Unknowingly, in the next moment, this feeling of happiness was extinguished. Just as Dahlia and I were holding hands and about to walk away, smiling inexplicably. Well then, Miss Malfoy, and Miss Greengrass, you two have so much free time that you could do anything, truly. The timing is perfect. My happy time was ended by the voice of a third party. The dark dungeon corridor. Professor Snape was peering out from one of the rooms. The professor's voice sounded cheerful, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. What? It will be over in a few minutes. I just need you to complete the recipe and then hand the finished potion to Lupin. If you complete it, I will give you 10 points each. Now, Miss Malfoy, enter your room. Miss Greengrass, please take a look. Although it is only the final touch, the preparation of this potion requires strong judgment. You can ask Miss Malfoy what potion this is later. Harry's perspective, Grindylow, or Water Demon. This shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I studied Kappas a few days ago, and the trick is how to untangle these long, slender fingers. There was a large aquarium in the corner of the room. I sat down when I was told there was a creepy creature inside. After smiling at me, then what are you doing in a place like this all by yourself? As I heard the sound of hot water being poured into a cup, the professor asked me the same question in a calm tone. I answered the professor's casual question as casually as possible. I was considering going back to the common room. Everyone else has gone to Hogsmeade. Ah, I see. I suppose that's what you mean. However, just as Hermione and Ron had noticed, the professor seemed able to see into my heart. There was a hint of pity in the way he looked at me. Presumably, the professor knew too. I was the target of Sirius Black, and I wasn't allowed to go to Hogsmeade. When the professor handed me a chipped cup, he seemed to regain his composure and moved on to another topic. Here you go. Sorry, it's just tea bags. I imagine you're tired of tea leaves by now. I was grateful for the change of topic, but it was also a depressing story. Just as the professor said, I didn't want to see any tea leaves right now, because they reminded me of the predictions made in every divination class. Poor thing. No matter how many times I try, your tea leaves still indicate you are a Grim. Ah, I feel so sorry for you. My death prediction had now become a regular occurrence in class. Professor Trelawney's words, contrasting sharply with her slightly cheerful tone, always made me feel depressed. Why did I have to go through this? Professor Lupin's words reminded me of unpleasant things, and I could no longer suppress my feelings. Now, I was running out of time, so much so that I was irritated by such small words. The things Hermione and Ron had been hiding began to surface. The Grim that had actually appeared in the death prediction. The Dementors. Sirius Black was also banned from entering Hogsmeade Village. The more I thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. Unconsciously, I had inadvertently adopted a stubborn attitude. Why do you think that? I thought it was a blunt tone. However, the professor didn't worry about my attitude and responded, "Professor McGonagall told me that you have been getting predictions, but they never come true. Professor McGonagall seems to have some harsh views on divination. You don't care about it either, do you?" The professor's reaction wasn't particularly amusing. However, it seemed like an answer to me now, like adding fuel to the fire. There was no reason for me not to care. Maybe it would be better if I hadn't seen the Grim, but I wouldn't care whether my death was predicted or not. But my response was, yes, of course. It wasn't heartfelt. I didn't want the professor to think I was a coward again, especially since, on one occasion, the professor had avoided a confrontation between me and the boggart during the imitating monsters class. Even though he was the only person who had fainted because of a dementor, he didn't want the professor to treat him like a coward again. With the momentum of denying the professor's words, I struck him with stronger words. "Professor, I am not as cowardly as you think." At my sudden belligerence, the professor raised his eyebrows for the first time. "I think you misunderstand something. I have never thought of you as a coward. I have heard from various professors about everything you have done so far. All of it. These are not the actions of a teenage boy. Yes, you are indeed a brave person, so why would you misunderstand that I think you are a coward? It's a boggart," I said with all my might. The professor clearly didn't want me to fight during the Care of Magical Creatures class. Even though the boggart was right near me, he let Dahlia Malfoy fight in my place. Why wouldn't he let me fight? I had been curious about this for a long time. That unforgettable first defense against the Dark Arts class. At the time, the professor clearly avoided pairing me with the boggart. In the end, because of Dahlia Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass, no one cared about the incident, but I remembered it clearly because I managed to avoid it. A coward who can't even face a copy monster. I couldn't help but hate people thinking of me that way. That is why I said what I had wanted to say, even if it was a bit rushed. Regardless, my professor might deny it, but I was sure he thought I was a coward. I am not a coward. With these thoughts, I defiantly stared into Professor Lupin's eyes. The professor's reaction to this was, "Harry, why I didn't let you fight the boggart in class, I thought you would understand without me having to say it." This was completely unexpected. It wasn't a negative reaction, just one of pure surprise. The professor continued, his face full of astonishment. "Imagine the boggart turning into Lord Voldemort in front of everyone. If that really happened, the entire classroom would panic." I was stunned, completely ignoring that the professor had spoken Lord Voldemort's name. This was truly an unexpected answer, because what I feared most was, indeed, I initially thought of Lord Voldemort, but upon reflection, I realized that was not the case. What I fear most is not Lord Voldemort. What I fear most is Dementors, rotting hands, hoarse breathing exhaled from an invisible mouth, the cold air that could be felt simply by being near one. In my view, that was the very image of fear. Thinking of the thing that had tormented me all year, my anger shifted into a feeling of anxiety. To me, who was feeling this way, I understand. I understand. No, I am impressed. There is nothing to be ashamed of, because that is what you fear. Professor Lupin was about to say something. "Professor Lupin, I have a delivery for you. May I come in?" He was interrupted by a third person's voice, which was cold and as stiff as his expression. The voice from the other side of the door was Dahlia Malfoy's voice. Dahlia's perspective. Dahlia's behavior was strange. I recall Dahlia walking silently beside me. When Professor Snape asked her to help him prepare a potion, Dahlia reluctantly agreed. However, she seemed curious about the potion the professor was asking for, so she started mixing it. During that phase, she seemed to be having fun. I don't know when Dahlia's expression, which had been blank, gradually became completely expressionless as the formula approached the final stage, and her words became fewer and fewer. The last thing she said was, "Professor, if I recall correctly, this potion is, are you sure you want to give this to Professor Lupin?" That was it. Dahlia. This is crucial for Lupin. Hearing Professor Snape's reply, Dahlia stopped speaking entirely. This brings us to the present. Even after the potion was finished, when it was time to take it to Professor Lupin, she made no attempt to talk to me about it. When I spoke to her, she would react, but even then, she didn't seem to be in the mood. It was just like last year when I was searching for the basilisk. To alleviate my anxiety, I spoke to Dahlia, who was carrying the goblet containing the medicine. No matter how minimal her reaction was, I felt that if I remained silent like this, Dahlia would disappear again. "Hey, Dahlia, this is the potion, what exactly is it?" When I brought up the topic of the medicine, I felt Dahlia's gaze waver. Dahlia seemed to shift her attention to me, slowly turning her gaze toward me. Professor Snape told me to ask him later what kind of potion it was. I was curious about what potion it was. Dahlia said nothing, only turning her gaze towards me, and I continued to pound my fist mentally. Without a doubt, this potion was the cause of Dahlia's condition. I decided that if I heard the true nature of the potion, I could guess what was troubling Dahlia. But her reaction, there was a strange silence in the corridor. Dahlia continued walking, still looking silently into my eyes. Before I could say anything, I couldn't stand the silence anymore. "I'm sorry, I thought about it, and I made you worry." After sighing, Dahlia slightly broke her expressionless facade and spoke. "Don't worry, I'm not thinking about anything like last year. It's just a bit unexpected that the professor is taking this potion." She didn't seem to be lying. As Dahlia said, she didn't seem to be worried about herself because of the potion. If she were worried about her mind and body like last year, she wouldn't have responded to my story immediately like this. But it seemed that not everything was true, because Dahlia was still there. "Exactly. So, Dahlia, what exactly is that potion?" I wasn't talking about drugs at all. Moreover, even if I inquired further, it's just a potion that treats the mind, spirit, stability, peace, and so on. It's a recently created potion, but it's very effective for some people who suffer from agitation, moodiness, and pain. Don't worry, once the professor takes this potion, he won't suddenly attack you. I'm truly envious, aren't I? This was just a vague answer. Even though she was deep in thought, what Professor Snape made absolutely couldn't have been just a sedative. I tried to pursue it further. Even if Dahlia wasn't worried, this was definitely a serious issue worth her deep consideration. If that was the case, your best friend, should know something. I tried to open my mouth. "Hey, Dahlia, actually, we have arrived. I'm sorry. Anything beyond this involves your privacy," Professor Snape said, "but some things are better left unknown. For both of us. It's better for you, too. Also, Professor Lupin will be pleased." It seems Professor Snape was just harassing him. "Dahlia, please don't worry and continue attending Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Time was up. Without realizing it, we had arrived in front of Professor Lupin's private room. Dahlia knocked on the door and then called inside. "Professor Lupin, I have a delivery for you. May I come in?" "Ah, come in." I was startled by Dahlia's voice, but the reply was fine, so I followed Dahlia into the room. Inside was Professor Lupin, who looked surprised, and Potter, who, for some reason, also looked surprised. "Hello, Dahlia. What is it? You said it's a delivery, but who sent it?" Listening to Professor Lupin's words, Dahlia squinted her eyes in front of Potter, but thinking it wouldn't be an issue, she continued. Her reaction to the professor was, "Professor, this is a delivery from Professor Snape. He brewed a potion. If you need anything, please ask Professor Snape." This was dramatic. The professor seemed surprised by Dahlia's arrival, but he froze completely, staring at the goblet Dahlia placed on the table. Judging by this reaction, there was no doubt that this was more than just a sedative. Dahlia ignored the professor's reaction and said, "Well then, Professor, we were just passing by and were asked to make a delivery. Now, we will be returning." Thank you for carrying it, Dahlia." Dahlia quickly left the room, leaving behind the professor who couldn't respond properly, and Potter, who seemed to suspect the goblet contained poison or something similar. It was like running away. I felt like I had seen something, missed it, and then done it. "Come on, Dahlia. Let's go. The task is finished. Let's go to the common room for some tea." "Well then, Professor." I followed Dahlia and tried to leave the room. But behind us. "Wait a moment. Do you know what potion this is?" Just before leaving the room, I heard the loudest voice I had ever heard from Professor Lupin. Of course, I knew nothing about the potion. Dahlia's reaction, as you might already know, was, "No, I don't know. We were just told to deliver it." This was just something I didn't know. This time, we left the room. Only the professor, who looked somewhat frightened, and Potter, who was still staring at us with suspicious eyes, remained in the room. Lupin drank that? Seriously? The tables at the Halloween party were laden with luxurious sweets. The two of them seemed to be having the time of their lives, but when Dahlia Malfoy told them about the goblet they had delivered, Ron suddenly reacted with disbelief. "No, isn't that hilarious? Why would Lupin drink something like that? It was brought by Dahlia Malfoy. That thing is definitely poisoned. And it was made by Snape. Lupin, you're still alive, aren't you?" Ron led me to look at the faculty table. Professor Lupin was sitting at the table, alive, but he didn't look well. Contrary to the cheerful atmosphere in the Great Hall, his face was somewhat pale. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but I felt like I was watching Dahlia Malfoy, who was sitting at the Slytherin table. I didn't know why I was looking at Dahlia Malfoy, but at least she didn't look to be in very good physical condition either. When I took that potion, the doctor told me that if I didn't take it, it wouldn't work for me, and my physical condition wouldn't recover. But that wasn't the case. It looked like my situation improved, but it actually got worse. I added some bitterness, some sugar, and some other things, so I patiently drank it. But, as Ron said, I could only assume the potion was poisoned. Its creator, Snape, aimed to become the defense against the dark arts teacher. He would stop at nothing to get the position he wanted to teach. Then Dahlia Malfoy and Greengrass were brought into it. I don't know what Dahlia Malfoy thought of Professor Lupin, but her brother always made fun of him. I felt like she had looked at me kindly on the train, but I didn't think she had any affection for the professor now. Furthermore, even if she had no ill will toward the professor, Dahlia Malfoy would poison the goblet for no reason. She was the kind of person who attacked others easily, and even enjoyed doing so. It was likely she would poison the professor's potion, and Greengrass, who was with her, wouldn't stop her from doing it. I glanced at Ron, who was nervously watching the faculty table, and I also turned my gaze toward Snape and Dahlia Malfoy. The more I looked, the more suspicious I felt. I sensed that Snape was unnaturally looking at Professor Lupin and Dahlia Malfoy, and conversely, Dahlia Malfoy was unnaturally looking at the professor's table. I felt as if I were there. No matter how you looked at it, they were doing something wrong. However, Hermione, who was eating pumpkin pie next to us, seemed to have a different view. She must have finished all the honeydew sweets. She said, while refilling the food on the table, "Mr. Malfoy couldn't possibly poison him. Don't be ridiculous. I don't know about Professor Snape, who ordered the delivery, but he could poison Professor Lupin right in front of you. That's impossible. Mr. Malfoy wouldn't do something like that, nor is he foolish enough to do something so easily discovered. The professor's health was already poor, and he hadn't been feeling well lately. It was as if she were teaching me a simple calculation formula." Ron and I shrugged, and Hermione continued eating sweets after she had said what she wanted to say. Her assessment of Malfoy was completely unreliable. Ron and I continued monitoring the pale Professor Lupin while listening to him ramble on about Dahlia Malfoy, as usual. I was worried that Professor Lupin might die at any moment. Dahlia's perspective. I felt a terrifying gaze coming from the professor's seat. Usually, I would assume the culprit was an old man, but this time it didn't seem like an old man. Confusion, anxiety, fear, I felt that such complex emotions were contained in the gaze she directed at me as I ate pumpkin sweets. This might also be true. The reason is, the person giving me this look was Dahlia. I feel like Professor Lupin is staring at me intensely. Please ignore me, Dahlia. You can't look at me. Don't worry. The professor is just being a little suspicious. I don't think he has any ill intentions. It's for both of our sakes if we pretend nothing is happening. After all, he is Professor Lupin, a werewolf. Professor Snape is brewing the Wolfsbane potion, a drug that allows werewolves to maintain their sanity even during the full moon. Although significant progress has been made in recent years and it has only recently been put into practical use, it is still extremely difficult to formulate, and not many people can make it. I know the recipe because I was drawn to the idea of reason, sex, protection, and connection, but there is no way I could make it from scratch. Even if I could, it would only be the final touches, like what I was asked to do this time. I asked Professor Snape to make a very difficult potion. This is a clear sign that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. This also explains why the professor's boggart turned into a full moon. It is precisely Professor Snape who is also involved in this unpleasant matter. I ignored the sharp gaze and sighed softly, so quietly that even Dahlia couldn't hear it. Professor Snape probably thinks I know the recipe for that evolution potion. That's why he shouted, "I'm lucky," when I passed his room. He wanted me to learn Professor Lupin's true identity and get him kicked out of the castle. I don't know why you hate Professor Lupin so much, but please don't get me involved in too many strange things. Currently, I have no intention of getting rid of Professor Lupin. Of course, if it weren't for the existence of the Wolfsbane potion, I would have chased him out too. Without Dahlia, I wouldn't even let myself, this monster, near my family. He cannot tolerate someone like a werewolf whose sanity disappears every cycle. I have a responsibility to minimize the possibility of danger to my family. However, that is only if there is no Wolfsbane potion. If medicine can keep you sane, then there is no need to fear a werewolf. This doesn't apply to drinking, getting drunk, forgetting, doing, realizing, not realizing, or not being a person or a thing, but now, that is the reason why I am driving the professor out. There's no way around it. It's going to happen. Still, even if I think that way, I also feel sorry for Professor Lupin. Of course, the professors who didn't know my thoughts couldn't help but feel anxious. Even adding the fact that the professor thinks I've half-guessed the truth, which is because the old man must have somehow instilled it in him, I deeply sympathize with the professor's current situation. I have no choice but to hold on to it. No, far from pity, I feel intense sympathy, compassion, and even interest in him. A werewolf is an acquired monster born from the bite of another werewolf. No matter what kind of saintly prince he once was, when the full moon arrives, he loses his mind and begins to attack humans indiscriminately. From the perspective of acquisition, it might be more similar to the basilisk than I am, but as a monster myself, it is impossible for me not to sympathize with it. I feel sorry for you. Everyone around you will find out that you are a monster. For us monsters, this is as terrifying as hurting the people we care about. If there is a chance of exposure, he will just continue to stare at her like this. I wish I could express my feelings directly to the professor, but I can't because there is a chance I might be exposed this time. It might be better if I didn't send the potion even after I prepared it, but Professor Snape might tell him that I was involved in the preparation. If that happens, Professor Lupin will be even more suspicious than he is now. Everything is fine. The best way is to ignore the professor like this. This was a strange moment. Just like last year, I ate a boring pumpkin meal, trying not to look at the professor's table. The actions I usually performed unconsciously seemed to become more difficult as I became conscious of them. Harry's perspective. In the end, Lupin didn't die at the party. Of course, Mr. Malfoy couldn't possibly poison you. I don't know. That's just how it is for him. Come to think of it, I was on my way home from the first Halloween party I was able to seriously enjoy. Aside from Professor Lupin, I was in the best mood right now, listening to Hermione and Ron argue. I regretted not being able to go to Hogsmeade, but I think I was able to fully enjoy the party. Now that I'm in Slytherin. Potter, the Dementor says hello. Woo-oh-woo-oh. I felt so good that I didn't care if people made fun of me for pretending to faint. I didn't care about Pansy Parkinson's foolish behavior right now. As for Professor Lupin, his face was as pale as ever, but as Ron said, nothing happened during the party. But that doesn't mean Hermione's perspective is correct. The three of us continued down the corridor, feeling somewhat excited. We climbed the stairs, passed through several passages, and headed toward the tower where the Gryffindor dormitory was located. The road back from the Great Hall was routine. There wouldn't be a petrified cat hanging in the corridor like last year. Therefore, even though I couldn't go to Hogsmeade Village, I was confident that I would have a serious Halloween this year. Until this moment. The corridor where the portrait of the fat lady hung was the entrance to the dormitory. When we finally got there, something happened. Why can't everyone get in? Ron looked around the quiet, crowded corridor and sounded suspicious. Naturally, I didn't know the answer, so I stretched and looked straight ahead to answer his question. I only knew that the portrait at the entrance seemed to be closed. I had a bad feeling. I felt like something bad was happening, because the students who couldn't enter the dormitory were too quiet. If the portrait had just closed, I would have thought Neville, who was leading the way, had forgotten the password again. But this silence was clearly strange. With so many students returning from the party, the corridor shouldn't be this quiet. This prediction was correct. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from the quiet corridor ahead. I have to call Dumbledore. Please let me through. It seemed to be Percy's voice, extremely tense, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Percy jumped out from the front, as if pushing the students aside, and for a moment, a portrait could be seen through the gap. There was, oh my God, there was very little left of the portrait. The fat lady had disappeared from the portrait, and fragments of the canvas were scattered on the floor. Without a doubt, something bad had happened this year. What on earth happened? He took a breath and looked anxious. While comforting Hermione, who was clutching my arm, I honestly asked her the question. The fat lady in the portrait had a rather serious personality. It wasn't a picture that would make anyone hate her. Even if I hated him for it, I couldn't imagine anyone in Gryffindor doing such a thing. I didn't understand. The surrounding students gradually started whispering and offering their guesses, but in the end, it seemed that no one understood exactly what had happened. If I could correctly understand the situation, can you let me through? This person was probably the only one who could. When I heard the voice, I turned around and saw Principal Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century, standing behind us. Dumbledore was called by Percy, and the students pushed each other aside to make way. Dumbledore walked through the empty path, glanced at the mutilated portrait, and then turned around, his eyes somber and serious. Standing before him was Professor McGonagall, who had just rushed over to him. "We must find this lady, Professor McGonagall. Why don't you immediately go find Mr. Filch and have him search all the paintings in the castle?" "I understand. You stay in the Great Hall." The professors began to act quickly to solve the problem. However, such actions. "Oh dear, you are truly miserable." The conversation between the two was interrupted by a third person who suddenly appeared. Peeves, the prankster, suddenly appeared, hovering above everyone's heads, seemingly unable to stop himself from enjoying it all. A grin more disgusting than usual appeared on his lips. "Congratulations on finding it, Peeves. What do you mean?" Peeves replied, suppressing his laughter slightly, as if he didn't have the courage to mock Dumbledore. "I mean this, Principal Sir." She was embarrassed. She was torn to pieces just like that. "She's running and screaming in the fifth-floor landscape. Did the lady tell you who did it?" "Yes, of course, Principal Sir." Then, with a smile on his face, he dropped the biggest bombshell of the day. Even if he couldn't get into the dormitory, to mess up a painting like that, what a bad temper. That's Sirius Black. Dahlia's perspective. It happens every year. Is there a rule that something must happen on Halloween just because a killer invaded the school this year? The moment I returned to the common room, I was asked to go back to the Great Hall, where I was informed about the situation in the Gryffindor dormitory. This was my impression. I don't know how he managed to evade the Dementor surveillance and sneak into the castle, but it is said that Sirius Black's target is Potter. If you encounter them, you might be attacked, but as long as you act normally, your life probably won't have any problems. I really don't care what happens to Potter. The only thing she worried about was that she was in Gryffindor, so she might encounter Sirius Black. First of all, I had no means, no reason, and no grounds to worry about her anymore. I forced myself to shut down the slight noise arising in my heart. Yes, if Onyisama and Dahlia are both fine, then that means everything is fine. Why should I worry about Miss Granger? Although she is a Gryffindor student, unlike Potter, she lives in the girls' dormitory. Her chances of meeting Sirius Black are minimal, so I don't need to feel anxious about anything. This thought was worthless and meaningless. I wiped away the slight anxiety and refocused my attention on the old man who had just spoken. Perhaps to reassure the students, the old man, with a gloomy, angry, stinky, and smiling expression, spoke to the students about their future. "So, we must now search the entire castle. Although it is difficult for me, we must ask everyone to spend the night here. It is for everyone's safety. The prefects will watch the entrances. I hope you will do this. If anything happens, please notify me immediately." Then, with a flick of his wand, he released hundreds of fluffy purple sleeping bags. "Sleep well." He left the Great Hall. Apparently, the conversation had reached its climax while I was thinking about other things. All I heard was the beginning and the end. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what he said wasn't that important. As soon as the old man left, a clamor arose in the Great Hall. Everyone began talking about what had happened in the Gryffindor dormitory. Even the Slytherin students, who had a strong dislike for Gryffindor, were no exception. Regardless of the house, everyone was talking about what they wanted. How did Black get in? Do you think Black is still in the castle? Dumbledore seems to think so. Why would he break in on Halloween? No one is in the dormitory tonight. His sense of time must have been messed up during his escape. Perhaps the incident of the killer invading the castle was too shocking, so no one seemed to be sleeping. And I, still without the slightest interest, grabbed my sleeping bag and walked to the corner with Dahlia and my brother. Chapter 119, Isolated. Okay, it's late. Let's go to bed. I'm curious about the sleeping bag Dumbledore prepared for me, but well, it looks comfortable, so I don't blame the sleeping bag. Then, I casually placed Dahlia and my brother in the center of the room, and we all crawled into our sleeping bags. Neither of them seemed to have any particular object irons, lining up next to me without a word. Dahlia was on my side, and my brother was on the other. As usual, we didn't speak to each other. Like me, you might not be very interested in the dark. In fact, the first thing Dahlia said was, "Dahlia, it looks like you're camping." It had nothing to do with the dark. She wasn't anxious or afraid like those around her, and seemed to be enjoying the situation. I gave a wry smile at Dahlia's behavior, looking up at the ceiling where the same stars as outside twinkled. "Yes, that's right. I've never camped because of the sun, but I guess this is what it feels like to be outdoors at night. Now that the candles are out, it feels even more like it." As if these words were a hint. "Let's turn off the lights. Everyone get into your sleeping bags. No more talking." Suddenly, the candlelight went out. In the dark, I felt the warmth of Dahlia sleeping next to me through my sleeping bag. As Dahlia said, it really did look like camping. I had never camped, but spending time under the stars with your best friend must be a pleasant experience. I spoke softly to Dahlia, listening to the whispers around us that hadn't yet faded. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I'm a little dissatisfied why we have to spend it in the Great Hall because of things like Gryffindor, but this is really beautiful. Slytherin's dormitory is underground, so there are no stars, because I can barely see it. Despite the anxiety of those around us, we gazed at the magical starry sky with calm hearts. Finally, we all fell asleep. Good night, Dahlia. Yeah, good night. That was an hour later. The whispers of students still filled the air around us, but between us, there was an incomparably peaceful atmosphere. Dumbledore's perspective. 3 in the morning. When I finally entered the Great Hall, the students all seemed to be asleep, and Percy Weasley, who was in charge of school management, was the first to call out to me. Professor, do you have any clues? I don't think Dahlia is involved in this incident, but I need to be careful. The professor confirmed that Dahlia was lying within reach before replying to Percy Weasley. No, nothing happened. I guess he's no longer in the castle. I found the fat lady hiding, but she doesn't seem to know where she is. This might take a while. He needs some time to recover. Is there anything normal here? Yes, nothing abnormal. Well, in that case, let everyone return to their dormitories early tomorrow morning. It would be too pitiful to wake them up now. Percy Weasley bowed to the professor and then returned to patrol the students. But apparently, he wasn't the only one who had something to say to me. This time, Severus walked towards me, seemingly tired of waiting. I felt a little frustrated. I knew what he was talking about. From the moment I chose RIMS as a professor, I had heard too many stories like this, to the point where my ears had calluses. I thought he would do it again. The professor called out without looking back, and the sound of footsteps grew closer. Harry and his friends were nearby. They looked like raccoons, and some of Harry's friends were also nearby. He didn't want them to hear too much about what Severus was going to tell him. However, Severus seemed unable to understand my intentions. Severus, that's quick. The fact that you're here means Black is no longer in the castle. That's not to say he couldn't have stayed alone. It's painful. You will continue to guard this place. Principal, do you remember what I said? He interrupted me with a voice full of anger. I was very reluctant, but if something like this happened, I could only accompany them to some extent. Unless you listen to his story, you won't know what tough measures he will take. I sighed and replied to Severus, who indeed looked angry. Yes, I remember. That was an internal crime. Without it, Black couldn't have infiltrated. That's what you said. However, my reaction is still the same. For the professors, it's possible not to be the one who leads Black. His response to Severus was not false, and had not changed so far. As Severus said, I don't think Remus and Sirius were friends at all. No, not entirely. I trust you won't suspect Miss Malfoy again this year, will you? Severus, don't bully an old man like that. This time, I've never suspected Dahlia again. Not only did the professors not think Dahlia was assisting in the crime this year, I just couldn't shake the idea that Sirius was the traitor. As I casually fended off Severus, who still wasn't entirely convinced by what happened last year, I thought of my former student, Sirius Black. He was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and of course, the secret keeper for James and his friends. This fact is beyond doubt. This is why exposing James and Lily's whereabouts to Lord Voldemort was tantamount to Black's betrayal. He betrayed his best friends and chose to obey his bloodline. But despite this obvious fact, I couldn't accept the fact that Black had somehow betrayed me. Emotional rather than rational, some parts are very attractive. Did he really betray me? The past decade, before he escaped from Azkaban, I couldn't even think about this. No, I avoided thinking about it. At first, the professor told James and the others that he would be the secret keeper. However, they decided to choose Black. I finally recognized it. I regret that decision. I should have ignored their choice and let them choose me. Then, after everything was over, I completely fled from Black. Even if there were some flaws in his trial, I knew from circumstantial evidence that he was the culprit. That's why I didn't even see Black in Azkaban, because I was more afraid of being betrayed, and I was more afraid of my sins being revealed. I wanted to know what this meant. When he finally escaped from Azkaban, I worried that Harry would be attacked, and at the same time, I had an uncomfortable feeling. I wanted to know if Black was really a traitor and was really hunting Harry. I think this is a terrible contradiction. No, it can't simply be expressed as a contradiction. Why do you rationally suspect him of being the culprit, but emotionally believe he is innocent? I foolishly did the same thing to Ariana. Terrible self-loathing, the biggest regret of my life that has persisted since my youth, began to cloud my thoughts. However, I again found Severus about to say something, with a somewhat annoyed expression on his face, so I quickly stopped my thoughts and spoke. Harry and the others might not have been truly asleep, and they couldn't get any clues about Remus's secret. Remus was still the person needed to guide Harry and the others. The story ends here. I have to go see the Dementors now. I said I would inform you once the search was completed. If I don't tell them, they might enter this castle. The professor left the great hall as if to escape. Thinking of the people I was about to meet, my mood became even more depressed, but I couldn't give them an excuse to sneak into the castle. With that thought, I began to walk out of the castle. Where did we go wrong? No matter how cold, no matter how rainy, no matter whether Sirius Black broke into the castle, the first Quidditch match would never disappear. Although the weather gradually worsened as the match approached, our Slytherin team was busy training hard. This year, Slytherin will win the Quidditch Cup. This year, I wish everyone good luck. Last year, the Slytherin team was defeated by the Gryffindor team, even though their father gave them Nimbus 2001. Normally, such a thing wouldn't happen. No matter how many times you are caught by an informant, you can turn the situation around in one fell swoop, but such a thing shouldn't happen often. This is why everyone in the team except me thought so. If Slytherin loses next time, I don't know what Dahlia will do to me. If he can't live up to the expectations of the House of Malfoy, Dahlia might kill him. This is ridiculous. Of course, even if the team loses, I don't expect Dahlia to do anything to them. But I also thought there was nothing to do. Dahlia never gets angry. Even if I knew this, my heart wouldn't be at peace. This couldn't happen. As a brother, as a man, I don't want Dahlia to see my bad side again. This year, we can't lose to any team. So I practiced. We practiced in a way we had never done before. No matter the weather, no matter how much time he could spend with his beloved sister, even if he was forced to practice with useless people who were afraid of Dahlia, he would always win the first match against Gryffindor. Everything was for Dahlia's smile. But Saturday's match. This time we won't be playing against Gryffindor. We'll let them play against Hufflepuff. We'll watch from above. Captain Marcus Flint said at the end of the last training session before the first match. The whole team was practicing to crush Gryffindor, but Flint made a decision that disappointed everyone. Hey, what do you mean? Are you confused? The match is coming soon. Take the opportunity to crush Gryffindor. Yeah. Besides, how are we going to explain to Mr. Malfoy? Even Mr. Malfoy said he would watch this time, if it's not our opponent. It was an incredible sword fight. Everyone screamed, drooling, as if they felt their lives were threatened. At the same time, Flint spoke, not looking too surprised, perhaps having anticipated the opposition. There are two reasons. First, the weather is like this. If it continues like this, it will definitely rain heavily during the match. In that case, no matter how much better your broom is than your opponent's, we will end up in a real mud fight. He might join. We will be at a disadvantage. Our opponent, Potter, he is a decent person. Flint gave me a meaningful look and then continued. And this is the biggest reason. Whether we win or lose, our next match is against Hufflepuff. And this is our first match against Hufflepuff. Normally, I wouldn't be as cautious as Hufflepuff. Well, the captain this year is still Cedric Diggory, and once he became captain, he completely changed the team's composition. Hufflepuff might be completely different from the previous Hufflepuff. No, it will definitely be different. That's it. Let's let Gryffindor deal with Hufflepuff first. Flint licked his tongue, his eyes twinkling cunningly in his troll-like head. We don't need to play a game of chance. We are Slytherin. We will win at all costs. So this time, we will ask Gryffindor to be Hufflepuff's canary. After that, we can destroy it. Do you have any object irons? This was a very cunning argument from Slytherin. If one pursues merit, profit, and value, Flint's story is not contradictory. Indeed, as Flint said, there was no need to force this match. Gryffindor wasn't the only Quidditch opponent. For the future, how Hufflepuff would fight with its new lineup was worth paying attention to, especially if the opponent was an excellent captain. A certain satisfaction appeared in everyone's eyes, but still, no one voiced agreement. Because, Flint, I understand what you mean, but as I just said, how will you explain it to Mr. Malfoy? Also, I heard that Mr. Malfoy is also looking forward to it. And, even if you insist on Gryffindor and Hufflepuff playing their first match, what's the reason? If there's no reason, Professor Hooch won't be convinced, will she? Although this plan had a goal, there was no process to achieve it. As for Dahlia, honestly, it wasn't important to me. Everyone probably thought Dahlia was looking forward to this Quidditch match, but Dahlia wasn't looking forward to Quidditch, but me. I was looking forward to it, but to be honest, even without the match, if my role didn't disappear, then, oh, is that so? I'm sorry. I can only give you an impression. I don't think I'd be that shocked. This is especially true if you are dealing with other issues. No special explanation is needed. Please explain the strategy chosen by Slytherin, so Dahlia will agree. First, the premise that Dahlia would be angry when the game went into overtime is wrong. I don't need to consider it at all. However, as for the reason for telling Fudge, I think his teammates' opposition is reasonable. I can't suddenly say the weather is bad or I don't want to play Hufflepuff. If they could change opponents in such a game, then every team would do the same, even if it wasn't Slytherin. All eyes were on Flint. In response, a mysterious expression appeared on his face. I understand your concerns, but losing in front of Mr. Malfoy is more of a problem. We cannot lose again this time. As for Hooch, hey, Draco, you're right, aren't you? You just got hurt in class, didn't you? He asked me a question that seemed to cause trouble. As the claws swung down, the students' screams echoed through the forest, and the expression on Dahlia's face worried me. My reaction to this story was complicated, and I couldn't call it a fond memory. What's wrong? Personally, I don't think this is a response to the captain, but the answer is, you just assume it hasn't healed yet. If you say it's because of the injury, Hooch will have nothing to say. There's no evidence that it hasn't healed yet. Besides, if that's the case, then it will be easier for you to explain to Mr. Malfoy, won't it? You are Lord Malfoy's brother, so do your best. This only made me more annoyed. Somehow, there was a voice looking down on me, but at the same time, this voice gave you a feeling of despair, as if you were clinging to something. Flint's words were enough to upset me. I am a little older than him because I am from the House of Malfoy, and I am Dahlia's brother, but because we are from the sacred 28 families, Flint and I are almost on the same level in the common room. Yes, the situation within Quidditch in the common room is somewhat different. A Seeker is a Quidditch star and should never be underestimated. That's why my goal last year was to become a Seeker. He not only got the position he coveted, but he also wanted to make his position in the common room an absolute one, and use this position to protect Dahlia. However, due to last year's loss, I ended up being seen as the lowest performer on the team. Even so, the reason her voice sounded so clingy was probably because Dahlia is my sister. If she acted too contemptuously towards me, Dahlia might blame her, and it was clear that she wanted my help this time. Although he kept saying he was afraid of Dahlia, and I was right in front of him, it was really convenient. From every word directed at me, I could almost see my current situation, and Dahlia was in it. I secretly gritted my back teeth, thinking, even in the common room, the situation of fearing Dahlia has not changed at all. It can even be said that the situation has gotten worse, and my helplessness remains unchanged. Even becoming a Seeker ultimately changed nothing. The reality clearly shown to me before my first game made me unable to hide my frustration. To be honest, my patience had reached its limit. Everything I had desperately suppressed, thinking it was just some things, poured out with the decision to extend the game. I don't want to be with these people anymore. You can't say such things to Dahlia. You just need to explain to Yuan. But why do you have to tell your sister such an blatant lie? Even if you don't, Dahlia will understand. There's no need to lie. Don't you understand such a simple thing? Upon hearing my answer, everyone, including Flint, showed shocked expressions. Sure enough, my words didn't reach them. Completely ignoring my teammates, I quickly began to prepare to return to the common room. Today's training was over, and the game was no longer this Saturday. There was no reason to stay here with these guys any longer. Wait, Draco, there's more to this story. Flint, I get it. As long as Dahlia isn't angry with you, you're satisfied, right? Don't worry, if that's the case, I can do it too. Then I left the locker room and returned to the castle. It was already dark outside, and the heavy rain made the already low temperature even colder. My breath was white, seemingly representing the temperature of my heart. I felt like I was the only person in the world. Not at all. I can't even criticize Dahlia. On the way home in the night, I vaguely remembered my sister's best friend, who had become completely stubborn towards her because of last year's events. Last year, no, even now, everyone at Hogwarts seems like an enemy to us. Whether you fear Dahlia or adore her, it means you consider Dahlia your heir. However, treating those around you as enemies and adopting an aggressive attitude is not in Dahlia's best interest. This will make Dahlia even more isolated. That's why I try to maintain the same attitude towards those around me as last year. I am like you, Dahlia. Like you, I cannot forgive those around me, and I want to monopolize Dahlia. So you don't have to think about it. Yo! The rain suddenly intensified. My murmurs were silently drowned out by the sound of the rain, never reaching anyone's ears. There was no way I couldn't talk to Dahlia and Dahlia like this, but for some reason, this fact made me feel very sad. Let's hurry back to Dahlia. I was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, sitting alone in the rain. I continued towards the castle, returning to the common room with its warm fireplace, returning to the two people waiting for me there, ensuring that Dahlia and Dahlia, who are more isolated than me, will never be alone. Before the last practice before the game, Wood yelled angrily. That is to say, under normal circumstances. Ah, here we go again. I could only think that. He is a Quidditch fanatic who often gets excited and makes strange noises before a game. However, this time the strange sound seemed a little different from usual, because my opponent has changed. My opponent is Slytherin. It's Hufflepuff led by Cedric Diggory, he shouted, because this was also bad news for us. Everyone in the locker room was stunned, with looks of dismay on their faces. All their efforts against Slytherin were now in vain. This was not the kind of news that made immediate sense. After a while, the entire team asked Wood. Wood, what happened? Wood continued, his face annoyed. Hooch just told me. That guy Flint asked to change opponents for the first game. The reason is that Draco's arm hasn't healed yet. What a joke. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed from surprise to anger. Of course, I also got angry and started shouting. Malfoy's arm healed ages ago. He said so the day after he was injured. There's no way he can pretend it hasn't healed now. I thought this was a very stupid story. Although the injury was not serious in the first place, Hagrid's class was thrown into chaos because of that guy's exaggerated shouting. Because of this, Hagrid was shocked and is still repeating the extremely fruitless lesson of the person who eats lettuce over and over again. It's all his fault. However, this time he even tried to ruin Quidditch. I shouldn't be forgiven at all. I excitedly bit Wood. Wood's response was to spit it out. I know, his injury is healing, but I can't prove it. And Hooch has admitted it. No matter what I say, it won't change the decision. Those guys want to fight us in this weather, even though I know I just don't want to. I guess they think they can't take full advantage of the pros and cons of brooms in the rain. Wood's angry words continued. Damn it. All our training so far has been for those guys. But Hufflepuff plays differently from those guys. And Hufflepuff's captain is Cedric Diggory. He's strong. We've already formed a team. This is not the same as our Hufflepuff scene. We don't have much time. If this happens, we can only practice. This was supposed to be our last practice, but from now on, let's pause and go back to practice. We enthusiastically nodded at Wood's words. Will a lifestyle like Slytherin's happen? I will defeat Hufflepuff, and then I will compete with Slytherin for his money. I will show something to those who use healing injuries as an excuse. With that in mind, we nodded at Wood's words. Yes, I nodded. We had no idea that with this announcement, our Gryffindor hell had begun. The next day we would regret agreeing with Wood at this time. From that day on, my cultivation became even more frantic. Wood did what he said he would do. Even the last few days of rest were filled with practice after practice. Repetitive practice as if the weather didn't matter. And practice had to be done almost any time. Not only before class, but also during class. Due to Wood's love, Quidditch can now be said to occupy more than half of his life. And on this day too. Diggory is an excellent seeker. He is good at sharp turns. That's why, Harry, you need to use somersaults to avoid him. The only way is to practice. Wood's strange voice echoed in the corridor. The sword curtain seemed to say that it didn't matter if there were classes later, but I nodded with a tired face. Although it had only been a few days, my anger towards Slytherin had subsided. I just want to rest. My mind was full of this thought. Wood, then I have class now. Yes, goodbye, Harry. Listen, Harry, this is a somersault, don't forget. Looking at Wood's reply, I sighed and walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The only time I can rest now is during class. Recently, I have been listening to Wood's lectures until bedtime, and I am woken up even before the sun rises. To be honest, it's hard to say that I get much sleep. That's why my only time to rest is during class, so I don't have to worry about Wood coming in. Especially Defense Against the Dark Arts is a good pastime. Professor Lupin's class is more interesting than any other, and I can temporarily forget about the game, and most importantly, practice. Although this class is co-taught with Slytherin, my love for it has not diminished in the slightest. But this time I'm going to teach you werewolves, humans. After escaping Wood, who seemed to be chasing him forever, he finally arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, but it was not Professor Lupin. Dahlia's perspective. Defense Against the Dark Arts was co-taught with Gryffindor. Although class hadn't started yet, I felt inexplicably exhausted. The reason was not that I didn't like taking classes with Gryffindor, nor was it because I encountered problems like last year. Even if there was. Dahlia, this is the next game, but it's no longer our game. This time the game is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. This is the first time Flint said he didn't want to fight Gryffindor in the rain. Recently, the only thing I looked forward to was my brother's game being postponed, but to be honest, such things are trivial. Onyi-sama's turn has not disappeared. I don't need to worry. What I'm worried about now, really, Professor Snape. It was the Dean who, despite Professor Lupin's disguise, wanted to drive him out. I sighed softly and turned my attention to Professor Lupin, who was right where Professor Lupin should be. On the Defense Against the Dark Arts podium, Professor Snape stood, licking his tongue. I knew Professor Lupin hadn't been feeling well recently, not only because I might have discovered his secret, but also because the full moon was approaching. Even after the party, the professor's face got worse day by day, and it would be a shame if I didn't notice. And since my health might have peaked, I had to at least self-study once in the professor's class. Professor Lupin's class was certainly interesting, but I was also tired of constantly ignoring the way he looked at me. Now I could at least miss one class, just as I thought. How much do you hate Professor Lupin? Professor Snape took the podium, replacing Professor Lupin, who was taking a day off, and, for the first time, opening. This time, I'm going to teach you werewolves, humans, and the spaces in between, he declared. Not only did I no longer want to hide it, I could only assume they were actively publicizing it. Especially in this class, not only me, but also my boyfriend/girlfriend. Last year, I discovered this monster was actually a basilisk. If the information you provide is poor, people are likely to notice. I clutched my aching stomach as I saw her brown, curly hair at the edge of my vision. Why must I endure such meaningless pressure? If you're going to fight, please do it elsewhere. However, contrary to my mood, Professor Snape continued, unaware of his own mood. Today, Lupin is unwell, so I will be taking his class. Rest assured, Lupin is not in mortal danger. Your class is now behind. This is entirely disrespectful to Lupin. You haven't recorded anything you've taught, and to catch up, you're playing the werewolf game I just mentioned, which you must learn. Turn to page 394 of your textbooks immediately. Not only the Slytherin students, but even the Gryffindor students, who were clearly displeased that this wasn't Professor Lupin's class, silently opened their textbooks. They were probably influenced by Professor Snape's extraordinary aura. Even Potter, without hiding his rebellious and tired gaze, simply looked at me and Professor Snape, still silently opening his textbook. Granger seemed to be the only one who wanted to say something about this far-ahead process, but before she could, the professor's lesson began. Can you explain a werewolf? In class, we studied organisms that even students could handle. Aside from last year's drama, I hadn't learned anything about werewolves. Since I didn't raise my hand, there was naturally only one person who did. While others knew of the existence and danger of werewolves, they didn't seem to understand why werewolves were dangerous. Professor Snape ignored the only raised hand and spoke with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Wow, I didn't expect this to happen. I can't believe none of you can answer this question after 3 years. It's truly sad. It really looks interesting. Exploring Professor Lupin's secrets while thoroughly understanding Gryffindor must be fun. I looked around and found the Slytherins laughing with me, even though I didn't think they could give me the answer. I silently lowered my head, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. It's best to endure Professor Lupin's gaze. At least you don't have to worry about your professor's secrets getting out again. I have no intention of disturbing Professor Snape's class, but I hope you can be careful. More precisely, but, Miss Malfoy, don't you think you can answer this question? Since you are the best in this school, come on, Miss Malfoy, answer me. Please don't involve me. I stared into Professor Snape's eyes, not answering the question. Even though he was already steeped in hatred and pain, and could even enjoy the current situation, he seemed to be calmly searching my dark, murky eyes. I don't know what happened between Professor Snape and Professor Lupin, but since I had no way to get rid of Professor Lupin, I couldn't betray his expectations. I'm sure he wanted to know why I wouldn't reveal Professor Lupin's secret, but no matter how many times I did the same thing, the answer would be the same. I am interested in Professor Lupin's classes and Professor Lupin himself. As a result, I chose to say, I have no explanation. Silence. The answer wasn't I can't, but I won't. Snape would read my will accurately. Professor Snape's face twisted in displeasure, while the other students looked surprised. Among them, Dahlia, her brother, and Granger all widened their eyes in surprise. I thought it was strange that I didn't answer the professor's question. However, that moment of surprise was overshadowed by Professor Snape's suddenly displeased voice. That's too bad. In that case, I won't punish you, but I will make you do your work, Miss Malfoy. I'll contact you later. I'll let you know. I have something to say, but now is not the right time. I didn't even need to consider what to deliver. The professor paused, shifted his gaze from me, and then instructed everyone to copy the werewolf section from their textbooks. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, including the professor. I could only hear the sound of writing about werewolves on parchment. The students kept looking at me, but none dared to speak. The professor also remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, I broke the silence. Everyone is to write a report on how to identify and kill werewolves, and submit it to me by the next class, 2 rolls of parchment. After the class bell rang, everyone, including me, rushed out of the classroom. When they reached a classroom where no sound could be heard, the Gryffindor students began to speak, as if a dam had burst. What class are we in now? Yes, no matter how much you want to be a defense against the dark arts teacher, you can't make fun of Professor Lupin like that. What is a werewolf? There's no way you could know all the details. Only one person. Except for Mr. Granger. She was the only one in the dormitory who wasn't mingling, just staring at me. Hermione's perspective. I knew it. The Boggart was the same, but this year's Dahlia Malfoy is no big deal. She couldn't answer Snape's question. After class, I silently fell into thought, ignoring Ron's delusions and words echoing in the common room. I have no explanation. Many students, including Ron, seemed to think that Miss Malfoy simply didn't know about werewolves. But it was impossible for her not to be able to explain. Indeed, we still have a long way to go in understanding nocturnal creatures like werewolves. It's fine for an average student not to know, even more so if they aren't as prepared as I am. But she absolutely isn't that kind of ordinary student. Even I know that. Mr. Malfoy couldn't possibly not know, being the best in the school, not to mention his grades. Mr. Malfoy probably knows more about werewolves than I do, and could probably explain it better than I can. So why did she answer Professor Snape's question? Explanation: since there was no option of I can't do it, there was only one possibility I could think of. Mr. Malfoy refused to answer the question. Even though she knew the details of werewolves, she refused to explain. However, this raised some questions for me. Professor Snape is the Dean of Slytherin House. Although he has a strong preference for Gryffindor, his tolerance for Slytherin could almost be considered favoritism. Mr. Malfoy is no exception, and I think he was well liked in potion class. Miss Malfoy must have admired her professor in her own way, because when she was a first year, she tried to help the professors who were trying to help Harry. However, she refused to explain. Even though Mr. Malfoy was personally nominated by the professor, Mr. Malfoy has never shown any particular rebellious attitude towards the professor. This did not surprise me. Why would Mr. Malfoy explain? I stared at the fireplace in the common room and muttered. It seemed the sound was louder than he expected, and Ron, who had turned from Mr. Malfoy to criticizing Professor Snape, responded. Snape's bastard. What's with those 2 rolls of parchment? Hermione, did you say something? No, nothing. Even if I told Ron, I would never get a serious answer. I casually fended off Ron's pursuit and fell back into a whirlpool of thoughts. Speaking of strange things, the subject Professor Snape chose was meaningless to begin with. He knew Professor Lupin wasn't feeling well, and it wasn't impossible for Professor Snape to substitute for him. So far, nothing was particularly strange. But why werewolves? Of course, it's also possible that the professor chose the topic of werewolves by chance. Since we hadn't learned anything, obviously only Mr. Malfoy and I could answer the question, and from Professor Snape's perspective, this was an excellent opportunity to mock Gryffindor. For this reason alone, he might have chosen werewolves, and we would never understand that. But I couldn't help but think that the professor had simply chosen werewolves by chance. This statement made Professor Lupin even more foolish. It was like teaching students about the dangers of werewolves. And the interaction with Mr. Malfoy. I have something else to report again, but now is not the best time. Many things couldn't be figured out just by thinking, so I stopped thinking and opened my textbook to change the pace. There's no point in considering other things now. No matter how you think about it, the information hasn't been collected yet. First, let's do our homework and learn about werewolves. Even if I've studied it before, I can't imagine I know more than Mr. Malfoy. First, I have to learn one thing at a time to catch up to her. With that in mind, I focused intently on reading werewolves on the next page of vampires. At this moment, a full moon shone brightly outside the window. The rain was like an overturned bucket, and the wind was strong enough to blow you away if you didn't keep your head down. More importantly, thunder could be heard from time to time, and you could actually see it striking nearby. Yet even so, almost all of the Hogwarts students gathered in my field of vision, cheering loudly, trying not to be defeated by the thunder. The inter-house Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Now, this scene unfolded before me, as if no matter the weather, no matter if a mob entered the castle, it didn't matter. I can only say it's hard to understand. I've always hated this sport called Quidditch. It's a barbaric sport that even arrogant men with not a shred of intelligence can play. Why can students be so excited? Why can such an arrogant person become so popular just because he's good at flying? To be honest, I don't understand, and I have no intention of doing so in the future. However, since I am now a professor, it is clearly my duty to be here. If you weren't a professor, you wouldn't be in a place like this. If the professors didn't pay attention to them, they wouldn't know when excited students would turn into a mob, and they wouldn't be able to protect the students in an emergency. No matter how much I hated Quidditch, there was no way for me not to come here from the beginning. Thunder clapped simultaneously with the cheers, and I secretly sighed. This is truly a frustrating story. If the weather is like this, the game should be postponed. No, even if we compromise on the weather, why is such an event still being held now? A murderer has invaded the castle, and Lupin, thinking he would harbor him, went to his room today. Despite concerns about the castle, I cannot understand why the game is still continuing. No, it's not that I don't understand, it's that I don't want to understand. Because the person who made the decision, Severus, I'm just curious, what's up with Dahlia? It looks like she hasn't arrived yet, has she? This is a highly anticipated Quidditch match, so perhaps she's feeling unwell? He didn't suspect the most suspicious person, the werewolf, and still seemed to consider Miss Dahlia a dangerous individual. I looked back at Dumbledore, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, and sighed countless times in my heart. Indeed, Dumbledore might not consider Miss Malfoy an accomplice of Sirius Black, but he still considered her a dangerous individual, so he subtly confirmed her whereabouts with me. Even though I repeatedly warned Lupin, it was as if Sirius Black was secondary. I don't want to understand such a judgment, I replied, staring into Dumbledore's eyes. This time it's Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor, so she should be in the common room. She seems uninterested in anything except matches her brother participates in. She's probably diligently studying in her dormitory right now. She's a bit different from the other Bonkura. On the contrary, at this time and period, I think her choice is correct, don't you agree? I see. What a pity, I was just a little worried. Come to think of it, I've hardly ever watched a game with her. I thought she'd be able to watch the game peacefully in this weather. Needless to say, Dumbledore's reaction was completely unexpected. After the principal replied to me, he refocused his attention on the match. As I expected, there was no mention of Lupin, so I didn't have to worry about my influence. I turned my attention back to the match, suppressing the urge to click my tongue. However, even when I turned my attention to the game, I never truly focused on it. A dark emotion seemed to rise from deep within me. Stupidity has its limits. Why do you not notice it? Why do you not think about it? They do not attempt to understand this hatred and enmity I feel. Lupin is a werewolf and a close friend of Sirius Black. Furthermore, he even has a history of wanting to kill me during his student days. It is impossible for the culprit not to be this man. Why does Dumbledore not consider this fact that is obvious with even a little thought? I can never understand the principal's thoughts. It is not just Dumbledore. The things I cannot understand are piling up. I thought that given the situation with Sirius Black, she would surely recognize how dangerous the werewolf Lupin is. If she were a good girl, she should have been able to read my true intentions. Thus, I indirectly informed her of his true identity. Moreover, as a genius girl, she not only knows of the existence of the Wolfsbane potion but also showed signs of knowing Lupin's secret. Although she does not know about Lupin's student days, she certainly knows he is a werewolf. However, Miss Malfoy has never attempted to reveal anything about Lupin to anyone around her. In fact, sometimes she even protects Lupin. It is as if she is pitying him, sympathizing with him, and somehow feeling compassion for him. This is incomprehensible behavior. I cannot understand her. Unlike Dumbledore, I do not suspect her of being dangerous, but I find myself unable to understand what she is thinking. Damn it. Why am I the only one who feels this way? My head felt frantic with anger and hatred. Since hearing the news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, he has been unable to control his emotions. The thought that he is still living under the same sky as me and Nunu makes me feel like I am losing the ability to think normally. Filled with wild thoughts, he continued to insult everyone he could think of. Outside my dark gaze, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were engaged in a fierce battle. Although Gryffindor appeared somewhat exhausted, they were still leading Hufflepuff by 50 points. However, even this usually unsettling sight did not bother me now. No, first of all, although the match was in my line of sight, I was never truly watching it. All I could think about was Sirius Black and Lupin, who might be guiding him. Dumbledore and Miss Malfoy defending Lupin. And it was about Lily, who died because of Black's betrayal. Ruled by dark emotions, I never watched the game. For me right now, I cannot help but feel that my surroundings and the people around me are all enemies. This is probably why I reacted slowly when this event occurred. The reason I am here is to protect my student, even though this is the biggest crisis Lily's son faces this year. Draco's perspective. Although this was not a Slytherin match, everyone in Slytherin House continued to cheer. Gryffindor, you must lose. At the same time, Parkinson stood beside me and asked me loudly, trying not to be drowned out by the wind. Hey, I can't see Dahlia and Daphne. I can't see their hair in the professor's seats either. Daphne is Daphne, but I can't find her anywhere. Draco, do you know where they are? The question inquired about the whereabouts of the only two Slytherins not present. I replied as loudly as possible. The two of them should be in the common room. They said they were practicing a spell called the Patronus Charm. Recently, Dahlia has been practicing the Patronus Charm frequently. It surprised me that even my sister, who has the best grades in the school, seemed unable to master it. I only knew that a Patronus was the only way to fight a Dementor, but since Dahlia couldn't learn it, it must be a considerably difficult spell. Therefore, in this weather, Dahlia would not have come to watch the match, a match where Dumbledore sat in the professor's chair, if it wasn't my game, so she must be hiding in the common room practicing the spell. And Dahlia is Dahlia, although she has some interest in Quidditch, she probably wouldn't want to come out in this kind of weather. Furthermore, Dahlia's. Will Dahlia stay too? Good. I think learning this magic might be easier if Dahlia and Onyi-sama are nearby. That way, I can experience more happiness. Because of this comment, she also decided to isolate herself in the common room. Dahlia's happiness is with us. It was impossible for Dahlia to stay behind after being told such a thing. However, Parkinson, who did not know the situation, seemed displeased that the two had not come to watch the Quidditch match. She frowned slightly at my answer and then said, "Oh, right. Being a dean is tough. You have to study even at a time like this." After spitting out this sarcasm, her attention returned to the game. Letting out a soft sigh, I looked toward Potter, who was still being battered by the rain from the sky. But even with him in my sight, I couldn't really focus on the match, because I, too, would rather be in the common room with Dahlia than watch a match like this. It's just a game. You should find the golden snitch quickly. That's the only thing you're good at. Admittedly, Quidditch matches are closely related to the House Cup standings. If they can control this, they might even qualify directly for the House Cup. That is why almost everyone at Hogwarts watches the matches, to predict the upcoming House Cup winner. Although watching the match is not mandatory, it is undoubtedly almost taken for granted. But honestly, the House Cup started becoming irrelevant to me. Due to point manipulation, Gryffindor won in both the first and second years. The first year was because the Potters protected the stone, and last year, Potter and his friends once again solved a case related to the Chamber of Secrets. Despite Dahlia earning so many points, despite Dahlia suffering so much, I no longer have any interest in the House Cup. So, if I weren't the Seeker for the Slytherin team, I wouldn't have come to watch this match. Because I am a Seeker, I figured my motivation would be questioned if I didn't come to watch the Quidditch match, so I came. Honestly, without a doubt, time spent with Dahlia would be 100 times more meaningful. The reason Dahlia is learning the Patronus Charm is primarily to protect me and Dahlia from the Dementors. Dahlia herself didn't say anything, but that is the only reason Dahlia, who was unaffected by the Dementors, would learn the Patronus Charm. So, although I truly don't believe I can perform a spell that even Dahlia finds difficult, at least practicing together and helping Dahlia in any way possible is a good idea. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that there was no need for me to stay here other than being a seeker. Boosting your house standing is just. I cannot quit being the seeker now, lest I lose my footing. I stared blankly at Potter, repeating this thought in my mind. Due to the rain, the temperature was extremely low, but I wondered if Dahlia was in a warm place. Daphne should be with her, but I don't know if she is able to learn the magic correctly. They say learning the spell requires happiness, but is Dahlia happy right now? All I could think about was Dahlia. As time passed, his concentration on the game seemed to dwindle further. I even started to feel like it was okay to go home now. I was just standing there, and all I could see was Potter, my biggest rival in Quidditch. That was the moment. The loud cheering suddenly vanished, and everyone was forced to stare at the ground, rather than the sky where the players flew. On this day, the worst event in Quidditch history happened to Potter. Harry's perspective. We're up by 50 points. But in this weather, if we don't find the golden snitch soon, we'll be dragged into the night. Harry, I'm asking you. With Wood's declaration, the timeout ended, and the team returned to the sky. His movements were somewhat weary from intense training, but they also conveyed a hint of determination and readiness. By defeating Hufflepuff, and also defeating the annoying Slytherin, I was determined to win that shining trophy again this year. I nodded forcefully at Wood's words and soared up with my Nimbus 2000, which had been through life's ups and downs with me. The rain was heavier than I had ever experienced, and the wind made the air extremely cold. Nevertheless, I still did not give up on finding the golden snitch, and I kept searching in every direction. The entire team and everyone in Gryffindor House now had expectations of me. By catching the golden snitch, I would be the one to end the match. If that was the case, I had to live up to those expectations. What is rain? What is wind? What is thunder? I am not afraid of such things. My determination will not be shaken by such things. To me, the cheering was much louder than the rain or thunder. No matter what happens, I will definitely catch the golden snitch and show him. With this strong feeling, I desperately searched for the golden snitch. Yes, until this moment. I had always believed that Hogwarts was a safe place. That is why when Uncle Weasley told him about Sirius Black, he was only worried about not being able to go to Hogsmeade, believing that Hogwarts was safe with Dumbledore, even after Sirius Black invaded the castle. So what happened this time was completely unexpected. From the next moment, the situation around me was about to get worse. I was attacked by something more terrifying than rain or lightning. The first thing that happened was when I looked towards the sparsely populated stands. As thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the stands, I saw it. A huge, shaggy black dog, a dog that looked exactly like the Grim, staring at me from the empty seats. My brain, which had been buzzing with excitement for the game, suddenly cooled down, and it felt like the world stood still. Even the thought of the golden snitch instantly vanished from my mind, and my fingers slipped from the broom handle. By the time I quickly regained my balance, I had already dropped a meter, and the dog that should have been in the stands had disappeared. I continued to stare blankly at the stands. The Grim. The Grim is synonymous with bad luck in the magic world. It is a death omen that appears every time divination is used. After seeing such a sight, I was no longer interested in the game. Even if the Grim disappeared, Quidditch would never cross my mind again. Well, even if I came back. It's only Harry. It's only Harry. I will forget it immediately. The Grim was not the only strange thing attacking me at that moment. What happened next was also sudden, and it happened one after another. The previously noisy stadium fell into an eerie silence, and then I heard the woman's voice. Although my body was already soaked by the rain, a cold, terrifying sensation flooded into my body, just like when I encountered Dementus on the train. And this was not a mistake. When I looked down, I saw at least 100 Dementus writhing. Moreover, every one of them was looking at me, their faces hidden behind their hoods. By the time I realized something was wrong, I was already in a state where I could not even escape. As my consciousness gradually faded, the voices of a man and a woman echoed in my mind. Chapter 120, Hogsmeade. Get away, you stupid woman. Now, step back. My vision blurred. Just like when I was on the train, I felt like I was in a white fog. Think about what I was just doing, please. No matter what happens to me. Avada Kedavra. Falling into the mist. Sharp laughter and women's screams. As I listened to them speak, I had the same urge to help the women as I did then. I woke up a few hours later. Meanwhile, when I was distracted by the Dementor, it was after Cedric Diggory caught the golden snitch. What greeted me was the fact that I had lost the match. My Nimbus 2000 was blown far away due to the fall, unfortunately colliding with the Whomping Willow and shattering. A few days had passed since Gryffindor's worst match ever. Harry, the central figure in the incident, had woken up but was still shocked by what happened during the match, following Madame Pomfrey's orders to remain quiet in the hospital wing. After visiting him as usual, I found myself in the common room. Unlike Harry, I was finally starting to recover some energy and was writing a report on Professor Snape's defense against the dark arts. She was worried about Harry, of course, but a student's duty was to study, and she couldn't neglect it. It was hard to say that I was able to concentrate well. The report was not completed as quickly as usual. Ron was probably the same. His expression remained complicated in front of the parchment. Harry's still depressed, but I guess it can't be helped. Harry has been using the Nimbus 2000 since his first year, and he lost the match. Because of Ron's words, the speed at which I wrote the report slowed down slightly. I couldn't entirely agree with him. I did think the Nimbus 2000 and the competition were one reason Harry was still depressed. But I was thinking that what was truly upsetting him was the Dementor incident. Everyone said Dementors were terrifying. I was terrified too. The cold air, the horrifying appearance. I felt like my happiness was completely drained. I was sure there wasn't a single person or entity who wasn't afraid of them. But Harry was the only one who fainted every time they approached him. He must be thinking, I wonder if I am a weak person. Harry couldn't help but be hurt because he was the only one who fainted from the effect. Especially this year, many bad things have happened, such as being targeted by a murderer and not being able to go to Hogsmeade. No wonder I was overthinking it. However, saying this to Ron, who did not understand the subtle ties of emotion, was pointless. I responded while writing the second, middle, fourth, and third parts of the report. It's true that I'm disappointed about the broomstick and the match, but if he's okay, that's minor. If he made a mistake, he could have died. I wonder what would have happened if Dumbledore hadn't been there. If the principal hadn't cast the spell, Harry would have died. Yeah, that's right. He fell from 20 meters, and Dumbledore was the one who drove away the Dementors. I've never seen Dumbledore so angry. This time, I largely agreed with him. Ron was right, I had never seen Dumbledore so angry. His face was flushed red, visible even through the rain, and the sight of him showering silver and colors onto the Dementors gathered on the ground was chilling. But if he was truly that angry, I completely stopped writing the report, continuing to write while recalling Dumbledore's actions at the time. Yes, but Dumbledore should be able to keep the Dementors out now. Unbeknownst to me, my reaction had become somewhat harsh. It wasn't that I thought Dumbledore's reaction was poor, nor was my respect for the principal shaken. Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the century. Things he couldn't stop were impossible for anyone. Dumbledore was not wrong. I knew that, but still, I've never doubted Dahlia. I would be lying if I said I wasn't dissatisfied. I remembered what Sirius Black had said the night he broke into the castle. Dumbledore must have said it while we were pretending to be asleep. I couldn't help but feel that those words indicated that he had suspected Mr. Malfoy last year and still considered Mr. Malfoy dangerous this year. I thought I was too sensitive about such things. If you calmly look back, you'll see Dumbledore's words didn't have that intention. Dumbledore just wanted to say that Mr. Malfoy was not an accomplice of Sirius Black. But still, I couldn't help but think, if my feelings were correct, how unreasonable were these words? Mr. Malfoy was not the heir. The only people who knew this fact were the members in the deputy principal's office after the incident was resolved. Other students still believed Mr. Malfoy was the mastermind behind the incident. We kept the truth about the Chamber of Secrets a secret so Ginny wouldn't suffer any more pain. At Mr. Malfoy's expense. He knew that if the truth wasn't told, Mr. Malfoy would continue to suffer annoying gazes. Yet, he still suspected Mr. Malfoy, who had already suffered unreasonable experiences, was a dangerous person. I couldn't help but feel this was completely unreasonable. He should apologize to her. Even if he couldn't apologize for Ginny, he should at least state the fact that she was not the heir. How about that? Not only did Dumbledore not apologize, but he still hadn't apologized to her. The more I thought about it, the more a vague feeling swirled in my heart. Since hearing Dumbledore's remark, I felt like my footing was shaky. I finally immersed myself in my thoughts and stopped writing the report. I no longer wanted to write the report. What interrupted my thoughts was, Hermione, you're stuck, what's wrong? I need you to finish your report quickly, or I'll be in trouble. That was Ron's loud voice, watching the report I was completing. When I looked up in response to the sound, I noticed that Ron's report, as usual, had made no progress. Clearly, he was sitting in front of me because he wanted to photograph my report. Of course, he might be worried about Harry, but he probably never intended to take Professor Snape's assignment seriously from the start. Normally, I would say something that would put Ron in trouble. Especially this time, werewolves were extremely important knowledge in the magic world, and it was a shame. I still didn't know why Professor Snape chose this topic, but if you live in the magic world, this is definitely something you should remember. Simply copying someone else's work was pointless, but now, I didn't have the opportunity to seriously consider Ron's future. I sighed and handed the unfinished report to Ron in response. It's fine, Ron. I was just thinking. Look, you can take photos now. I'm going to change my mood and read the first page of the textbook. No, I'm happy you let me take your photo, but you don't look like your usual self. Normally, I would object more. Ignoring Ron's whispers, I opened a page different from the werewolf section I had declared. It was true that I didn't want to continue writing the report, but I couldn't stop studying. Since Professor Snape might continue teaching defense against the dark arts while Professor Lupin recovered, I had to prepare 4 other nocturnal creatures. For some reason, she answered my question about werewolves, but I was sure she knew more than I did. I had to keep studying to catch up to Mr. Malfoy as quickly as possible. Why didn't she answer the question, and why did Professor Snape choose werewolves as the subject? Thinking this, I opened the page before the werewolf and vampire sections. The page I opened was an illustration of a terrifying vampire baring its fangs. A terrifying image of a person with bared fangs ferociously about to attack a frightened person. Dahlia's perspective. Dahlia's brother, what does your patronus look like now? Does it look like some kind of animal? A few days after the disastrous match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, I learned about the events of the game and studied the patronus charm harder than ever. Time was running out. I was such an idiot to have a shred of trust in the old man, thinking the Dementors would never enter the school building. After all, those creatures didn't have kind hearts to listen to others' commands, nor did his age give him the ability to stop them. I was glad it wasn't my brother's match this time, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't come next time. It was possible that the person who fell off the broom next time wouldn't be Potter, but your brother. So, in order to protect my brother myself no matter what, I practiced the patronus charm with the help of my brothers. At first, I thought this might cause trouble for my brothers, but then I changed my mind, believing that not learning it was a bigger problem. All of this was to be able to protect my brothers when they played in a match. But its shape is better than the first wisp of mist, but I don't know what shape it is. I'm sorry, Dahlia. Yeah, but it looks like it has wings. I feel like it's a bird. What kind of bird is it? It's Dahlia's patronus, so I'm sure it's a beautiful bird. Regarding the effect of my spell learning, I couldn't express too many good words. It did produce something resembling a silver mist. Considering that even this mist didn't appear at first, it could be said that some progress had been made. But that was all. With this, I couldn't protect my brother and Dahlia simultaneously. At most, it was just me protecting myself, and that was irrelevant since I wasn't affected by Dementors. If I couldn't protect my brother and Dahlia, it was meaningless. My patronus acquisition was completely stagnant. This won't do. What, exactly, is enough? I muttered my dissatisfaction under my breath so they wouldn't hear me. However, he must have noticed the dissatisfied expression on my face. Dahlia poked my patronus and spoke to me in a bright voice. Anyway, this patronus charm is quite difficult. I knew it was a hard spell, but I didn't expect even Dahlia to master it easily. Professor Lupin can cast this kind of magic often. After all, isn't that professor a great teacher? Dahlia was a kind child after all. I felt this was a rather forced topic change, but I could tell she was trying to change my mood in her own way. At Dahlia's concern, my expression suddenly changed from dissatisfaction to a smile. I was happy. I truly felt happy now. The House of Malfoy loved me, even though they knew I was a monster. And there was my dearest friend Dahlia. I had never experienced happier times than those spent with them. As a living person, why would I be accepted by others? Could I seek happiness? After all, spending time with Dahlia and my family made me happy. Nothing appeared when I cast the spell while thinking about murder, so I was sure this was what made me happy. Hope and happiness might be completely different things. Therefore, the reason my patronus was incomplete was that something was wrong with me. I withdrew my dissatisfied expression and responded to Dahlia's kindness with a wry smile. That's right, as Dahlia said, this spell is difficult for even an average adult to learn. At least, the defense against the dark arts teacher up until now probably hasn't mastered it. Compared to last year's imposter, I know this is impolite. Even so, Professor Lupin is definitely an excellent teacher. I'm happy, Dahlia. I finally found a good teacher. I obediently nodded, following Dahlia's words. I thought he was a very excellent teacher. I am a werewolf, and when he noticed that, he gave me a slightly annoyed look, but as long as I ignored that, I could say his class was better than any other teacher's. I looked forward to Professor Lupin's class the most, as he was also the teacher who taught me my favorite subject, defense against the dark arts. This wasn't just my perspective, it seemed to be Dahlia's and my brother's perspective too. Only, you're dressed so shabbily, exposing the tattered state of your heart. But more importantly, Dahlia, have you been worried about that guy lately? Did something happen to him? If so, no, it's fine, big brother. What can I say? I just received some intelligence that's a bit difficult to handle. Don't worry, this won't put me at a disadvantage. If anything, Professor Lupin is the only one who has run into trouble. Well, if I call it a problem, then it is a problem. I see. If Dahlia says so, then it's fine for now. But if anything happens, be sure to let me know. I don't want to just wait like last year. Although he seemed a little worried about me, he was also worried about my professor. He might have been uncomfortable with the way he looked at me and my slightly indifferent attitude. However, it had never been pursued so strongly. He probably thought he was no longer worried about my existence as much as last year, nor was he truly worried that severely. As a result, despite their concerns, they still wholeheartedly supported my enjoyment. I was truly glad that the defense against the dark arts teacher was serious this year. If this year's professor had been the same as last year's, I would not have had any more expectations for this school. My brothers also pulled me out of this topic that would continue to torment me. It was because of Professor Lupin that I enjoyed this year's defense against the dark arts class, and my brothers cheered me on. That's why it was so strange. Why was Professor Snape so hostile towards Professor Lupin? Why could they create a werewolf destroyer yet treat werewolves as criminals? And, Mr. Malfoy, please forgive me for interrupting your conversation. Snape asked me to deliver a message. He wants me to go to the laboratory immediately. Why are you so persistent in wanting me to reveal my secret? Suddenly, some words brought frustration to my happy world. When my attention turned to the voice, I saw a male student who had just returned to the common room standing there, wearing a terrified expression. Although he couldn't read my expression, he seemed to sense that the circulating air had turned icy. He continued speaking, his face growing paler. I didn't want to tell Mr. Malfoy this either. But, the person is a professor, and I have no choice. Anyway, Snape was just in a bad mood. Come to the laboratory, I have something for you. Well, I told you. Then the male student left, leaving only us in the common room. However, the previous calm atmosphere was gone. Professor Snape was definitely doing extra things these days. Now that I think about it, Snape said something similar in class that day. I didn't expect him to actually summon me. Dahlia said something about werewolves. So, why would Dahlia be punished? Yeah, and the thing you want me to move is the same as before, right? I should be able to move it myself. The confused voices of the two brothers echoed in the common room. Both of them seemed curious about Professor Snape's illogical behavior, but I couldn't answer either of those questions, because even I didn't understand what Professor Snape was thinking. Nevertheless, there's no point in thinking about this. I can only assume this isn't a punishment, but a reprieve. Now, big brother, I'm going to leave my seat for a while, and I'll be back shortly after delivering the potion. I had no choice but to go. To be honest, this wasn't a punishment, so there wouldn't be any particular issue if I ignored the professor's request. However, in this situation, Professor Snape might not hand over the potion to Professor Lupin. I couldn't imagine doing such a thing during a full moon, but unfortunately, it wasn't the time of the full moon now. The medicine was like a preventative measure. If I didn't come, there was nothing that could be done, and Professor Snape might not bring the potion to harass me. It was so dangerous, the current professor didn't even know what he was doing. I remembered the look of hatred on Professor Snape's face that day, and after exchanging a few words with my brothers, I quickly left the common room to complete the potion delivery quickly. Professor Lupin's perspective. I knew Severus hated me deeply, and so he should. I don't think James, Peter, and Sirius were good to Severus. We were just kids during those beautiful student days. He became arrogant and intoxicated by his own talent. Looking back, there were many things that made you wonder why you would do that. I felt he caused a lot of trouble, especially for Severus. Although he did some disgusting things to us, considering what we did to him, it was still endearing. So I understood why he hated me. If I thought I would be treated kindly, I was wrong. I used to be a bully and also a werewolf. It would be strange if he wasn't wary of me, but that didn't mean, Professor, this is a gift. There was something about him that made it impossible for me to accept that he would harass me like this. Although the full moon had passed and I no longer transformed into a wolf at night, my health hadn't fully recovered. So I locked myself in my room to rest, but what I heard was spoken by the student I was currently most wary of and most afraid of, delivering something to me. There was only one thing this could be, without needing to think. Severus had once again asked Dahlia Malfoy to deliver the wolf potion, revealing my true identity to her. No matter how much he hated me or suspected me of being Sirius's accomplice, I didn't think this was going too far. I didn't think giving a lecture on werewolves was a good idea, but honestly, this seemed a bit inappropriate. Perhaps Dumbledore was most wary of this child because she was a mysterious child who showed concern for her brother, but since Dumbledore told me to be careful, I had to be careful. Severus said. I sighed, making sure the person on the other side of the door didn't hear me, and then I made up my mind and called them in. Thank you, Dahlia. Can you come in? Yes, I apologize. The door slowly opened. Sure enough, the person outside was Dahlia Malfoy, a girl with silver white hair and pale golden eyes. Holding a steaming goblet in one hand, she walked into the werewolf's room without hesitation. Then she placed the goblet on the nearby table. I heard you weren't feeling well last class, but your complexion looks good now. I'm glad you're feeling better. What illness did you have? But please take care of yourself. Now, here is Professor Snape's potion. Now. She forcefully spoke some vague lines and then tried to leave the room. I quickly called out to her. Wait, Dahlia. It was the same last time, but although you went to all the trouble to bring it to me, I couldn't give you anything in return. I don't know, how about a cup of tea? If I let her go, I would have to be afraid of this child forever. I had been keeping an eye on Dahlia Malfoy recently. Perhaps, because of the existence of the Wolfsbane potion, she had discovered my secret. That's why I was full of wariness and fear towards her. If people were told I was a werewolf, I would be kicked out of this job. No, I was afraid of being fired from my teaching position, and what was more terrifying was the potential trouble it might cause Dumbledore, who had recommended me. She was from the House of Malfoy. If they discovered the principal had a werewolf as a professor, he would definitely use it as an excuse to attack Dumbledore. This was something that shouldn't happen. I called Dahlia again, and she still ignored my gaze. I needed to see if she truly didn't know who I was. If she knew, I could figure out her intentions, and also to understand the difference between the girl Dumbledore spoke of and the girl I felt, her strangeness and helplessness. Of course, it's nothing much, I only have tea bags, after all, but what do you think? Although you went to great lengths for me, it would be too selfish to do nothing when I woke up. I will join you, won't you come over? Honestly, this was a gamble. It was unlikely she would accept such an obvious invitation. Harry accepted the invitation, but the situation was completely different from Dahlia's. I had figured out a way to know exactly what she was thinking, but if she didn't accept my invitation, it would be meaningless. However, what I was worried about was, I understand. Then please trust my words. All this ended in vain. Dahlia easily accepted my invitation, and then, if I ignore you again, Professor will be in distress. After muttering a few words, she sat down in the seat I indicated. Dahlia's perspective. Accepting the invitation was a careless decision. I realized this when I started having a strange tea party with the professor. Your secret will be revealed to others. For someone with a fatal secret, nothing is more painful and terrifying than this. Especially in Professor Lupin's case, I was the one who could potentially expose him. For the professor, this must be a terrifying time, and he must have been affected by his age. As a monster myself, I could understand and sympathize with Professor Lupin's fear. So I accepted the professor's simple invitation to reassure him. In fact, I wanted to return to the common room where my brothers were. However, if I ignored the professor's invitation, he would continue to look at me with that hateful expression. Even the professor didn't want to be terrified by the pending possibility. I stopped it. To make him feel better, I planned to put on a performance right in front of him that he wouldn't notice. That's what I thought. Please, Dahlia, I apologize for only offering tea bags, but please drink it. Before drinking the tea, I need to take this medicine first. This potion is very bitter. Please hand me the sand/sugar. Is it there? Suddenly, I had to face a dilemma. Professor Lupin's words made me stop moving. I couldn't give him sugar. Indeed, the wolf potion was a breakthrough medicine only recently created. As long as a werewolf drank this, he could maintain his sanity even during a full moon. It was a marvelous potion. It was the potion any werewolf would want. However, this medicine had a major drawback. As Professor Lupin said, this potion was extremely bitter. Of course, I had never tried it, but the literature said it was incredibly bitter. Moreover, due to the nature of the magic potion, sugar could not be added. But what's wrong? Is there a problem with giving me sugar? The professor asked me to give him some sugar. Contrary to his gentle tone, he looked back at the professor, who seemed to be searching for something, staring at him. The moment I saw those slightly narrowed eyes, I realized it. This was a trap. It was a trap to see if I knew about the wolf potion. For some reason, he poured me tea, seeming somewhat reluctant. I was completely caught in the professor's trap, and without realizing it, I had fallen into a helpless situation. Hearing the professor's words, my movements instantly stopped. Now, no matter how I explained it, the professor would notice. I thought desperately, regretting my failure. I had two choices: refuse, or quietly hand over the sugar. But if I didn't give him sugar, the professor would completely discover that I knew about the wolfsbane potion. Don't add sugar. I thought maybe I could use Professor Snape's words as an excuse, but it was hard to imagine the professor wouldn't tell me something so basic. Furthermore, if Professor Snape had told me, then it was strange that I hadn't mentioned it during the first delivery. It was impossible to deliver the information the first time before the full moon, and then the second time after the full moon. Forcing it might work, but it would never alleviate Professor Lupin's anxiety, it would only make him more anxious. Now, if I agreed to give him sugar, there would be a problem. This was a bigger problem than that. True, I might be able to distort what I already knew, but I had spent too much time on this decision in the first place. No matter how I explained it, it was useless. Although this was just a preventative measure, taking the potion was never a good idea. Rationality wouldn't suddenly vanish, but there were some safety concerns. That's why Professor, sugar shouldn't be added to the potion. You know that, right? There was no other way to respond. I deeply regretted accepting the professor's invitation so carelessly. At this point, the initial strategy of completely denying the professor's suspicion had completely failed. The professor is a bad person, too. How dare you test me with something like this? From my muttering, he must have realized that I had become aware of his trap. The professor slightly opened his eyes, and then, I didn't expect you to understand my intentions immediately, but you must have realized that I am a werewolf. His gaze sharpened again, showing his wariness towards me. Being trapped and not knowing what was happening was terrifying, but I guessed he also didn't like his secret being exposed. That was natural. If I found my secret was exposed, even I would fall into a slight panic. For someone as important as Dahlia, there's nothing more terrifying than being discovered by a stranger. I couldn't help but look back at the gaze I had ignored for so long. Yes, that's right. I was asked to help Professor Snape prepare this mixture. It was then that I realized it was a werewolf potion. I see. I suppose this was all part of Professor Snape's plan, after all. Suddenly, an unpleasant silence filled the room. They probably didn't know what to say to each other. The professor's gaze on me grew sharper, and I didn't know what to say to him. A kind girl like Dahlia would know what to say at a time like this, but unfortunately, I am neither as kind as her nor good at conversation. And so, a tense atmosphere continued to linger between us for a while. The first person to break it was. So, I wonder what Dahlia will do now that she knows. If she's known for a long time, she's had time to tell everyone around her. Why hasn't she told the children around me about me? This was Professor Lupin. She probably didn't expect me to answer, just asking me timidly. For the professor, this must have been a question that required courage. But my answer was simple. No, I have no intention of doing anything. I haven't told my brother, or even my parents or friends. I never intended to spread this news to others. Honestly, that was the only answer I could give, even if you asked me why. Why? I'm a werewolf. I'm talking about you, the smart one. Didn't you know how dangerous werewolves were even before Professor Snape taught you about them? Why? No matter why you ask me, if you have the wolfsbane potion, you don't have to lose your mind, so why force me to drive you away? Because I could only answer half the reason. I couldn't possibly say that, because I also had a secret. It had no choice but to be bland and lack credibility. As expected, Professor Lupin didn't look satisfied at all. The expression on his face seemed to indicate that he no longer understood me. Should I quietly give him candy? Did you think it would be worse hanging in the air? I was also a little troubled, so I took a sip of tea without thinking. But when I saw the white, misty steam rising from the tea, a good idea came to me. It turned out, come to think of it, the professor was able to use the patronus charm. That's how I was able to tell that this professor was very skilled. While the patronus on the train hadn't fully formed, there's no doubt that the professor knew some magic tricks. That's right, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With this, I could learn more from my professor, and I could rest assured that my secret wouldn't be exposed along with my spell /send/complete/su/ru/ma/. The professor wanted to know why. I thought if I gave a reason, the professor would be more at ease. As soon as I thought of this, I said it without hesitation. About a year later, my first words would begin a strange time with the professor. It seems you're still not convinced, so would you be willing to do business with me? That way, you might be a little more persuaded, right? The professor must have been surprised by the sudden request. If I wasn't good at it, I might make them even more wary, but I really wanted to learn it. The patroness charm. I want to know more. The professor's class. About the professor himself. What kind of deal is this? What exactly do you want to ask of me? I told the professor, and the professor raised his eyebrows. Can you give me a formal class and teach me the patroness charm? I'm sorry, I just can't use this spell, but the professor can teach me this spell. That's it. Why do I want you to teach me how to summon a patroness? What is happiness and wealth? I want to hear more of your classes. I'm sorry, Dumbledore, I've caused you trouble. It's all right, Remus. I should be the one apologizing. If I had told Severus more forcefully, this situation wouldn't have happened. I'm truly sorry. It was time for the students to sleep. Listening to Remus walk into the headmaster's office with a serious expression, I tried to suppress the urge to bury my head in my hands as he spoke. Severus wanted to expel Remus. I had noticed this for a long time. Severus was now filled with hatred for Sirius Black. Even before Remus became a professor, I predicted that this hatred might turn towards Remus, Sirius's former friend. However, I never expected them to take such drastic measures. And, most importantly, but I didn't expect you to tell Dahlia your master's secret. Choosing her, I can only say I was too naive. I thought I could subdue Severus just by listening to him, like during Halloween, but I didn't expect that he had already revealed his secret to Dahlia at this point. It happened. In fact, Severus just had him prepare and transport potions. It's impossible for ordinary students to find out Remus's secret through such things. Wolfsbane potion is a recently invented medicine. The students who know of its existence I can count on one hand, but there's no doubt that Dahlia Malfoy is among these people. I can't imagine that she, the best student in the school, let alone the best in her year, wouldn't know about the existence of Wolfsbane potion, even though it's the newest medicine. This prediction was correct. Dahlia realized Remus was a werewolf. Thanks to Remus's quick thinking, Dahlia herself admitted it, so there was no mistake. The situation was the worst. I didn't expect Dahlia to find out. This is a terrible situation. It's hard to imagine a girl with the same temperament as Tom knowing such a secret and standing by. Lucius still wants to expel me from school, not to mention his brother is silent, so I can tell she hasn't let anyone know about Remus. However, I don't know how long this situation will last. Now, all she has to do is offer Remus a mysterious deal, but who knows when she'll change her mind. The best case scenario is that Remus will be expelled from school, and the worst case scenario is that he will be socially ostracized. Although Lucius has been removed from his directorship, his influence is still that great. I might receive some complaints from parents, but that's nothing compared to the suffering Remus might endure. Thinking of Remus being cornered by his own mistakes, he felt very sorry for him. But what should I do? I couldn't let Remus see my anxiety and regret again. Remus, who heard my murmur, couldn't hide his inner uneasiness and asked. This was a failure. Now the one truly worried was Remus, not me. When Remus looked so worried now, who could reassure him? Thinking back, I tried to put on a relieved expression and answered him. It's all right, Master doesn't need to worry. Fortunately, there's no doubt that Dahlia hasn't revealed any information about Master to anyone yet. Why does she want to use the patroness charm? I don't know if she wants to learn it by offering you a deal, but at least she has a chance to learn this spell. So you think it's okay if I agree to her terms? What if I teach her the patroness charm? The eagle nodded to Remus and continued. Yes, or rather, this is the only way. And, depending on how you look at it, this is a very good opportunity. How much do we know about Dahlia? Becoming her person, her books, her wishes, and even how she was involved in the Chamber of Secrets. There's so much we don't know about her, Remus. I want you to learn more about her. She's wary of me and doesn't let me see what's on her mind. I don't want you to know about Dahlia. During our investigation, I will notify the directors in case your identity is exposed. Even I, who said this, knew it was just a comfort. However, while this was to please Remus, it didn't mean he was handing everything over to Remus. In fact, I thought this was a very good opportunity. The patroness charm requires everyone's happy memories. Then, an animal with the unique shape of that person appears, matching the shape of that memory. As long as Remus asks her to teach him, Remus will have many opportunities to learn about Dahlia's happiness. This is definitely a good way to understand her personality. Or in fact, even though she is excellent, she is dangerous enough to give birth to a patroness. For the future, I must know this. Her essence, what she wants, and her true danger. For the future of my children, I must never create a second Lord Voldemort. I see. If you say so. Perhaps my words had an effect. I nodded to Remus, whose expression was different from before, somewhat relieved, and he looked blankly out the window of the headmaster's office. It was dark outside because it was late, but I knew it was still dark outside. I looked at the cloudy sky, where even the stars were obscured, and murmured softly, "The weather is bad at this time of year. At this rate, when we go to Hogsmeade this weekend, it seems it will be cloudy." Outside, the gloomy, cloudy sky foreshadowed our future. Dahlia's perspective. Finally, the time has come. It had been a few days since Gryffindor's crushing defeat. The weekend had finally arrived, and I couldn't help but hum with excitement. Because today, it's cold outside. Dahlia, if you don't mind, could you please hold my hand? It might be warmer there. This was my first time going to Hogsmeade with Dahlia. Although the sun was blocked by the thick clouds covering the sky, Dahlia still held a parasol just in case. He was dressed in black clothes, contrasting sharply with his hair and skin, and he extended his hand to me with a blank expression and a hint of awkwardness on his face. No, he was so cute I was going to get a nosebleed, I thought, as I grabbed Dahlia's gloved hand. "Ah, this is happiness." Dahlia said being with me made her happy, and I felt the same way. Casual conversation with your favorite best friend, spending time together. If we don't call this happiness, what do we call it? Feeling a small sense of happiness, I responded to Dahlia, who was holding my hand and had a slightly relaxed expression. "Of course, Dahlia. Look, it's so warm holding hands like this. Anyway, I'm glad it's cloudy today. With this, we can go anywhere." For most students, a sunny day like last time was the best day for Hogsmeade. The students around looked up at the grey sky, all with a hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. But for Dahlia, me, and Draco, things were different. For Dahlia, who couldn't be exposed to sunlight, this cloudy day was the best weather. Today was a perfect day for Hogsmeade. The members who had always been attached to Draco and Dahlia split up according to Draco's orders, making today perfect. Dahlia also seemed to be in a good mood after reading the letter this morning, and Draco was Draco. Dahlia looked in a good mood, and his cheeks were swollen. Everything in perfect place. Contrary to the weather, today might be a cloudless day. "Yes, Dahlia, brother, please stay behind me. I hope I can get through here," Dahlia warned us in a quiet but tense voice. In front of her gaze, a towering dark shadow appeared. Dementors guarded the path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Perhaps because Dumbledore's threat was effective, they wouldn't attack us like on the train, but I could still tell they wanted to drain us of our happiness. He looked at us thoughtfully, with his usual indifference. As the Dementors approached, the faces of the students around us gradually turned pale, just like ours. Hogsmeade was fun as long as you passed through this area, but if you didn't have a strong heart, you'd find yourself wanting to turn back. Although it hadn't reached the point of breaking me, it didn't feel good at all. However, in such a situation, this is really a disgusting creature. It's always related to me, just like last time, only Dahlia remained expressionless. It was as if the Dementors were aware of their presence. Dahlia continued walking, as if supporting Draco and me, while emitting a repulsive whisper towards the Dementors. When I finally got past them and reached a place where no cold air could be felt. "Brother, Dahlia, I'm sorry my patroness isn't complete yet. If it doesn't work well, it might endanger my brothers." "How are you feeling?" he asked with an annoyed expression. Of course, we knew her anger wasn't directed at us. She was frustrated because she couldn't protect us, and she wasn't affected by the Dementors. Because of our helplessness, Dahlia's precious day was ruined. To prevent Dahlia's consciousness from further turning towards the Dementors, Draco and I, whose emotions were gradually recovering, immediately reacted. "No, it's fine. Look, you've done very well. Isn't Draco the same? I'm not afraid of those people at all. Most importantly, Dahlia, is there anywhere you want to go? I rehearsed it last time we went. I don't know where I want to go, but if you have a place, I can take you anywhere." This might be quite unreasonable. As for Draco, the truth is questionable. During the last trip to Hogsmeade, Draco returned to the common room before anyone else. As he said, he probably just wanted to buy candy for Dahlia. I don't think he even previewed Hogsmeade Village. However, even if he told such a lie, I could see that he didn't want to hurt Dahlia's decision to go to Hogsmeade. Dahlia didn't know if she could go to Hogsmeade next time because of the sunshine. How could such a great opportunity on a cloudy day be ruined by Dementus and us useless people? I don't know if this feeling was conveyed to you, but it's good to be able to say so much. After sighing, Dahlia also put away her annoyed expression. Dahlia silently handed us chocolate and then continued, "Is that where you want to go? To be honest, anywhere I can go with you two is fine, but, well, let's go to Honeyduke's first. If you go there, your brothers have been there too, probably." I couldn't hear the last part because it was too quiet, but now we had decided on our first destination. "Yes, it's Honeyduke's, so, Draco, please give me a tour." "HMPH, you don't need to tell me. Come on, Dahlia, let's go." Draco and I walked forward, as if pulling Dahlia. The pale and annoyed expressions from before were no longer on everyone's faces. We walked towards Hogsmeade Village with happy faces, as if avoiding the Dementors. We were a little too excited. Going to Hogsmeade for the first time with my best friends. Draco, Dahlia, and I were a little excited about this. Once we overcame the Dementors, nothing could stop us from now on. I once had this misunderstanding. We needed to be wary not only of the Dementors but also of the students around us. Draco's perspective. As last time, Honeyduke's was very crowded. There were too many people at the entrance to walk straight. It should be like this. Hogsmeade has many things to see, but this is a place all students must visit. Because here, there are many kinds of candy. I've never seen these, but are they sold by muggles? They had all kinds of candy, including candy from the muggle world and the magic world. Dahlia probably wasn't very interested in sweets, and she looked around in surprise at the sweets lined up in the crowded space. Sticky nugget, pink coconut ice, and honey-colored toffee, a large barrel filled with hundreds of chocolates, hundreds of flavored beans, and fizzy sweets. Besides the signs that read special effects, there were also candies with names that sounded like they would be hilarious if you tried them. Due to the special circumstances, we will act according to the situation. It wasn't just Dahlia whose eyes were sparkling, all the students who came in from Hogwarts were pressing against the shelves, drooling. I held Dahlia's hand as I spoke, so that we wouldn't get separated from Dahlia. "It's very crowded here, Dahlia. You're not planning to buy candy, are you? If so, let's look at the back. There seem to be fewer people there." Dahlia stopped here just for sightseeing. If you are not interested in sweets, there is no need to stay in a crowded space. The things in the back are not ordinary candies, but things that cannot even be eaten, so students are rarely seen there. Considering this, I invited Dahlia to the back. Unusual taste. When I left, I regretted my decision. Next to it was a bottle containing something called cockroach goso bean paste, which I doubted anyone would eat. Below the slogan Dahlia read aloud, there was a tray containing candies that seemed to be for tasting. The candy was blood red, like blood, and it was obvious at a glance that it was made by a demon. Candy that tastes like blood. Dahlia and I exchanged glances, while Dahlia looked at the candy in confusion. Even without words, we could understand what the other wanted to say. We both thought it best to get Dahlia out of here as soon as possible. The vampire blood flowing in Dahlia's veins was only half. Dahlia believed this proved she was not a member of the House of Malfoy, and her mood had been complicated since she learned her secret as a child. That was probably the reason. When Dahlia thought of herself as a vampire, there was always a hint of sadness on her face. Yes, even at this very moment. Dahlia and I exchanged glances and immediately wanted to raise our voices to distract Dahlia. Ever since the Dementors appeared at the school gate, such things had happened today. But I had no choice but to do this. Let today be Dahlia's best day. But, well, now, let's go out. This isn't the only place you should go in Hogsmeade. Dahlia's whispered words interrupted him. When I turned my head in a panic, I found Dahlia, who was staring expressionlessly at the blood-red candy, seemingly having made up her mind. Dahlia's perspective. Today was my first time going to Hogsmeade. At the same time, this might be the only trip to Hogsmeade in my life. As expected, I didn't think this would be the only day in my remaining 4 years of student life with weather suitable for Hogsmeade, but I certainly didn't know when the next time would be. There weren't many days without sunshine. My brothers probably knew this too. Everywhere I looked, I could see them hoping I would fully enjoy one of my few trips to Hogsmeade. Parkinson, who usually acted with us, acted separately because of my brother's kindness, so that I wouldn't have to be so wary of my surroundings. It was truly a beautiful morning. This morning I received Professor Lupin's reply that I could teach, and my mood reached its peak before going to Hogsmeade. But, well, then, let's go out. This isn't the only place you should go in Hogsmeade. Why do such things happen repeatedly? I had anticipated the Dementors appearing near the school gate. They came to Hogwarts to capture Sirius Black. Since Black was not captured, it was natural for them to be sitting there. So, since the Patronus charm was not yet complete, I could only give up halfway on the Dementors. Not only could he not protect his brothers, but he paid more attention to me. Knowing this, I deceived myself into thinking that as long as I got past the Dementors, it would be a good day. But, that's right. Dahlia, next time we'll go to the Three Broomsticks. It's still a while until it snows, but it's still cold outside today. Let's drink some butterbeer. I suppressed my enjoyment more than once. I deeply regretted the change in my expression. It seemed to be candy for vampires. My brothers saw my expression was a little distorted. Of course, my brothers, who could read my expression, couldn't help but worry. The two brothers began to speak in a somewhat desperate manner. Like the Dementors, these words desperately tried to distract me. It's not that I don't like being considerate. I just can't stand my brothers not being able to enjoy Hogsmeade because of me. I need to do something. Although my brothers have helped me, if this continues, everything will be ruined. Stop making your brothers worry about you. I made up my mind and interrupted my brother. Dahlia, brother, I'm fine, don't worry too much. After making sure no one was around, he glared at the blood-flavored candy. Now, unlike the Dementors, we can still recover, because it is a vampire. This fact proves that there is not a drop of Malfoy blood in my veins, but don't I have a more terrifying secret than this? Although Dahlia knew I was a vampire, she still stayed by my side. In the Chamber of Secrets, he still called me a friend, even if my brothers continued to call me family, despite me being a vampire. Of course, my body cannot let others know, but fortunately, there are no students around. In that case, I no longer have to worry about being a vampire in front of these two people. What I should be worried about is something else. Will this affect the enjoyment between brother and Dahlia? I deceived myself into taking a piece of candy while looking at my surprised brothers. A blood-red candy, looking delicious. Hermione's perspective. What souvenir do you want to buy for Harry? I want something different from last time. Yes, in that case, let's buy some from the back corner this time. Some things are questionable as to whether they can be eaten, but, well, as a souvenir it should be fine. I have to make Harry happy, so I'll give him a little excitement. If you have it, you'll feel better. We headed to Honeydukes under a cloudy sky to buy souvenirs for Harry. There were many other places to go in Hogsmeade, but this time I couldn't miss this one either. Honeydukes has such a wide variety of desserts that you can't finish them all by visiting just once. When I thought of Harry, I felt a little regretful, leaving the worried Harry and enjoying Hogsmeade alone. But even though I knew this, my love for Hogsmeade never diminished. That's why I said to Ron, even though the content was interesting, Ron, if what you buy is too strange, Harry will be scared to death. Let's buy strange things next time. Harry is very unstable now. Let's go, let's hurry. Oh, there are many other places to go. We walked through Hogsmeade Village, having an innocent conversation. The students around us were just as excited as we were. Almost all students above third year came. Everywhere I looked, 360 degrees, I could see Hogwarts students. Most importantly, in this weather, perhaps he/she will also. My steps unconsciously lightened. She had been living a repressed life for over a year, and today she could finally enjoy life outside the castle, which made me very happy. And this prediction was correct to some extent. She must be enjoying it. Her beloved brothers and best friends. For her, Hogsmeade must be a very interesting place to spend time with these two people, but I couldn't predict her expression and emotions. Chapter 121, Leaking Secrets. This day, I would get to know her new expression. Hey, who is that? No, who is that? No, but why does she have that expression? Can she even make an expression like that? This change happened suddenly. Just as we were about to reach Honeydukes, the surrounding noise disappeared, and the students suddenly started whispering. I was startled. Everyone was looking at the shop entrance with shocked expressions, and some students inside even had flushed cheeks. Without a doubt, something was happening up ahead. Did something happen at Honeydukes? When we looked up at the source of the commotion, it was reflected in our eyes. Ron and I, like the students around us, widened our eyes in surprise, because Miss Malfoy was standing right at the entrance of Honeydukes, and she had the brightest smile I had ever seen on her face. It wasn't a cruel smile like a Bogart's, but the brilliant smile that blooms when a girl is genuinely happy. Miss Malfoy. The situation was so serious that I continued to stare at Miss Malfoy as if time had stopped. Her smile was so stunning. Miss Malfoy was extremely feared by those around her. Perhaps it was because her family was the House of Malfoy, but maybe the main reason was that she was always expressionless. She was very beautiful, but everyone was intimidated by the way she looked at people, as if she were looking at stones or something. That must be the reason. When she stopped being her usual expressionless self and showed a genuinely happy smile, her destructive power was enormous. Seeing Miss Malfoy's smiling face, we stood still as if trapped. We were speechless at this beauty, which seemed to be unique in this world. At the same time, "Brother, Dahlia, let's hurry up." Only Miss Malfoy's voice echoed around the area. Miss Malfoy walked away from Honeydukes as if fleeing, accompanied by Greengrass and Draco, whose cheeks were as flushed as the rest of ours. We were the only ones left there, staring blankly in the direction Miss Malfoy had disappeared. Although this was his second time visiting Hogsmeade, the Gryffindor students who were about to attend defense against the dark arts class looked unwell. The reason, of course, was because he remembered the most painful lesson Snape had given him last time. If Snape is teaching this class too, I'm definitely taking sick leave. Hearing Ron's words, everyone, including me, nodded silently. Of course, that's why the class was the worst that time. The thought of Snape teaching again made his stomach churn. Although it wasn't a combined class with Slytherin this time, he didn't like anything that he didn't like. However, this worry ultimately proved unfounded. For some reason, I was in the classroom. "Hermione, can you check who is in the classroom? If it's Snape, I'm going to the infirmary. I'm allergic to Snape." "Yes, yes, yes, it looks okay." "Huh? Hermione, is something wrong with peeking inside? Come in quickly." Unlike Snape, Professor Lupin was the best class I had ever taken. The professor seemed very ill, his worn robes were ragged, and he had large dark circles under his eyes. However, the professor's kind smile remained the same, and he smiled and asked a question as we sat down. "I apologize for not being able to come to class last time. I am not a very strong person, so I usually break down once a month. However, Professor Snape, who taught our class, has always been excellent since he was a student." "How was your class?" Professor Lupin's smile seemed to ease the tension, and everyone simultaneously began venting their grievances. "Please listen to me, Professor." Professor Snape suddenly started teaching a werewolf lesson. What kind of idiotic weakness does a werewolf have? We couldn't answer that Dahlia Malfoy at all. Hermione was the only one who knew, and Snape actually ignored it. It makes me angry just thinking about it now. He even gave us homework. He isn't even the defense against the dark arts teacher. 2 rolls of parchment. Professor Lupin frowned at the display of dissatisfaction. Severus, he wasn't satisfied with just Dahlia, so he actually did something like that. And he didn't answer Dahlia either. What exactly was he thinking? After muttering a few words, he recovered his original smile and spoke to us, who were all looking displeased. "All right. Werewolf is too early for third-year students, and you don't have to write the homework report. I will go talk to Professor Snape." The students cheered in unison. After all, Professor Lupin was an excellent teacher, unlike Snape. Ron had copied Hermione's work, and I had copied Ron's report, so I had already finished the assignment, but Snape would ridicule me no matter what I submitted, so I wouldn't have any more homework. I never overcame it. Hermione was the only one who created our original manuscript. That's right. I was already writing it. She had a very disappointed expression on her face. And so, with Hermione's painful cry, Professor Lupin's wonderful defense against the dark arts class began again. The subsequent lesson was as interesting as always. The creature the professor brought this time was called a hinkpunk, a very interesting creature, far more engaging than a werewolf. Just from this one class, you could see how brilliant Professor Lupin's teaching was. Even if Snape stood on his head, he couldn't teach such an interesting class. Moreover, the professor. "All right, that's all for class. You all did very well this time too. And Harry, can you stay behind for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." He also tried to encourage the depressed students. After the professor confirmed that all the students except me had left the classroom, he spoke to me in a gentle voice. "I'm sorry you left me, but I couldn't help but worry. I heard about the match, and about the broom. I'm very sorry about that. Couldn't the broom be repaired?" "No, it was smashed into pieces by the whomping willow. They said it couldn't be fixed." Although a few days had passed, I still felt depressed thinking about what had happened during that match. Honestly, it wasn't a pleasant topic. However, unlike the previous tea party with the professor, I wasn't angry that the professor brought up such a topic. On the contrary, a weaker voice came out naturally. Perhaps it was because I was confident that the professor would give me some kind of answer. When I admitted that the thing I feared most was a dementor, the professor definitely wanted to say something. I'm impressed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, because that is what you are afraid of. The last tea party was interrupted by Dahlia Malfoy's intrusion, but if I continued like this, the professor would give me the words I wanted. That's how I felt. My heart had not calmed down. However, compared to last time, my trust in the professor had grown stronger. When I was at my lowest point, the professor gave me a glimmer of hope. I wanted someone to prove to me that I wasn't weak. This trust was not misplaced. The professor sighed at my answer and then began to speak in a calm tone. That tree. Actually, that whooping willow was planted when I was in high school, and it's a truly violent thing. Students were almost ripped to shreds by it. I don't know. I don't think any broom could survive. And it's not just the broom. Harry, I heard he was attacked by a dementor during the match. Yes, I see. Then it's no wonder you fell off your broom. It wasn't your fault. The dementors have been annoyed lately, and they don't like the fact that they can't enter the castle. Apparently, at this point, the professor paused, then continued speaking as if he had seen through my mind. Harry, I couldn't tell you last time, but you said dementors were the most terrifying thing. Perhaps this is why you misunderstood and thought you were weak. Isn't that what you're doing? Yes, Professor, is it because I am weak that I am easily affected by dementors? He saw through my worries, which I hadn't even told my best friend Ron, and I couldn't help but answer affirmatively. The professor nodded at me, looking more serious than I had ever seen him before. This was not the fatigue Dahlia Malfoy had shown after giving me the medicine, but a sympathy for me hidden in plain sight. That is a misunderstanding. The reason you are affected by dementors is not because you are weak. In fact, you are stronger than anyone your age. Even Dumbledore thinks so. However, the reason you are more susceptible to dementors than other humans is because your past holds a kind of horror that no one else has ever experienced. Dementors drain the happiness from those around them. All your positive emotions, including your good mood and happy memories, are sucked away. And your end could even be like theirs, an empty shell without a soul. This brings back only the worst experiences. Harry, when you were attacked by the dementor, could you hear any sounds? Yes, that's right. When they got close to me, I heard a sound. The sound of a woman desperately begging for my life, and the sound of someone trying to kill that person. The sound was probably. After saying that, I finally knew whose voice it was. The worst experience Professor Lupin mentioned. When I begged for mercy, I heard a voice mocking me somewhere. I could only think of one thing. I don't know why I only noticed it now. Because the worst experience of my life was. I understand. That's right, that voice was my mother's. She was desperately trying to protect me from Lord Voldemort. There was no other way but to lose my parents. I thought that was a terrible story. Why did I have to go through these unreasonable circumstances? In the end, I could only hear my mother's desperate voice, and until now, I couldn't even recognize that it was my mother's voice. Professor, that's right. The sound I heard was Lord Voldemort killing my mother. The professor did not immediately respond to my answer. But perhaps this was expected, as there was no surprise in his eyes. As always, the professor just looked at me with sympathetic eyes. Lupin's perspective. He really is a strong child. Although his situation can only be described as tragic, he still faces his weaknesses and circumstances and continues with his life. It was just that he didn't have time during the last tea party, but normally he is an honest boy who can calmly examine himself. He is definitely James and Lily's child. This is completely different from me, who is full of regret and despair. Although he accepted the identity of a werewolf, he was ultimately betrayed by the friends he thought he had. I spoke softly to Harry, hiding the sadness in my heart, so that you don't live a life full of regret like mine. Although I don't know when Dahlia will kick me out of Hogwarts, I still hope to provide some help to Harry. I see. After all, that's how it is. In that case, you don't need to feel ashamed. Your worst experience is far more painful than anyone else's. Any man would fall off a broom if faced with such a thing. You should never feel ashamed. Yes, Harry replied with a single word, then fell silent. That's understandable. Although he is a strong boy, this is a bit cruel for a 13-year-old boy like Harry. No one would be happy remembering the scene of their parents being murdered. For a moment, the classroom was silent, with only 2 people remaining. Even when Harry opened his mouth again. Do you also have every sound bring up your worst memory, like me? If that's the case, Azkaban must be a very terrible place. Sure enough, it was just a gloomy voice. I tried to keep my voice gentle as I answered. Ah, yes, not everyone is as good as you, but it brings back my worst memories. This wasn't just a lie said to comfort Harry. Actually, I also. Remus, I know this is hard to believe, but please calm down and listen. Sirius, no, Siusblack was imprisoned in Azkaban as a traitor. He chose to follow his blood rather than his friends. James and Lily weren't enough, he could even kill Peter with his own hands. Because it brings back the worst memories. Most importantly, in that moment, everything I thought I could believe in crumbled beneath my feet. Silence returned to the room. Harry seemed preoccupied, and for a moment, I felt my consciousness overwhelmed by deep regret. Although it was originally meant to cheer Harry up, this was truly a sad story for me. That was probably the reason. Finally, the silence was broken again. Professor, there's something I want to ask of you. Please teach me how to get rid of Dementors. Harry was much more straightforward than me, and, unlike before, her voice carried a direct determination. He was definitely a much stronger boy than me. You drove them away on the train, didn't you? Then you must know how to defend against them. If you're right, then I'm weak-willed and affected by Dementors. I don't think it's because of them, but I don't want to lose my mind because of them again. I don't want to lose the game because of them. Most importantly, my mother is dying. I don't want to hear the sound of time. So, Professor, please. Harry's earnest wish echoed in the quiet classroom. On the other hand, I said, no, I'm not an expert on Dementors. But why does everyone want to learn the Patronus from me? But I understand. Yes, it's fine. I'll try. But I hope you'll wait until next semester. By then, I might be sick again. Besides, I have other things to do. I couldn't help but nod. As I said, I am not an expert on Dementors. The Patronus charm can be used by everyone in the Order of the Phoenix. Unlike me, who can only produce a Patronus, there are many people more suitable to be Harry's teacher. I don't think Harry would benefit from anything I teach him. However, I eventually nodded. For some reason. I want you to tell me. Please tell me how to summon a Patronus. What is happiness? I want to take more of your classes. He recalled the voices of the students, who, unlike Harry, were wary even of Dumbledore. The wishes of these two people, regardless of their position, character, personality, or gender, should have been diametrically opposed, but the only commonality was the seriousness of their tone. Dahlia's perspective. 2 weeks before the end of the semester. Until recently, it had been so muddy outside, but on this day, the campus had turned into a world of pure white. Christmas was approaching. Last year I couldn't go home because of those silly redheads, but this year I would be able to go home and reunite with my family without any problems. Even if the entire castle was decorated as luxuriously as Christmas, the place where my family was the most beautiful, warmest, and happiest place for me, and now Hogwarts had become a difficult place for me to live, so the situation was even worse. Because, Mom, will Mr. Malfoy be going to Hogsmeade next time? If so, I definitely want to go too. No, I have a prior engagement. Due to my skin condition, I can't move around much. Also, I don't know if it will be possible that day. I'm sorry, but I hope you can find someone else. Please. Since my last visit to Hogsmeade, the number of people who talked to me had increased slightly, and everyone was blushing for some reason. Of course, the fact that people around me were afraid of me hadn't changed. Many people inside and outside the dormitory looked at my expressionless face with horror. However, among those students, one student suddenly appeared whose reaction was unprecedented. The people who witnessed my expression in Hogsmeade were probably mainly Slytherins. Nothing was more frustrating than this. Even if you immediately fled the scene, you couldn't erase the fact of being seen. After all, there was a mistake in eating candy. I panicked, not wanting to affect my brother's enjoyment, so I did something extremely unreasonable. No matter how delicious, tasty, or beautiful those candies looked, I shouldn't have eaten there. Thanks to this, I was noticed by some strange people who wanted to see my facial expressions instead of my blank expression. All in all, I wanted to know what was so funny about seeing my smile. The spacious hall, decorated with shimmering lights. Some Slytherins began to invite me to Hogsmeade, while others watched me from afar with flushed cheeks. Looking at this chaotic scene, I couldn't help but sigh, mixed with hostility and some unknown emotions. Tired of those annoying stares, I called out to Dahlia, who was staring blankly at the interaction between me and the male students. Dahlia, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go back to the dormitory now. Is there anything wrong? No, nothing. I'm just angry at those people who change their attitude with just one expression. I never had any faith in them anyway. Huh? Did you say something? Nothing. Dahlia doesn't care, and neither do I. Now, let's go. Dahlia mumbled something, announced that she was cutting off my pursuit, and then started to move forward. I didn't understand what he was saying, but since Dahlia said so, I didn't pursue it too deeply and decided to only talk about what had just happened. However, the opportunities to go to Hogsmeade are surprisingly many. The next one is just before the Christmas holidays, and exams are next semester, so I guess it's inevitable that it will be settled in the first half of the year. Yeah, it's already the third time. I thought there would be fewer. Let's go together next time. Yes, of course, there are more people this time, but let's try to stay together. With Christmas approaching, it was likely to snow on the next Hogsmeade trip. Although the weather wasn't as perfect as a cloudy day, it was still relatively safe for me to go out. In fact, if I missed this opportunity, I might never be able to do so again. Of course, just because the weather was good didn't mean the next Hogsmeade would be as perfect as the last. There were still Dementors at the school gate, and unlike last time, there would be other companions besides my older brother and Dahlia. As expected, I couldn't continue to ignore people from the sacred 28 like Crabbe and Goyle. Being too close was a problem, but we also couldn't afford the consequences of our relationship deteriorating. I needed to maintain a reasonable distance from them to avoid causing trouble for my father. However, even with such drawbacks, although it's only been half a year, it feels like time has passed so quickly this year. It's already Christmas. As long as I could be with Dahlia and my brother, it seemed like a good time. Outside the window, white snow was still falling. In my experience, unpleasant things usually happen during the snowy season. The secrets of your body, the twisted nature deep within you, and temporarily saying goodbye to Dahlia and others. I originally thought it would be a time full of good memories, but because of last year, the bad memories grew larger. But well, I think this year will be better, because in my hand, it's warm. Yes, I like it very much. Because my best friend's palm was in my hand. As long as I didn't let go of this hand, I would never fall into anxiety. Because of my appointment with Professor Lupin and his health, it seems it will be next semester. This year, the things I least looked forward to were Hogsmeade Village and Christmas. I was really looking forward to it. I was really happy. Until today, I always thought that unless Sirius Black was caught, I wouldn't be able to go to Hogsmeade, and I would spend the rest of this year in pain. Even if Professor Lupin comforted him and taught him how to fight Dementors, this fact would never change. This is what I had been thinking. Yes, until today. On this day, the situation around me would completely change. In a good way, but also in a bad way. On this day, while I gained joy, I would also learn of incredible hatred. The weekend finally approached the Christmas holidays. That meant today was the last day of this semester for me and other students to go to Hogsmeade. There were almost no students left in the castle, and it was silent. I felt like I was left alone in the castle, a feeling I had experienced many times this year. Let's go choose a new broom. Even though this was my third time, I would never get used to this feeling of being left behind. I walked down the corridor, holding a book called How to Choose a Broom wisely given to me by Wood to pass the time, muttering to myself. The destination was the common room. While everyone was having fun in Hogsmeade, I was walking down the quiet corridor, spending a lonely time alone in the common room. However, in the end, I still couldn't go to the common room. As I approached the corridor on the 4th floor, passing a statue of a one-eyed witch with a hump on her back. Harry, over here. Suddenly, I heard a sound from behind the statue. When I turned my head, I saw Fred and George, who were supposed to be in Hogsmeade, standing there. Fred and George? What are you doing here? Didn't you go to Hogsmeade? Hurry up, don't make a sound. Come here. Then, I frantically invited him to an empty classroom nearby, and Fred smiled and said, "Well, Harry, before we go to Hogsmeade, let me share some holiday cheer with you. An early Christmas present." He handed me a piece of parchment with some words written on it. The slight sense of anticipation brought by the appearance of the two quickly dissipated. Was this another joke between Fred and George? I didn't need this, especially at a time like this, when I was in this mood. I suppressed the irritation in my heart and asked in a slightly sharp voice, "What exactly is this? To me, it's just parchment." However, the two ignored my annoyance and continued with a somewhat triumphant expression. "Just parchment? That can't be true, can it? This is the secret to success. If you have this, you can do anything. You can go out at night without being seen, and conversely, you can find people walking at night. We can do it too. Didn't we tell you last year that we knew Dahlia Malfoy went out at night? It's precisely because of this parchment that we were able to hide it from Dumbledore and that guy. I've already obtained evidence that he was involved in the Chamber of Secrets. That's right. It's truly amazing. Actually, I didn't want to give it to you, but you need this now, not us. Besides, we've already memorized the contents. While I was silent, the two continued to speak incomprehensible words. To be honest, at that time, I wasn't really listening to what they were saying. That parchment, no matter how you looked at it, was just parchment, and no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a clumsy prank played by the two of them. So I raised my voice, trying to interrupt them. At that time, I'm grateful that both of you are encouraging me. I swear, I'm the one who planned the bad things. What was once just parchment had changed. Before I could speak, George took out his wand and lightly touched the parchment. The moment he uttered what seemed to be a password, letters began to appear where there had only been parchment before. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs. This is a proud item brought to you by a merchant, a supplier to us magical pranksters. India, world, land, map. It was a map showing the entire Hogwarts castle and grounds. From this moment on, my days of waiting for everyone were over. Dahlia's perspective. The last trip to Hogsmeade before the end of the semester. Snow clouds completely blocked the sunlight, making the weather almost perfect. But when it came to the members around him, they were far from perfect. Amidst the falling snowflakes, as I looked at the mansion with interest, Parkinson's vague words came from behind me. Hey, Draco, I'm afraid to stay here any longer. So, can we? Next time, why don't the two of us go to Madame Puddifoot's shop? Let's go there for some tea. The two of them. I won't go to that pink shop. If you have to go, go alone. What you heard was a conversation that would make you sigh. In a sense, I was even impressed by her ability to market such transparent flattery. However, this scene unfolding behind me was by no means someone else's problem. I also had no ability to send a rescue ship for my brother, because... So, Dahlia, shall we go to Madame Puddifoot's shop ourselves? They have hot drinks there. With Dahlia, I can endure that kind of interior decoration. If Dahlia goes, I'll go too. Oh, me too. Because I was in a similar situation. Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode had feelings for my brother, but others had feelings for me. Since I had an umbrella, the distance wasn't that close, but being trapped was still annoying. Dahlia, the only one who could get me out of this situation, wasn't here now, saying she was going to buy, sell, and so on. As a result, I ended up talking to people who weren't interesting at all. No, I'm meeting Dahlia here, so I can't leave yet. She should be here soon, so let's wait a little longer. I hid my inner anger and replied, trying to make my voice sound as normal as possible. Madame Puddifoot, you always wanted to bring my brother and me in. It's a cafe catering to young girls, with a pink theme and lots of decorations, but at the same time, it's also a place known as a government supplier. There's no way I could go to such a place with people like them, who are all about family history. I could foresee that if I went there, I would end up spreading bad rumors about how lucky I was. Besides, even if the place I was invited to wasn't a recommended restaurant for couples, I had no intention of moving now. If Dahlia told me to wait here, I shouldn't leave here. Hogsmeade without Dahlia was worthless. The more he moved, the longer he would be away from Dahlia. In this situation, I only needed to take one action. I ignored the others who were still arguing with me and refocused my gaze on the distant, towering, shrieking shack. The mansion stood on a small hill on the outskirts of the village, its windows boarded up, giving it a sinister atmosphere from afar. According to stories, it was a truly interesting building, but still under a powerful curse. Even without Dahlia, it was the kind of building you'd want to gaze at alone. The thought of the curse I was under thrilled me. However, the people around me didn't seem to share the same idea. When Dahlia came home, I guess she realized I would fall in love with her this time. He lingered around me, often talking to me about this and that, trying to lure me to another place. What about the 3 broomsticks? It's on the way here. Dahlia will find it right away if she passes by. Dahlia, if Lady Dahlia goes, I'll go too. Oh, me too. Snow fell silently, and all I could hear was Blaze's constant invitations, and the voices of 2 pigs, whose voices were also like broken gramophones. It was that time. Oh, why are you here? Ah, Mr. Malfoy. They arrived. When all of us, including myself, turned around at the sudden sound, Ron Weasley and Miss Granger were standing there. Weasley must have been about to turn around as soon as he saw us, but Miss Granger must have made a louder sound than he expected. Weasley looked like he was about to run away, and Miss Granger stood there as if being pulled by him. Harry's perspective. Mischief managed. While entering the password, the map showing everything in Hogwarts reverted to the ordinary parchment it was when it was given to Fred and George. With excitement and joy, I thanked the two people who were not present. "Thank you, Fred and George. To be honest, I even doubted you too. As they said, this is a great map." I no longer made fun of the dirty parchment. The map the two of them stole from Filch was a wonderful thing, showing all the rooms and corridors of Hogwarts, and even the locations of people currently in Hogwarts, and among them. "Now we can go to Hogsmeade." It even wrote down a loophole that would allow them to reach Hogsmeade without being detected by Dementors. I put the map in my pocket and continued down the tunnel leading to Hogsmeade. The tunnel was as dark as the path to the Chamber of Secrets, but much narrower than that. But that didn't stop my excitement. Just thinking about how I could reach Hogsmeade by taking this path made me appreciate its narrowness even more, and the time had finally come. Just as I thought the tunnel suddenly turned uphill, I saw a double-hung door at the end of the road. When I timidly opened the door, I found myself in a warehouse piled high with wooden crates and boxes. The names of various candies were written on the boxes. As Fred and George said, this was definitely Honeyduke's underground warehouse. I made it. I made it. I really got to Hogsmeade. Although the sound was faint, my mouth was full of cheers. I was able to reach a place I always thought I would never be able to reach. I would inevitably be filled with joy. However, this was not the goal. Since coming to Hogsmeade, I had to meet Ron and Hermione as soon as possible. After a moment of joy, I started moving again. After putting on the invisibility cloak, I quickly and carefully walked up the stairs from the warehouse, passing behind the shop counter. When I passed the counter, there was, wow, it's amazing. The sight was more beautiful than any I had seen before. Colorful candies were arranged on shelves. Students flocked to them. Even if you didn't have a sweet tooth, just looking at this scene made you feel happy at this moment. Ron was right. You can't find such an interesting place anywhere else. As I looked around, I saw smiles on every student's face. Not far away, Neville was happily stuffing what seemed to be newly bought candy into his mouth, and Seamus, sitting next to him, was also happily eating honey-colored toffee. Not just them, everyone within my range had a happy expression on their face. It was a manifestation of happiness that I had never felt when I was alone in the castle. Just seeing this scene made me happy that I was able to come to Hogsmeade. I, who had been ecstatic just now, burst into joy again while wearing the invisibility cloak. Hurry up and join Ron and Hermione, and I will also be part of this happy circle, because I can finally come to Hogsmeade without being detected by Dementors. Because I'm no longer alone. With a sense of relief, I pushed through the crowd and walked towards the shop exit. Several people bumped into me and looked at me with suspicious eyes, but now there was no way they could stop me. Our shoulders gently brushed, but I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. But that was wrong. The incident happened after I left the shop. That happened after I left the shop. As soon as I walked out of the shop door, I was pushed hard from behind, pushing a female student who was still near the door. Just when I thought I had done it, the large amount of K&D packaging paper held by the girl was thrown onto the snow, and the girl herself fell to the floor. I'm sorry. Even though I was hiding behind the invisibility cloak, I couldn't help but run up to her and call out to her. But it stopped just before it happened. It's not that I realized I shouldn't be found by anyone now. Etta, what happened? The student I pushed was one of my least favorite people. A blonde female student lying in the snow slowly raised her head, her expression twisted with pain. That student was Dahlia Greengrass, one of my least favorite Slytherins. Greengrass didn't notice me, froze her outstretched hand, looked around in confusion for a few seconds, then looked at the scattered bright red candy with a horrified expression, and then turned around angrily. She started collecting them by force. Then, just when I thought they had been collected in the blink of an eye, I left like I was running away. Only I was left, dumbfounded by what had happened in a few short seconds, and the candy in the red bag, which must have slipped under the invisibility cloak when we collided. Dahlia's perspective. What on earth just happened? There was no one behind me. Was there anything I could have tripped over? I walked towards the shrieking shack where Dahlia was waiting, recalling what had just happened. As soon as I walked out of the shop, I looked at the bag with an almost explosive expression, grateful that I had bought a lot of souvenirs for Dahlia. It was as if something transparent pushed me from behind. I fell hard. As a result, he spilled the candy he had bought with Draco everywhere. Fortunately, no one miraculously saw the candy at the right time, but the thought of someone seeing it made my heart cold. I don't know what caused me to trip over something, but next time I have to be careful not to fall again. Even a small failure, who knows what effect it would have on Dahlia's secret. In addition to students, even Hogwarts teachers came here. Since you don't know where Dumbledore will get this information, it's best to be cautious. I pulled myself together and continued on, watching my step. However, my consciousness soon drifted from my feet to Dahlia in the distance. As I walked past the beautiful thatched cottages, I didn't pay attention to them, but kept thinking about my best friend who would be with me in the future. I don't know what Dahlia has been doing these days. She attracted Pansy while buying her favorite candy, but was she really having fun? Although I was away from Dahlia for a short time, not being with her made me uneasy, especially on such a snowy day. The thought that something abnormal might have happened to her without my knowledge reminded me of last year, a snowy winter day. Regarding the worst Christmas ever, Dahlia accidentally left us. It turned out that these worries were not entirely wrong. When I passed one of Hogsmeade's highlights, the 3 broomsticks, and the surrounding buildings became sparse, I saw this scene. The scene showed Pansy surrounding Dahlia, Weasley, and Granger, glaring at each other, exuding a sinister aura. When I took my eyes off her for a moment, it was clear that Dahlia was in trouble. As I approached, I heard them speaking loudly. How can the Weasley family and a mudblood be in a place like this? It doesn't matter where we are. Why should you tell us? You should go somewhere else. Anyway, I believe you are also afraid of this place inside. There are so many people here. Aren't you ashamed to come here? What are you, so arrogant? Don't you even know how to talk to your superiors? Even though you're from the Weasley family, your house is uglier than that mansion. What? It was truly a heartbreaking sight. If we hated each other so much, we should ignore each other. No, even if I ignored her, I hoped she would at least not do anything that would cause trouble for Dahlia. Why could I create such a chaotic space when I wasn't looking? After a soft sigh, I ignored Granger who was staring at me, and casually approached Dahlia. Then, I announced to those who were stunned by my appearance. Dahlia, Draco, I've kept you waiting. Here, Dahlia, I'm giving you this. We bought this together, Draco and I, let's eat it later. There's no point in staying in a place like this. So, let's go. He began to gently pull Dahlia's hand. I felt sorry for Dahlia, who was able to come to Hogsmeade thanks to the snow clouds, but her trip to Hogsmeade was ruined by these people. Since Dahlia's visits were limited, I hoped she would be as happy as possible each time she came. However, it seemed that only I, Draco, and Granger thought so. Pansy, who was stunned by my power, started talking again. Dahlia, I thought you were finally back, but why are you starting to take charge? These guys are the ones who should leave here. The poor and the dirty blood obey. Listen to us purebloods. All you have to do is stay. Shut up, Parkinson. The exchange of insults began again. Eventually, starting from Pansy and even Millicent, the situation became even more chaotic. Theodore and Zabini did not participate, but from their mocking expressions towards Weasley and Granger, they at least had no intention of stopping. The only ones who didn't participate were me, Dahlia, a confused and silent Draco, and Granger who was still staring at us. The situation was getting more and more chaotic by the minute. Just when I finally started to feel like a fool here, I began to consider taking Draco and Dahlia out, ignoring their connections to the pureblood nobility. HMPH. But you only need to be arrogant for a little longer. After all, that's what my dad said. Soon, that savage barbarian will be put on trial. What? Who? Oh, you just threw snow at me. It happened. Suddenly, a snowball was thrown at Pansy's face. Pansy and the others quickly looked around, but there was no one else besides us. Most importantly, the snowball was thrown from a void where no one should have been. This time it hit Crabbe's side of the face, and a clear look of fear showed on his face. What the hell? Who did that? It came from there. Pansy was almost in a panic, cowering and using Millicent as a shield. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they kept spinning in the same spot, looking everywhere. No one, including Gryffindor, was able to find the culprit, and everyone kept shaking their heads. Meanwhile, only Dahlia. It seems this wasn't the work of a curse. I kept staring at a certain spot, calmly muttering to myself. Harry's POV. What a magical map. Fred and George, why didn't you give it to me? I'm your brother. Ron shouted angrily when I told him the whole story of the Marauders map at the 3 broomsticks. I gave him a wry smile and took a sip of the butterbeer poured into a large mug. With just one sip, every inch of my stiff body warmed up. I had never tasted anything so delicious. I was glad to have come here after all. Without the Marauders map, I might be alone in Hogwarts Castle right now. Even if only for this cup of butterbeer, I couldn't help but thank Fred and George for giving me the map. However, Hermione seemed to have a different opinion. The three of us were sitting around a small table at the back of the shop, and Hermione was the only one who started speaking with a difficult expression. "Hey, I'm glad to be in Hogsmeade with Harry, and if possible, I wouldn't want to tell you this, but Harry is being targeted by Sirius Black, isn't he? If you showed up in Hogsmeade today, wouldn't you also give that map to Professor McGonagall? The map also shows other loopholes. What if Black uses it to invade? What then?" This was a very Hermione-like perspective. "I know you're worried about me, but I can't let such a wonderful thing be taken away from me because of someone like Sirius Black." Ron seemed to agree, responding with a look that made Hermione doubt her sanity. "Are you sure? You want me to give such a good thing to the professor? Are you that stupid? Listen, Hermione, if you give this to me, you'll have to tell the professor where you got it from. Yes, Fred and George will be your professors. Are you going to sell it out? Besides, there's no way Sirius Black could exploit a loophole in Hogsmeade. One of them has a Whomping Willow berry directly above the entrance, and the other leads to Honeyduke's storeroom, which Harry passed earlier. The shop owner couldn't possibly not notice such a noise. That's why he's not in Hogsmeade. Even if he were, there's no way he could find Harry among all the students at Hogwarts," Ron said excitedly. Hermione was about to say something, but that might be true, but yes, let's end this conversation. Come on, Hermione, Christmas is coming. Even Harry needs to have fun. He was interrupted by Ron's further words. Ron ignored Hermione, who made no secret of his worried expression, and began excitedly mentioning what had happened earlier. Anyway, the expressions on those guys' faces were masterpieces. Parkinson was crazy, and Draco looked pale behind Dahlia Malfoy. Dahlia Malfoy herself had no expression on her face as usual, but if he had thrown a snowball at him too, that expressionless face would have collapsed. Why didn't he throw it at him? If he had, he could have defeated them. Ron seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't realized it was me at first and had fallen into a panic. However, I didn't get caught up in such foolishness and replied with a slightly bitter feeling. At first, I wanted to throw it at him too, but I couldn't. He stood there, shielding Draco and Greengrass, staring intently at me. Even though he was invisible at the time, he might not have realized I was doing it, but he clearly saw where I was. He really is. Dahlia Malfoy was supposed to be invisible, but she still kept staring at me. To be honest, I was just scared at the time. If I threw a snowball at him, at his brother, and his #1 rival Greengrass, I wouldn't know what he would do. It was a good thing he went somewhere after Parkinson and the others ran away, as if to protect Draco and Greengrass, but honestly, until he started looking at me, I didn't feel alive. I didn't feel very well. I took a sip of butterbeer, as if to wash down the bitter feeling I had just remembered. Ron must have been thinking about my words, as he silently drank his butterbeer with a complicated expression on his face. Meanwhile, I raised my voice. "I'm sure Mr. Malfoy can do it. After all, Mr. Malfoy is an amazing child." Hermione was the only one who didn't have normal thoughts about him. Hermione's words continued, leaving Ron and me stunned. Anyway, Mr. Malfoy's expression today was the same as usual. I thought that here in Hogsmeade, she would be able to smile, and here, she would be able to forget the bad things in the castle. I had expected her to smile, but today, her expression was the same as usual, perhaps because the shrieking shack wasn't enough to make me smile, or perhaps this time it was just the same expression. I don't know if the problem was with the members present. That's why I had to break up with them like this. Hermione's perplexing behavior continued. Ron and I just shook our heads gently in response. If this happened, Hermione would continue repeating nonsense. No matter how we explained that Dahlia Malfoy was dangerous, Hermione in this state would simply not accept our opinions. All you could do was leave her alone for a while and wait for her to return to her original state. Ron and I hadn't had anything to do for a while, so we just kept drinking butterbeer. Then, I suddenly pulled out the candy Greengrass had dropped earlier from my pocket, instead of having a snack with my butterbeer. Just then, a strange taste spread in your mouth. Undeniably, it was the taste of iron. "Oh, what kind of candy is this?" I spat out the candy I had put in my mouth and drank the butterbeer. Although it was an unconscious act, I had high expectations for this candy. Greengrass was a follower of Dahlia Malfoy, the kind of person who made incomprehensible accusations against Ginny. But that Slytherin, like Malfoy, was a wealthy pureblood. Although frustrated, I imagined that someone like him must have bought good candy, so I stuffed the candy he dropped into my mouth, even though I felt a little guilty that it was someone else's. "But, Harry, this is blood-flavored candy. I'm sure it's for vampires. Where did you get it?" Hermione looked suspiciously at the remaining candy, and I replied while rinsing my mouth with butterbeer. I picked it up when I bumped into Greengrass in front of Honeydukes earlier. When we bumped into each other, some of it slipped into my invisibility cloak. I figured there was no way to return it to him, so I brought it here. But why would Greengrass buy something like this? Upon hearing my answer, Ron's face also showed a strange expression. Only Hermione. Huh? Mr. Greengrass? Because she's just. The expression on his face could only be described as surprise. At this moment, she apparently seemed to realize something. If I had listened to Hermione correctly, I might have discovered his secret. But I didn't listen. I didn't ask. The next moment. Merry Christmas, Mom Rosmatar. Can I get you a rum? What do you think Minerva and Hagrid would do? I am a Gillywater bachelor. I'll have 4 hot meads. Because Minister Fudge, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid rushed into the shop. As I hurriedly hid, this conversation was happening right next to me. Minister, it's good that you showed your face. Dementors have been appearing here recently, and business is picking up. What exactly do you want to do? I can't help it. It's all to protect Harry from Sirius Black. The secret Sirius Black had hidden from me was extremely shocking. I learned this in exchange for the joy of coming to Hogsmeade that day. The truth behind the incident Sirius Black had once caused. He was once my parents' best friend and my godfather. To hide my parents, who were targeted by Lord Voldemort, he used the Fiddler's charm to become their secret keeper, becoming the only one who knew their whereabouts. However, this secret was easily leaked to Lord Voldemort. Finally, after realizing his betrayal, he blew up his other best friend, Peter Pettigrew, leaving only a finger of his behind. This was so shocking that it filled me with a hatred I had never felt before. I forgot to ask Hermione. That's why I didn't notice it. The secret I discovered was not only related to Sirius Black but also to Dahlia Malfoy, whom Dumbledore was most wary of. But I didn't notice. The only one who discovered her secret was Hermione's POV. In the dormitory, everyone was asleep. You must have had a lot of fun in Hogsmeade today. My roommate Lavender and the others seemed to be sleeping happily, but even though I could hear their happy breathing, I was the only one who couldn't sleep. Because, I don't know why I didn't notice until now. There were so many hints until now, even though I kept watching her suffer, because I finally knew her secret. Of course, the truth about Sirius Black was shocking enough, and I felt incredibly sad thinking about Harry losing his parents because of Black. But unfortunately, for me now, that was only secondary. That's how shocking and tragic the secret I discovered about her was. I finally understand why she's so rejecting of others. Why are her eyes so sad? Oh, and I'm such an idiot. Mr. Greengrass was furious. Of course, tears streaming down my face, I continued to stare at the page of the textbook I had just read. The page I opened showed an illustration of a terrifying creature, bloodthirsty, fangs bared, ready to attack a frightened person. Thinking about it carefully, there were actually many hints. When she was a first year, she made strange grimaces in defense against the dark arts class. I rarely had classes with her, but in Kirill's class, her face was no longer her usual expressionless one, but rather showed an emotion that could only be described as discomfort. And her biggest obstacle was her body, which could not be exposed to the sun at all. Everyone at Hogwarts thought it was because of her sickly pale skin, but the situation was different. It wasn't because her skin was pale that she couldn't be in the sun. To be honest, I think this alone is enough proof. Every piece of information, if you knew she was a vampire, you would only think that. Now that I know, I can't help but wonder why I didn't notice, why I kept saying such insensitive things to this girl who was hiding a secret. But I finally realized. Unexpectedly, I got the biggest piece of evidence. I'm giving this to you. Draco and I bought it together, so I'll eat it later.